Are you the infamous Jiang Chu, the devoted admirer? This exquisite handbag I gifted her is worth 20,000, an LV. Have you heard of it? Enough. I have no desire to waste words on a lowly person like you. She is already mine, so keep your distance. Ching Ching, look out. I suggest we head to my rented mansion. I can't stand encountering fools here. Song Ching Ching clung to the tattooed man, walking away without a backward glance. Jiang Chu stood there, oblivious as a beautiful handbag slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The very gift he had labored 2 months over the summer to afford, sacrificing a month's worth of instant noodles in the process. Overwhelmed by despair and exhaustion, he ultimately succumbed and fainted. Jiang Chu, wake up. Stop wallowing in self-pity. The girl you can't let go of is already with someone else. Who's calling me? Hadn't I already perished? Why does this voice sound so familiar? A sharp headache surged through him, prompting Jiang Chu to clutch his head. Memories from a past life rushed back vividly. Chiu Dai, yesterday, I carried sand at the construction site, lifting 3 bags at once. My co-workers asked why I was so strong. With tears in my eyes, I questioned myself, why can I endure so much yet cannot bear to miss you? Chiu Dai replied, let's break up. What does it matter that you earn a few thousand a month? Minggu picks me up in a Mercedes. What she keeps me hanging? It's because she loves me that she does. Why doesn't she dangle someone else? Wang Shi, I swear I will no longer be a devoted admirer. From now on, you take your own path, and I will support you from below. Just be careful not to fall. Last night was a bit chilly. I thought the streets were deserted, but just as I was stealing a battery, I got caught dead. I intended to resist, but when the police said to behave and not move, I immediately surrendered, remembering you said you liked honest men. Is sincerity the ultimate weapon in pursuing a girl? After laboring for 30 years, he finally found someone willing to marry him, only for her to demand an additional 300,000 as bridal price before she would agree to wed. That day his family was driven to the hospital in distress. The devoted admirer, left with nothing in the end. He was filled with regret and shame, taking his own life by jumping off a bridge, vowing that in the next life, he would never again be a devoted admirer. Jiang Chu, you're awake. How wonderful. Lying on the ground, Jiang Chu slowly opened his eyes, and a girl in a short skirt and black stockings walked past him. His eyes widened in surprise. Wow, the underworld is surprisingly white. What nonsensical words are you uttering? Underworld? White? Ah, pervert. Freak. The girl shrieked and fled, clutching her skirt. Xianghua suddenly understood everything. Alas, Jiang Chu, you didn't invite me to partake in such a fortunate event. Jiang Chu waved a hand in front of his eyes, stirring him from his reverie. What met his gaze was an exceedingly familiar visage, adorned with a look of concern. By heavens, Xianghua, you are alive. Jiang Chu's astonishment quickly dimmed into melancholy. Wait, it should be that I am the one who has perished to meet you. That was his university classmate and dearest friend, with whom he had maintained frequent contact post-graduation. They had fought together, and he had even endured wounds for him, a bond forged in the fires of life and death. Yet a year prior, he had heard of Xianghua's family's factory going bankrupt, leaving them cornered by debt collectors, leading to their tragic demise. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Chu had raced to the scene, but arrived too late for a final farewell, often reflecting on the sorrow of it all. Xianghua, glancing down at his own form, wore an expression of displeasure. Damn it, you're the one who should be dead. He then sighed deeply. I must ask, why demean yourself for someone like Song Qingqing? Song Qingqing? Jiang Chu paused, the name resonating with familiarity. It dawned upon him that she was indeed the first girl he had ever admired, from high school through university. In his fervor to win her affection, he had sacrificed a chance at prestigious universities. Knowing she had applied to this very institution, he had resolutely altered his choices, nearly driving his family to despair. That time, he was convinced that every sacrifice he made was worthwhile. Jiang Chu, I am not ready for a relationship unlike you. With your excellent grades, I simply wish to focus on my studies and gain admission to a reputable university. Jiang Chu, are you foolish? Making such significant sacrifices for me is not worth it. University may permit romance, but I still wish to study diligently and secure a good job in the future. My birthday is just around the corner. You must not gift me anything. Although I adored that handbag you gave me last time, it was not an LV. After all that it was until that fateful evening when Jiang Chu witnessed Song Qingqing kissing the wealthy Zheng Hao beneath a tree on campus that he fainted from shock. Was this not a strikingly similar scenario? Had he truly been reborn? Beep. Host Jiang Chu has successfully reincarnated, binding with the Hong system. Binding successful. Notification. Spend over 999 yuan on a goddess with a beauty score above 90 to unlock the system and embark on a splendid life. A system? Goodness, am I now a person with a system? Jiang Chu erupted into jubilant laughter, surveying his surroundings and confirming that he had indeed returned to the year 2010, his junior year. He had truly been reborn. Jiang Chu, you aren't feeling overwhelmed, are you? By heaven, I shall go and avenge you. As Xiang Hua spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to chase after someone. Wait, Xiang Hua. Jiang Chu, filled with joy, embraced Xiang Hua. What nonsense, Song Qingqing. Let her be gone. I shall no longer be a sycophant, ha ha ha. Xiang Hua was utterly bewildered. Has he gone mad? After a hearty laugh, Jiang Chu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and oh, he was simply too famished. The two soon found themselves at a late-night snack stall, ordering a plate of fried noodles and a bottle of beer, which Jiang Chu devoured ravenously upon arrival. Where can one find a goddess scoring a 90? After some time spent observing, they discovered several girls whose beauty could indeed qualify them as campus flowers, yet their ratings were merely in the 80s. This was exceedingly challenging. That moment, raucous voices erupted from a nearby cosmetic store. You've opened the items and now claim your wallet is lost? This is unacceptable. You must pay, or I will call the police. Jiang Chu glanced over to see a girl at the cashier's desk. Beneath a cap, her long black hair cascaded down her back, framing a delicate, oval face and alluring, rosy lips. Her loose white t-shirt could not conceal her ample figure. As the saying goes, those who cannot see their feet when looking down are indeed extraordinary. She was undoubtedly exceptional, with a waist that could be grasped delicately in one hand. Even clad in denim trousers, her enviably slender physique was apparent. She wore white ankle socks paired with Converse shoes and seemed somewhat flustered, while none of the boys nearby stepped forward to assist her. Ding. A suitable target has been detected. Li Wenjing. Age, 20. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Beauty score, 90. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 55. Goodness. Regardless, having spotted the only beauty with a score of 90, Jiang Chu did not have time to ponder further. Xiang Hua, lend me 1,000 yuan. He'd spent all his money on a bag. What? I don't have that much. Xiang Hua's face turned pale. Jiang Chu, quite familiar with the situation, reached into Xiang Hua's left pocket and pulled out a wad of cash. Xiang Hua, damn, how did you know I had 1,000 yuan here? Without responding, Jiang Chu stood up and walked away. Hey, you took the money, how will I pay the bill? There's 124 yuan in your upper pocket. Xiang Hua felt his upper pocket in a way. Upon checking, he exclaimed, wow, it really is 124 yuan. I had no idea. How did you know? By the time he inquired, Jiang Chu had already moved away. Wait, where are you going? Boss, the bill, please. After paying, Xiang Hua turned to search for Jiang Chu's figure. Holy smokes, is that Li Wenjing, the campus belle? She's the infamous ice queen who remains indifferent to all suitors. Have you lost your mind? He hurried to catch up. Madam Boss, I genuinely lost my wallet. May I return to retrieve the money? No way. How can I trust you won't just vanish? Have your classmates or friends bring it. They aren't at school right now. How ridiculous. Then call the police. Li Wenjing furrowed her brows, scanning the crowd for anyone familiar or willing to speak on her behalf. But disappointment washed over her. Every face she encountered was either indifferent or amused, and even as a celebrated campus beauty, no one stepped forward to assist her. Why isn't anyone helping? You go ahead. You're the one who knows her as the Ice Queen. What's wrong with the Ice Queen? Are you genuinely oblivious or just pretending? I've heard that several wealthy heirs courted her, initially showering her with gifts, only to be rebuffed. Are you not afraid? Now you understand. Why don't you step up? Ha! I was merely jesting. I don't have that kind of money. The crowd shook their heads like rattling drums. What's the big deal with the campus beauty? She can't just walk off without paying. Don't think I'm afraid to report this. The Madam Boss was already pulling out her phone to make a call. Wait, they'll cover it for her. A voice rang out from the crowd, and everyone turned to look. A tall figure, standing around 6 feet, appeared, though he was thin and scruffy, with a leaf stuck in his unkempt hair, wearing a shirt emblazoned with an advertisement from some shop. Clearly, someone returning from a part-time job. It was Jiang Chu. Holy moly! Someone truly dares to intervene. Who raised such a bold character? Looking at this guy, he seems like a broke loser. I bet he's never heard of the Ice Queen's wrath. This will be entertaining, that I guarantee the campus beauty will reject him and throw the money back in his face. Ha ha ha. Inside, Jiang Chu felt quite anxious. He had rushed over without a second thought, only to realize that the person in question was indeed the illustrious campus beauty, Li Wenjing, reputed for her icy demeanor. After all these years, he was only now recalling many details. Rumors had it that she never interacted with boys, presenting an aloof and haughty front, and all her suitors had faced harsh rejections, often with a stinging rebuke. After much internal conflict, he resolved to take the plunge, having nothing to lose. What was there to fear? The Madam Boss was indifferent to his concerns as long as someone was willing to pay. That was all that mattered. The alarm had an adverse effect on her. You said you would help her, right? Indeed, how much? 750. 750? Jiang Chu frowned. This amount fell short of 1,000. However, what thrilled him was that the enigmatic Ice Queen, Li Wenjing, did not decline, which greatly bolstered his confidence. Yet to others, his expression conveyed a lack of funds. What kind of fool spends money when he's broke, rushing to pay the bill, thinking it will catch the Ice Queen's attention? Who is this guy? Dressed in work attire, hair a complete mess, and he dares to pursue the Ice Queen? Utterly ridiculous. Look at his flushed face. I can practically smell the alcohol from here. Indeed, liquid courage emboldens the timid. In a moment of heat, he's willing to do anything. This guy has definitely overindulged. Bet my last dollar he can't actually pay for that. The crowd was rife with mockery, eagerly anticipating the spectacle, except for the recently arrived Xiang Hua, who knew that Jiang Chu truly had money, but it belonged to him. How could he use his 1,000 to woo the Ice Queen, especially the aloof Li Wenjing? Had he lost his mind? This drink must have been outrageously expensive. His heart ached. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chu, the moment Li Wenjing laid eyes on him, she was taken aback. Is it really him? Her gaze was filled with complexity, surprise, nostalgia, and emotion. Li Wenjing, favorability level 5. Jiang Chu noticed the system's notification of an unexpected increase in favorability and was momentarily stunned, followed by immense joy. After all, this was the celebrated Ice Queen. He had thought that gaining favor would be a Herculean task, yet it turned out to be surprisingly effortless. He was also left curious about how he initially garnered such a high favorability. Do you have the money or not? The proprietress inquired impatiently. Jiang Chu casually glanced at the shelf nearby, spotting an item priced at 250, just enough to cover his expenses. Not paying attention to the long string of incomprehensible English, he figured that since this was a women's store, the price must be reasonable. Without a second thought, he grabbed the item and, with his other hand, slapped a wad of cash onto the counter. Exactly 1,000. Take it. The proprietress, holding the money, counted it with sticky fingers, her face lighting up with delight. You're quite the young man. I have high hopes for you. The students nearby erupted in excitement. Wow. To catch the Ice Queen's attention, he's going all out. This guy seems not just tipsy, but possibly has a concussion. Regardless, he's put forth the cash. What happened to the one who said to call him dad? Hey, trying to escape? Hurry up and call him dad. Xiang Hua, towering at over 1.80 meters, rendered the individual with a height of merely 1.60 meters utterly immobilized. The person, intent on fleeing, was swiftly restrained by a single hand. Just a harmless joke. A joke, you say? Can you jest with my brother? Hurry up and call, or I shall make you regret it. Under the imposing presence of Xiang Hua, the student meekly muttered, Dad. The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter, allowing Xiang Hua to release him. Ha ha, that was truly satisfying. This is worth 1,000. Meanwhile, Jiang Chu stood there with a foolish grin, thoroughly engrossed in the voice echoing in his mind, while simultaneously perceiving a luminous screen manifesting in his thoughts. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the system. The system is named Hong, an unimaginably powerful entity capable of generating all things. By engaging with goddesses rated above 80 in appearance, points can be earned. When the affection level reaches 90, attribute points will be awarded. The current system level is Tuan, and the points acquired can only generate currency. Attribute points can enhance personal attributes or be used to purchase items from the system store. Upon achieving the affection of 5 goddesses with a score above 95, it will automatically upgrade to Ming, unlocking further functionalities of the system. Jiang Chu, age 20, height 182 centimeters, weight 68 kilograms, appearance 90, system points 1,000, attribute points 10. Beep. Your current points total 1,000 You may generate the corresponding currency as per the prompt. Jiangchu immediately set about executing the instructions. Buzz. His Huawei phone, a gift for topping up, vibrated unexpectedly. He hastily retrieved his phone to check, discovering a text message that read, "Your bank account has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan, please check." Fixated on the screen, disbelief washed over him. Had truly succeeded. It was an astonishing 1:100 return. His breath quickened, heart raced, and every part of him trembled uncontrollably. All pretenses of grandeur and accomplishment were now his to claim. 10 years of unrecognized devotion, and in a single moment of brilliance, the world acknowledges me. Ha ha! Internally, Jiang Chu reveled in his triumph, unable to suppress the expression of joy on his face. "Are you all right?" Li Wenjing inquired gently, her concern evident. "He's fine. He probably just got a bit too carried away after being famished and then indulging too much," Xiang Hua remarked, covering his eyes in an attempt to pull Jiang Chu away. This was far too embarrassing that it took Jiang Chu a while to regain his composure after all, enduring decades of frustration. Not only had he been reborn, but he had also acquired this extraordinary system. It was a wonder he hadn't completely lost his sanity. "Damn, I thought you were really going to lose it," Xiang Hua sighed in relief, patting his chest. "Little brother, this is yours." The proprietress handed over a bag, her eyes sparkling with a profound meaning. "You truly understand women. This is a newly launched imported product, employing the most advanced ultrasonic technology. For a beautiful girl like her, it is an absolute essential. Everyone who has used it sings its praises. It's all packed up for you. What could be so remarkable?" "I must take a look," exclaimed a nearby girl, promptly rushing to retrieve a similar item from the shelf. After all, if the proprietress spoke of beautiful girls, she believed she belonged among them. "Isn't this a facial massager?" she remarked, finding it rather ordinary. Her boyfriend, standing beside her, whispered a comment, causing her to blush instantly and hastily return the item. "You rogue, what is it?" A crowd quickly gathered, bursting into laughter upon seeing the item. Only Jiang Chu remained absorbed in excitement and apprehension, entirely oblivious to the happenings around him, as he handed the bag to Li Wenjing. "Here, take it. No need to thank me. Wow, this guy actually dares to give it. Do you think she will be furious enough to hurl it at that lad's face? That's a given. He not only paid for the campus bell, but also had the audacity to present her with that. Isn't that akin to a birthday celebrant hanging themselves, asking for a longer life? I wonder if there are any buyer experience reviews, pictures, or videos." He, Xiang Hua, turned his face away, unable to watch any longer. "This is it. I can no longer save you, my brother." With wide eyes, the onlookers watched as Li Wenjing reached for the bag. Jiang Chu was captivated by her slender, delicate fingers, so stunningly exquisite, unlike the gaudy manicure some girls sport, possessing a naturally soft pink hue. There was nothing amiss on her face. Instead, she exhibited a hint of shyness. "Thank you for coming to my rescue." "Oh, it's nothing. To help the campus bell." "Ah, I mean, it's fine. I have plenty of money." Jiang Chu cursed himself inwardly, realizing that decades of servitude had become second nature, nearly causing him to blurt out his thoughts. Xiang Hua clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes dark with envy. "Money, my foot. That money is mine." "What campus bell?" "That's just what others call her." She had not noticed what Jiang Chu had just handed over, having focused solely on him since his arrival. Jiang Chu, having not paid close attention before, was now utterly mesmerized by Li Wenjing's face, which left him speechless, truly breathtaking, with elegantly arched eyebrows, deep, clear black eyes, a perfectly straight nose, soft, full, and luscious lips, and smooth, flawless skin. Her delicate features coalesced in a pure and ethereal beauty, complemented by an irresistible charm. Li Wenjing lowered her head slightly, feeling a touch of shyness and embarrassment. Goodness, the campus belle actually accepted it without losing her temper? Indeed. Moreover, I witnessed the campus belle blushing. Am I seeing things? You're not imagining it. I saw it too. The icy campus beauty, Li Wenjing, actually accepted something from a boy, and not only did she not scold him, but she also displayed a bashful demeanor. Goodness, I understand now, one of the onlookers exclaimed, instantly drawing the attention of those nearby. It must be that the campus belle has feelings for him, but is too shy to admit it. That boy just happened to bring her a gift, thus winning her favor. That makes sense. After all, which young girl is devoid of romantic feelings? We boys often seek out our own desires, so why shouldn't the campus belle have hers? How did I not realize this? It seems there's some truth to that. No wonder she blushed. If I were in her position, I would feel embarrassed too. Goodness, if I had known, I would have bought one to give to her as well. Boss lady, I would like one for myself too. Damn, you're quick on the uptake. Boss lady, I want to buy one as well. A throng of eager buyers emerged. The proprietress was overjoyed, as that item had gathered dust for months without any sales. Yet the moment the campus belle picked it up, it became highly sought after. Hello, Li Wenjing. I would like to present you with a gift, a token of my modest affection. The first boy to seize the opportunity was quite handsome, brimming with confidence as he extended the item toward Li Wenjing. To make it more conspicuous, he discarded the packaging and held the box directly. Li Wenjing, initially immersed in joy, was abruptly interrupted and felt a twinge of displeasure, especially since it came from an unfamiliar boy. What was more significant was that Jiang Chu was right in front of her, causing her expression to instantly cool. Upon seeing the product's packaging, although it was merely a facial massage egg, the boy's demeanor filled her with indignation. What did he take her for? Without a moment's hesitation, she snatched it and flung it back at him, exclaiming, "Pervert! Get lost!" The entire venue fell into an abrupt silence. Why didn't you say anything when he offered it? The boy, on the verge of tears, picked up the discarded item and fled, utterly humiliated. He could not comprehend why he had been rejected even after returning to his dormitory. The other boys, still purchasing items, swallowed hard. That was excessively brutal. Goodness, boss lady, I want to return this. I too wish to return mine. Jiang Chu was also taken aback by the campus belle's fierce demeanor. Her reputation was indeed well-deserved. Thank you. May I have your number? I will repay you once I find the money to... Li Wenjing's attitude shifted dramatically, her face breaking into a smile, her large eyes glimmering with anticipation. As those around heard the news of being able to obtain the school belle's phone number, their faces exhibited a myriad of envy and jealousy, wishing they could confront Jiang Chu and tear him apart on the spot. All right, my number is 1XX. She stated that I've noted it down. Are you free tomorrow? I would like to treat you to a meal, he replied. The crowd was taken aback, as if they had misheard. The aloof school belle was taking the initiative to invite a boy. Was the sun rising from the west today? Of course, but I'm quite busy tomorrow morning. Let's discuss it after I wake up naturally, she responded. Once again, the crowd was left astonished, grinding their teeth in disbelief. Could her excuse be any more far-fetched? The boys were filled with a desire to confront this pretentious individual. Li Wenjing had not anticipated that her first attempt at inviting a boy would be met with such a polite refusal. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment, she maintained a gentle smile. Then I shall call you tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Goodbye. Goodbye. As Jiang Chu gazed at Li Wenjing's retreating figure, he let out a soft sigh. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with the school belle? Xiang Hua inquired. Jiang Chu shook his head, then nodded. He had sworn never to be a sycophant, yet that did not mean he lacked appreciation for beauty. Moreover, she was the school belle. In his previous life, he had spent decades pining after women without ever experiencing a kiss. But in this life, he aspired to be a rogano, not a rogue, but rather to provide a warm home for all goddesses. What a pity it was only a mere 1,000 yuan. If only there were more. Why didn't I bring my card with me? Why do you only have 1,000 yuan? Damn it, I could strangle you. How dare you use my money to woo the school belle? My heart is bleeding. By the way, how did you even think the school belle would be interested in that thing? What thing? Jiang Chu was puzzled. You don't even know what you picked up? Jiang Chu approached the shelf to check what he had just taken, and his expression changed dramatically. Damn it, this is a disaster. In the bustling metropolis, within a private basketball court, a 3v3 showdown was underway. Clad in a blue jersey, the handsome number 24 was skillfully controlling the ball. He wore a white headband, stood at approximately 1.8 meters tall, and possessed a well-proportioned physique brimming with explosive power. Their opponents consisted of two towering black players and one white player, all standing at around 1.9 meters. On the sidelines, a group of stunning young women, including some older ladies, fervently cheered for the young man. Tycoon, you're the best. Tycoon, I love you. In the midst of the game, Tycoon executed a graceful shoulder drop and a sudden pivot. Evading the defense of the black player, he charged past the free throw line and leaped into the air, preparing to dunk, as another black player jumped up to block him. Yet he was forcefully brought down by that powerful arm. A dunk scoring. Tycoon just dunked. The girls on the sidelines erupted in various shrieks, their eyes sparkling with pink bubbles. Tycoon is so handsome. Absolutely stunning. A man clad in sunglasses and a black suit raised his phone, calling out to Tycoon on the court. As Tycoon stepped off the court, someone immediately took his place. What kind of nonsense did you bring in? An in by a best defensive player? It's laughable. Tycoon took the bottle of Maya Ishan mineral water, worth over 1,000, from the man's hand and poured it into his mouth, caring little that most of it spilled outside. What's the matter? Young Master Tycoon, we just received a call from over there. Li Wenjing has agreed to let a boy treat her, and she accepted the gifts inside. I've already found out about that boy. He's a pathetic sycophant. His family is into farming. Such trivial matters disturb me. What threat could a mere farmer's son pose? By the way, you mentioned she accepted gifts. I should know what they are so I could buy something in line with her preferences. Speak up. Stop dawdling. Chapter 4. The enigmatic song Ching Ching indeed, Kun Xiao. That gift is intended for the fairer sex. How dare this rustic fool tarnish the woman I desire? Tycoon's face turned a deep shade of green upon hearing this revelation. Immediately arrange for my transfer. I cannot wait until she graduates. Li Wenjing is the cherished jewel of the venerable Li family, one of the three giants of the metropolis. I cannot fathom why she must conceal her identity and attend a subpar university, yet she must be mine. But Kun Xiao, you are the rightful heir of the Su family. Surely, the family patriarchs will not permit you to venture there alone, especially given the treacherous nature of such a place. Furthermore, once they learn of your intentions, they will undoubtedly restrict your funds. I care not. I require merely half a semester. I refuse to believe that I cannot win her over in that time. Do not expose my whereabouts or identity, and ensure that no one discovers Li Wenjing's true status. If the other prominent families intervene, I will find myself in a precarious position. She has a strong aversion to the so-called rich second generation. I shall employ my diverse talents to thoroughly captivate her, and in the future, the Li family will belong solely to me, Tycoon. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements. After Tycoon departed, the man transferred 500,000 to each of the three foreign individuals, who were all smiles at the windfall. Ha ha ha, you truly are something else. What a delightful twist of fate. Xianghua had not ceased laughing since the moment. Jiang Chu, however, wore a frown. Having been gifted a school beauty with such inherent charm, he feared she would soon slip away. Fortunately, the system had been successfully activated, granting him his first capital. Is there any money left? Jiang Chu inquired suddenly. Xianghua paused. 80,000 remains. What do you intend to do? Hand it over, Jiang Chu insisted. Wait, are you serious? Outside the school gates, Jiang Chu observed the influx of various young women. He noted that most averaged scores of 50 to 60. Those scoring 70 to 80 were considered quite lovely. Yet, those surpassing 80 in beauty could easily be deemed the campus darlings. After much waiting, he had managed to see but a couple, having recently assisted Li Wenjing in a moment of boldness. Now, however, he hesitated, for long-standing insecurities cannot be erased overnight. Most importantly, he possessed only 80,000 at present, and on several occasions, he found himself retreating just as he approached a promising candidate. Jiang Chu, what exactly do you desire? Damn it. In my previous life, I squandered over a decade, losing all dignity and pride. Why should I fear? Besides, with newfound wealth, it would be an honor for them to engage with me. I shall remain indifferent. If they challenge me, I shall confront them. Hello, lovely lady. Jiang Chu greeted an attractive girl scoring 80, only to be met with her cold dismissal. What a pity. Greetings, fellow student. Would you care for a late-night snack? It is on me. What a ridiculous suggestion. Please leave. Hello, classmate. If you can spend this 80 yuan within 10 minutes, everything you purchase shall be yours as a gift. Is that a joke? Here, take the money. The girl, accompanied by her friend, hurried to a stall, each purchasing a delightful treat. Well, we VE spent the money. The items are now yours. My sincere gratitude. Thank you for the gifts. Meanwhile, Xianghua stood by, utterly astonished, bewildered, exclaiming, "What on earth? You spent my 80 yuan just to give it away?" Jiang Chu raised a finger and shook it, declaring, "Incorrect. To be precise, it is a gift for the goddess. 80 points could be exchanged for 8,000 yuan. It was simply exhilarating. You're remarkable. I recall you used to shy away from merely seeing a sow, yet today you boldly assist the campus belle and even dare to flirt with a stranger. Have you been inspired by Liang Jingru? Sigh, did you not notice my initial hesitation? But then I thought, the worst that could happen is rejection. And perhaps they wouldn't even remember it afterward. What if they do remember and we meet again? I've contemplated it. I shall tell her that we are destined to cross paths." Impressive. At that moment, a mocking voice interrupted. "Oh, look who it is, a beggar at the entrance. How amusing. Jiang Chu, what is the meaning of this?" Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Chu turned to see a girl with a high ponytail and a cherubic face, exuding an innocence that was endearing. She wore a black short dress that accentuated her long, slender legs, her figure graceful, albeit reminiscent of being raised by a grandmother. With a modest bust, even after all these years, he recognized her at once. Song Qingqing. Song Qingqing, age, 20, height, 164 centimeters, weight, 45 kilograms, appearance, 80, power bank, 1, affection level, 20. To his surprise, Song Qingqing boasted an appearance rating of 80. However, reflecting on their high school days, she had ranked third among the campus beauties. After entering university, she enrolled in the Art Academy, renowned for its plethora of beautiful students, and thus fell out of the rankings. What is a power bank? The negative affection level made him smirk. After years of devotion and effort, he found himself less than a mere passerby, akin to feeding a dog that would at least wag its tail for its owner. Ding. System detected a qualifying target. No way. Could it be that he needs to bind Song Qingqing to enhance his affection level? That is impossible. Utterly unattainable in this lifetime, even if it meant sacrificing points. Damn it. Have you seen enough? Zheng Hao roared in frustration, yet Jiang Chu remained composed, gazing steadily at Song Qingqing. Instead, it was Xianghua who could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in frustration, "You are that despicable scoundrel, aren't you? What did you say? Seeking death, are we?" As soon as Zheng Hao's words fell, he acted, only to be swiftly brought down to the ground by Xianghua. Clutching his face, Zheng Hao bent over, wailing in pain. Xianghua clapped his hands and snorted disdainfully. This fool is nothing but an empty shell, boasting for no reason. The place they were in was already seldom traversed by passers-by, and with the late hour, no one noticed the commotion. Jiang Chu remained remarkably composed throughout the entire ordeal. Xianghua was still the same Xianghua, towering at over 1.80 m and having undergone rigorous training under his uncle in the army during his youth. He was indeed a formidable opponent for most. His impulsive nature, however, often led him into conflicts on Jiang Chu's behalf in their past life. In this lifetime, Jiang Chu resolved that as long as he could lead a good life, he would never neglect this brother of his. Meanwhile, Song Qingqing was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Once she regained her senses, she hurried over to check on the tattooed man's condition. "Brother Hao, are you all right?" She then turned to Jiang Chu, frowning with evident anger. "Jiang Chu, I know you have feelings for me, but you cannot engage in such despicable acts. What kind of miscreants do you associate with, resorting to violence? I am deeply disappointed in you." Had it been the Jiang Chu of his previous life, he would have immediately apologized and sought to placate her, fearing to upset Song Qingqing. But now, with a swift motion, he delivered a merciless slap across her face, her disheveled hair falling over her features, revealing the clear imprint of 5 fingers. "What right do you have to speak of my brother?" Jiang Chu stated coldly. Song Qingqing, holding her face where the sting lingered, was utterly stunned. "For him, you actually struck me? How dare you compare yourself to my brother? If you ever utter a single word against him, do not blame me for being unkind." Song Qingqing's affection level dropped to 5. What the hell? She thought. Is she truly so masochistic that being struck only increases her affection? Xianghua, standing nearby, was equally bewildered. Having known Jiang Chu for so long, he was well aware of Song Qingqing's significance in his life. He had even quarreled with him over her. Yet now, after merely a slight reproach from her, Jiang Chu had retaliated with a slap. Xianghua could not help but admire his boldness, feeling a surge of gratitude. Regretting that he had not been harsher on the tattooed man, Song Qingqing furrowed her brow tightly, gazing into Jiang Chu's indifferent eyes, as if all the kindness he had shown her over the years was merely a facade. This revelation left her feeling somewhat resentful. With a feigned expression of grievance and an appearance of pitiful innocence, Jiang Chu pondered, "When did you transform into such a person? How could you be like this?" Chapter 5. The Third School Bell, Missouri Yutong. Jiang Chu's demeanor was frigid. He continued to feign. In his previous life, he had been repeatedly deceived by this woman's innocent gaze. Let us go? Now, he could hardly spare a glance for a woman like Song Qingqing. Xiang Hua hurried to catch up with the swiftly departing Jiang Chu. Song Qingqing observed Jiang Chu's resolute demeanor, a flicker of satisfaction igniting within her thoughts. Go on. Keep pretending. Clearly, you cannot let go of me. You simply care too much about your pride. In no time, no, tomorrow, you will return to beg for my forgiveness. However, Jiang Chu's earlier expression did bear some semblance of a man, unlike his previous indecisiveness. Yet, what did it matter? A loser is still a loser. Mark my words. I will ensure your demise. Once the others had distanced themselves, Zheng Hao dared to voice his threats. It was only then that Song Qingqing recalled the figure still lying on the ground. She rushed back to offer comfort, only to be shoved aside by Zheng Hao. Get lost. I can get up by myself. I'm furious right now. Let us discuss the bag tomorrow when I'm in a better mood. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Song Qingqing pulled Zheng Hao into a corner and crouched down. As Jiang Chu walked back to the dormitory, nostalgia washed over him, especially upon seeing the familiar buildings and the memory-laden pathways. He never imagined he could return like the protagonist of a novel. Dormitory 302 in Building 11. Before he even opened the door, he could hear voices from within. Damn, Jinggu is incredible. The ghost is invincible. Of course. If that idiot had T disconnected, we would have won ages ago. Hurry, push the tower. They VE run out of lives. You two fools didn't T even wait for us. As Xiang Hua pushed the door open while grumbling, the all-too-familiar sight of the dormitory greeted Jiang Chu. He couldn't help but exclaim, Sons, I'm back. What are you saying? Jinggu, push the tower. Jiang Chu is being insufferable. I'm going to deal with him. Xiao Yi tossed aside his headphones and stood up, feigning anger as he lunged at Jiang Chu. Xiang Hua joined in from behind, and together they hoisted Jiang Chu onto the bed. What the hell? You're breaking the rules. Haha, it's time for some fun. Wait for me. How can Demi be left out? Lu Jing couldn't resist joining the fray. I am your father. Still trying to act tough, huh? Hee hee. In a moment, the dormitory erupted with joyous laughter. That night, Jiang Chu lay on his bed, utterly exhausted, and fell into a dream. In this dream, he possessed a fortune of hundreds of billions, and the women who had once spurned him flocked back, each adorned in a variety of alluring uniforms, white stockings, black stockings, gradient hues, and high heels, their stunning legs on full display. They eagerly surrounded him, vying for his favor. Oh, did you only achieve a modest goal today? That is hardly sufficient. Dear father, do not be angry. Anger is detrimental to one's health. Let me soothe your troubles. Father, indulge in some fruit. These grapes have just been air-freighted and are utterly delicious. Brother, this seafood has been transported from Antarctica, and it is guaranteed to be pristine. Do give it a try. As Jiang Chu was about to relish this delightful scenario, a phone call abruptly jolted him awake. Upon glancing at the unrecognized number, he felt a surge of irritation. Who could this be? Good morning. Did I disturb your slumber? The voice was exquisitely melodious and somewhat familiar. May I inquire who you are? I am Li Wenjing. We met last night. Jiang Chu's senses sharpened immediately. Oh no, could it be that she is seeking retribution for that incident? What is it that you need from me? He asked, a flutter of anxiety in his heart. Are you free later? I would like to return the money you lent me and, if possible, invite you to dinner. Certainly. I have time. No need to worry about the money. Just the dinner will suffice. Fantastic. I was just thinking of treating my goddess to a meal. My best friend will join us. I hope you don't mind. Is she as beautiful as you? No, that is great. Her name is Mo Yutong, and she is even more stunning than I am. Mo Yutong. What? You haven't heard of her? Well, she sounds somewhat familiar. After scheduling the time and place, he hung up and reclined once more. If the campus bell was initiating a meeting in a past life, he would have leapt up in excitement. However, from his past experiences with various women, he knew that if they agreed to meet at 10, he should arrive by 9:30, lest he be kept waiting. As the arrival time often depended on the girl's beauty and her fondness for him, he wondered whether he could return to that dream now that he was awake. With millions of bullets loaded, how could one simply call a ceasefire? After wrestling with his thoughts for a while and finding sleep elusive, he decided to strategize on how to enhance his appeal and concoct reasons to treat her. As the time drew near, he finally got out of bed, donned a tidy outfit that he felt satisfied with, and then departed, planning to feign having waited for an extended period upon arrival. Nevertheless, he had to visit a place first. Even with the text message reminder, he prudently took his bank card to the ATM to check his balance. To his delight, he found a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan resting in his account, and he couldn't help but clench his fist in exhilaration. Given that payment methods were not as convenient at that time, he withdrew 2,000 yuan in cash, which he tossed into his backpack, wishing he could retrieve more, but was limited by the machine's constraints. It is noteworthy that in 2010, few university students could carry 2,000 yuan in cash, especially in the province known for its fruits. After all, one could always resort to card payments. On the other side, Li Wenjing had actually arrived 10 minutes early, which led to considerable complaints from Mo Yutong. Wenjing, it's already been 20 minutes, and that guy hasn't shown up. Could he possibly be standing us up? How could he let us, the two esteemed campus beauties, wait for him? What audacity! Perhaps he had an unexpected matter to attend to. Let's wait a little longer. This was Li Wenjing's first time asking a boy out, and particularly Jiang Chu's, which made her anxious about whether he would actually come. If you weren't my best friend, I would have left by now. I have plenty of suitors. All right, I know you're the best. Look, he's here. Li Wenjing waved her hand with immense joy. From a distance, Jiang Chu spotted her and thought to himself, this is unfortunate. Things certainly don't go as planned. The esteemed campus beauty arrived right on time. This is unexpected. Various excuses raced through his mind. At the same time, he marveled at how conservatively Li Wenjing was dressed today, a loose pink SpongeBob SquarePants t-shirt. Yet her eyes were strikingly large, resembling two grand sunshades, inspiring myriad thoughts. The fitted ripped jeans accentuated her perfectly proportioned long legs, revealing skin that was fair and delicate, while the curves of her peach-shaped posterior added an alluring arc, exuding undeniable sensuality. Beside her stood a girl of similar height, her hair styled in a high ponytail. Possessing striking features, a heart-shaped face, alluring under-eye contours, and skin as fair and supple as that of a newborn. Adorning her delicately crafted earlobes were glimmering earrings. Yet her expression at that moment betrayed a hint of impatience. Her attire diverged starkly from Li Wenjing's. She wore a white crop top that accentuated her porcelain-like skin, which, though slightly smaller in stature than Wenjing's, was nonetheless formidable. With arms crossed, she exuded an undeniable allure. Her lower half clad in an ultra-short black skirt that showcased her long legs, an unforgettable sight, perfectly proportioned, with smooth, luminous skin. On her feet rested a pair of elegant high heels, epitomizing sophistication. It was no wonder that among the 5 most beautiful campus flowers, it was said that Mo Yutong's legs were the finest. Upon seeing her in person, such claims proved true. One could only imagine the number of admirers she would captivate were she to don sheer black stockings. Mo Yutong, age, 20, height, 171 centimeters, weight, 53 kilograms, beauty score, 87, power bank, 0, affection level, 10 last night. He had learned that the campus beauty rankings placed Ji Mingxi first, Li Wenjing second, and Mo Yutong third. How could her beauty score be 3 points lower than Li Wenjing's? You must be Jiang Chu? I expected you to be more put together. It seems I was mistaken. Especially since we had to wait for you so long. Mo Yutong scrutinized Jiang Chu. Her attire, while clean and neat, lacked brand recognition, and her face bore an unmistakable veneer of disdain. Mo Yutong, affection level 5, 15. What? Has my standing already diminished? Soon, we shall venture out shopping to test the influence of wealth. Chapter 6. The beginning in a lingerie store. This Mo Yutong was rumored to be a gold digger, typically unimpressed by ordinary wealthy heirs. Her haughty demeanor and dismissive gaze were telling. It was evident that she had categorized him as a mere unsophisticated commoner. He had intended to get a haircut, but in Nan City, few salons opened before 10 o'clock. He certainly couldn't go alone. Li Wenjing hastily alleviated the awkwardness. Let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Mo Yutong. She is also a campus beauty. Isn't she stunning? Yes, indeed, very beautiful. Jiang Chu had prepared numerous excuses, but found himself at a loss for words. A gold digger, you say? With this system at my disposal, I fear you may not squander enough. Mo Yutong was on the verge of exploding with anger. After all, she held the prestigious title of the third-ranked school beauty. Countless boys were vying for her affection, yet this particular boy was so dismissive. Mo Yutong sighed, her favorability rating dropping to 5. It became evident that in the presence of a gold digger, lacking substantial prowess rendered mere compliments ineffective, leading the other party to perceive one as a mere sycophant. Will your girlfriend be upset if you hang out with us? Li Wenjing inquired cautiously. I don't have a girlfriend, Jiang Chu replied without a moment's hesitation. Mo Yutong turned her head, smirking disdainfully. It was indeed odd for someone like him to have a girlfriend. Haven't you always liked Song Qingqing? She teased. Not at all. She isn't even a fraction as beautiful as you, Jiang Chu replied candidly, much to Li Wenjing's delight. Can mere flattery increase favorability? I should compliment more often. Li Wenjing mused. Mo Yutong was taken aback. Was this truly her best friend, the aloof school beauty who never interacted with boys? It was just a matter of lending a mere 1,000 yuan, not even 10 million. Was it really worth such exuberance? The taxi arrived. Jiang Chu hailed it and assertively took the front seat, determined to keep the other party from becoming overly cautious, planning to be more generous with his money later. Their destination was Sheep Square, the heart of the city, bustling with various department stores, pedestrian streets, and a culinary avenue. Inside the taxi, Jiang Chu could sense 2 scrutinizing gazes from behind, accompanied by hushed whispers. He gazed out the window, reflecting on the rapid changes that had unfolded over the past decade. The journey, though not long, took half an hour due to the city's incessant road repairs, as if halting work would plunge many into unemployment. Jiang Chu willingly paid the fare, chuckling at the 14 yuan credited to his account, amused by the system's peculiarities. At Nansha department store, where numerous renowned brands occupied the first and second floors, they soon entered a shop. Following them, Jiang Chu reached the entrance only to be greeted by a tantalizing display of vibrant merchandise, Victoria's Secret. To his astonishment, they were surrounded by an array of women's lingerie. From a distance, he could see Mo Yutong's triumphant expression and Li Wenjing's slightly anxious demeanor as she said something to her. Yutong, why did you drag me in here? How can I, as a boy, possibly enter? Jiang Chu protested. What do you mean? Didn't we agree yesterday to look at lingerie? Mo Yutong scoffed inwardly, thinking it was for the best that he did not enter. Let him experience the discomfort of waiting. Speaking of which, what has gotten into you today, little girl? I've never seen you show any interest in a boy before. Surely, you aren't developing a crush on someone like him? It's hard to fathom what's appealing about him. He's neither handsome nor affluent. Just remember, the number of boys vying for your attention at school could easily fill 2 classes, perhaps even more. Yutong, you mustn't speak of Jiang Chu that way, Li Wenjing interjected, her expression suddenly turning frosty with indignation. Mo Yutong widened her eyes in disbelief. Her closest friend was actually defending a boy she had just met, and her resentment was directed at Jiang Chu. As if by coincidence, a voice chimed in nearby. Well, fancy running into your ardent admirer here. Jiang Chu turned to see Song Qingqing clinging to Zheng Hao's arm, completely ignoring him this time, her disdain evident on her face. Zheng Hao wore a crooked grin, but his cheek was still swollen from a punch delivered by Xiang Hua the previous day, which made Jiang Chu struggle to suppress a laugh. Damn it, this is infuriating, he muttered, the tension causing his facial muscles to ache as he clutched his face. Are you all right, Hao Ge? Song Qingqing inquired with concern, then shifted her gaze to Jiang Chu. You, a boy, loitering outside a lingerie store? That's downright perverse. After all this time, I can't believe you're so sordid. Have you never seen lingerie before? I know exactly what kind your crush wears, Zheng Hao shot back, casting a glance at Song Qingqing, seemingly reveling in his perceived victory. Move out of the way if you're not going in, you fool. Just as he took a few steps inside, Zheng Hao suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the interior. It appeared he had spotted Mo Yutong and the others. In comparison, they were undeniably more beautiful than Song Qingqing, both in figure and appearance, elevating them to a higher echelon of attractiveness. Zheng Hao promptly shoved Song Qingqing aside, smoothed his hair, and strutted over, assuming a pose he deemed charming, evidently intending to pursue them. Song Qingqing, glancing at Mo Yutong and her friends, harbored a flicker of malice in her eyes. Jiang Chu observed everything with quiet amusement. Hello, isn't that the campus beauty Mo Yutong? Although they are not from the same school, Zheng Hao had long heard of her illustrious reputation. Such a materialistic and exquisite beauty seemed perfectly suited for him. The girl beside her, even more stunning than Mo Yutong, momentarily eluded his memory, despite her figure lacking the sultriness of Mo Yutong. The allure of her presence held his gaze for quite some time, oblivious to Li Wenjing's disdainful stare. "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zheng Hao. People outside often refer to me as Brother Hao. I am indeed quite prominent. My family runs a company valued in the millions. It's a pleasure to meet you both." "Not bad at all," Mo Yutong remarked, immediately discerning the designer labels that adorned Zheng Hao. A slight smile graced her lips, inflating Zheng Hao's pride. Unfortunately, the girl beside her remained frigid, not sparing him a glance. "You're too kind. That wealth is merely the fruit of my family's hard work. I'm still a student. My monthly allowance is only 2,000 to 3,000. Mo Yutong's eyes widened in surprise, and with a pitiful expression, she said, "I barely make over 1,000 a month. Dreaming of a handbag feels utterly unattainable. Haha, you're quite the comedian. The items in this store must not come cheap. I'm just here to browse. I could never afford them," Mo Yutong replied, her enthusiasm waning. Zheng Hao puffed out his chest, gesturing grandly. "Since fate has brought us together, choose whatever you like. I shall cover the bill." "Really? That would be wonderful." Mo Yutong's smile was more of a facade. Jiang Chu recognized that the money meant little to her. Reflecting on past experiences, he remembered how he had once been easily swayed by gestures as simple as an ice cream invitation. Mistaking flattery for genuine affection, it was all just a game. Meanwhile, Song Qingqing perused provocative lingerie, holding up pieces for inspection as if Jiang Chu were invisible. He noticed the occasional venomous glance she cast in his direction, albeit well disguised. This demonstrated her cunning. Even if she viewed Jiang Chu as beneath her, she still dangled the bait to keep him interested. Regrettably, Jiang Chu's attention remained solely on the two campus beauties. Initially, he had intended to let them choose and cover the expenses himself, but now Zheng Hao had intruded with his offer, jeopardizing Jiang Chu's plan. He resolved not to hesitate any longer and stepped into the realm of women's lingerie he had never before entered. However, he did not wish to engage with Song Qingqing. Yet she unexpectedly obstructed his path. Chapter 7. Can hitting Song Qingqing increase affection? Jiang Chu, are you planning to pay for me? Let me inform you. Brother Hao will take care of it, so your services are unnecessary. Jiang Chu could hardly contain his amusement, wondering which eye of hers had perceived him as her benefactor. However, upon reflection, he realized that in his previous life, he often committed such foolish acts. Though he desired to disregard her, she stepped aside to block his passage. "Jiang Chu, I know you have feelings for me, but we are fundamentally incompatible." Jiang Chu was at a loss for words, his brow furrowed in irritation as he replied, "Please move aside. I have long since lost any affection for you." Song Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Jiang Chu would utter such words. "Humph, trying to play hard to get with me? You're rather naive." In the distance, Li Wenjing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Do you believe that employing such radical tactics will make you appear cool enough to capture my attention? Please, do not be so childish." Jiang Chu was on the verge of losing his temper, questioning how he could have ever been attracted to such a dimwit. The commotion drew the attention of the store staff, who, upon seeing Jiang Chu's attire, recognized it as cheap clothing. In stark contrast to the two exceptionally beautiful girls inside, it was evident that he was merely a persistent suitor. The attendant naturally wore a displeased expression, declaring, "This is a women's lingerie store. If you do not wish to purchase anything, please leave and do not disturb our customers." Jiang Chu's frown deepened, while Song Qingqing silently averted her gaze, pretending not to know him. In the distance, Zheng Hao watched Jiang Chu's predicament with barely concealed delight, his expression one of triumph as he provocatively raised his chin in a gesture of disdain. Mo Yutong had also assumed the role of a bystander, and the atmosphere in the store grew increasingly tense, with all circumstances unfavorably aligned against Jiang Chu. Although he could claim to be with Mo Yutong and her companions, they were not familiar enough for him to speak up. If they denied his association, it would only further humiliate him. What could he do? Should he flaunt that 20,000 yuan in cash to save face? Such a tactic was utterly foolish, as onlookers might think he had experienced some triggering event and was now acting recklessly. Just as he was in a quandary, he saw Li Wenjing striding towards him, who, without a word, directly linked her arm with Jiang Chu's. Her expression stern as she stated, "Jiang Chu came with me. On what grounds do you expel him?" The scene left everyone present utterly astounded. The waiter, who had intended to voice his thoughts, swallowed his words, feelings of indignation swelling within him. How could such a mediocre individual have a girlfriend so stunning? It was akin to a cabbage being courted by a swine in the realm of reality. Yet, she was merely an employee earning a wage. No matter how arrogant she might be, she could not simply dismiss others. With a disdainful huff, she turned on her heel and departed. Meanwhile, Song Qingqing's expression darkened to an ashen hue. She was well aware of Li Wenjing, the ice queen of the campus. Previously, she had set her sights on several wealthy heirs, only to have them pursue Li Wenjing, showering her with flowers and gifts, while they scarcely spared her a glance. This had fostered a deep-seated resentment within her. The beauty of her rival not only surpassed her own, but also struck at her insecurities, particularly in dimensions where she felt she fell short. As for Jiang Chu, he had always been her devoted admirer, readily summoned and dismissed at her whim. Now, witnessing his close proximity to the campus belle, Li Wenjing, was unbearable for her. Even if she deemed him worthless, he was not someone she would permit another to claim. Song Qingqing's favorability rating stood at 5. Upon receiving the system notification, Jiang Chu was taken aback, contemplating certain truths. Regardless of one's lack of charm or wealth, if surrounded by extraordinary beauty, it would inevitably draw the attention of other women. Curiosity or jealousy would arise. After all, a man pursued by those more beautiful than they must possess some exceptional qualities. Even if they were not enamored, they would feel compelled to possess him. This was the competitive spirit that defined women. In the distance, Zheng Hao wore an expression of discomfort akin to having swallowed something foul. Were it not for the presence of Mo Yutong beside him, he would have unleashed a torrent of expletives. Just moments ago, Li Wenjing had ignored him, and now she was cavorting with that fool. Mo Yutong quietly approached Li Wenjing and whispered, "Wenjing, what are you doing? That Hao Gu is a wealthy heir, far richer than those I encountered before. Why should that concern me?" Jiang Chu was equally bewildered by Li Wenjing's sudden affection, his senses overwhelmed by her fragrance and the palpable pressure of her arm against his, igniting a euphoric sensation within him. "Jiang Chu, is this what you call liking me? So, you had secretly found someone else all along," Song Qingqing exclaimed, her fists clenched in fury. Jiang Chu cast a sidelong glance at Song Qingqing, his brow furrowed. "Like you?" With that demeanor, even a phone case might bubble up. Suddenly, he recalled that smartphones had yet to emerge, and the market for phone cases had not yet proliferated. "Do you not understand? What I mean is, you are out of my league." With a deliberate gaze, he stole a glance at Song Qingqing's bosom. If one could not comprehend the implications of such actions, it would truly indicate a lack of intelligence. Li Wenjing, unable to contain her laughter, stifled it behind her hand. The rare smile of the ice-cold campus beauty left Jiang Chu in a state of astonishment, while Zheng Hao nearly erupted with frustration. Why should a mere nobody like him garner the affections of a goddess? "You," Song Qingqing, suddenly infuriated, found her temper flaring. The laughter of Li Wenjing only exacerbated her anger. What was so amusing? This so-called ice-cold beauty was merely a sham, an insipid pretender, who knew how many men had already been with her. Li Wenjing, taken aback by such venomous words, felt her smile vanish in an instant. Nearby, Mo Yutong also overheard, her expression darkening as she took a step forward, her hand raised in indignation. At that moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air, landing squarely on Song Qingqing's face, leaving her utterly stunned, along with everyone present. "What gives you the right to speak of her?" Jiang Chu's voice was frigid. His hand, sticky with foundation, brushed against his pants, powdering the ground beneath him. "How dare you hit me?" Song Qingqing could hardly believe it. She had been struck twice in 2 days. The imprint from yesterday's slap had yet to fade, prompting her to apply heavy makeup. Now, once again, Jiang Chu had struck her, a boy she had once fawned over for years. Had he found favor with the campus beauty and deemed her unworthy? Song Qingqing's affection level was at 5. Her gaze toward Jiang Chu was filled with rage and confusion. Jiang Chu felt a surge of irritation. What was Song Qingqing up to? Li Wenjing, glancing at Jiang Chu's profile, found him strikingly handsome at this moment, his features sharply defined. Her large eyes sparkled with an emotion she couldn't quite identify. Was it infatuation or joy? Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on his arm, causing Jiang Chu to feel overwhelmed. Li Wenjing's affection level rose to 5. This sudden increase brought him immense joy. The slap had been worth it. "Brother Hao, your girlfriend has quite a foul mouth," he mused. Mo Yutong, however, wore a displeased expression, After all, Li Wenjing was her close friend, and Song Qingqing had no right to speak so disparagingly. Chapter 8. A contest at the lingerie store. No. Qingqing was just upset. She didn't mean it. It's all the fault of this loser. Zheng Hao's eyes twitched in irritation. What had begun as a pleasant encounter with Mo Yutong had devolved into chaos. Why was Song Qingqing acting so erratically? She could have simply criticized Jiang Chu, yet she had to lash out at Li Wenjing instead. Ultimately, she laid the blame squarely on Jiang Chu. Her incessant muttering turning into a tirade, her agitation pushing her towards confrontation. However, upon realizing that Jiang Chu towered over him by half a head and possessed an even sharper gaze than the formidable Xiang Hua from the previous day, he hesitated. The lingering pain from his recent altercation reminded him that a wise man does not fall prey to immediate misfortunes. If brute strength was not an option, then he would resort to wealth, a realm where he could undoubtedly surpass his opponent. Brother Hao, he hit me. You must stand up for me, Song Qingqing implored, nestling against Zheng Hao like a wounded kitten. Such a coward, striking a woman. Mo Yutong muttered disdainfully. Men like you should count themselves fortunate that you weren't sent to Qingbei. You would only have brought shame upon your family. Zheng Hao retorted mockingly. Qingqing, let's not stoop to the level of this rustic fool. Choose whatever you desire here. I shall cover the expenses. All right, thank you, Brother Hao. Song Qingqing's pain from the slap was instantly forgotten. You two are a couple, aren't you? Why not buy for her as well? How can someone incapable of affording even a bra think of dating? She had just glanced at the prices of lingerie here, most costing several hundred, even over 1,000. She knew full well that Jiang Chu's monthly allowance barely amounted to that. Zheng Hao was regaining his pride through wealth. By the way, Qingqing, didn't you mention that his family consists solely of farmers? Can they even scrape together 500 for living expenses in a month? Li Wenjing, do keep your eyes peeled. Being with someone like him might mean you end up footing the bill for meals. Mind your own business, Li Wenjing replied coldly, though her grip remained firm. Competing in wealth? Jiang Chu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This was fortuitously playing into his hands. He resolved not to concede too quickly. After all, he possessed a system. Soon, he would relish their tears. Turning to Li Wenjing, he said, Wenjing, this Victoria brand is quite impressive. Since we are here, why not select a few sets for yourself? Huh. Li Wenjing was taken aback. What did Jiang Chu mean by suggesting she buy something? Could it be? Sure. But everything here is so small. Who could possibly wear such tiny sizes? Surely, there must be something suitable for me in the back. I think I might just fit. Jiang Chu nearly burst into laughter. The way Li Wenjing articulated her thoughts was simply delightful, an astonishing contrast to the icy demeanor she was renowned for. Mo Yutong felt less restrained and burst into laughter, especially upon witnessing Song Qingqing's expression of gritted teeth, nearly slapping her thigh in amusement. Humph. I am quite eager to see if you will have a girl pay for you. Yutong, what I said earlier still stands. Choose whatever you like, and I shall cover the expense. Very well, I extend my gratitude to Brother Hao. Mo Yutong's eyes sparkled with delight. As they deliberated on lingerie, Zheng Hao returned to Song Qingqing's side. After selecting 2 everyday sets, Song Qingqing ventured into the special area. Holding up a vibrant red camisole set and a black lace ensemble, eliciting a series of approving nods and a rather mischievous expression from Zheng Hao. He was captivated by Song Qingqing, whose innocent exterior evoked sympathy, yet beneath lay a stark contrast. Concerned about being seen by Mo Yutong and the others, she instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Jiang Chu could not help but acknowledge Song Qingqing's adeptness at understanding hearts. Even he momentarily envisioned her in a more provocative light. No, he must remain composed. Aspiring to form a dance troupe in the future, one Song Qingqing was hardly a concern. Turning his gaze, he indulged in the diverse array of lingerie styles within the store, every conceivable design, from everyday to seductive, black lace, crimson embroidery, white camisoles, and those little frills, butterfly shapes, sheer lace, even a mere thread. Each unique design exuded sensual allure, befitting a Victoria's Secret. Mo Yutong whispered to Li Wenjing, look at him, that lecherous expression, shamelessly staring everywhere. And, are you out of your mind? Do you intend to pay for him yourself? Those are expensive pieces. Li Wenjing's response was resolute. I cannot bear to witness Jiang Chu being mocked. Do not concern yourself with me. You will drive me to madness. Mo Yutong pouted, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Chu. Mo Yutong, affection level 10. Though her words were hushed, Jiang Chu overheard them clearly and felt a surge of emotion. No. He was resolute in his mission to save countless young girls. His determination must remain unwavering. Li Wenjing held a white lace-embroidered set and a pink invisible one. Suddenly turning to Jiangchu. Which one do you think is prettier? Are you asking me? Jiangchu responded. Yes, take a look. Li Wenjing held 2 sets of bras before the magnificent lights, demonstrating their allure. The bras themselves exuded an innate charm, especially when presented by the epitome of beauty. The campus goddess. Who could resist such temptation? Jiangchu swallowed hard, thinking, you are the brother of Bear 2. Anything you wear would look stunning. Who is Bear 2? Everything looks good, yet only one set can be chosen. Which one to select? Not far away, Zheng Hao craned his neck, frustrated that Jiangchu's figure blocked his view of the splendid opportunity before him. How could he miss such a chance? For a moment, he glared at Jiangchu with clenched teeth. Jiangchu contemplated seriously. No need for hesitation. I shall take both sets. Those other options from earlier also caught my eye. Let's purchase them all. I shall cover the expenses. Zheng Hao burst into laughter. Huh? Buying them all? You're really reaching for the sky. If you can spend more than I do today, I will crawl out of this store. But if you lose, you crawl. Do you dare? Jiangchu. If I were you, I would leave swiftly to avoid embarrassment, remarked Song Qingqing, her tone dripping with disdain. Hey, he is a rich second generation. It's clear you will lose. Don't make a fool of yourself, Mu Yutong added without sparing a glance. Are you shameless? This is outright bullying. And by the way, is that money yours? It's from your family, Li Wenjing retorted angrily. All right, I accept your challenge, but don't back out later. Jiangchu replied, a flicker of excitement in his voice, though it was feigned. Inside, he was elated, having planned to spend a bit more anyway. He wasn't afraid of a straightforward competition. If he doubled the stakes, how exhilarating that would be. Jiangchu, how could you? Li Wenjing was slightly taken aback. No worries, go ahead and shop. I might not even lose, he replied with a chuckle. Ha ha ha, everyone saw it. I didn't force him. Zheng Hao, surprised that Jiangchu actually agreed, was eager to witness his shameful exit. Qingqing, he, understood. How go, Song Qingqing said, her expression one of delight. Such a rare opportunity to face off against an annoying rival, and to purchase so many Victoria's Secret items without remorse, she thought. Seeing something she liked, she grabbed it without hesitation, as it wasn't her money at stake, causing no pangs of guilt. The waitress, thinking to herself, encouraged them to compete, as her commission depended on their purchases. She was well aware of whom to cater to and warmly attended to Song Qingqing, introducing various items while occasionally disparaging Jiangchu. Meanwhile, Li Wenjing simply observed, hesitant to act, still doubting Jiangchu's financial capabilities. Jiangchu gazed into Li Wenjing's eyes and said, Wenjing, will you trust me? Li Wenjing held his gaze for a moment, perceiving his confidence and resolve. She nodded, choosing to believe in him. All right. Jiangchu, oblivious to her shyness, was solely focused on encouraging her to select more items. Choose as many as you like. Don't worry, I'll cover the bill. Very well. Li Wenjing proceeded to gather the several outfits they had just viewed. You truly are infuriating, Mo Yutong exclaimed, unable to fathom why her best friend would place her trust in this underachiever. Jiangchu turned to Mo Yutong and inquired, what about you? Would you like to select a few as well? I'll treat you. No, thank you. I can't afford to cover your expenses. Observing her disdainful demeanor, Jiangchu merely smiled. It was natural for her to be skeptical, and he understood that he must gradually demonstrate his capabilities. Hey, have you two finished choosing? We've been waiting here for ages. Zheng Hao and Song Qingqing had just arrived moments earlier, eager to witness Jiangchu's impending defeat. Jiangchu called the attendant over. Hello. I'd like to purchase these. The attendant appeared somewhat surprised. However, Li Wenjing still harbored some concerns, which Jiangchu reassured her about with a glance. The attendant's expression was one of reluctance, yet with surveillance cameras in the store, she dared not act out, and could only retrieve new items from the stockroom to package. She thought to herself, I'll have my moment of mockery once he fails to produce the funds. Soon, all their selected items were placed on the counter. It must be said, Song Qingqing was quite bold, directly choosing 5 outfits, each priced over 1,000, which made Zheng Hao wince with discomfort. Considering Song Qingqing's figure, he felt that apart from the 2 more risky outfits he deemed worthwhile, the other 3 everyday pieces were an extravagant waste of fabric. However, for the sake of pride, he had to prevail. Hey, how go? Didn't you just say you would cover my bill? Look, I'm only asking for 3 outfits. You wouldn't begrudge me, would you? Mo Yutong said with a subtle pout. Of course not. It's just 3 outfits, he replied nonchalantly. Earlier, he had only agreed to 1. Did he truly think Zheng Hao would be taken for a fool? Yet, he couldn't show his irritation now. That would be a matter for another day. Thank you. How go? Let us exchange contact details later. Haha, sure. Finally, there was a glimmer of success. Having contact information was a significant step forward. After all, they were adults, and Zheng Hao felt immense satisfaction. The total for both of them comes to 9,003 after the discount. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hao felt a pang of regret. His monthly food expenses amounted to merely 10,000, and any claim of 20 or 30,000 was nothing more than boastful exaggeration. Coupled with his usual extravagant spending habits, his remaining funds were negligible. He promptly produced a card for payment, not bothering to glance at the amount Jiang Chu had indicated. As he believed she was merely posturing, there was no way she could possibly afford such an extravagant sum. He swiped his card, but an unsettling silence ensued. What is the hold-up? Swipe the card. Zheng Hao frowned. The server, visibly embarrassed, replied, I apologize, but our establishment has just opened, and the machine has yet to be installed. Do you have any cash? Zheng Hao was taken aback and erupted in anger. Are you kidding me? For items exceeding 10,000, and I can't even use my card. Who carries that much cash around? Before he could finish, Jiang Chu produced 2 stacks of cash from her bag and slammed them onto the counter, effectively slapping Zheng Hao's earlier words back in his face, leaving him speechless. Let us settle the bill, including both of us. A slight smile graced her lips. The machines this year had not yet been fully miniaturized, making it evident at a glance that Zheng Hao had little cash on him considering his 2 pockets. Victory was assured, and even swiping a card posed no fear. Shock. Stupefaction. The crowd gaped at the 2 stacks of cash, particularly Zheng Hao, whose face turned crimson as he struggled to find words. Settle the bill? He stammered. Oh right. The server finally reacted, beginning to tally the amount while casting a glance at Jiang Chu, whose presence was no longer met with disdain, but with a mix of apology and sycophancy. Commissions were back on the table. How splendid. Jiang Chu. How could you possibly carry so much cash? Li Wenjing's previous worries evaporated, replaced by excitement. Mo Yutong scrutinized Jiang Chu anew, pondering her thoughts. After applying a discount, the total came to 12,000. The server began counting and verifying the cash, the sound of clinking reminiscent of slaps landing on Zheng Hao's face. Brother Hao, what about the items I selected? Song Qingqing asked cautiously, provoking Zheng Hao's ire. What do you mean, what about them? If you have cash, then produce it. Otherwise, are you going to pay for it? Song Qingqing felt a surge of resentment, particularly upon witnessing Li Wenjing, with her cunning demeanor, proudly flaunting her numerous accomplishments. The adoration reflected in Jiang Chu's gaze towards her provoked an intense irritation within Song Qingqing. Had she known of Jiang Chu's considerable wealth, she would not have hastily severed ties with him. How about I assist you with the bill? Jiang Chu inquired, wearing an infuriatingly smug smile. Sure, Song Qingqing replied, momentarily swept up in excitement. However, her feelings quickly shifted as she noted her favorability rating with Jiang Chu plummet to a mere 5. Wait, are you mocking me? Is that even a thing? She thought incredulously. No thank you, she eventually responded, observing that Zheng Hao's expression had turned a deep shade of green, prompting her to halt her enthusiasm. Li Wenjing's favorability rating stood at 3, while Mo Yutong's soared to 10. Why did Li Wenjing only gain 3 points? How could Mo Yutong's favorability increase so dramatically? Is it the allure of wealth? Jiang Chu smugly proclaimed, I've contributed 12,000, and you've barely surpassed 9,000. Doesn't that mean I win? The opposing party's face darkened, teeth clenched in frustration, before they indignantly retorted, that doesn't count. This ridiculous place doesn't accept cards. It's not that I lack funds. It's simply unfair. We need to find a venue that accepts cards for a proper comparison. How can you be so shameless? Do you have no sense of decency? Li Wenjing scolded fiercely. The server, casting a disdainful glance at Zheng Hao, muttered under their breath. He looks decent, but is arrogant despite his lack of funds. What a waste of my expressions. Zheng Hao barely restrained himself from exploding in anger. Yutong, why don't we exchange QQ numbers? He suggested, only to receive a scathing glare from Mo Yutong, who hadn't even made a purchase yet. Zheng Hao could feel the tension rising in his forehead. In the midst of it all, Mo Yutong, aware that arguing would be futile, opted to ignore the situation and defiantly shouted, Jiang Chu, are you brave enough to challenge me again? Jiang Chu straightened his posture, clearly enticed by the taunt. All right, let us compete. You choose the venue, but if you lose, don't make excuses. Zheng Hao felt a wave of elation. Agreeing was a relief, as it was indeed a precarious situation. Wait, this isn't fair, Li Wenjing interjected. You've already lost, and Jiang Chu has already spent over 10,000 here. Wanting to compete again is utterly shameless. Zheng Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment as his internal musings were laid bare. Let it be. A rematch is a rematch. I want him to acknowledge his defeat thoroughly, Zheng Hao scoffed. You can keep pretending. Your 2,000 might as well have been pilfered from your family. But if you wish to invite suffering upon yourself, so be it. Let me show you the true essence of affluence. Indeed, the outcome remains uncertain. Jiang Shui observed Zheng Hao's endearing nature, marveling at his thoughtfulness as he playfully offered his cheek for a light slap, seemingly eager to indulge. Upon accessing the system, he was greeted by the delightful sight of 12,000 points returned, prompting an immediate decision to redeem them. A notification of 120,000 in earnings soon followed, filling him with exuberance. At this pace, the pinnacle of success was tantalizingly within reach. Zheng Hao and Song Qingqing led the way, well aware of Jiang Chu's substantial cash reserves, thus opting for items priced above 10,000. A specialty store? Jiang Chu chuckled to himself, recalling his prior dealings with this brand in his past life. Despite the flattering words of those superficial admirers, their intentions invariably pointed toward this very place. As a previously impoverished individual, he would have recoiled at the mere sight. Yet now, equipped with the system, he smirked, eager to see if it would burst beneath his feet. Qingqing, have you not long desired that new handbag? Today, your wish shall be fulfilled. Wow. I merely mentioned it casually. I had no idea you had been keeping it in mind. How good. You are simply too generous. However, that one is rather pricey. I am with you. How good. Because of your kindness. You've already gifted me one. This one, I can forego. Zheng Hao couldn't help but scoff internally, her words sounding almost sincere. To the uninitiated, one might genuinely believe Song Qingqing was a person of deep sentiment. Yet he was no fool. He had encountered many like her. Currently, he was engaged in a wager with that fellow, so allowing her to enjoy a small advantage seemed reasonable. He could always make up for it later with more thoughtful gifts. Excitedly, Song Qingqing felt a twinge of regret for the branded lingerie she had just discarded. However, in comparison to the handbag, it paled significantly. She was utterly devoted to handbags, and after receiving a 20,000 yuan bag from Zheng Hao, she had eagerly embraced him without hesitation. This new handbag, valued at nearly 40,000, was a prize worth having. Should she acquire it? A heartfelt thank you to Jiang Chu would be in order. With a playful glance back at Li Wenjing, she thought, humph, it's merely a few sets of lingerie. How good is buying me a brand new handbag? No matter how splendid your lingerie may be, can it be worn on display? With that, Song Qingqing eagerly tugged Zheng Hao into the store. However, just a few steps in, he halted her at the entrance, glancing down at the remarkably pristine floor. Oh, my apologies, I seem to have caught a cold, and there is quite a bit of phlegm. Hopefully, someone will come along to clean this shortly, he remarked. Casting a triumphant glance at Jiang Chu, chest puffed out in pride, before striding confidently inside. Disgusting, indeed. Li Wenjing harbored a profound aversion towards Zheng Hao, to the extent that even Mo Yutong furrowed her brows in discontent. Jiang Chu, maintaining an impassive demeanor, was secretly overjoyed, curious as to who would intervene shortly. The shelves within were adorned predominantly with an array of handbags, a veritable feast for the eyes. Wenjing, come here quickly. This is the bag I mentioned to you earlier. Mo Yutong, upon spotting the handbag, was overtaken by excitement, momentarily forgetting the earlier incident. Indeed, the allure of a handbag proved irresistible to any woman. Grabbing Li Wenjing's hand, she rushed over. It's truly exquisite, especially suited for you, Li Wenjing praised. Really? Until now? She had maintained her composure in the lingerie store, yet the sight of the handbag unveiled her true emotions. She lifted the bag to her chest, her feet aligning together as she tiptoed, her high ponytail swaying in tandem, her face alight with uncontainable excitement. Yutong, if you would allow me the opportunity, I shall purchase this bag for you. How does that sound? Zheng Hao, with hands tucked into his pockets, wore an expression of self-satisfaction, as if the 30,000 yuan bag was merely trifling in his eyes. Mo Yutong's face brightened with excitement, yet a smile played on her lips. She understood the implications of his words. Surely, he could not be so naive as to think that a mere bag would win her over. Numerous wealthy heirs had attempted to bestow gifts upon her, yet like Zheng Hao, they were shrewd, often waiting for the right moment before making their offers. Some even suggesting a hotel room before presenting their gifts, as if she were to be treated so lightly. Nevertheless, she was undeniably enamored with the bag. Yet the thought of her bank card containing only a few thousand yuan, which included her living expenses, left her feeling despondent. "I adore this one," Li Wenjing remarked, picking up another handbag, her eyes sparkling with delight, though not as overtly enthusiastic as Mo Yutong. "Your taste is impeccable. This model is from the latest collection. Just arrived yesterday and looks absolutely stunning on you." A beautiful sales attendant, clad in white gloves, recommended with a smile. "And these styles are also new. Do take a look," she added, presenting several more bags before Jiang Chu. This salesgirl's demeanor surprised him. Typically, one would expect to be dismissed given his appearance. Yet she treated him with equal regard. He couldn't help but scrutinize her a bit more closely. She had an oval face tied up in a high ponytail, exuding a blend of charm and shyness, her uniform accentuating her graceful figure. While she may not have compared to Mo Yutong or Li Wenjing, her score of 75 was still quite commendable. The badge on her chest read in turn, Zhao Shaoling. "Zhao Shaoling, how could you carelessly take out the bag? What if it gets damaged? Will you compensate for it?" A woman, also dressed in uniform and possessing a pleasing figure, approached briskly with a stern expression, clearly displeased. "Sister Zhang." Zhao Shaoling appeared as a child caught in wrongdoing, feeling somewhat at a loss, yet she managed to argue her point. "I believe he came here with them. So what? You accept anyone, and you think you can secure a permanent position with such behavior? Indeed, Shaoling, you must heed Sister Zhang's advice. Not everyone can be treated as a guest. They must possess the requisite capability." Nearby, Wu Li, a staff member serving Zheng Hao and his companions, remarked. Though of average appearance, she occasionally cast flirtatious glances at Zheng Hao, who was nearly beaming with delight, almost bursting into laughter. "This one, pack it up for me." "Certainly. This bag costs 30,000. Please swipe your card over here." Song Qingqing was elated, knowing that with this bag, she would surely evoke envy among her roommates and friends upon returning. Wu Li's eyes sparkled with joy. She had entered the company at the same time as Zhao Shaoling and was also an intern. However, Zhao Shaoling's looks outshone hers, and several times. Customers had insisted on seeking out Zhao Shaoling, which fostered a lingering resentment in her. Now, having sold a bag within such a short span, only 3 more sales would meet the criteria for her permanent position, while Zhao Shaoling faced reprimand from Sister Zhang and was serving a rather impoverished customer. Guaranteeing her performance today would yield no results. "Are you Zhao Shaoling? How much more do you need to achieve for a permanent position?" Zhao Shaoling was taken aback. The boy who appeared younger than her had suddenly posed this question. "I still need 100,000 in sales." She wondered why he was asking. Jiang Chu did not respond, but turned toward Li Wenjing. "So do you like it?" Li Wenjing thought he was merely making small talk. "I do like it, but I'm only browsing." "No worries. If you like it, I'll cover the bill." "No, Jiang Chu, I am aware of your family situation. You just spent so much. That person is just being unreasonable. There's no need to stoop to his level. Let us leave." "Leave?" Jiang Chu became anxious. "This is a bag worth tens of thousands. Think of the points. And you're suggesting leaving?" "Wait a moment, Wenjing. To be honest, I'm a hidden rich second-generation heir. I possess wealth, immense wealth." Li Wenjing stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "Jiang Chu, you really are quite the joker. You sound entirely serious." "Enough already. If Wenjing does not mind, you need not pretend any longer. If you lack funds, simply admit it. It won't lead to any dire consequences. The handbags here cost at least 20 to 30,000, which is quite normal if one cannot afford them." Mo Yutong occasionally cast flirtatious glances towards Zheng Hao, much to his delight. "Let us do this, Wenjing. I genuinely wish to gift you a handbag, and it is evident that you are quite fond of it. Could you perhaps indulge me for once? If I truly cannot afford to pay for it later, we shall leave, all right?" However, gazing into Jiang Chu's fervent eyes, Li Wenjing felt a surge of emotion. "Very well, I shall choose that one." The handbag she pointed to was the least expensive in the shop, as she recalled that Jiang Chu had a stack of cash, which, combined with her own funds, should suffice. 10,000. It's an outdated style, Jiang Chu thought, feeling a pang of annoyance. "Please, don't spare my expenses." Zhang Hao could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "After all that deliberation, you chose one over 10,000. Alas, that sum is likely what you would spend on food for an entire year, I assent it. Oh dear, After buying a handbag for someone, you might as well prepare to live off the earth. Jiang Chu, if I were you, I would refrain from purchasing it. A mere 10,000 is likely what your family earns in a year from farming. Song Qingqing did not miss the opportunity to add salt to the wound. Yutong, I know you desire that handbag, merely over 30,000. If you agree to a small request of mine, I shall gift it to you. Really, would you consider it? Zheng Hao was completely unconcerned about Song Qingqing's jealousy, as he understood her motivations were purely financial. Having bought her a handbag, she should comprehend the boundaries and not jeopardize his good fortune. Mo Yutong felt a flutter of desire, yet it was clear what the so-called small request entailed. Jiang Chu shook his head slightly, realizing it was time to reveal his trump card. He beckoned Zhao Xiaoling over. Hello, could you come here for a moment? Zhao Xiaoling approached. Jiang Chu pointed to the handbag Li Wenjing had just mentioned. This one, is this the one you wish to purchase? Zhao Xiaoling inquired. No. What I mean is, aside from this one, I want all 5 of the latest models. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief. It was as if they had misheard, their faces a portrait of incredulity. Ah, you mean you want them all? The total for these 5 amounts to 283,000, Zhao Xiaoling stammered. Jiang Chu was surprised at how quickly she calculated the sum. Indeed. I want them all. Please, charge it to my card. Jiang Chu, what on earth are you doing? There is no need to buy so many. And where do you have such funds? Li Wenjing felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Jiang Chu was acting impulsively, instinctively clutching his arm tighter. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chu merely turned his head, gently patting her on the head with his other hand. Looking into her eyes, he spoke with a warm and powerful voice. I wish to purchase them all, for it is your preference. If you adore every bag in this store, I shall acquire them all. If you don't buy more, how could I possibly have any money? Li Wenjing was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed with emotion. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears. Li Wenjing thought, my affinity level has risen by 3 points. How peculiar it was that compliments seemed to elevate her feelings. Jiang Chu felt a surge of excitement. It appeared he would need to offer more praise in the future. Ha ha ha. You are utterly hilarious, claiming you would buy everything. 280,000. What are you trying to prove? You have nothing. Zheng Hao laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Humph. Zhao Xiaoling, you better think this through. This person is clearly here to stir trouble, Wu Li scoffed. Among those present was the previously critical Sister Zhang, who now regarded Jiang Chu with a serious expression, squinting as she reassessed him. She had long honed her ability to read people, and this seemingly ordinary young man was remarkably composed. However, if he truly possessed the means to purchase 5 bags in one go, her mind raced through various possibilities before arriving at a conclusion. Xiaoling, please prepare the packages for this esteemed customer. Ah, certainly. She then gestured, inviting him to the checkout counter. Zhao Xiaoling was baffled by Sister Zhang's sudden change in demeanor. Wu Li, too, appeared perplexed. But then a realization seemed to dawn upon her, transforming her expression into one of delight. Perhaps this was a scheme aimed at Zhao Xiaoling, teaching her that such individuals were not worth engaging with, a lesson well-deserved. After all, 280,000 was a staggering sum. How could a student possibly produce such a large amount of money? All eyes turned toward the cash register. Will you be paying by card? Yes. Following a series of operations, the machine prompted, please enter your password. Jiang Chu slightly shook his head and sighed softly. Only 280,000. It is rather insufficient, he mused. Yet he knew he must not appear too eager. Patience was key. Humph, still pretending. Soon he'll likely claim his card is malfunctioning. Just watch. Zheng Hao remarked with a cold scoff. Ding. Payment successful. The receipt automatically printed, confirming the transaction had been completed. Though she had anticipated this outcome, Sister Zhang still stood momentarily agape, struggling to believe what she had witnessed, quickly donning a sycophantic smile, relieved she had not entirely offended him. Good day, please sign here. The gentleman truly treats his girlfriend with exceptional kindness. During my time in this establishment, I have never encountered a patron as generous as you. Your girlfriend must be immensely delighted. Moreover, you possess both charm and poise, and your girlfriend is equally stunning. Her beauty perfectly complements your own. A true match of talent and grace. Observe how this seasoned lady speaks. Her compliments are unparalleled, and even Jiang Chu feels somewhat elevated by the praise. This is indeed the effect of wealth. The other patrons were left utterly astonished, to the point that one could hear a pin drop in the shop. As the payment was successfully processed, unbeknownst to the staff, several female guests have arrived. Goodness, This individual must be an extraordinarily affluent second-generation heir, as he has just gifted 5 handbags, the latest models, all of which are my favorites. I wonder if he is still in search of a girlfriend? He is simply mesmerizing. I would gladly belong to him for just one of those bags. Have you noticed? This young man dresses modestly, with understated yet distinctive hair, especially as he swipes his card without so much as a blink. Truly breathtaking. Now, look at those 2 women beside him. They possess both beauty and figure, making it quite inappropriate for you to be daydreaming here. No, no, no. Such a perfect man can certainly be imagined in everyday life. Zheng Hao nearby has already turned green with envy. 280,000. How is that possible? How could this ordinary fellow possibly charge such an amount? Is he attempting to lose? Even if he were to shamelessly take more bags, he could not afford that much. 280,000 is no small sum. Moments later, someone wipes away. The echo of his earlier words lingers in the air. Chapter 12. The shift in Mo Yutong's attitude. Is she truly going to leave through that door? Song Qingqing gazes at Jiang Chu, her eyes sparkling. It turns out he is not merely a devoted admirer, but rather a concealed, affluent heir. How incredibly wealthy he is. All this time, he has pretended to be less fortunate before her, gifting himself items worth at most 1,000. But now, he lavishly spends 280,000 on handbags for another woman. He could easily purchase an Audi or a BMW with that sum. The handbag in her hand suddenly loses its allure. How infuriating. Had he only revealed this sooner, she would not have hesitated for a moment, whether in a game of cards or any other endeavor. She would be willing. Yet, Jiang Chu has pursued her for several years. He must have some affection for her. Regardless, she is determined to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to her. Song Qingqing has long since dismissed the notion of the wealthy gentleman being out of reach. Song Qingqing, favorability 60. Jiang Chu looked at the favorability, soaring like a rocket. Utterly incredulous. This was the terrifying influence of wealth. Yet, what did it matter? He felt no interest in Song Qingqing, considering even spending money on her a waste. Sister Zhang approached briskly, her face adorned with an exceptionally warm smile. I apologize, handsome. My previous demeanor was lacking. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. To express my contrition, here is a card offering a 95% discount at our nationwide chain. Sister Zhang's ability to be both humble and assertive slightly impressed Jiang Chu, who accepted the card. It's nothing. I didn't take it to heart. Moreover, I believe Zhao Xiaoling's service has been exemplary. She should be eligible for a permanent position now, right? Of course. I've always had high hopes for Xiaoling. Not only is she beautiful, but she also treats others with sincerity. I'll apply for her permanent status right away. We genuinely welcome you to visit our establishment again in the future. Zhao Xiaoling, standing nearby, was beaming with joy, casting an immensely grateful glance at Jiang Chu. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known if I could secure my position. To have a boyfriend like you, your girlfriend must be incredibly fortunate, she added. Li Wenjing shyly lowered her head. They were not officially a couple yet. And Jiang Chu felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his nose. Meanwhile, Wu Li, not far away, ground her teeth in frustration, her expression dark. How could this be? How could Zhao Xiaoling be so lucky, encountering such a lavishly generous wealthy heir who casually spent 280,000? Boss, these are your bags. Yes, give them to her. Li Wenjing received the pile of bags, which were not particularly heavy. You're really giving these to me? Her face was a picture of astonishment. Originally, she had invited Jiang Chu out for a meal, yet before they even dined, he had already gifted her over 200,000 worth of bags. The unexpected happiness left her somewhat bewildered. Beside her, Mo Yutong no longer wore a hostile and disdainful expression. Before her stood Jiang Chu, a seemingly limitless wealthy heir. She even felt a tinge of jealousy. Among the many wealthy suitors pursuing her, none had ever displayed such extravagance as Jiang Chu, who had yet to mention any conditions. Now she noticed that this young man was rather handsome, standing at an impressive height of nearly 1.8 meters, elegantly dressed in a modest yet refined manner, with uniquely styled hair. Li Wenjing. Affection level 3 Mo Yutong. Affection level 25 Jiang Chu's reaction was one of disbelief. Mo Yutong's affection was increasing at an extraordinary pace. Strangely, Li Wenjing seemed rather indifferent to the monetary aspect, considering it was a staggering 280,000. If not for his system, he would have found the overwhelming pressure unbearable. Yet, even so, the increase was merely 3 significantly less than what he would gain from merely complimenting her a few times. In contrast, Mo Yutong's behavior was entirely as anticipated. It appeared the rumors were indeed true. Jiang Chu, may I seek your opinion? I wish to gift this handbag to Yutong. She is my dearest friend and cherishes it immensely. Of course, the bag belongs to you. Feel free to give it as you please. Wonderful, thank you. Li Wenjing beamed with joy, promptly handing over the coveted handbag that Mo Yutong had long admired. Yutong, I know you've always wanted this bag. Here it is for you. Thank you, Wenjing. We are sisters. There's no need for formality. As Mo Yutong held the bag, her face radiated with an excitement that was hard to contain. She had always desired this handbag, and today her wish had finally come true, without any cost to her. Gratefully, she cast a glance at Li Wenjing, but her gaze lingered more on Jiang Chu, who had become the focal point of the store. Biting her glistening lips, she felt a whirlwind of complex emotions. There was something uniquely captivating about the young man before her, causing her heart to race. Moreover, she found herself feeling a twinge of jealousy upon witnessing the happiness in Wenjing's eyes when she looked at Jiang Chu. Did I permit you to leave? Jiang Chu's icy voice suddenly interrupted. At the entrance, Zheng Hao had been attempting to discreetly slip away with Song Qingqing while no one was watching. However, Song Qingqing appeared reluctant, dragging her feet and glancing back, ultimately catching Jiang Chu's attention. Zheng Hao, realizing he was trapped, was consumed by a mix of anger and humiliation. What do you want, Jiang Chu? What do I want? You were the one who proposed this bet. Just now. After losing, you claimed you couldn't use your card. This store is your choice, and now you've lost again. What? Are you trying to back out? You. It was 10:30, the peak time for shoppers in the mall, bustling with activity. The thought of having to crawl out and endure such humiliation was unbearable, especially considering the spit he had carelessly left behind. Absolutely not. Zheng Hao gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead nearly bursting with rage. All right, kid, remember this. You expect me to do something like that? Absolutely impossible. If you dare stop me. With that, he turned and dragged Song Qingqing away, shamelessly trying to renege on the wager. Li Wenjing pouted in complaint. Regrettably, Song Qingqing was preoccupied with thoughts of how to win back Jiang Chu. After being tugged along for a couple of steps, she lost her grip, and Zheng Hao instinctively turned to glance back. Unfortunately, he stepped right into a puddle of saliva, and with the floor tiles being slick, he fell dramatically, landing unceremoniously in the mess. Ah, damn it. Song Qingqing was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. A small crowd had gathered at the door, pointing and laughing at the spectacle. Zheng Hao hurriedly scrambled to his feet, pulling Song Qingqing along as they dashed outside. Jiang Chu, I won't let this slide. The laughter echoed. This is what you get for your own misdeeds. At that moment, Mo Yutong unconsciously found herself siding with Jiang Chu. Li Wenjing stifled a giggle behind her hand. Jiang Chu merely shook his head with a smile. He had already anticipated that someone like Zheng Hao would not easily honor his commitments, yet he had not expected such a turn of events. His primary objective for the day was to spend money, and unexpectedly, he had garnered the favor of both Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong. Moreover, he discovered that interacting with the so-called goddess was not as daunting as he had once imagined. If one feels daunted, it could either be due to a lack of charm or insufficient wealth. If self-doubt and shyness prevent one from making eye contact, the sole reason must be not having enough money. Indeed, observing those millionaires and billionaires, casually donning flip-flops and tank tops, effortlessly wooing beautiful women, were they exceptionally handsome? No. Even those who might appear less than appealing are pursued by attractive women, for they possess wealth. With ample resources, they exude confidence. Let us proceed. It is not yet time for dinner. We shall continue our exploration. Sure. It was evident that Li Wenjing was quite pleased. By the way, I almost forgot to mention that we offer home delivery services within the city. Would you be interested? Such a delightful service. Of course, it's a must. Initially hesitant, Li Wenjing ultimately acquiesced, realizing that while it wasn't overly burdensome, Jiang Chu had pointed out the inconvenience of carrying too much while shopping. Jiang Chu, however, was contemplating the prospect of purchasing even more items, fearing that a lack of capacity might hinder his spending, which would be a significant loss. Meanwhile, Li Wenjing felt touched, believing that Jiang Chu was considering her comfort. Li Wenjing, affection level 1. Subsequently, as Mo Yutong walked along the path, she deliberately positioned herself between them, solely to draw closer to Jiang Chu. Chapter 13. The Subtle Thoughts of Mo Yutong. She frequently initiated conversations, while Jiang Chu merely responded with one-word answers, his mind seemingly elsewhere. This only heightened Mo Yutong's curiosity. It appeared that he was indeed a true scion of wealth, vastly different from the other affluent heirs she had encountered before, who would boast of their family riches at the slightest opportunity, hinting and insinuating their superiority, even resorting to unwelcome advances. Jiang Chu, however, exhibited no interest in her at all, which only intensified her possessiveness. He genuinely did not know how to respond. She was subtly probing into his family's background, but his parents were merely farmers. How could he explain that? He could only muster vague excuses to deflect her inquiries. Soon after, the trio ventured into various high-end boutiques, Gucci, Chanel, Hermes, from belts to shoes, and an array of accessories to skincare products. Jiang Chu encouraged them to enter every store they passed, his enthusiasm surpassing that of the girls. Initially, Li Wenjing resisted, but Mo Yutong consistently pulled her inside, ardently advocating for Jiang Chu, asserting, "I believe he likes you, and we cannot let his goodwill go unappreciated." As she uttered these words, even Mo Yutong felt a tinge of bitterness, while Li Wenjing appeared genuinely delighted. Observing the accumulating expenses, Jiang Chu felt a wave of frustration. Although they were shopping, Li Wenjing was evidently trying to save him money. He wished to splurge freely, yet Li Wenjing's evident discomfort caused his affection level to drop by 3 points, leaving Jiang Chu perplexed. Eventually, after conceding to her suggestion of moderate purchases, Li Wenjing nodded in approval, restoring his affection level. With resignation, he realized that after visiting several stores, he had only spent 200,000 Huaxia coins. However, if the points were converted into monetary value, it would easily amount to several million, and he finally crossed into the realm of millionaires, a notion that had previously been beyond his imagination in his past life. Mo Yutong, affection level 10. Ultimately, they arrived at a designer clothing store. Wenjing, let us not dwell on the earlier purchases. You must acquire several outfits. After all, you have the most clothing in the dormitory, and will you not want to look splendid in front of him in the future? Mo Yutong whispered the last part into Li Wenjing's ear. Li Wenjing found it impossible to counter, her face breaking into a sweet smile characteristic of youthful infatuation, accepting the suggestion with delight, prompting Mo Yutong to gaze at her with renewed curiosity. Then let us purchase 3 sets. You must not exceed this number. For Jiang Chu's funds did not come from the wind. Very well. Mo Yutong signaled a gesture towards Jiang Chu, implying her assistance, leaving him to make the final decision. Jiang Chu discreetly gave her a thumbs up, which filled Mo Yutong with a delightful sense of pride. As Li Wenjing entered the fitting room with an outfit, Mo Yutong emerged from another, adorned in an exquisite white pleated mini-skirt that rose above her knees, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her form. With her back turned, she posed in front of a full-length mirror, demonstrating an enviable physique characterized by a slender waist and alluring curves. The skirt swayed enticingly, almost begging for a gust of wind to accentuate its flirtatious movement. Jiang Chu's attention was captivated by Mo Yutong's stunningly long legs, oblivious to the fact that she was secretly observing him through the mirror. Suddenly, she bent down as if to adjust her shoes. However, unlike an ordinary person who would bend their knees, she maintained the elegance of her long legs in a perfectly straight posture, showcasing her remarkable flexibility, a testament to her dance training. Jiang Chu's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly overwhelmed, as he caught a fleeting glimpse of something dark. Surely, Mo Yutong must have intended that. At that moment, Li Wenjing exited the fitting room, instantly diverting Jiang Chu's gaze. He felt a twinge of guilt, but was soon entranced. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Previously, her attire had been rather conservative, concealing many details, but now she donned an off-shoulder pink top with short sleeves and white ultra-short shorts. Her skin was remarkably flawless, smooth and radiant, catching the light with a subtle glow. The delicate collarbones beside her bare shoulders added to her ethereal charm, making her resemble a princess. Even the other girls in the store were left spellbound. The store manager exclaimed, "Wow, you look absolutely stunning in that. You are far more beautiful than those celebrities. I encountered an heiress from a listed company recently, but she lacks your grace. One could easily mistake you for royalty." Li Wenjing smiled shyly, playfully sticking out her tongue, exuding an irresistible cuteness. "Jiang Chu, do you think it looks good?" "Indeed, it looks magnificent. You are truly like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Moreover, The shoes you wear complement you perfectly. Jiang Chu spoke nothing but the truth. He had long harbored doubts about the system's ratings, believing them to be rather unjust. In comparing Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing, he found the former somewhat more appealing. If Mo Yutong were to be rated an 87, then Li Wenjing should logically merit an 88. However, having now donned a new outfit and glimpsed the hidden allure of the latter's figure, he felt that a score of 90 was utterly justified. Is that truly the case? Li Wenjing exclaimed, elated to discover that Jiang Chu had noticed her newly acquired shoes, a testament to the subtle attentiveness she had garnered in his eyes. Despite her legs not being as long as Mo Yutong's, they were undeniably exquisite. With skin so smooth it glistened faintly, perfectly proportioned and elegantly straight, adorned with just a hint of softness. Wearing ankle socks, even the exposed tops of her feet were remarkably fair and delicately structured, compelling him to steal several glances. I knew it. Wenjing, you usually dress so conservatively. Yet your figure surpasses mine. Look, someone is practically mesmerized. Mo Yutong couldn't help but compliment, while a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. Having only recently garnered Jiang Chu's attention, now wholly diverted to Li Wenjing. I think this outfit is lovely as well. I shall try it on, Li Wenjing cheerfully declared. Darting back to the fitting room, Mo Yutong pursed her pink lips and approached Jiang Chu, whispering, "You see, Wenjing is so captivated she might as well be drooling. What do you think of this ensemble? Do you fancy it?" It looks quite nice," Jiang Chu replied, turning his gaze away, feeling somewhat guilty for his earlier scrutiny. "You were just staring at my legs," she teased. "Not at all. Besides, you were peeking at me in white earlier, weren't you?" "No, that was clearly black." Realizing he had been outmaneuvered by her cunning gaze, Jiang Chu felt cornered. "Humph, you boys are all such lecherous wolves. Don't worry, I won Tell Wenjing," Mo Yutong said with a hint of pride. Jiang Chu caught on to her ploy. "You think you can manipulate me with that? You're overthinking it. You were clearly trying to entice me." Mo Yutong was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to be so unflinching. Leaning closer to Jiang Chu, she whispered, "I was merely jesting. Do you find my legs appealing? I purchased several pairs of black stockings, and tonight at 9:30, I will be taking a stroll alone at the Sorrow Pavilion." Her sultry voice brimmed with allure, an unmistakable invitation. The thought of her long, exquisite legs accentuated by black stockings, especially as she was the school's belle, was undeniably tantalizing. He is somewhat of a leg enthusiast, and at that time, Song Qingqing's physique was notably complemented by her long legs, which compensated for the shortcomings above. However, now, Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong's exceptional legs far surpassed Song Qingqing's in beauty, especially Mo Yutong. He had just glanced over, and the sight was simply breathtaking. If Li Wenjing's legs exuded a hint of voluptuousness, Mo Yutong's legs were reminiscent of those honed through gymnastics and dance, both elongated and straight, yet remarkably toned, radiating a latent power, devoid of any excess flesh. Moreover, her delicate feet, aside from their fair and slender appearance, showcased a perfect arch even when clad in shoes. If one were to witness Mo Yutong donning black stockings, it would indeed be a sight to behold, an absolute showstopper on the streets. What are you all discussing? What do you think of my outfit? Chapter 14. The grace of a heiress. Li Wenjing was adorned in a red silk gown with a fitted waist and a high slit, revealing a luminous, snow-white leg. Paired with high heels, her entire demeanor radiated elegance, reminiscent of a true heiress. Indeed, beauty shines in any attire. Jiang Chu couldn't help but compliment her. And Li Wenjing was overjoyed. Even Mo Yutong regarded her with eyes full of envy. It was then that Jiang Chu realized that despite Mo Yutong's earlier comments suggesting that Li Wenjing lacked substantial wealth, he perceived her as anything but ordinary. Her poise and the ease with which she offered to pay for him did not align with the characteristics of an average household. Coming from a farming background himself, Jiang Chu understood that if not for the system, he could not maintain such composure, even with a monthly income exceeding 10,000. Moreover, it was rather uncommon for two extraordinary campus beauties to become close friends, especially someone as materialistic as Mo Yutong. Having such a competitor nearby would typically be detrimental. "Jiang Chu, why don't you try on these clothes? Are these for me?" Jiang Chu looked at Li Wenjing in surprise. "Yes, don't always think about buying for us. You should treat yourself well too. This is my first time helping a boy choose clothes. Let us see if they suit you." Jiang Chu nodded thoughtfully as he took the clothes into the fitting room. Meanwhile, Mo Yutong pondered to herself, her gaze shifting between Li Wenjing and the fitting room. Wow, who would have thought? Not bad at all. Wenjing's taste remains impeccable. Mo Yutong's eyes sparkled when she saw Jiang Chu emerge in a different outfit. His aura had undergone a significant transformation. To think he was a concealed super-rich heir and a potential handsome prospect, Song Qingqing must have been blind to overlook him. To my surprise, it fits perfectly, even more accurately than what I had envisioned. Jiang Chu's praise caused Li Wenjing to gently purse her pink lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Hello, I would like to purchase all of these. Jiang Chu directly informed the two shop assistants, who stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to comprehend. All of them? Yes. Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong were already accustomed to Jiang Chu's lavishness, while the shop assistants were overjoyed, as the total amounted to over 100,000, enough to cover 2 months' wages in commission alone. Once everything was packed, they found themselves with an array of large and small bags. Thankfully, these high-end brands offered door-to-door delivery for substantial purchases, alleviating their concerns considerably. It's getting late. I presume you must be hungry. I invite you all for hot pot, Li Wenjing suggested, her face beaming with happiness. Mo Yutong was equally in high spirits, patting her stomach and expressing her eagerness to indulge. Only Jiang Chu wore a slightly distressed expression, having spent so little money that morning. The efficiency of the production team's donkey could hardly compare. All right, you all go ahead. I need to visit the restroom. Sure, what broth do you prefer? Anything. Just order the most expensive, lobster, abalone, shark fin, whatever. Li Wenjing replied, slightly taken aback. I was asking about the broth. Ah, the broth. Spicy, of course. Well then, we shall head up first. The dining area was located on the 3rd floor of the shopping mall. Jiang Chu's reason for going to the restroom was that he had spotted a jewelry store nearby. Why had he thought of this earlier? He intended to try buying something himself first, and then gift it to Li Wenjing and the others, curious to see if the system would recognize the successful transaction. Upon entering the Chow Tai Fook jewelry store, Jiang Chu was predictably overlooked. Not a single staff member approached him. He didn't mind, as it spared him the hassle of interactions. He preferred to browse on his own. He quickly scanned the merchandise, ultimately fixating on a pair of necklaces, 2 platinum dolphins adorned with diamonds, playfully chasing each other, a price tag of 200,000, among the more expensive items in the store. The only pricier pieces were jade bracelets, which seemed a bit incongruous for a university student. Excuse me, could you please show me that? Jiang Chu called out. A few staff members turned to glance, their expressions revealing disdain, and it appeared one even scoffed silently before turning away. Eventually, one busy assistant noticed him and hurried over without a second thought, drawing the contemptuous laughter of her colleagues. I apologize, it's quite busy in here, and I'm unable to attend to everyone immediately. Jiang Chu cast a glance, noticing that the young lady was drenched in sweat, while other staff members either fawned over customers who appeared to be well-dressed or were engrossed in their mobile phones. Likely only she was genuinely occupied. Are you certain about this? The young lady seemed somewhat incredulous, as this was a high-priced item in the store. Nevertheless, she retrieved it and displayed it for Jiang Chu, introducing the necklace named Heart of the Ocean. The design featured 2 dolphins encircling a heart-shaped void at the center, a rather fitting name. I'll take it. Please wrap it up for me. And those 2 bracelets as well. Huh. The young lady was momentarily taken aback. You mean you want to buy them? Yes. The total comes to 260,000. After successfully processing the card payment, as Jiang Chu departed, the group of staff members who had just mocked him felt an overwhelming sense of regret, while the young lady beamed with joy, her companions expressing envy through various gestures. He then hurried to the Omega Boutique to select 2 watches. I'll take these 2. The sales assistant was still processing the information. You're buying? Yes, card please. In just a few minutes, another 160,000 had left his account, even as Jiang Chu placed the items into his old black backpack. The young ladies remained in a state of astonishment. Goodness, I didn't even notice him at first. Watches worth tens of thousands, and he didn't even blink. No hesitation whatsoever. Indeed, I have to haggle over a cabbage at the market. Did anyone get his number? Ah, no, but it's on the receipt. Hurry and add him. Upon reaching the restaurant upstairs, Jiang Chu spotted their table from a distance. It was undeniable that the 2 campus beauties were a sight to behold, with both men and women nearby stealing glances. As he walked past, he could hear a table discussing Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong. Look at them, both are extraordinary. They appear to be university students. Wow, I fancy the one on the left. Her stature is something to behold. Hee hee, I prefer the one on the right. Her legs could keep me entertained for a decade. Mr. Wang, didn't you say there were no unattainable women? Humph, it's easy to win over such student girls. Believe me, I could have them in a hotel room tonight. Jiangchu approached and sat down opposite them, immediately sensing the sharp gazes of several onlookers directed his way, faintly catching snippets of ridicule. Why did you take so long? We've eaten quite a bit already. I had some matters to attend to. It took a little longer than expected. Well, hurry up and eat. I've prepared this for you. I've also set some aside. Jiangchu looked at the towering pile of food in front of him, nearly 3 stories high, and thought, is this just a little? Thank you. Just as I am feeling hungry as well, I shall not hold back. Watching Jiangchu nonchalantly pick up the meticulously prepared food and savor it with delight, Li Wenjing's face radiated with joy. At that moment, an unexpected guest arrived, a young man, seemingly in his late 20s, sporting a center-part hairstyle and wearing gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose. He donned a fitted white shirt and black trousers, complemented by a gold wristwatch, presenting himself as a quintessential successful individual. He extended his right hand, adorned with the watch, deliberately turning it palm up, the Rolex emblem conspicuously displayed, causing the trio's attention to shift to it. A subtle smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. Greetings, I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Wang Hai, the general manager of Heidi Company. I happened to see you all here while dining and was enchanted by your ethereal beauty. Thus I wish to make your acquaintance. Sea King? Jiangchu blurted out, her confusion evident. What is a Sea King? Mu Yutong inquired curiously. Oh, it refers to a promiscuous marine creature. Giggles escaped Li Wenjing as she covered her mouth. The so-called beauties that could cause fish to sink and swans to shy away were no match for her wit. Leaving everyone around, including Wang Hai, momentarily dumbfounded. It soon dawned on him that the remark was a jab at his lewdness, striking a nerve, and his expression darkened as he turned to Jiangchu. Young man, do you fancy yourself as humorous? I earn $1 million a year. My monthly salary surpasses your entire annual living expenses. What do you possess to compare with me? You require the ladies to treat you just to dine. And as a fellow man, I feel embarrassed for you. Are you still hoping to pursue them? Let me inform you, do not harbor such delusions. A pathetic loser like you pales in comparison to any employee in my company. Beautiful women deserve to be cherished, not squandered. Do you comprehend? I do not know. Please continue, Jiangchu replied with an earnest expression, momentarily catching Wang Hai off guard. Indeed, you are correct, Mr. Wang. A wretched loser aspiring to court such stunning women is akin to a toad yearning for swan meat. Truly laughable. Our Mr. Wang, at such a young age, is already a general manager, earning $1 million. In due time, he may even ascend further. He can provide everything the 2 beautiful ladies desire, while you, after graduation, you might end up begging us for a job. Ha ha ha. The group accompanying Wang Hai had seemingly migrated to the adjacent table, engaging in various mockeries directed at Jiangchu. Wang Hai's arrogance was palpable. You, young man, are perhaps oblivious to the essence of luxury brands. Just take a look at the garments and handbags they adorn. Gucci, Chanel. Each piece is far beyond your reach. Even if you were to forego sustenance for 4 years at university, you would still find them unattainable. What audacity do you possess to dine in their presence? Jiangchu, taken aback, cast a glance at his attire, which had been meticulously selected by Li Wenjing not long ago. Yet, the understated style did little to impress that foolish individual. Li Wenjing, however, was different. Was this not a slight against her discerning taste? In the presence of someone she harbored feelings for, her countenance grew increasingly frosty, clearly irked. Initially, Mo Yutong regarded Wang Hai's youthful success with a degree of admiration. But upon hearing about his purported annual income of $1 million, she turned to Li Wenjing and inquired, how much did we spend this morning? Over 600,000. If I recall correctly, Li Wenjing replied. Then we fell short. We ought to have purchased more. Mo Yutong remarked nonchalantly, seemingly dissatisfied with their expenditures. Meanwhile, Wang Hai and his companions were left dumbfounded. Wang Hai, his eyes narrowing as he calculated, was well aware of the materialistic tendencies of these young women. He had encountered many, most of whom could be wooed with a few thousand spent on gifts. A select few might splurge on handbags worth tens of thousands. Yet here were 2 who casually mentioned a sum exceeding 600,000. While he claimed an annual income of $1 million, the actual figures depended on company performance. Perhaps they were merely attempting to intimidate him, given that their only ostentatious display was their designer bags, hoping to dissuade him from pursuing them. After all, they were classmates. It would be unseemly to sever ties outright. With this realization, his confidence was rekindled. To spend over 600,000 in a single morning, my goodness. Only someone like President Wang could maintain such company, right? President Wang? Indeed, President Wang. For you, this is merely trifling. They chimed in, reveling in their derision. Did you hear that, you pathetic loser? They spent over 600,000 this morning. Even if you sold yourself, you could not match that sum. It's bewildering that you still have the gall to sit here and dine. Each person chimed in, their mockery unabated. Jiang Chu's face reflected sheer resignation. Yes, just over 600,000. It struck a nerve deep within him. It was woefully inadequate, merely equating to over 60 million, a far cry from achieving even minor aspirations. Haha. Feeling embarrassed now, are you? Realizing you are unworthy of their company? They continued, be wise and recognize your youth. After graduation, toil diligently. Perhaps in a few decades, you might attain the level of success that President Wang enjoys today. Enough. Li Wenjing could no longer contain her anger. The meal is my treat. I may invite whomever I choose, and you are not among them. Please leave us and cease obstructing our meal. Apologies, my enthusiasm momentarily got the better of me. I intended to impart a lesson about the realities of society that is often overlooked in academia. My intentions were, after all, for his benefit. Having ambition is not inherently negative, yet one must not reach for the stars without grounding oneself, especially when it is family resources at stake. Today, I fortuitously purchased a few small tokens at the Jishifu jewelry, which I now present as a humble gift to commemorate the pleasure of meeting two such lovely ladies. With a smile, Wang Hai revealed his foresight, having interrupted their meal. He produced two carefully prepared gift boxes and placed them upon the table, unveiling two exquisite gold bracelets within. Their design was youthful and innovative, appearing quite appealing. This time, in an effort to impress his subordinates, he had indeed invested considerably. Previously, he would not have splurged on gifts exceeding 10,000 for courting, as that amount was typically reserved for future promises. Thus, he felt a surge of confidence. His gaze flitted between the expressions of the two young women, but disappointment soon washed over him. One cast a fleeting glance before quickly averting her eyes, her demeanor cold and seemingly disdainful. The other, however, appeared slightly intrigued, her eyes widening, yet she chose to direct her attention towards the unsophisticated young man across the table, as if gauging his reaction. What was this? Ah, this bracelet cost over 10,000, though it may not be extraordinarily valuable. It is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it, he declared. At this moment, Jiang Chu interjected, indeed, it is not particularly valuable. For someone with an annual income of 1 million, such trifles would not suffice. I would refuse them myself. Wang Hai's temper flared, nearly prompting him to resort to violence. This young man, lounging with an air of arrogance, dared to utter such condescending remarks, igniting a desire to confront him. Who do you think you are to look down upon, Mr. Wang? A mere token of over 10,000. And what do you have to offer? Just that insipid mouth of yours. Indeed, it is rather audacious to dismiss Mr. Wang's gift when you expect the ladies to cover the meal. Show us some sincerity if you dare. Enlighten us with your offerings. They taunted, each taking turns to provoke Jiang Chu, clearly intent on escalating the situation to a matter of monetary value. Li Wenjing and the others discerned the undertone. Recalling how Jiang Chu had covered their expenses during their shopping earlier, he possessed no gifts to present, as the expensive items purchased had been sent directly to the school. Even if he had brought them, it was unlikely anyone would believe his claims, leaving them anxious on his behalf. Jiang Chu, you need not compare yourself to such a person. His gift pales in comparison to yours and is utterly insignificant. Li Wenjing spoke without a hint of deference towards Wang Hai, inciting his ire. Indeed, Wang's gift is nothing of worth. He possesses not even a modicum of value. Suddenly, Jiang Chu seemed to recall something. Ah, speaking of gifts. I returned famished and was so preoccupied with eating that I neglected to mention a shop I stumbled upon while returning from the restroom. I browsed casually and found some delightful items, which I purchased with the intention of gifting you all. I hope you will find them to your liking. She retrieved a tattered black backpack, unzipping it to reveal several small packages. Chapter 16, A Gift Exchange? How fortuitous. I too have purchased some. By the way, I didn't catch the name of that shop earlier. Isn't it a coincidence that it shares the same name as yours, Zhoujiufu? Jiang Chu, you even went out of your way to buy us gifts? Both Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong displayed expressions of eager anticipation, while Wang Hai struggled to maintain a gentlemanly smile, his lips twitching in suppressed anger. Why was it that the gifts he had presented were met with indifference? Is that so? Zhou Jufu offers a range from hundreds to thousands. Is yours in the hundreds or the thousands? Wang Hai turned away, feigning disdain. Yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on their interactions, eagerly awaiting the moment when they would unveil a trinket worth a mere few hundred to deflate their spirits. However, in the next moment, he was rendered speechless as the 3 exquisite boxes were opened one by one. The first revealed 2 gold bracelets, which appeared to be twice as substantial as his own, adorned with larger embellishments. As one well-versed in such acquisitions, he could surmise that each bracelet was worth at least 20 to 30,000. When the final, larger box was opened, it elicited gasps of astonishment from the 2 young women, leaving Wang Hai and his subordinates in a state of shock. Isn't this the heart of the ocean? It must be worth around 200,000. One exclaimed, only to realize the impropriety of their words and quickly glance at Wang Hai's ashen countenance, which had turned a ghastly shade. Heavens, how exquisite! Are these 2 necklaces? They can even be combined in such a manner. Jiang Chu, you are truly thoughtful. You must be gifting one to each of us, as we are best friends. Yes, I merely chanced upon them and thought they were lovely. I wasn't sure if you would like them. Like them? We adore them. They are simply exquisite. Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing immediately adorned themselves with the necklaces. Initially, both were already captivating, but with the necklaces gracing their necks, they appeared even more enchanting. As they admired one another, they showered Jiang Chu with compliments. Jiang Chu, how do you possess such discerning taste in gifts? They are stunning and perfectly suited for us. Ah, there are still 2 more gifts. More? As expectation shimmered on Mo Yutong's face, Wang Hai squinted his eyes, captivated by the unfolding scene. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Chu as he retrieved 2 exquisitely crafted square boxes from his sleek black backpack, unveiling them with a flourish. These are for you as well. I hope you like them, he declared. Wow, it's an Omega watch, Mo Yutong exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she adorned Li Wenjing with one of the timepieces, instantly elevating her elegance. It looks stunning. I knew something was missing. It turns out to be a watch. Jiang Chu, you are quite thoughtful. Li Wenjing, affection level 3, Mo Yutong. Affection level 10. While this joyous exchange unfolded, Wang Hai found himself isolated, caught in a web of his own making. Torn between leaving and staying, he faced the bitter sting of reality. He had previously mocked others for lacking gifts, yet now, not only had Jiang Chu presented his offerings, but they also far surpassed the value of Wang Hai's own meager chain. The disparity was glaring, rendering his gifts insignificant, overshadowed by the breathtaking 200,000 yuan ocean heart and the elegant watches. Wang Hai attempted to maintain a semblance of composure, though his smile felt rigid. At that moment, an unwelcome fly intruded upon their gathering, landing triumphantly on Wang Hai's gift, audaciously raising its hindquarters and rubbing its legs together, a blatant mockery that struck Wang Hai like a slap in the face. With a swift motion, Jiang Chu shooed the fly away, chuckling. They say flies are attracted to garbage, yet here we have a gift worthy of gold. How utterly lacking in discernment. If I had a fly swatter, I would surely squash it. The 2 beauties across from him burst into melodious laughter, their giggles ringing like silver bells. Wang Hai's face flushed a deep shade of crimson, his fists clenched as he slammed them onto the table and stood abruptly, glaring venomously at Jiang Chu. You think you're so clever. Is a bit of money really that impressive? I could buy twice as many of these with my annual income. I forgot to mention. Mo Yutong interjected with a sharp edge. This morning, we purchased hundreds of thousands worth of items, but it was all on his tab. We didn't spend a single cent. Wang Hai nearly choked, staggering slightly as he bumped into a chair, only to be steadied by a few sycophants behind him. Are you all right, Wang Hai? They inquired. Concern etched on their faces. You're all finished. Do you know who Wang Hai is? He is the 3rd heir of the Wang group. Cross him, and you can expect dire consequences. Let go of me. Wang Hai pushed through, his eyes glinting with malice. Remember this well, when the time comes. Don't beg for mercy on your knees. We are leaving. After Wang Hai and the others departed, Jiang Chu resumed enjoying hot pot as if nothing had transpired. Yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the Wang group. In his previous life, he seemed to have heard of it. It ranked 6th among the 8 major groups in the Fruit Province, based on strength. The executives within the Wang group were notoriously arrogant and ruthless, especially in the realm of construction projects, where they commanded their own teams. During the explosive real estate boom of the past decade, they elevated their family status to that of the foremost among the 8 great families, a force to be reckoned with. It appeared that mere wealth was insufficient. He needed to swiftly augment his own capabilities. To navigate and ascend in this ruthless world, money was paramount, but so too were power and status. His own strength could not be lacking. In times of crisis, one must rely on oneself for salvation. The most expedient method he currently had to enhance his abilities was through attribute points, and he needed to meet the system's requirements promptly. Despite a minor interruption, their enjoyment of the meal continued unabated. Li Wenjing cheerfully took care of the bill, and since they all had classes in the afternoon, they shared a taxi back. We'll head back to class first. All right, go ahead. At the school gate, Li Wenjing cast a captivating smile back at Jiang Chu, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Jiang Chu checked the 26,000 points that had just arrived. Indeed, the system was impressive, even counting gifts to his goddess. This brought him a step closer to his modest goal. It was time to seek out Professor Tony for a discussion. In dormitory 202 of Building 11. As Li Wenjing and her friends approached, they heard a cacophony of excited screams and discussions from within. Upon opening the door, two figures clad in loose pajamas rushed towards them. Wow, you're finally back. Hurry and tell us, with so many things, which big boss did you cling to? Inside the dorm, every available space was filled with items, a sight that astonished Li Wenjing and her friends, explaining the excitement of Chun Meili and the others. I can't take it anymore. Let me sit for a moment. I'm exhausted from a day of shopping. Me too, my legs are sore. Li Wenjing found a chair to sit on, her face radiant with joy. Mo Yutong tossed her shoes aside, revealing her delicately clad feet in ankle socks as she slipped into slippers. Suddenly, a shrill scream startled the two who had just returned. What's wrong, Lele? Why are you screaming like a ghost? I saw something. A bag, the latest model. Quick, let me see it. I want to see too. Chun Meili seized the bag from Mo Yutong's possession, examining it with great enthusiasm, unable to part with it. This elicited an overwhelming sense of satisfaction in Mo Yutong, further solidifying her resolve to pursue Jiang Chu. After all, such a generous gift could only indicate his affection for her, even if unspoken. Well, Wenjing has several. You should go check with her, she suggested. Chapter 17. Handsome and wealthy. Such confidence, what's that? Where is it? The two girls turned in unison, their eyes scanning around Li Wenjing, as if in search of some coveted prize. Clearly, the items had only just arrived, and they had yet to notice. Upon spotting the 4 bags on the bed, they exclaimed in unison, "Ah!" and rushed forward with identical eagerness. Their families were quite similar in circumstances, neither particularly affluent. However, each bag was worth around 50 to 60,000, accompanied by an array of other items, all brands that they had longed for. How could they not feel exhilarated? It wasn't until Li Wenjing consented to lend them the bags for a brief period that they calmed down, followed immediately by a barrage of questions directed at her. Oh my, you two aren't being kept by some wealthy benefactor, are you? What a thought. How could we ever do such a thing? They were well aware of Li Wenjing's character, but Mo Yutong cast a glance at her, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, she had mentioned that if a wealthy individual were willing to provide for her and captured her fancy, she might agree. This inclination stemmed partly from her family background and partly from the influence of certain misguided philosophies, leading her to believe that money was paramount. While many wealthy heirs desired her company, even older gentlemen sought ways to win her over. She was not naive. She knew that those men were merely playing games. She valued her first experience and would not easily compromise it for a mere monetary exchange. Stop your wild speculations. Yutong is not that kind of person. This is a gift from Jiang Chu, Li Wenjing interjected, quickly covering her mouth with her delicate hand. Yet the two girls, ever the gossips, would not be easily deterred, their eyes gleaming with mischief. Who is Jiang Chu? Why have we never heard you mention him before? Indeed, after knowing you for so long, you've never mentioned a single boy. Which affluent family's son is he? So wealthy, yet you haven't introduced us. As the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, Li Wenjing ultimately found herself compelled to reveal everything, acknowledging that it was merely a matter of time. No way, she exclaimed, he's actually from our school? It was bewildering. She had never heard of such an individual. It was illogical. Neither the campus idol rankings nor the second-generation elite list featured this person. You must be joking. Indeed. I have never heard of him either. At this moment, Mo Yutong interjected, it's quite normal, with his appearance, if you bumped into him on the street. You probably wouldn't even spare him a second glance. Reflecting on it was indeed astonishing. Jiang Chu had initially presented himself as a destitute individual. Yet it turned out he was extraordinarily wealthy. Even she had misjudged him, discovering he was a low-key super-rich heir. Don't say that. Actually, brother Jiang Chu is quite handsome. You just haven't seen him, Li Wenjing remarked, immediately realizing her misstep and quickly silencing herself. The other three did not sense anything amiss. Mo Yutong assumed Li Wenjing was merely speaking to them. She shrugged her shoulders, saying, handsome? I'll acknowledge his wealth, but if he's handsome, then all the boys in school must be considered handsome. Wenjing, I really don't understand what you see in him. Mo Yutong felt a twinge of guilt as she uttered those words. Yutong, if you no longer want that bag, you can return it to me, Li Wenjing said, placing her hands on her hips and feigning anger. Handsome. He is indeed handsome, no doubt about that. That's more like it. Hurry up and get ready for class. At the school gate stood a young man, 182 meters tall, dressed in a fitted white shirt and gray trousers, complemented by polished leather shoes. He stood tall, hands in pockets, gazing up at the imposing school entrance. His distinctive hairstyle, reminiscent of the actor Ping Yuyan, with a clean visage and confident gaze, radiated an aura of pure charisma. Many passing girls couldn't help but steal glances, whispering, who is he? So handsome, so charismatic. I absolutely adore him. Yes. I've never seen such a hairstyle. I didn't know boys could look this good. Oh my goodness, I wish I could have a boyfriend like that. He was the real-life embodiment of a male deity from a novel, and many girls fantasized about being beneath him. The attractiveness levels of girls with a score of 60 or 70 skyrocketed to 80, making him acutely aware that good looks were indeed a natural advantage, bestowing upon him an innate charm. A confident smile graced his lips as he recognized that this hairstyle had only recently gained popularity, favored by young celebrities. In an era where many still sported outlandish styles, his presence was a striking contrast. Indeed, the man was Jiang Chu, who had spent $300 to receive a personal lesson from Tony, resulting in a style that even his instructor praised. Stepping confidently into school, he embodied the perfect blend of wealth and charm, which only amplified his self-assurance. Look, quickly, that handsome guy has entered our school. Indeed, is he also inside? Why have I never heard of such a striking young man attending our school? A woman, resembling a pig, expressed her disdain and scoffed, handsome? He isn't wearing a single branded item. I still believe my family Wu Xiaoqian is more handsome. The school heartthrob is not merely a title without merit. Moreover, he is not only attractive, but also a wealthy heir. If I could be his girlfriend, it would be worth dying for. Wu Xiaoqian. Jiang Chu recalled a certain individual from her previous life who operated a sewing machine. Dormitory 301, Building 5. Who are you looking for? Xiang Hua sat before the computer, raising his gaming headset, his expression bewildered as he gazed at the person entering. Lu Jing and Xiao Yi mirrored his astonishment. What the heck, Jiang Chu? What else? Goodness, that hairstyle is something else. Let me touch it. Xiang Hua promptly abandoned his mouse and keyboard, rushing out. His computer screen displayed teammates cursing vehemently. Why are you idling during the team battle? If you're not playing, just get lost. Jiang Chu was oblivious to the uproar Xiang Hua had caused. Don't mess it up. My head may be severed, but my hairstyle must remain intact. What is this on my bed? She noticed several bags placed on her bed. Did you have someone deliver these from outside? Impressive. Are you suddenly wealthy? Upon inspection, she realized they were clothes. It dawned on her that these were the items Li Wenjing and the others had purchased. And perhaps Li Wenjing had secretly chosen some for her. She had wondered why the points spent in the store didn't fully return. But didn't ponder too deeply at the time. Speaking of money here, Jiang Chu produced a stack of 100 yuan bills for Xiang Hua. What the heck, 5,000? I didn't lend you that much, did I? I think it was only a little over 1,000. The extra is a gift for you. Did you win the lottery for 5 million or something? Well, you could say that. Just take it. Awesome. Then I want to be polite about it, haha. She unpacked the clothes, all casual wear, and tried each on. They fit perfectly. Li Wenjing certainly had a keen eye, knowing her better than she knew herself. Previously, she had only tried things on herself and never remembered the sizes. Wow, I've never worn branded clothes before. Pick out a set. It's a gift for you. Are you serious? Don't take it back. Of course, only a fool would refuse a gift. After taking a shower, Xiang Hua diligently washed and hung out the clothes, claiming that this way he wouldn't feel guilty for having accepted them. Let him be. After spending the better part of the day shopping, he was utterly exhausted. He had never accompanied a girl on a shopping trip before. Even with Song Qingqing, he merely acted like a fool, buying whatever she desired. Upon returning to his bed, he noticed several messages on his phone. To his surprise, there were over a dozen from Song Qingqing. What could she possibly want from him? Chapter 18. The photos sent by Song Qingqing read, Jiangchu, I realize now that I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have disregarded your feelings. Do you still hold a place for me in your heart? Why haven't you replied to my messages? Are you upset with me? Jiangchu, you have treated me well over the years, and I have always cherished that. Are you free tonight? I would love to invite you to dinner. Jiangchu scoffed, thinking she still saw him as that old lovesick fool. He swiftly dismissed her messages. Next message, Li Wenjing. If you have no classes this afternoon, make sure to rest well. Thank you for the wonderful gifts today. They truly made me happy. Mo Yutong. Thank you, brother Jiangchu, for the gifts. I really adore them. I might be at the Sihua Pavilion around 9:30 tonight. I'll be wearing black stockings. In another life, he would have eagerly replied to those messages, but now he had no time. After spending money on gifts, one should naturally express gratitude. Sihua Lake? A popular rendezvous spot for couples in the evening. Every university harbors dimly lit corners, some devoid of light entirely, and many secretive nooks that often become sanctuaries for students on romantic escapades, engaging in whispers of love or playful games. Moreover, as a former seasoned admirer, he could discern the underlying meaning in Mo Yutong's words. She clearly wished to invite him, but cloaked her intentions under another pretext, casually stating she might stop by. This way, it wouldn't seem too deliberate, and even if she were to cancel, she could evade any reproach, as she hadn't explicitly promised to come. Yet, Jiangchu was convinced that Mo Yutong would indeed show up, for she perceived his affluence. Had he been a lovesick fool, he might have harbored false hopes, and later, Mo Yutong could easily concoct an excuse that would touch his heart, making him believe she still cared for him. For now, his priority was to enjoy a good night's sleep. As for any potential rendezvous, that could be addressed after he awoke. Around 5 in the afternoon, a phone call abruptly roused him from slumber. Upon glancing at the screen, his irritation flared. It was a call from Song Qingqing, who had never before reached out to him directly, preferring to send a message at most. When he eagerly returned the call, even responding with a dozen texts, her replies were sparse and perfunctory, merely a huh or oh. Now, Jiangchu simply hung up and attempted to resume his rest. Unfortunately, the phone rang incessantly. The modern smartphone's silent mode was cumbersome. When the ringing resumed, he answered, exasperated, "What do you want? Is this never-ending?" At that moment, a soft female voice came through the line. "I'm sorry, Jiangchu. Did I disturb you?" Recognizing the voice belonged to Li Wenjing, his demeanor softened. "Oh no. I was just plagued by persistent calls and didn't realize it was you. I thought you might be upset with me," she replied. "I was wondering if you would like to join me for dinner, just the two of us. I'm not sure if you're free." "Dinner? Just the two of us? That sounds delightful. It's a splendid opportunity to enjoy a meal together and perhaps foster a deeper connection." At that moment, a loud voice interrupted from below. "Hey kid, you're awake. Are you ready to finish that game? What time are we heading out? You promised us a feast. Have you already made plans for dinner?" Jiangchu asked. "Yes," he replied. "I'm taking a few friends from the dorm out tonight, so no worries. We can arrange another time," Li Wenjing responded, her voice tinged with disappointment. Sure, if it were the previous incarnation of Jiangchu, he would have seized such an opportunity without hesitation. However, now his preference leaned towards dining with his friends. "Come on, boys. Father is treating you to a grand feast." Li Wenjing, affection level increased by 1. "Seriously? Even after rejecting her, your score still goes up? How did it go? Did Jiangchu decline your invitation to dinner?" Mo Yutong inquired, though a flicker of delight danced in her eyes. "Yes, he chose to dine with his roommates instead. What is wrong with him? You, after all, are the campus belle. It's a privilege for him to be invited to dinner, and yet he turned you down." "Indeed, Wenjing, if my memory serves me correctly, this is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to invite a boy to dinner. He must be truly lacking. Does he think that showering you with gifts is sufficient? There are many suitors who would cherish you." Her roommates rallied in defense. "They have a point. You aren't developing genuine feelings for him, are you? A person who can afford to bestow gifts worth hundreds of thousands is likely a wealthy heir, and such individuals are often notorious for their fickleness. They may offer you gifts, but do not allow your heart to become entangled." "I understand, don't worry. I'm not overthinking it." "Good to hear." He visited the most extravagant restaurant, ordered the priciest dishes, and indulged in an exquisite Maodai he had never tasted before. Despite the absence of any rebates, Jiangchu remained unfazed, for the occasion was a convivial gathering with his brothers. The evening extended until 9 o'clock, as everyone had prior commitments, which curbed excessive drinking. Damn it. Those two are out on dates every night, yet they never managed to bring a child into the world. Xiang Hua grumbled, pointing at the departing figures of the two. I suppose I am better to you, keeping you company, you single dog. By the way, didn't you mention a date with a younger student named Wang Wei last night? She even treated you to ice cream. From the photos, she appears quite lovely. Hee. No need for your company. She has arrived. I shall take my leave now. You should find someone too, single dog, haha. In the distance stood a charming girl clad in a lowly-style dress, adorning a doll-shaped bag. Jiang Chu recalled that the genuine article would cost several thousand. He worried that his friend might encounter a manipulative woman like he did, but regrettably, the distance was too great for the system to reveal the girl's circumstances. As Xiang Hua departed, he couldn't resist making one last jibe, leaving Jiang Chu in a state of disarray. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone chimed with a message. Upon checking, it was yet another from Song Qingqing. What could she possibly want? It was a multimedia message, and upon opening it, he was taken aback. The message contained several photographs, each depicting Song Qingqing in a set of alluring lingerie, striking various seductive poses. Dressed in a crimson camisole and black heels with red soles, she knelt gracefully on a lavish bed, her waist accentuated and lips slightly parted, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her tongue. She lounged on a sofa, one hand playfully lifting her hair, her long legs showcased by the black heels, while the other hand held a small cushion strategically positioned. In another pose, she knelt on the bed with her back turned, one hand sweeping her hair up to reveal a beautifully smooth back adorned only by a delicate crisscross, complemented by her curvaceous figure. Jiang Chu, at the Imperial Hotel, I await you. Jiang Chu cursed under his breath. Song Qingqing was far too adept at this game. The sight nearly overwhelmed him with desire, yet he managed to restrain himself. Previously indifferent, she now seemed eager to pursue him, simply because he had momentarily showcased his financial prowess. Did she believe such a display could mend the past? That was utterly impossible. Though he was determined to embark on a grand and arduous endeavor, he knew he would have to withstand a barrage of temptations. And while he would shower countless goddesses with affection, not everyone was worthy of his acceptance, especially not Song Qingqing. Ah, what a twist of fate. What happened to those two campus beauties from earlier? Have they been dismissed? Haha. Jiang Chu never expected to encounter Zheng Hao here. Chapter 19. Did the campus beauty venture into the boys' dormitory? Dressed to the nines, yet still a solitary soul, you pursued a girl for years without even a kiss. How pitiable, dear love-struck fool. All your efforts will ultimately belong to me. Hee. Zheng Hao seemed intent on expressing his previous humiliation through mockery, reveling in his own pride. Jiang Chu slightly curled his lips into a smile, observing what adorned Zheng Hao's head. What could it be? The verdant vastness of the Hulunber grassland. Only then did Zheng Hao realize he had been played. You've tricked me. Jiang Chu brandished his phone, displaying a photo before him. Take a look, how alluring. Zheng Hao gazed at the image, dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his face, his complexion rapidly shifting from pale to green. He reached out to snatch the phone, but Jiang Chu swiftly withdrew it. The Imperial Hotel, a waterbed suite, sounds quite delightful, doesn't it? That wretched Song Qingqing. I wondered why she refused to join me tonight. I must make her pay. Zheng Hao seethed, his teeth clenched, furiously striding away to hail a taxi. Jiang Chu shook his head, uninterested in what transpired next, promptly blocking Song Qingqing's contact. Vengeance was his, and it felt utterly satisfying. With the stench of sweat mingling with the aroma of alcohol, he decided to return home for a shower. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong both coincidentally finished their showers early and had donned outfits suitable for an outing, complemented by simple makeup. However, their styles diverged. Li Wenjing wore a slightly conservative tight-fitting white top with off-shoulder sleeves paired with denim jeans, her upper body exuding an explosive allure. Cartoon eyes on her shirt stretched wide. Mo Yutong, on the other hand, donned a black top with a super short pleated skirt and pointed high heels. Her long legs accentuated by black stockings, radiating a deadly temptation. Their beauty left their two roommates in awe. Yutong, are you heading out? Yes, Wenjing. It seems you are also venturing out? Ah, I'm just going to the library. With differing thoughts, the two departed in contrasting directions. Mo Yutong mused that as long as she was seeking out Jiang Chu, she was confident he would meet her at the predetermined location tonight. She had even planned to savor a leisurely meal before heading over at 9:30, allowing him to stew a little while longer. How many young men would willingly wait an entire day for her? This evening, adorned in such alluring attire. Even a mere half-hour wait would seem to him a fortunate advantage. One can only imagine Jiang Chu's astonished expression, drooling over her exquisite figure, contemplating how he might not seize this opportunity. At the entrance of the boys' dormitory, a stunningly beautiful girl stood with an icy demeanor yet a hint of shyness, resembling a breathtakingly unique landscape. The passing boys were left in awe of her angelic visage and enchanting physique. Wasn't this the renowned ice queen of the campus, Li Wenjing? To think she would venture alone to the boys' dormitory. Could my eyes be deceiving me? My goodness, with that appearance, could she possibly be searching for a particular boy? It was said she never befriended males. I wonder which fortunate fellow has the privilege of keeping a campus beauty waiting beneath the dormitory. If I discover who he is, I might just have to confront him. Perhaps she is here for that wealthy heir, Lu Zixiang. Rumor has it he is her most ardent admirer. But foolishly, that young man does not reside in our building. He lives in a double room, no less. Li Wenjing moved, intercepting a boy attempting to evade her. Upon realizing he was being approached by the goddess herself, he grew tremendously anxious, unable to meet her gaze. Hello, fellow student. May I inquire where Jiang Chu from the Communications Engineering class of 2008 resides? You're looking for Jiang Chu? I'm in the same class as him. He.S. in. Thank you. No, it's my pleasure. Once Li Wenjing departed, the boy erupted with excitement. Having been chosen by the campus belle to engage in conversation, it was sheer bliss. The beauty of the campus was indeed magnificent. Even the air she breathed seemed fragrant. Inside the dormitory, Jiang Chu had just emerged from the shower, clad in loose shorts, holding an umbrella as he stepped outside. Suddenly, a notification sounded from the system. Song Qingqing. Affection level 2 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 What on earth? At that moment, the door swung open. Jiang Chu initially assumed it was one of his roommates returning. You're back. Did you bring my bubble tea? Before he could finish, he was taken aback to find not a roommate, but the striking Li Wenjing stepping inside. She seemed equally startled, coming to an abrupt halt. The two glaring lights momentarily flickered, prompting Jiang Chu to avert his gaze upward. The sunshade he had intended to retract was suddenly thrust open again. Li Wenjing shrieked, covering her eyes with her hands. How could this be? I saw nothing. Jiang Chu finally came to his senses, glancing down at his lower body and then at Li Wenjing. This was indeed a case of not a single ounce of silver hidden here. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he hurriedly grabbed the clothes he had just bought and hung out to dry. Thankfully, the hot weather had already dried them. In the process, he noticed Li Wenjing sneakily parting her fingers that were covering her eyes, which made him chuckle. After putting on his pants and slipping into his shirt, he remarked, All right, you can open your eyes now. I had no idea you would come in so suddenly. Only then did Li Wenjing lower her hand. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears. I should be the one apologizing for barging in so recklessly. Wow, did you get a haircut this afternoon? You look so handsome. Haha, really? I think I look quite dashing myself, he replied with a smile. Does this outfit fit well? I only roughly estimated your figure and have no real knowledge of fitting clothes. It fits perfectly, even better than what I bought for myself. Thank you. After he dressed, Jiang Chu tilted his head slightly, running his fingers through his hair, a confident smile playing on his lips, which completely captivated Li Wenjing's large eyes. Favorability level 2. It seemed that being handsome had its advantages. Jiang Chu felt a surge of excitement, though he wondered why the increase was so modest. Would it become more challenging to gain favorability as time went on? What brings you to the dormitory all of a sudden? Well, I just wanted to come and thank you for the gifts you gave me. That reason felt rather flimsy. She had come all the way to the boys' dormitory just to express her gratitude. By the way, I heard you mention wanting some milk tea. How about I treat you to some? Li Wenjing's face lit up with anticipation, her delicate fingers nervously fidgeting at her waist, revealing a hint of anxiety over potential rejection. All right, wait for me while I change my shoes. On the school path, a couple strolled together, drawing sideways glances from passers-by. What a scoop. Isn't that the Ice Queen, Li Wenjing? She's actually walking with a guy? Could he be her boyfriend? I bet she has a long-distance boyfriend. Which is why she doesn't interact with other guys at school. Who is that guy? He looks so handsome, dressed in designer clothes. Definitely a rich second generation. One girl sighed dreamily. Jiang Chu felt a quiet thrill. Previously, no one would look at him as he walked down the street. It seemed that with money, even his stride felt more confident. Outside the school gate at the milk tea shop, he said, Boss, one signature milk tea, please. Jiangchu, what would you like to drink? Lemonade is fine, thank you. Conveniently, there was a window-side table on the second floor. Two individuals sat facing each other, observing the bustling crowd below. A gentle breeze tousled Li Wenjing's lustrous black hair, enhancing her beauty as her delicate collarbone and fair, rounded shoulders glimmered softly under the light. Suddenly, she lowered her hand, her brows slightly furrowing. The angle revealed a breathtaking view that could only be described as a lethal allure. What's wrong? Did a mosquito bite you? Yes, I must have been bitten on the way here, but it's nothing. Wait for me. Jiangchu recalled a pharmacy nearby and soon returned with a bottle of cooling ointment. After a struggle to open the awkwardly designed cap, he handed it to Li Wenjing. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Li Wenjing's fondness for him increased, and Jiangchu felt a surge of excitement within. Do you think I'm a rather cold person? Not at all. Jiangchu was puzzled by her sudden query and recalled the initial fondness he had garnered. Have we met before? Li Wenjing paused, her cheeks flushing as she bit her cherry lips. Yes. Her evasive reply indicated she was unwilling to answer, and Jiangchu did not press further. His current aim was to spend money and enhance their rapport. They casually discussed various subjects, and for reasons unknown. Li Wenjing expressed great curiosity about his middle and high school experiences. Jiangchu recounted several embarrassing moments from his past, eliciting delightful laughter from her. It must be said, Li Wenjing's laughter was enchanting beyond measure. A couple entered and took a seat at the adjacent table. Look at them, learn from their example. Why can't you be a bit more humorous? You're as stiff as a wooden plank, utterly lacking in charm. Jiangchu turned to observe. The girl was undeniably cute. With a doll-like face, large eyes, and twin ponytails. She wore a pink and white sexy Lolita dress adorned with a bow, her figure strikingly attractive, complemented by her long, straight, fair legs clad in white knee-high socks and black round-toed shoes. Zhou Xinyi, age, 18, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 45 kilograms, attractiveness, 85, power bank, 0, fondness, 10. Ding. Meets system requirements. Achieving 90 points in fondness grants 20 attribute points. Wasn't she the newly popular campus flower rumored to be a freshman, ranked 5th? Zhou Xinyi, the girl beside him, was accompanied by a boy who appeared to be a freshman as well. He was rather handsome, standing at an impressive height of around 1.7 meters, albeit somewhat slender. He trailed behind her, timidly following her lead, and when Zhou Xinyi addressed him, he exhibited no signs of annoyance, merely bowing his head and murmuring an apology. As Zhou Xinyi's gaze lingered on Jiangchu's face, she cast a hostile glance in his direction. Jiangchu observed this with amusement, bemused that he could provoke the ire of such a young soul. Wenjing, is that really you? Zhou Xinyi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, revealing her small canine teeth, and she playfully bounced on her toes, exuding an adorable charm. Good evening, Junior Zhou Xinyi, replied Li Wenjing. Although they were not of the same cohort, they belonged to the same department and were both renowned beauties on campus, thus they were acquainted. Good evening, senior. Zhou Xinyi continued. Is this handsome young man your boyfriend? He is quite dashing. I've never seen him before. I noticed him rushing to the pharmacy to buy some cooling ointment, surely for you. How considerate of him. Zhou Xinyi spoke rapidly, her words accompanied by a playful bounce. No, Jiangchu and I are merely newfound acquaintances. Li Wenjing glanced at Jiangchu, a hint of shyness and awkwardness crossing her face. Hello, Senior Jiangchu. My name is Zhou Xinyi. She extended a delicate, fair hand adorned with a gently swaying bracelet. Hello, Jiangchu replied, under the boy's hostile gaze. He offered a brief handshake before withdrawing, not out of fear but out of courtesy. Senior, I won't interrupt your romantic rendezvous any longer, he, she chirped, bouncing back to her seat, where she playfully reprimanded the boy, who continued to apologize profusely. This scene evoked memories of Jiangchu's past, when he too had often been timid and cautious, fearful of being disliked for any misstep. He now realized that such behavior could be counterproductive. Embracing one's true self often reveals a unique character that others appreciate. Yet, those ensnared in such a mindset find it challenging to break free, relying solely on their own resolve. Ding dong. Another message arrived, this time from an unrecognized number. Sipping on lemonade. He opened it to reveal a series of alluring photographs featuring exquisite legs clad in high heels and black stockings. Irresistibly tempting. Jiangchu, I'm here. How do I look? It was Mo Yutong. Recalling her earlier text, he noted the time, 9:30. Jiangchu, what's wrong? Do you have something else to attend to? Li Wenjing observed a slight change in Jiangchu's expression. Ah, never mind. Cough, cough, cough. I was caught off guard and choked. Are you all right? I'm fine, really. Cough, cough, cough. It took a while to calm down. Well, it's getting late. Shall we head back? As we returned, the school gate remained lively, with numerous BMWs, Benzes, and Autos parked nearby. Some of them had bottles of mineral water or beverages placed on their hoods. Those in the know understood the implication. However, Jiangchu never paid attention to such matters. Walking alongside Li Wenjing, their presence attracted the attention of several car owners. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face, a girl in a white Lolita dress carrying a doll bag. Wasn't she his brother Xiang Hua's date for the evening? She cautiously surveyed her surroundings before approaching a Mercedes, opening the door and taking a seat inside. The driver, a middle-aged man, immediately leaned in to kiss her before driving away. Jiang Chu's brow furrowed. What's wrong? Li Wenjing inquired. Nothing, let us go. The campus path was nearly deserted, and soon they approached the area near Li Wenjing's dormitory, a dimly lit spot flanked by several large trees. Jiang Chu. Li Wenjing suddenly halted, turned around, and gazed up at him with her large, expressive eyes. Yes, tonight, you asked me if we had known each other before, right? Jiang Chu awaited her continuation. Do you remember the girl with braces? The girl with braces? You mean that girl from the neighboring class when we were in middle school? Indeed. There was that one time when she was bullied and ridiculed by a few people, and you stepped in to defend her, although in the end, you ended up with a bruised face. Li Wenjing tucked her hands behind her back, seemingly reminiscing, unable to suppress a smile. Jiang Chu fell into reflection. It seemed there was indeed such an incident from his middle school days. He had been badly beaten and, upon returning home, faced another round of scolding from his parents. A memory that lingered vividly. About that, it does ring a bell. Are you implying that you are? Yes, I am her, the girl with braces. Jiang Chu was momentarily speechless. No wonder he felt an inexplicable affinity towards Li Wenjing upon their first meeting. Her goddess-like beauty contrasted starkly with the chubby girl he remembered from middle school. It was hard to believe they were the same person. Yet, Jiang Chu understood that many girls who appeared unremarkable in middle or high school could blossom into stunning beauties, leaving countless boys regretting their failure to recognize these hidden gems. Moreover, he suddenly realized that Li Wenjing had been rumored to never associate with the opposite sex. Could it be because of him? How could that be? He merely happened to intervene out of a sense of justice. Besides, it had been quite some time. It was impossible. Jiang Chu. You are the first boy I have ever wanted to understand since I grew up. Do you think I am beautiful? Yes, very beautiful. Li Wenjing felt a surge of joy, her hands clasped at her waist, her body shyly swaying from side to side. Suddenly, she stepped forward, rose onto her toes, lifted her chin, closed her eyes, and swiftly pressed her lips against Jiang Chu's cheek. I'm heading back now, goodbye. After saying this, she hurriedly ran away. Glancing back at the stunned Jiang Chu, her laughter ringing in the air as she walked away happily. Li Wenjing, affection level 5. What the heck? Jiang Chu felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, instantly frozen in place. Had the school bell truly kissed him? The sensation was soft, moist, and lingering with a floral fragrance. Her stunning beauty and perfectly sculpted figure were the aspirations of countless boys, yet she had taken the initiative to kiss him. This was indeed a promising sign. No, he couldn't allow himself to be ensnared. He bore the weight of a system that required him to achieve a satisfaction level of 95 or above with 5 goddesses to unlock the next level. Clearly, he had to embody the essence of a charming Casanova. No, a benevolent and affectionate gentleman. This was merely the beginning. He must remain composed. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Whose call was it? He took it out to find it was Mo Yutong. He quickly hung up, having seen that she had sent 4 or 5 messages previously. Why are you taking so long? I got angry because you didn't reply to my messages. Jiang Chu, there are so many mosquitoes. I've been bitten all over, boo-hoo. Oh no, it's 10 o'clock. That Mo Yutong surely wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for him, would she? After some contemplation, he decided to check on her. Just after he left, a clenched fist and a pair of furious, malevolent eyes emerged from the shadows not far around the corner. The campus beauty, Li Wenjing. Does she have a fondness for him? The Misty Lake, one of the romantic rendezvous spots of the school, still witnesses couples holding hands and whispering sweet nothings even at this hour. Jiang Chu glanced from a distance at the dimly lit pavilion in the middle of the lake. Although there were no lights illuminating it, he could discern that it was likely unoccupied. It seemed that Mo Yutong, not being able to see him arrive, must have left long ago. After all, how could such a prominent campus beauty possibly wait for him for such an extended period? Just as he contemplated turning away, a figure suddenly emerged from the pavilion that had seemed deserted moments before. The lower half of the figure was obscured, but the cascading, lustrous black hair and breathtaking visage suggested unmistakably that she was a beauty. Could it be Mo Yutong? Still here? Approaching for a closer look confirmed his suspicion. Leaning against the distant, faint light, he could see that she wore a fitted white shirt adorned with a black tie, and her ultra-short pleated skirt showcased exquisite black stockings and pointed black heels. He intended to admire her a little longer, but was soon distracted by the rising and falling of her silhouette, indicating she was quite agitated. "What are you still doing here?" came a voice that interrupted his thoughts. Mo Yutong lifted her stunning face, her large eyes sparkling as they met his. She was taken aback to discover such an attractive boy in her school, dressed in designer attire. That scoundrel had stood her up. But perhaps it was time to flirt with this handsome stranger. "Your approach is rather kitsch, isn't it?" she teased. He found it amusing that she did not recognize him. But then again, it was dim, and he was positioned with his back to the distant light. A smirk danced on his lips as he took a seat beside her, inhaling a fragrance distinct from Li Wenjing's. "At this hour, what is a beautiful girl like you doing here all alone? Surely you're not waiting for your boyfriend?" At this remark, Jiang Chu caught a glimpse of her delicate, porcelain-like fist clenched tightly, her lovely face twitching slightly, likely in a fit of suppressed rage. He could not help but swallow hard. Had he truly not committed to coming? "I am waiting for someone," Mo Yutong replied fiercely. "But they have already missed our agreed time. Perhaps they've fallen into the lake and drowned." Jiang Chu awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing how fierce she was. "Perhaps he should leave?" "You seem somewhat familiar," she pondered, her large eyes scrutinizing him carefully. Almost leaping from her seat, she exclaimed, "Wait, you're Jiang Chu." "Indeed. It is I. Have you somehow become more handsome?" Mo Yutong exclaimed in disbelief. The casually dressed Jiang Chu from earlier in the day was unrecognizable. Suddenly, she recalled Wenjing's earlier remark. Actually, brother Jiang Chu is quite handsome. Handsome? It was an understatement. The elegant, flowing hairstyle, the confident gaze, and the unique aura that transcended that of an ordinary university student, none could compare to the Jiang Chu before her. Not even the campus heartthrob Wu Shaoqian or the wealthy young gentleman she had encountered outside. Moreover, his lavish display today unmistakably marked him as a quintessential rich heir. Was he not the perfect partner she had long sought? Mo Yutong's eyes sparkled as if she wished to devour Jiang Chu whole. However, her infatuation was tempered by the realization that he had kept her waiting for far too long, leaving her at the mercy of relentless mosquitoes. There was no way she would show him any kindness. With a rich heir like him, one must employ the art of seduction through a game of restraint. Her gaze shifted from gentle to furious. "Why did you arrive only now? An hour and a half has elapsed, and the mosquitoes here are unbearable. I've been bitten numerous times." Chapter 22. You want me to tear your stockings? How could he make such an outrageous request? This was no exaggeration. In the south, not only were the cockroaches and mice large, but the mosquitoes were also terrifying. It wasn't the size of the mosquitoes that frightened her, but rather the spots they bore. Even through her black stockings, they managed to bite her, leaving her in a pitiable state as she attempted to scratch the itch, but the fabric thwarted her efforts. In several places, she could endure no more and had torn the stockings. How could I forget? Mo Yutong fumed inwardly, her frustration mounting. The campus beauty had taken the initiative to invite him, and he had the audacity to forget. "I brought some menthol ointment." "Humph. At least you have a shred of conscience," she thought, her favorability rating plummeting to 1. Jiang Chu pulled out the ointment from his pocket and offered it to her, but she did not accept it. "You've made me wait for so long. I'm quite upset. You should apply it for me," she declared resentfully. "Wait, what?" Jiang Chu was taken aback, incredulous. "You want me to apply it for you?" "Indeed. If you don't help me, I won't forgive you," she huffed. "But how am I to know where to apply it?" "I'll point out the spots. You just apply it," she instructed, as she had yet to finish her sentence. Mo Yutong unexpectedly enacted a rather audacious maneuver, lifting her long leg, over a meter in length, and resting it on Jiang Chu's thigh. The leg was straight, slender, and perfectly proportioned, accentuated by high-heeled black stockings. Regrettably, in that fleeting moment of elevation, certain views were missed, yet even so, Jiang Chu was left utterly mesmerized. "What are you staring at?" You lecher? Mo Yutong retorted, adjusting her skirt and tucking it between her legs. You brought this upon yourself, Jiang Chu replied with irritation, feeling compelled to endure the situation. It itches terribly. Hurry and apply some ointment for me. How can I apply it when you're wearing stockings? He exclaimed. Are you a fool? These stockings are a bodysuit. Do you expect me to take them off here? Just tear them off. After all, they've only been worn once. Tear them off? Jiang Chu's expression was one of pure astonishment. Goodness, hand-tearing stockings? Such a thing seems only to exist in adult films, and yet here I am, facing this absurd request. Mo Yutong observed Jiang Chu's reaction with a victorious smirk, clearly relishing the unfolding situation. Shouldn't we find a different place? Hurry up, don't dawdle. I'm not afraid. So why should you be? At this hour, who else would come here? Jiang Chu sighed. You're the one forcing my hand. Once more? He lowered his gaze to the exquisite, elongated leg adorned in black stockings, long and straight, devoid of any excess flesh, the dark temptation extending infinitely into the abyss. This? Am I really going to tear it? Yes, go ahead. His fingers grazed a specific spot just above the ankle, feeling the smooth yet slightly textured fabric, accompanied by the delightful firmness beneath. He was nearly overwhelmed, and as he applied slight pressure, he discovered it was surprisingly resilient. After exerting considerable force, he managed to create a sizable tear, revealing the pale, smooth, and slightly bony skin beneath, irresistibly alluring. Stealing a quick glance at Mo Yutong, he noted her expression of triumph. It became evident that she was deliberately enticing him. Very well, who is afraid of whom? Jiang Chu decided to cast aside his apprehension. He opened the ointment and began to apply it, gently massaging it in, unable to suppress his admiration for her skin, which was as supple as that of an infant. As the sound of tearing fabric echoed, the stockings were marred by numerous varying-sized holes. Jiang Chu meticulously applied ointment to each affected area. Mo Yutong had not deceived him. Her skin was riddled with pronounced welts, clearly the handiwork of the notorious southern mosquito. It was evident that even wearing yoga pants would not have spared her from their bites. What he failed to notice was that as he continued to apply the ointment higher up her leg, Mo Yutong's face had inexplicably flushed a deep crimson, her delicate lips gently biting down, emitting a barely audible sigh known only to her. The sensation was wonderfully perplexing, leaving her both shy and pleasantly exhilarated, lost in the moment. At last, Jiang Chu sighed in relief, having finished applying the ointment. It was astonishing that these malicious mosquitoes had left 7 or 8 welts. No wonder Mo Yutong had scolded him. Just as he was about to cap the ointment, she interjected, Wait, there's one more. Another one? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Jiang Chu asked, his face a portrait of confusion. Mo Yutong, once so proudly haughty, now lowered her head shyly, her smooth hair concealing much of her face, obscuring her expression. It's a bit embarrassing. Jiang Chu surmised that it must be near the inner thigh. If it's embarrassing, then you can apply it yourself. No, you must help me, or I shall never forgive you. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Was this truly a test of his resolve? Mo Yutong repositioned herself, placing her leg back on the ground with a newfound confidence. It's right here, she pointed, indicating the inner thigh, not a mere software application. Goodness, Jiang Chu thought, grappling with his thoughts. I'm wearing safety shorts. As a girl, she shouldn't mind, so why should I? Come here, Mo Yutong beckoned. Lifting a corner of her skirt with ease, her eyes narrowing and a slight smirk gracing her lips, challenging his endurance. Jiang Chu cautiously stole a glance. Her long legs adorned in torn stockings were undeniably enticing, and indeed, she wore black safety shorts. No wonder she had dared to tempt him so boldly. Yet even so, could any man withstand such a sight? Strangely, Jiang Chu could, for he had just spotted 2 girls in white approaching from a distance, and he dared not act improperly in such a public setting. However, the temptation was an extreme test of willpower, compelling him to steal furtive glances while inwardly cursing the inventors of safety shorts and pixelation. Hurry up, it itches terribly. Jiang Chu reached out and tugged forcefully. Yet to his surprise, it would not yield. After several attempts, he found himself at an impasse, primarily due to the awkward angle. Reluctantly, he knelt down, placing one knee on the ground. With both hands exerting pressure, he finally managed to tear it open. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Yutong's face had flushed to the roots of her ears, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Was Jiang Chu truly acting? Despite their current predicament, he managed to restrain himself from taking any further action against her. Mo Yutong, affection level 5. Quite satisfactory, it has increased. A breakthrough in their relationship seems imminent. Jiangchu applied the medicine, and he could distinctly feel the moment his fingers made contact, causing her to flinch slightly. This would not do. He needed to hasten the process, for he was on the brink of losing composure. Meanwhile, two girls in the distance happened to glance in their direction. Mengshi, look over there, what are they doing? One girl remarked, her mouth forming a perfect O. The other girl slowly turned her head, revealing a stunning oval face. With almond-shaped eyes and long, sleek black hair casually draped to one side, exposing her delicate and charming ears. Following Tang Xiaodan's gaze, she spotted a girl in a short skirt, reclining on a stone bench with her legs spread, while a boy knelt before her, burying his head. Were they truly engaging in such a disgraceful act? This was utterly deplorable. It was taking place in school. A kiss might be excusable, but this... Who would have thought that a casual stroll after leaving the library could lead to such a scene? Suddenly, the boy lifted his head and stood up, furtively scanning his surroundings. Ji Mingxi turned her face in disgust, unwilling to spare another glance. She had no desire to discover the identity of the boy, fearing that each encounter would be another source of revulsion. Xiaodan, let us return. Not only are there numerous mosquitoes, but also repugnant individuals. Wait a moment. Isn't that girl Mo Yutong? Chapter 23. The first kiss stolen. Ji Mengxi paused in her tracks, looking again as the two figures approached. Indeed, the girl was Mo Yutong. After all, she was the school belle, and Mo Yutong held the same title. Both served as vice presidents of the student council, often collaborating, albeit with different roles. Most of the time, they were competitors and held a mutual disdain for one another. Ji Mengxi perceived Mo Yutong as a quintessential gold digger, one who would cling to any wealthy individual without a shred of principle or shame, a trait she found exceedingly distasteful. Jiang Chu and Mo Yutong approached, swiftly arriving before Ji Mingxi and her companions. Ji Mingxi, at the tender age of 20, stands at 167 centimeters and weighs 47 kilograms, boasting an attractiveness rating of 88. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaodan, also 20, measures 165 centimeters and weighs 46 kilograms, with a charm rating of 78. The illustrious Ji Mingxi, renowned as the most beautiful in school, has encountered 4 of the top 5 school beauties within just 2 short days. In my previous life, I remained oblivious to their appearances until graduation. However, I cannot help but ponder why her attractiveness is rated merely 88, which is lower than Li Wenjing's. I recall that day in the fitting room when Li Wenjing transformed dramatically after changing outfits. She must typically dress conservatively at school, hence her placement as second. Yet, upon observing Ji Mingxi's striking features, her defined contours, elegantly high nose, and wise, deep-set eyes beneath her willow-like brows, she is undoubtedly more attractive than Mo Yutong. Admittedly, due to her long dress, a comparison of their legs is not feasible. Nevertheless, Jiang Chu found himself captivated by her presence for an extended period. Aside from the hidden allure of Li Wenjing, Ji Mingxi undeniably deserves her title as the top beauty. If Li Wenjing embodies the charm of the girl next door, and Mo Yutong exudes sensuality, Ji Mingxi epitomizes the idealized vision of beauty for most boys, pure and radiant, her bright eyes concealing wisdom. It is said that she consistently ranks first in every examination and has represented the school in numerous competitions, earning awards, thus embodying the archetype of a talented woman, blessed with both beauty and intellect. Rumor has it that she harbors a rather unkind demeanor towards underperforming students, which is rather evident, as Jiang Chu clearly belongs to that category. However, they should have never crossed paths before, let alone caused offense. So how did her affinity rating plummet to -30? What could possibly lead the illustrious Ji Mingxi to wander here by the lakeside at night? Is she perhaps feeling a tinge of loneliness? Mo Yutong, unreservedly, began to speak. I merely happened to pass by for a stroll. Had I known I would witness such sordid affairs, I would have taken a different route. Ji Mingxi, with a stern expression, replied coldly, sordid? The words left both Mo Yutong and Jiang Chu momentarily bewildered, exchanging glances. Mo Yutong, incensed, placed her hands on her hips. Unlike you, Ji, the esteemed academic, who seems perpetually engrossed in your books, I suspect you have never experienced romance. Oh, you must sneak away to observe couples, returning home to indulge in your fantasies, while shopping online for those adorable little items. Remember to change your name to avoid being discovered by others. Hee hee. With that, she walked away, a smug expression on her face. What little things? Ji Mengshi furrowed her brows, pondering the other person's words, until Tang Xiaodan whispered a few sentences in her ear. Her face immediately turned a shade of anger. How shameless. What are you looking at? He seems quite handsome, yet he turns out to be a perverted man. Jiang Chu merely glanced at him while passing by and was scolded by Tang Xiaodan. A perverted man? Referring to him? That's absurd. The two walked along the campus path. Isn't she beautiful? Huh. I mean, Ji Mingxi is the top beauty of the school. Oh, she is indeed beautiful, though it seems he harbors some deep-seated grievances. Do you wish to win her over? I can assist you. He merely turned to cast a glance at Mo Yutong and pursed his lips. I'm serious. Seeing Jiang Chu's apparent disinterest, he continued, by the way, do you think I'm more attractive, or is she more attractive? Her, I suppose. Jiang Chu blurted out, the system rating her a point higher than Mo Yutong, which was reasonable. Mo Yutong suddenly fell silent, a visible displeasure on her face. For quite some time, they walked in silence until she suddenly stopped and, with a gloomy expression, asked, Jiang Chu, do you think I'm inferior to that Ji Mingxi in your eyes? Jiang Chu was taken aback, his mind still preoccupied with the incident involving Li Wanjing. No, you're also very beautiful. At this, Jiang Chu unconsciously glanced at her long, alluring legs clad in torn black stockings, the tempting image still vivid in his memory. Mo Yutong, keenly perceptive, quickly understood his gaze, her face regaining a smile, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Really? I knew it. That Ji Mingxi is usually so cold, lacking any femininity aside from her good grades. And only those like Wu Xiaoqian elevate her to some absurd status as a fairy. It's just because she comes from a wealthy family. Jiang Chu, you definitely prefer me, right? Jiang Chu did not respond, merely smiling. She seemed to take it as an affirmation, and on the way back, they began chatting and laughing again. Though it was mostly Mo Yutong talking to herself, with Jiang Chu nodding along. Along the way, her phone received several calls, presumably from some infatuated admirer, which she glanced at and promptly hung up. Upon arriving at their dormitory building, they unexpectedly stopped at the same spot as before. Truly the mark of best friends. Standing in the same place. I'm heading back now. Don't you feel reluctant to part? Jiang Chu lightly touched the bridge of his nose and remarked, are we really going to go out and find a room? Noticing Jiang Chu's silence, Mo Yutong beckoned him over, indicating she wanted to share a secret. Jiang Chu, puzzled, tilted his head towards her, feeling her draw closer, a fragrant scent enveloping him. Her voice, magnetic and alluring, whispered, my mouth feels a bit dry. What? Dry mouth? Before Jiang Chu could fully comprehend, a pair of arms encircled his neck, drawing him in, and he found his lips sealed by her delicate softness and unexpected ambush. In the same place, yet with a different girl, twice in one night. However, this encounter was distinct. Mo Yutong boldly claimed his first kiss. And after a moment of surprise, Jiang Chu reciprocated, embracing her and resting his hands on her slender waist. Through the thin fabric, he could feel the silky smoothness beneath. Initially gentle, he attempted to venture further, only to be met with her guarded lips. But what of it? With relentless determination, he eventually pried them apart, and their exploration continued for a lengthy 20 minutes before concluding. You can't possibly still be a novice at this, Mo Yutong inquired. What do you think? He replied, a hint of shyness evident. Given your initial hesitance, I would say so. By the way, my kiss doesn't mean I like you. I'm merely compensating you for the bag and gifts you've given me, so don't read too much into it, Mo Yutong stated, her favorability at 5. Jiang Chu chuckled inwardly, thinking that without the system, he might have believed her. Did you see that young man by the convertible BMW? He was here to pursue me. Now that he has seen us kiss for so long, you should take care of yourself, she teased. Haha, I'll let you take the fall. Chapter 24. You just have to obey me. After saying this, Mo Yutong triumphantly returned to her dormitory. Jiang Chu glanced over and indeed spotted a young man in a floral shirt standing beside a convertible BMW, a bouquet lying discarded on the ground. The man shot him a furious glare before speeding off in his car. Wow, I can't believe Mo Yutong just played me like that. I'll have to get back at her someday. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found 3 of his friends deeply engrossed in a game, with Ghost unleashing a powerful move. A piercing sound emitted from Lu Jing's computer speakers, followed by a series of kills, 3, 4, 5, until Jiang Chu emerged from the shower, at which point they finally noticed his return. Wow, Jiang Chu, you're finally back, Xiang Hua exclaimed eagerly, while the other 2 gathered around. What are you all up to? Enough already, stop pretending. We are all aware that the campus belle, Li Wenjing, came to your dormitory looking for you. Indeed. Hurry up and enlighten us about the situation. Is she expecting? Are you being thrust into fatherhood? The three of them exchanged banter, leaving Jiang Chu in a state of bemusement. We merely ran into each other during the day, and I gifted her a few presents. She came over just to express her gratitude. All three turned their heads in unison, their expressions dripping with disbelief. Campus belle, my friend, I have encountered Li Wenjing, and she is leagues more exquisite than your previous crush, Song Qingqing. It's as if they belong to entirely different realms. How could you possibly remain unmoved? Exactly. For all we know, while we were away, they might have engaged in a passionate rendezvous. Lu Jing inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant air of spring. Filled with countless aspirations darting about, Jiang Chu could no longer bear it, and promptly sought refuge atop his bed, while the three below erupted into raucous laughter, reveling in their anticipated outcome. I say, how did you suddenly become so enlightened, daring to confront Song Qingqing? It turns out you have already captured the campus belle's heart. That is precisely it. I find Li Wenjing to be quite admirable. Song Qingqing is utterly unworthy of your affections. At this juncture, Jiang Chu was reminded of the events of the evening. Xianghua, how did your date with that girl go tonight? What do you mean, how did it go? It was splendid. She is charming, innocent, and perceptive. She even treated me to bubble tea. Her birthday is approaching. What gift do you think I should present her? It was evident that Xianghua was genuinely invested, resembling the initial state of a devoted admirer from his previous life. Yet this time it was his friend in the spotlight. Nevertheless, as long as he was around, Xianghua would never suffer. I'm not well versed in gift-giving, but I advise you to gather more information before proceeding. All right, I understand. Do you think I am like you? If that girl were to overstep, I would promptly take my leave. Yes, I merely wish for you to avoid repeating my mistakes. Understood. By the way, what is her name? Wang Wei. Jiang Chu took note. Speaking of which, Xianghua, didn't you mention your family runs a clothing factory? How is business? I have no idea. My family manages that. Why the sudden inquiry? Nothing much, just a feeling that online shopping is significantly impacting physical stores. It would be wise for you to check in with your family. If they encounter any issues, perhaps I could lend a hand. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, as long as there are people, there will be a need for clothing. My father has been in this business for over a decade. He knows far more than I do. However, I appreciate your concern, brother. Now go on and rest. You've had enough of your own romantic escapades. Jiang Chu exchanged a few barbs with him. Such matters cannot be rushed, and it is likely that what is destined to occur will indeed transpire. At present, the priority is to swiftly enhance his own capabilities, so that he may assist Xianghua in resolving issues when the need arises. Lying in bed, he took out his phone and discovered a plethora of unread messages. Li Wenjing wrote, Jiang Chu, today has been the happiest day since I started university. Thank you. If possible, my roommate and I would like to invite you and your dormitory for a meal tomorrow at noon. Curse you, Jiang Chu, leaving me alone for so long. And now you're out drinking milk tea with Wenjing. What else did you do with her? You've been grinning like a fool all night. Did you bully her? Tonight. You took advantage of me, didn't you? How do my long legs look? Aren't my high heels and stockings alluring? Perhaps you should gift me a handbag or something. Giving you another chance to touch me. Hee hee. Accompanied by a provocative photo of her legs and torn stockings, this little minx, sending such temptations in the dead of night. Yet, recalling those long, slender legs clad in black stockings does indeed stir one's desires. As he replied to the message, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to his new Nokia 86, having transitioned from a smartphone to a keypad device. If memory serves, the fourth generation of the Fruit brand was released this year, likely to deliver a significant blow to the Nokia keypad phones. How should he plan the road ahead? We are currently in an era where dual horses soar to great heights, with platforms like WeChat, 58 Oil Depot, and the likes of Douyin and Facebook flourishing. The mobile phone industry is dominated by the Fruit brand, and its various competitors emerging like mushrooms after rain. The most daunting aspect, however, lies in the real estate sector. Many protagonists in novels, upon being reborn, often prioritize this as their first choice. But does Jiang Chu lack money? No, he is no stranger to wealth. Yet it must be transformed into something more substantial, be it power, status, or influential resources. In truth, in China, the most patriotic individuals are often those from the lower strata of society, as they have lived their entire lives in this land, which is their root. Conversely, some affluent individuals, believing their wealth can shield them from the ravages of war, might even consider betrayal. A reflection on the turbulent years serves as a reminder. Since 2017, the United States has initiated various forms of suppression and control, revealing the true terrors of capitalist dominance. As a Chinese citizen, he feels a profound obligation to contribute to his nation, breaking through technological blockades and strategically positioning himself across various industries is the path of the strong. One night, I pondered extensively and gradually began to clarify my thoughts. Meanwhile, beneath a large tree at the school, a graceful figure glanced around cautiously, and upon seeing no one nearby, she answered her phone. A commanding voice emerged from the other end, authoritative and unequivocal. Describe her situation. I replied, I was not with her last night, but I heard she went out for milk tea with that Jiang Chu. The voice hesitated for a moment. Do not forget your task. Keep a close watch on her. Report any developments immediately, or forget about your father's kidney source. The girl trembled as she responded, Yes, I have followed your instructions. When will my father be able to undergo the kidney transplant? The man did not respond directly, but continued. There is one more thing. A new student will transfer to your school the day after tomorrow. You must obey his commands unconditionally. Remember, any request. The figure visibly shuddered. Did you hear my words? Yes, I heard. Rest assured, I have already located the seller. Your father's surgery will be arranged shortly. Remember, only I can assist you. You must simply comply with my directives. Chapter 25. The rich second generation, Lu Zixiang, causes trouble the next day. I was compelled to attend the formidable teacher's class, and I barely managed to endure until the lesson concluded, engrossed in my novel. Suddenly, I spotted the icy school beauty, Li Wenjing. Everyone else had already departed, and the voice calling out belonged to Xiang Hua, who was trailing Jiang Chu. She wouldn't be waiting specifically for you. Would she? Jiang Chu. From a distance, Li Wenjing excitedly waved. Indeed, the heavens are unjust, I lamented, as Xiang Hua sighed. The two approached, and today, Li Wenjing still sported her long, straight black hair, with a few strands dancing in the gentle breeze. She wore a white jumpsuit, which, despite its loose fit, could not conceal her alluring figure. Her long, slender legs were adorned with white short socks and a pair of Gucci loafers, exuding an air of pure natural beauty. As Xiang Hua drew nearer, he felt a sense of unease and dared not meet Li Wenjing's gaze. Jiang Chu mused that if Li Wenjing were to shed her modesty and don more revealing attire, the rankings of the school beauties would undoubtedly shift in an instant. Are you waiting for me? Yes. Didn't we agree yesterday to have lunch together? Oh, I almost forgot about that. You two chat. I'll take my leave. Xiang Hua attempted to slip away, but Jiang Chu caught him. You should join us. Huh. Xiang Hua hesitated, reluctant to play the third wheel. It's fine, as I've also invited a beautiful roommate from our dormitory. I'll introduce you to her later. By the way, there are also two classmates. Those two went out to dinner with their girlfriends. Don't worry about them. Without further ado, Jiang Chu draped his arm over Xiang Hua's shoulder and pulled him along. They first stopped by the girls' dormitory to meet with Li Wenjing's roommates, who were already waiting downstairs. Wow, he is truly handsome, Chun Meixiao whispered excitedly in Zhang Yunla's ear. No wonder Wenjing has been reluctant to find a boyfriend. It seems she has already set her heart on this charming fellow. Indeed, she was overjoyed returning with him last night. Please, don't say such things, Li Wenjing said, her face flushed. There was happiness and pride within her. Receiving compliments about the one she admired was a testament to her discerning taste. These two are my roommates. This is Chun Meixiao, and this is Zhang Yunla. Hello. I am Jiang Chu. I am Xiang Hua. In contrast to Jiang Chu's poised demeanor, Xiang Hua appeared somewhat bashful. Li Wenjing was right. Her two roommates were indeed striking. Both standing at around 1.6 meters tall with commendable figures. Chun Meixiao sported shoulder-length hair, dressed in a casual t-shirt and denim overalls, complemented by a pair of sneakers. Zhang Yunla had long, flowing hair, wearing a SpongeBob t-shirt paired with white shorts and shoes. The system rated them with scores of 77 and 78, respectively. An appearance that would certainly attract admiration from many boys at school. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to approach the school beauty. Rather, it is girls like them, who are relatively more attractive, that encourage the belief that more boys stand a chance of winning their affection. What about Mo Yutong? Isn't she in your dorm? Jiang Chu inquired, looking at Wenjing. Yutong has something to attend to today and has taken a leave, Wenjing replied. Yes. She received a phone call early this morning and seemed rather upset. I'm not sure what transpired. It's likely something concerning her family, as I heard her relatives were looking for her. Never mind, Let us be on our way. Not long after they had set off, they spotted 5 individuals squatting ahead on the campus path. 4 of them were burly figures with dyed hair, clad in black tank tops that revealed their muscular physiques adorned with tattoos, unmistakably suggesting a rough background. The leader, tall and slender, stood at about 1.7 meters, wearing Ray-Ban sunglasses and a Versace t-shirt with shorts, exuding an air of arrogance. It was clear that they were not friendly. Jiang Chu, do you know them? Xianghua asked, her expression tense. I have been in fights since childhood. This does not look good. I do not recognize them. Lu Zixiang? That rich second-generation heir. Zhang Meixia interjected, instantly drawing the attention of Jiang Chu and the others towards Li Wenjing, whose face contorted in disgust at the mention of his name. At that moment, the 4 ruffians had approached, showing no intention to yield. Instead, they spread out, clearly targeting them. Lu Zixiang, what do you mean by this? Li Wenjing said coldly. Wenjing, you are undoubtedly aware of my affection for you, yet you have consistently maintained an air of indifference towards me. I initially presumed that your reluctance to engage in a romantic relationship stemmed from your university life, and I would have even accepted your preference for women. However, I was taken aback to discover that you have chosen someone who appears fragile and pretentious. Furthermore, I conducted an inquiry yesterday and found that his family consists of merely 2 villagers. It is indeed perplexing how he parades himself as a scion of wealth, clearly deceiving you. Rest assured, today's events are unrelated to you and your peers. I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Jiang Chu, do you see the group of brothers behind me? I present you with an opportunity. Confess that you have been deceiving Wenjing, or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon hearing this, Chen Meixia and Zhang Yunle widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether Jiang Chu could truly be such a person, deceiving Wenjing. Yet, the price of those extravagant gifts seemed excessively steep. Do I require your supervision in my affairs? You and your entourage, vacate the area immediately, Li Wenjing declared with unwavering resolve. Wenjing, Lu Zixiang seethed with frustration, turning his glare towards Jiang Chu. You, young man, have indeed proven to be quite the schemer, ensnaring Wenjing in your web of deceit. If you do not voluntarily distance yourself from her today, I shall ensure you encounter my wrath repeatedly. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to engage in a brawl? Come on. Xianghua, brimming with aggression, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Jiang Chu. Lu Zixiang, startled, took a step back, recalling that he had enlisted 4 formidable individuals behind him, and inwardly cursed. Wenjing, I am doing this for your own good. These 4 brothers of mine are from outside the school's jurisdiction. Jiang Chu, I have extended you an opportunity. With that, he gestured, and the 4 ruffians advanced, cracking their knuckles menacingly. In the face of such an intimidating scenario, Jiang Chu was far from intimidated. In his previous life, he had been pursued by dozens, so facing off against a mere 4 was hardly daunting. However, although youthful, his current physique lacked the fortitude of experience, appearing somewhat frail. The opposing 4 clearly exuded a hardened demeanor, and with the presence of women on his side, retreat was not an option. He could only muster the courage to confront them. But alas, he had a system at his disposal. If he could elevate the affinity level to 90, he would earn attribute points. Li Wenjing already possessed an affinity of 89, merely 1 point shy. It was worth a try. If it failed, he would have to fight with all his might. At worst, he would endure a beating. Just as the 4 attempted to close in, Jiang Chu executed an unexpected maneuver, turning to Li Wenjing beside him and requesting, "Lend me some strength." Wenjing found herself enveloped in Jiang Chu's embrace as he pressed his lips against hers. It was a pair of soft, delicate cherry blossom lips that he kissed deeply in front of everyone. Li Wenjing's eyes widened in shock, followed by a wave of sweetness as she gradually closed them, surrendering to the moment. The 4 ruffians stood frozen, astonished, even at such a moment. They were surprised that someone dared to take advantage. Even if they were to be beaten and sent to the hospital later, it didn't seem too regrettable. Why had they never considered this tactic before? Meanwhile, Lu Zixiang's expression shifted from pale to green with envy. Chapter 26. Achieving 90 affection points. Unlocking the system store. Li Wenjing was the woman he had longed to conquer, and now, witnessing her being kissed by another man right before his eyes was unbearable, stirring within him a murderous intent. While everyone else was in a daze, Li Wenjing felt a surge of passionate love. Last night, she had taken the initiative. It was her first kiss. Indeed, since that incident in middle school, she had kept an eye on Jiang Chu. Although they did not attend the same school afterward, She had never forgotten the boy who had stood up for her. Later, she learned he had given up the chance to attend Tsinghua University for a girl. And without hesitation, she had chosen the same path, though she never voiced it. Thus, it was only until yesterday that they truly became acquainted. She was uncertain if Jiang Chu harbored feelings for her, but now, being kissed publicly had provided her with clarity, at the very least. There was a place for her in his heart. A wave of happiness and sweetness blossomed from within. Li Wenjing, affection level 1. Ding. The system has detected that Li Wenjing's affection level has reached 90. You are awarded 20 attribute points, which can enhance various attributes: strength, agility, physique, talent, and mental power. The first 3 improvements will enhance your appearance. Additionally, the system store has been unlocked. For every point gained from 90 to 95, you will receive 3 attribute points. Beyond 95, each point will grant 5 attribute points. The system store? The system store is now open. Attribute points can be exchanged for corresponding personal skills. Combat section, talent section, technical section, etc. There's no time to waste. He opened the combat section. 5-strike whip of Ma Baohua, Kunkin shoulder press, Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do, IP Man's Wing Chun, Hui Yuanjia's mysterious fist, Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi. Goodness, there are so many options. Jiang Chu quickly selected to increase his strength by 5, agility by 6, and physique, along with the ultimate mixed martial arts skill. Beginner, consumes 2 attribute points. Requires strength 5, agility 5, constitution 7, talent 5, mental power 5. Intermediate, consumes 4 attribute points. Requires strength 9, agility 9, constitution 8, talent 8. Mental power 8. Advanced, consumes 6 attribute points. Requires strength 13, agility 13, constitution 10, talent 10, mental power 10. Ding. Allocation successful, purchase successful. Jiang Chu, strength 8, 8, 5, agility 7, 8, 6, constitution 7, 8, 3, talent 10, 8, mental power 10, 8. Note: values in parentheses indicate the average for a normal person. Acquired ultimate comprehensive combat skill in a fleeting moment. A surge of diverse combat knowledge flooded Jiang Chu's mind, enabling him to seamlessly integrate this information. He instantaneously acquired the prowess of a super soldier and combat expert, mastering various techniques in both unarmed and cold weaponry. Simultaneously, he felt a noticeable transformation within his body. His strength had evidently increased, and his limbs seemed more agile and sensitive, acutely aware of even the slightest breeze. With this newfound confidence, he felt more than capable of handling not just the 4 thugs, but even a dozen armed assailants would pose no challenge. Be careful, Li Wenjing suddenly exclaimed from his arms. Jiang Chu, glancing into her eyes, noticed individuals charging from behind. True to their nature, the thugs attempted a sneak attack despite the evident disparity in strength. Street fights operate without the niceties of chivalry, and Jiang Chu smirked slightly, sidestepping effortlessly to evade the assailant's strike while holding Li Wenjing. However, there was more than one attacker, and they seemed unprepared for Jiang Chu's evasive maneuver, attributing it to sheer luck. One individual, unable to halt in time, barreled towards Zhang Yunla, and it appeared a heavy fist was about to collide with her face. An impending disaster that would likely land her in the hospital, not to mention the risk of disfigurement. This unforeseen circumstance caught even Jiang Chu off guard, leaving him momentarily unable to intervene. Zhang Yunla stood frozen, her complexion pale and her eyes wide with fear, while Zhang Meili instinctively turned away, unable to witness the impending violence. At that critical moment, a figure surged forward from the side, intercepting the blow with a solid punch to the assailant's chest, producing a dull thud that revealed the force behind it. Damn it! How dare you lay a hand on a girl? I despise people like you. The fleeting shadow that just appeared turned out to be Xiang Hua. He happened to be nearby and instinctively stepped in to block, enduring the pain. Having grown up in a world of brawls, he was tough-skinned and resilient. Before he could finish his retort, he rolled up his sleeves and swung a punch at the individual who had just confronted him. Both had some experience, and in an instant, they found themselves exchanging blows, each sustaining injuries. Meanwhile, without needing to utter a word, Jiang Chu had already taken the initiative to approach, targeting the burly man closest to him, who mockingly taunted, "Oh, so you dare to come to me?" Just as the words left his mouth, Jiang Chu, who had been 2 meters away, seemed to materialize before him and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. The two bystanders were momentarily stunned. They were well aware of the surprising combat prowess of this unexpected challenger. To their astonishment, the man had fallen in mere moments. Surely, it was sheer luck. The two of them charged forward, delivering simultaneous spinning kicks aimed at his head, only to find themselves sprawled on the ground, howling in agony, appearing worse off than before. It was a clean and efficient takedown, devoid of unnecessary complications. "Do you need my assistance?" one of them asked. "Mind your own business first." Xianghua noticed that Jiang Chu had, at some point, single-handedly dispatched all three of their adversaries. "Damn, you took them all down?" The man engaged with Xianghua glanced back, incredulous at the sudden silence behind him. Upon confirming the scene, he was about to utter an expletive when Xianghua seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, delivering a couple of swift punches that left the man dazed and sprawled on the ground. "Not too shabby, eh?" he mused, only to realize that Jiang Chu had already approached Lu Zixiang. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Zhang Yunla, observing the swelling on Xianghua's face, expressed concern. "I'm fine. A bit of red flower oil will do the trick," Xianghua replied. His gaze fixed on Jiang Chu, oblivious to the peculiar look Zhang Yunla was directing at him. Jiang Chu teased, "I heard you're a rich second generation. Are you really wealthy?" "Yes. Indeed. As long as you leave her, I could offer you 100,000. No, make it 300,000, 500,000. 500,000 was a considerable sum for an ordinary university student. He believed no one could refuse such an offer. Jiang Chu said nothing but smirked, stepping closer with each word. "What are you planning?" Lu Zixiang, who had witnessed the earlier spectacle, maintained a facade of calm, but internally, he was in a state of panic. Chapter 27. Mo Yutong is on a blind date? Before him, Jiang Chu effortlessly subdued the three thugs who had been summoned, leaving him acutely aware of his own inadequacy as a contender. He pondered whether those four ruffians had previously known Jiang Chu and had intentionally held back. Otherwise, such a feat seemed implausible. With a single strike, it felt too contrived. "Shabiao, get up quickly," Lu Zixiang urged in desperation. "Shabiao." Jiang Chu appeared to recall something. "Are you not Wu Biao? How do you know my name?" Wu Biao, grimacing in pain on the ground, inquired. "Oh, I just suddenly remembered something. You have a girlfriend named Ni, correct?" Wu Biao's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know about Ni? She was his most cherished partner. I have a friend who, during a gossip session, mentioned that a certain big shot named Sha Chong has been carrying on an affair with your girlfriend, Ni, behind your back. They say they often spend the night at a place called Dihao Hotel, right?" Lu Zixiang, "Am I mistaken about the hotel name?" "That's nonsense. It's called Diwang Hotel." Lu Zixiang, overwhelmed with anxiety, accidentally let slip the name, quickly realizing the gravity of his blunder as he caught sight of Wu Biao's furious gaze. "Biao Gu, please don't listen to his nonsense." "Haha, that's quite simple. There's surveillance footage. We can just check it to confirm." Lu Zixiang had not anticipated that Jiang Chu possessed such resources. Overcome with guilt, he could not help but flee, but to Wu Biao. This only solidified the suspicions regarding the actions of that scoundrel. Wu Biao, despite his pain, rose to pursue, shouting, "You better not run, or I will make you pay dearly." The other three thugs, seeing their leader flee, hastily rose to follow suit. "Kid, remember this." As they watched the gangsters retreat, Li Wenjing hurried over to grasp his hand in concern. "Are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. I never expected you to be so formidable." Taking down one with a single kick, Chen Meixia's eyes sparkled with admiration, and Li Wenjing wore a sweet smile. Jiang Chu felt a sense of satisfaction. For the first time, he experienced the power that came with enhanced attributes. The art of combat proved far more potent in real-life application than he had imagined. Provided he did not encounter those wielding firearms, a master of martial arts could dispatch foes with ease. "Xianghua, shall we still go out for dinner?" "Of course. Why not? I've been injured, so I deserve at least 3 bowls of rice to recuperate. Enough to bankrupt you all, huh?" Laughter erupted among the group. They proceeded to a more upscale restaurant outside the school, reserving a private room. "Haha. I've always wanted to indulge in a grand feast here, but never had the heart to do so. Today, we shall relish a sumptuous meal." Xianghua spoke candidly. "Feel free. There's no need for formality on our first meeting. Order whatever you desire. Once this opportunity passes, it may not come again. I did mention that this meal is on me, didn't I?" "No worries. Jiang Chu has plenty of money. I wouldn't dare order using your funds," he chuckled, eliciting laughter from the group. "Then we shall not hold back. By the way, where has Yunla gone?" Shen Meixia inquired. Wasn't she just with us? Li Wenjing replied. Perhaps she went to the restroom. Shortly after, Zhang Yunlu returned, pushing the door open. She carried something in her hand and immediately sat beside Xiang Hua, pulling out a bottle of red flower oil. Thank you for shielding me from that blow, she said. Ah, no need for such formality. I have some in my dormitory already. You needn't have purchased this for me, Xiang Hua replied dismissively. Would you like me to apply it for you? Zhang Yunlu asked gently. Li Wenjing and Chen Meixia exchanged knowing smiles, while Xiang Hua remained oblivious. Waving his hand, No, I can manage by myself. Are you rejecting my help? Zhang Yunlu feigned indignation. Oh, not at all. It's just such a simple task. I can handle it myself, he retorted, embodying the stereotype of a straightforward man. The sight of Zhang Yunli's flustered reaction sent Li Wenjing and the others into fits of laughter. What is wrong with me? Xiang Hua looked to Jiang Chu. Bewildered and seeking clarification, given Jiang Chu's experience, he recognized the glances Zhang Yunli cast towards Xiang Hua, implying her interest in him. Yet, Xiang Hua remained oblivious, possibly aware but preoccupied with his prior affection for someone named Wang Wei. You defended her from harm. She merely wishes to show concern for you. At that moment, the dishes arrived swiftly. Lobster, abalone, and shark fin graced the table. Having just indulged in a meal the previous day, Xiang Hua eagerly took the lead, and the others wasted no time in joining him, as they were still getting to know one another. The recent events had earned Jiang Chu and Xiang Hua the approval of the three girls. They chatted and dined, quickly growing comfortable with one another. As the meal neared its conclusion, Li Wenjing excused herself to the restroom. After a considerable time, she rushed back, visibly anxious. What happened? Shen Meixia asked, puzzled. Guess who I saw? Li Wenjing exclaimed, her tone charged with excitement. Is it Yutong? As I approached, I noticed her sitting opposite a man with her parents. Stealthily listening for a while, it appeared that Yutong's parents were introducing the gentleman for a blind date, as he was a high-ranking executive from a publicly traded company. Affluent and all. However, Yutong vehemently opposed the arrangement, to the point of being brought to tears by her parents' insistence. I was at a loss for what to do, so I returned to seek your counsel. Can you believe it? In this day and age, there are still instances of forced marriages. Moreover, she hasn't even graduated from university yet, Xiang Hua lamented. You simply do not understand. I am her close friend and know her situation intimately. Her parents are extremely materialistic. And given their family's financial struggles, along with Yutong's grandmother being bedridden and requiring constant care, her family frequently indoctrinates her with the notion that, given her looks, she must secure a wealthy partner. That man I just saw must be in his 30s, short and stout in appearance. Jiang Chu, you absolutely must find a way to assist Yutong. Jiang Chu looked utterly bewildered. Help? How could he help? This seemed like a family matter. And even if he disrupted this occasion, what about the next one? Li Wenjing seemed to perceive Jiang Chu's dilemma. Jiang Chu, do you not also have feelings for Yutong? You could simply tell them that you are her boyfriend, thereby dissuading that man from pursuing her. The crowd gasped, incredulous at Li Wenjing's suggestion. It was evident to everyone that she held an interest in Jiang Chu. Could it be feigned? Or was this a test, gauging whom Jiang Chu truly favored? Yet, her demeanor revealed no such intentions. All eyes turned to Jiang Chu. Brother, may fortune smile upon you. I cannot assist you with this, Xiang Hua mused, lamenting that having too many beautiful women around could sometimes be a curse. Chapter 28. Jiang Chu comes to Yutong's aid. Jiang Chu, please help Yutong this once, Li Wenjing implored, seemingly unfazed by the astonished expressions of those around them, shaking his arm in earnest. Initially taken aback, Jiang Chu struggled to comprehend Li Wenjing's motives, but ultimately decided to cast aside his confusion, for he was a man on a mission, a beacon of light ready to shine upon his goddess in her hour of need. Very well, I shall give it a try. I cannot guarantee success, as this is ultimately their family affair. I believe in you, she replied encouragingly. In a nearby private room, Yutong's mother urged, Yutong, please heed my advice. Manager Wang will soon be promoted to vice president. A salary in the millions is entirely within reach. You are young and beautiful, which is an advantage. However, if you pursue someone of your own age, how many years will it take to achieve the same success as Manager Wang? By agreeing now, you are taking a significant step forward. Consider not only yourself, but also your grandmother's well-being. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the one who dotes on you the most. You are well aware of this. Mother, I know Grandma loves me, and I cherish her dearly. But can we not discuss these matters until after my graduation? I implore you, Mother. Mo Yutong was on the verge of tears. Yet she dared not argue too fiercely with her mother, nor did she wish to provoke her silent father. This cannot be. Mr. Wang is exceedingly busy. His presence here today is already a favor to us. Countless women vie for his attention, each eager to throw themselves at him without any opportunity. You must concede. Unless you find a boyfriend wealthier than he. Mother, you are pressuring me. You know I have no boyfriend. Who says I don't? Last night, he kissed me. What now? Does he deny it today? Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Chu pushed open the door and entered. The people inside were momentarily stunned. Mr. Wang, upon hearing that this beautiful student, whom he was about to claim, had been kissed by another, perhaps even more intimate acts had transpired, was taken aback. It is worth noting that Mo Yutong's mother, Ma Dongmei, had assured him with utmost confidence that her daughter was untouched. Thus, he had privately agreed to offer 30,000 as a betrothal gift if the negotiation succeeded. He never anticipated that this young man would snatch her away. And to add insult to injury, he was younger and more handsome. The fat on his face twisted into a scowl, and he let out a derisive snort. Ma Dongmei, being astute, immediately sensed Mr. Wang's displeasure, that 30,000 could slip away as easily as water. She turned on Jiang Chu, exclaiming, "Who are you? Who permitted you to barge in here? Get out this instant." Jiang Chu, Mo Yutong was equally surprised to encounter a familiar face here, especially under such circumstances, leaving her at a loss. Did I not just mention? I am Yutong's boyfriend. Jiang Chu maintained a smile, his tone remarkably courteous, as he found an empty seat and sat down with ease. Yutong, these two must be your parents whom you often mention, correct? Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Jiang Chu, a fellow student of Yutong. Who are you calling uncle and aunt? You claim to be Yutong's boyfriend, but we have not given our consent. Ma Dongmei crossed her arms and turned her head away with a cold huff. Meanwhile, Mo Guojia regarded him with a hint of surprise. At that moment, Mr. Wang spoke up, wearing an expression of disdain as he looked down upon Jiang Chu. What can a university student from a mediocre institution accomplish? A meager job earning a mere 2,000 a month? And yet you aspire to find a girlfriend? My current capabilities allow me to buy Yutong a house or a car in a heartbeat. Can you match that? You are woefully naive. Ma Dongmei's eyes lit up at this. If Mr. Wang could indeed buy them a house or a car, they could escape the village and no longer endure the hardships of riding a dilapidated motorcycle, exposed to the elements. Alas, Mr. Wang, your prowess is truly beyond compare. If our Yutong were to follow you, she would undoubtedly live a life of comfort and ease. In truth, you need not concern yourself with this individual. Such people lack discernment and do not recognize your greatness, so there is no need to stoop to their level. Having jested, she then turned her gaze with disdain toward Jiang Chu. Have you finished speaking? Once you are done, you may leave. You are not welcome here. Jiang Chu displayed surprise. Oh, I had considered purchasing a home, but I had not yet sought your opinions, uncle and aunt. I had also mentioned to Yutong my intention to buy her a car. I was indeed planning to look at some today, was I not, Yutong? A car? Today? Mo Yutong was momentarily taken aback. A car? Today? When had Jiang Chu mentioned such a thing to her? Was he merely trying to navigate the current situation? Yet, she felt a rush of gratitude seeing him stand up for her, especially with his assertion that he was her boyfriend. Wasn't he fond of Li Wenjing? Unable to expose the truth, she decided to play along. Yes, Jiang Chu did mention that we would be looking at cars today. Ha ha ha, Ma Dongmei, if you do not wish to marry your daughter to me, you need only say so. There is no need to fabricate such tales. You cannot even concoct a decent lie. A mere university student, clad in rags, claiming he will take her to buy a car? I have no time for your games. Though he proclaimed this, he merely turned his head away, maintaining a stern expression without any intention of leaving. It was a jest. He had come this far. And Mo Yutong was indeed more beautiful than any girl he had ever encountered. It was not over until it was over, for now. He would enjoy her company for a while, and if necessary, he could always claim it was a return policy. If things escalated, he could afford to offer a token sum. Feeling the pressure, Ma Dongmei immediately panicked. No, Mr. Wang, we truly do not know him. Do not listen to his nonsense. He is just a university student. How can he compare to you? Suddenly, Jiang Chu's emotions surged, and he slammed his hand on the table. Did you not say that buying a house or a car was a matter of minutes? I do not believe you. If you have the ability, let us go buy one right now. Who cannot? I could easily buy a luxury car worth millions for Yutong. Oh, a luxury car worth millions? You have quite the bravado, young man. If you can buy Yutong a luxury car worth millions, I, Wang Jigang, will kneel and call you father. But if you cannot, you will kneel and call me grandfather, and thereafter, keep your distance from Yutong. Do you dare? It was amusing. Even his own car was worth just over 300,000. A million? He could not afford that, let alone a university student. He did not believe it for a moment. He wished to intimidate Jiang Chu into relinquishing any claims. But he was sorely mistaken if he thought Jiang Chu was as naive as a child. Very well. However, I certainly do not possess a son as inept as you. If you were to lose, simply kneel before Yutong and call her auntie. Humph, such is merely the power of words. Now go. After Wang Jigang finished speaking, he stormed out. President Wang, Yutong, look at the company you keep. It infuriates me. Ma Dongmei hastily pursued him. Jiang Chu settled the bill and sent a text to Li Wenjing, instructing them to return home first. Downstairs, Wang Jigang pulled up in a BMW and, seeing Jiang Chu standing there, disdainfully inquired, Kid, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Where's your car? Chapter 29. Jiang Chu, are you truly considering buying me a car? I will take a taxi later. Ha ha ha, taxi? Is it that you don't own a car at all? This further confirmed Wang Jigang's suspicions. The other party merely sought to intimidate him. Yutong, look what you've done. We were supposed to enjoy a pleasant meal, and now you've upset President Wang. You don't even have a car, and this is what you find admirable? Ma Dongmei remarked with a disapproving expression. Mo Yutong bit her lip in silence, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Chu. She was aware of his capabilities. Initially, she thought him quite unremarkable, dressed in what seemed to be cheap attire. Yet, his display yesterday revealed a spending capacity exceeding $1 million, merely as a gift, a hidden super-rich heir indeed. Could he really be contemplating purchasing a car for her? He certainly had the means, but why would he assist her? Still not getting in the car? Are you planning to wait for a taxi with that guy? Mo Yutong observed Jiang Chu, who merely smiled and nodded at her, indicating that it was of no concern. Alas, she had to sit with her parents. As they departed, concerned that Jiang Chu might not follow, President Wang did not miss the opportunity to mock him. I am Wang Jigang. I'll be waiting for you at Luqing Auto City. Of course, if you wish to flee, there is still time. I will never look down on you. Ha ha ha. With a press of the accelerator, the car sped off, and Jiang Chu hailed a taxi, as it was relatively easy to do so at the university entrance. Luqing Auto City is actually one of the industries under the Ming Group, the second largest conglomerate in the Fruit Province, specializing in the sale of various imported luxury vehicles, from BMWs and Mercedes to Porsches and Ferraris. Upon his arrival, Jiang Chu found Wang Jigang discussing a BMW worth over 400,000 with Ma Dongmei and her family, explaining that he had been driving his current car for several years and was considering purchasing another. The truth is that the car belongs to the company. He has only just begun to save enough money to purchase one of his own. Such a sentiment, of course, cannot be expressed aloud. Today, however, presents an opportunity to impress Ma Dongmei and her companions while simultaneously relishing the moment. Nearby, a strikingly attractive saleswoman dressed in black stockings catches his eye, enthusiastically introducing herself to Wang Jigang. Mo Yutong observes this interaction, noticing the way Wang's gaze lingers on the saleswoman's long legs, a behavior that she finds utterly distasteful. Her own legs are far more alluring than those of the saleswoman, yet she had deliberately chosen a casual outfit for this outing, even foregoing makeup, knowing it was merely a blind date. In a place teeming with luxury vehicles, it is no surprise that Ma Dongmei and her group are captivated, their envy of Wang Jigang intensifying. Under ordinary circumstances, they would likely feel self-conscious even if a dazzling waitress merely glanced their way. As Jiang Chu Wang steps inside, another beautiful saleswoman promptly approaches him. He notices her eyes widen slightly in surprise. Hello, this way please. I am your sales consultant, Xiao Fei. How may I assist you today? He takes a moment to appraise her. Her high heels, black stockings, and gray uniform complement her admirable figure and features, earning her an impressive score of 82 from the system. It is no wonder, given that she is part of the Ming family enterprise. Even a regular sales associate possesses such beauty. I am here to find a car for my girlfriend. May I ask if she has arrived? Xiao Fei's expression betrays a hint of disappointment upon learning he has a girlfriend. Following Zhang's gaze, she realizes he is referring to that group of people and promptly leads him to the left front, her heels clicking rhythmically against the polished floor. The elegant posture she maintains exudes a subtle allure of a mature woman. Well, you really dared to come, Wang Jigang muses, surprised by the unexpected visit. Since someone is willing to humble themselves before me, I suppose I have no choice but to watch you flaunt. He shares the earlier incident with the saleswoman beside him, prompting her to stifle laughter behind her hand. Xiaofei, it turns out your companion is merely a sophomore in college. He is quite handsome, though sadly dressed rather shabbily. Jiang Chuguang shakes his head with a slight smile. The two outfits that Li Wenjing had procured for him had been partially given to Xiang Hua. And since he had just washed the ensemble he wore yesterday, he had opted for a casual look today, simply intending to enjoy a meal. Xiaofei is indeed materialistic. Yet she does not mind engaging in conversation with Jiang Chu, given his youthful charm. After all, idleness is a bane. But the sharp retort from Pan Meifeng has momentarily soured her mood. Let us not waste any more time. I'll take this car, declared Wang Jigang, waving his hand grandly, exuding an air of opulence. Ma Dongmei and Pan Meifeng exchanged gleeful glances at his display of extravagance. Very well. I shall prepare the contract for you immediately. Please hold on a moment, Pan Meifeng added, casting a provocative glance at Xiaofei, which further aggravated her. It had been days since she secured a deal, and with the evaluation supervisor's decision looming, her anxiety was palpable. This charming young man was no reliable ally. It seemed she would have to continue reaching out to her contacts for insights. I said I could afford a car in a heartbeat. I never spoke falsely, did I? The remark was directed at Ma Dongmei, yet her disdainful gaze rested on Jiang Chu. Indeed, Mr. Wang, your generosity is truly remarkable. Purchasing a vehicle worth over 300,000 without a second thought is impressive. It would undoubtedly be a blessing for Yutong to be with you. Ma Dongmei smiled obsequiously. Yutong, look at your boyfriend. Can he compare to Mr. Wang? You should promptly send him away and apologize to Mr. Wang. Mom, you have no idea of Jiang Chu's capabilities. When he says he can, he certainly can. I believe in him, Mo Yutong retorted impatiently. You truly want to drive your father and me to despair, don't you? No, Mom, Ma Dongmei forcefully nudged Mo Guojia. Have you lost your voice today? Say something to persuade your daughter. Jiang Chu observed Mo Guojia's reluctant expression. It appeared that he favored Mo Yutong. As what father would wish for his young daughter to marry an older man? Is that car really worth over 300,000? It looks rather tacky. Jiang Chu suddenly interjected. How can you say such a thing? A car worth over 300,000 is tacky? Have you no shame taking a taxi? Ma Dongmei quickly took the offensive, to which Wang Jigang responded with a dismissive smile. The woman's tongue was indeed sharp, but fortunately, she stood on his side. Jiang Chu boldly took Mo Yutong's hand in front of everyone, prompting an outraged shout from Ma Dongmei. Let go of my daughter's hand. Jiang Chu, are you genuinely considering buying me a car? Mo Yutong asked, astonished. Chapter 30. I wish to order another Ferrari. What do you think? Jiang Chu asked, as he guided her delicate hand towards a vehicle, with Xiaofei following politely, albeit from a greater distance. How about this one? Do you find it appealing? Certainly beautiful. The Porsche 911. It is, without a doubt, the dream car of every woman. This beauty is worth over $1 million. Jiang Chu, I am discussing a matter with you. Please do not interfere with my family affairs, as it would not be good for Wenjing to find out. She was the one who suggested I be your girlfriend. Just a moment ago, we were dining in the booth next to yours, with your roommates present. What? So they must all be aware of it? Furthermore, you mentioned that Wenjing sent you over? Indeed. Mo Yutong's face was a mix of shock and panic. She knew Wenjing well. She never joked lightly. Could it be that Wenjing has realized her feelings for Jiang Chu? Although they were close friends, Jiang Chu was young, handsome, and a super-rich heir. To be frank, she too had been devising ways to win him over. Not far away, Xiaofei was equally astonished. This seemingly charming young man appeared to already have a girlfriend, and his girlfriend even supported him in pursuing her best friend? Was she mishearing things, or had the world taken a strange turn? You wouldn't consider marrying that older man, would you? Jiang Chu retorted. Mo Yutong fell silent. She was still quite young, no matter how wealthy he was. He was an older man, akin to her father, and perhaps even older, with balding hair and an unappealing appearance. Marrying him would mean facing an unbearable daily life. If you do not wish to wed, then heed my advice, Jiang Chu said with a confident smile. Having kissed last night, do you not think he should take responsibility? Mo Yutong turned her head shyly. Her intention for the kiss was merely to play a game of cat and mouse, hoping to win Jiang Chu's affection. But she found herself savoring the moment upon returning home, convincing herself not to let go of this super-rich heir. This car is indeed impressive, but with only 2 seats. It would be quite inconvenient for your family. Huh. Jiang Chu glanced at a Maserati Quattroporte nearby. This one should also appeal to you ladies, and it accommodates 4 passengers. Mo Yutong noticed Jiang Chu's earnestness, as if he were genuinely selecting a car for her. Xiao Fei then began her professional introduction. As the store was equipped with surveillance, she had to adhere to the proper procedures and professional ethics regardless of whether a sale was made. It sounds quite appealing. Jiang Chu admitted he was not well versed in automobiles. Quite appealing? This is a car worth over 2 million, and you merely call it appealing? Mo Yutong exclaimed, wide-eyed. Let us choose this one. Do you have it in stock? I wish to take it immediately. Xiao Fei gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard due to skipping breakfast. Mo Yutong was equally stunned. Could Jiang Chu truly be joking? What? There is no stock? Then let us select another vehicle. Indeed, there is a vehicle available. This particular model was ordered by a female proprietor, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she defaulted and did not proceed with the purchase. Are you genuinely interested in acquiring it? The existing vehicle is the top-tier configuration, and even with a favorable discount, it would amount to 2,700,000. However, we do offer financing options with a down payment. At this moment, Wang Jigang and his companions happened to approach, overhearing the previous exchange. Ha, young man, do you have any idea how much this car costs? Do you think it's merely a toy worth a few coins? You can't just say you'll buy it. Or are you simply looking to exploit a loophole, thinking you can sign an agreement and postpone the deposit? This is what Pan Meifeng just informed him. Yet, at that point, he fell silent. No, I will pay the full amount outright, Jiang Chuqing stated calmly. Installments? What are you talking about? The sum approaches 3 million, which translates to 300 million in points. You dare suggest installments? What a jest. Buying a car is truly exhilarating. Should I procure one for Wenjing as well? Perhaps it's better to bring her along later. Yutong, just wait for someone to kneel and call you Andy soon. Wang Jigang gritted his teeth in frustration. Kid, don't be so arrogant. If you truly have the means to pay in full, I simply want to believe it. Jiang Chu chose to disregard him. Sister Xiao Fei. Can the car be registered under my girlfriend's name? Of course it can. Xiao Fei glanced at Mo Yutong, who was still struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Hello, Miss. Mo, may I ask if you have your ID with you? Yes, I have it. Please come this way to complete the paperwork. Jiang Chu, is this really happening? Almost 3 million, registered in my name? Mo Yutong was utterly astonished. Her mother had once been willing to push her forward for a 30,000 dowry, and now a sum of 3 million was being offered without any conditions? Of course, I mentioned I would gift you a car. You are my girlfriend. Meanwhile, Ma Dongmei had lost her earlier bravado, unable to fathom that Jiang Chu was merely pretending. Wang Jigang had merely signed an agreement, and the car remained in his name. Yet now, this young man, Mo Yutong's boyfriend, intended to purchase a vehicle worth over 200,000 outright, and it would be registered in his girlfriend's name. Was there truly any difference from a gift? Over 200,000? Their family would likely spend a lifetime working to earn such an amount, wouldn't they? Ma Dongmei trembled with excitement, thinking, if this is indeed true, this young man is far more appealing than that old scoundrel. Not just Ma Dongmei. Everyone awaited the moment Jiang Chu swiped his card to complete the transaction. The once bustling hall fell into an unexpected silence, as a considerable number of onlookers had gathered, likely drawn by the allure of luxury vehicles. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered who among them could afford to purchase a car worth over 2 million, a significant sum, indeed. After all, owning a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz, priced in the hundreds of thousands, already captivates countless women. What more could be said of a vehicle in the millions? Good day, sir. Please enter your password. Wait a moment. Horrified, Xiao Fei froze. This matter had already attracted the attention of their supervisor, a striking middle-aged man standing beside her. To her dismay, a problem arose just as it was time to swipe the card. Could this transaction be doomed? The embarrassment would be unbearable, and she might face a severe reprimand from her supervisor. I would like to inquire if there are any vehicles priced over 1 million available for immediate purchase. Regrettably, most of these vehicles are imported and require advance reservations. Today, however, we happen to have a Maserati Quattroporte in stock. Jiang Chu furrowed his brow, contemplating the prospect of acquiring one for himself. After all, relying on taxis was not a sustainable solution. Every man harbors aspirations of owning a supercar, and he was no exception. Now that he had the means, it was imperative to indulge in such a purchase. Moreover, in today's society, Even an individual of modest means could attract a beautiful companion merely by cruising in a supercar. And such encounters would undoubtedly be consensual. In the past, Jiang Chu had been envious of those who could afford such luxuries, even contemplating returning to his village to assemble a makeshift vehicle from scrap metal. Furthermore, possessing a luxury car would inevitably increase his chances of encountering high-caliber women, sparing him the arduous task of searching far and wide, thereby making it easier to fulfill his aspirations. I would like to reserve a Ferrari 458. What is the deposit amount? Can I pay it all at once? And when would the vehicle be available? His declaration stunned everyone present. Chapter 31. Young man. I had my eye on you the moment you entered. He recalled that a 488 model had been released this year, famously showcased in Stephen Chow's film Mermaid, where it captured the spotlight the moment it appeared. However, rumors of spontaneous combustion and recalls had circulated online. Now, with his wealth, he certainly would not purchase a ticking time bomb. The dashing supervisor interjected, "Good day, sir. I am Ming Chung, the supervisor here. The on-road price for that vehicle, including registration, is approximately 5 million. If you desire a more prestigious license plate, that would incur additional costs. The deposit is 20% of the vehicle price, amounting to 1 million. We have a shipment ready, and the process will take about a few days." "Very well, please reserve one for me. Let us settle the payment." "Certainly, sir." Mingqing personally handled the billing, leaving everyone around utterly astonished. The mere act of purchasing a nearly 3 million yuan car was already daunting. Yet now he was poised to spend an additional 1 million yuan as a deposit on a 5 million yuan vehicle. The onlookers, primarily affluent individuals, could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Here they were, thinking that their hard-earned money was well spent on a Porsche Cayenne, only to discover that there were mountains yet higher, and this young man, with a single stroke, was ready to part with several million. It became evident to them that they had much further to climb. "Goodness, at least you can still afford a Cayenne. I am the first in my village to drive away in a 400,000 yuan Mercedes, believing it to be the pinnacle of my achievements. But now, in comparison to him, it seems utterly insignificant." Yet, doubts lingered in their minds. Was it truly possible for someone so young to possess such wealth? It was hard to fathom, especially since they had overheard a conversation that hinted at a wager. The loser would call the winner father. "Haha, you all are the wealthy ones. I'm merely here to witness the spectacle." At that moment, Xiaofei realized that although this young man appeared younger than her, there was something about him that exuded the presence of a CEO, complete with a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. It wasn't just Xiaofei who sensed this. The supervisor, Mingqing, also rarely encountered such young clients capable of spending millions in one go. He had already signaled to his subordinates to inform their boss, Mingluan, as he had previously instructed that any client capable of such expenditure should be brought to his attention. He wished to express his gratitude and meet them personally. Transaction successful. As the receipts began to print with a satisfying sound, Xiaofei felt a weight lift from her heart, followed by an overwhelming joy. This was indeed over 2 million yuan in full payment, and with an order for a 5 million yuan vehicle on the horizon. Her ascension to the supervisor role seemed all but assured. Moreover, her commission alone would be around 70 to 80,000 yuan, with another deal in the pipeline. She could hardly contain her excitement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pan Meifeng's face turned pale, as if she had lost her soul. She leaned against the nearby armrest for support, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could this young man, dressed in seemingly ordinary attire, afford to purchase a 3 million yuan car outright and place an order for a 5 million yuan Ferrari? He was indeed a tycoon among tycoons. Suddenly, she recalled a phrase her boss often uttered. As a salesperson, never judge a book by its cover. Now, regret coursed through her veins. All those present wore expressions of shock and confusion, grappling with the reality that he had indeed made the purchase, one paid in full. Moreover, he had ordered a 5 million yuan Ferrari. Ma Dongmei swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance, when Mo Guojia swiftly supported her from behind. "Are you all right, my dear?" "Mom?" Mo Yutong inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Am I dreaming?" "No, Jiang Chu is actually a wealthy second-generation heir." Mo Yutong herself was taken aback, realizing that while she knew Jiang Chu was affluent, she had not anticipated the extent of his wealth. Yesterday's expenditure of several hundred thousand had led her to believe that he had saved that amount merely for competing with Zheng Hao and impressing Li Wenjing. Now, however, her perception was utterly transformed. What sort of individual could readily present several million? He actually gifted a car worth nearly $3 million to his daughter. Mom. Mo Yutong found herself at a loss for words, her heart brimming with emotion alongside the shock. Jiang Chu not only came to her aid, but also bestowed upon her a car valued in the millions, registered solely in her name. Such immense trust. This was a dream for countless women, a scenario that even domineering CEO novels dare not depict. Yet, it was unfolding in her life. She had known Jiang Chu for merely a few days. Even the kiss they shared last night was intended as playful banter with a charming, affluent young man. She had encountered numerous beautiful women who, even when they offered their bodies, received only handbags worth a mere 10,000 at most. In contrast, Jiang Chu had always given without ever asking for anything in return. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for her? Suddenly, Ma Dongmei grasped Mo Yutong's hand and placed it firmly in Jiang Chu's, beaming at him. Jiang Chu, from the moment you stepped through the door, I took a liking to you. Tall, handsome, charming, and modest, such a gentleman. The reason I spoke as I did earlier was merely to gauge your sincerity towards Yutong. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. Yutong, you have excellent taste in choosing such a wonderful boyfriend. Make sure to cherish him. If you let him slip away, I will have words with you. Ma Dongmei, what is this attitude? Don't you want that 300,000? Wang Jigang blurted out in exasperation. What 300,000? What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say I wanted your 300,000? Every day, you boast about how impressive you are, buying a car on installments. And it's not even in my daughter's name. Do you think I'm foolish? My daughter is so beautiful. Marrying you would be like marrying a pig. Ma Dongmei showed no regard for his feelings. Wang Jigang nearly coughed up blood, staggering and nearly falling to the ground, his anger erupting like a volcano. You woman, your words mean nothing. Remember this. Remember? I will. Come, everyone, take a look. Previously, he wagered that if someone bought a car worth over $1 million to gift my daughter, he would kneel and call her Annie. Now that it's been revealed, you lost. Aren't you going to kneel down promptly? However, given your age and appearance, you may kneel before me while my esteemed lady can't afford to overlook such matters. Chapter 32. Do you have any next steps? With a swift jab, Wang Jigang found himself once again on the receiving end of ridicule. Just moments ago, he was reveling in his own delight concerning this woman, but now he faced her rebuttal head-on. The audacity of demanding public humiliation was unthinkable. What was said was mere drivel. I refuse to engage with your delusions. Without finishing his sentence, Wang Jigang turned and walked away. Why should he remain to become the subject of their ridicule? When a man's words hold no weight, losing a bet turns into evasion, of course. Unless one is a fool. Thud. Not far into his retreat, Wang Jigang was once again infuriated by Ma Dongmei's taunts, causing him to stumble comically. Ha. Look at him actually kneeling, prostrating himself. It's utterly hilarious. Ma Dongmei laughed heartily, while the onlookers joined in derision. Who is this man? Daring to bet against a super-rich heir over a mere car worth hundreds of thousands, lacking even the basic discernment expected of an executive. If any of my company's executives behave thus, I would dismiss them immediately to avoid embarrassment and unnecessary offense to a mysterious magnate. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, their focus shifting to Jiang Chu, who stood at the center like a scion from an elite family, possessing the audacity that such individuals exude. In Mo Yutong's eyes, Jiang Chu appeared mesmerizing, a handsome figure, lavishly extravagant and youthful. When Jing, I am truly sorry, but I cannot let such a paragon slip away. Mo Yutong. Favorability level 10. The ensuing moments required handling additional paperwork related to the car acquisition, tasks that Mo Yutong and Xiao Fei would attend to. While her parents surrounded Jiang Chu, showering him with compliments until he suggested they take the car for a spin, prompting their eager rush to marvel at it. Jiang Chu exhaled in relief. Ma Dongmei was excessively chatty. He found a Ferrari to sit in and reveled in the experience, gripping the racing-style steering wheel with exhilaration. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang, a sultry voice interjected softly in his ear. Turning his head, he was met with a striking figure cloaked in white, radiating a subtle danger. Goodness, what blatant temptation. Looking up, he recognized Pan Meifeng, the saleswoman who had just assisted Wang Jigang. He recalled that her collar had not previously revealed the third button. It was remarkable how she concealed such allure. What is this? The snow-white hands extended a business card, and as Jiang Chu received it, the other party gently caressed the back of his hand, as if by accident. This is my business card. If you find yourself free in the evenings, we could discuss automotive knowledge together, as I possess expertise in this field that I am confident will satisfy you. Well, if I need anything, I will give you a call. All right, I shall not disturb you any longer. With a meaningful smile, Pan Meifeng turned and immediately fastened her buttons, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. Jiang Chu smiled, reflecting on the power of wealth. He recalled a saying, "Money is not meant for women to spend, but rather for them to behold." As long as one possesses sufficient wealth, even without spending a dime, numerous beautiful women will willingly offer their affections. The system rated him at 75 points, with a power bank of 5. He had come to understand this power bank somewhat. Women of such beauty were unattainable in his previous life, yet now, he was resolute about being selective. He was not merely a stallion. He was not swayed by every woman who showed interest. He casually tossed the business card into the nearby trash bin. The formalities were completed swiftly. "See, Yutong, I assured you that your mother would help you obtain a driver's license, didn't I? Now you not only have a car, but also a luxury vehicle." Despite Ma Dongmei's seemingly materialistic demeanor, she had insisted that Mo Yutong secure her driver's license early on. Years ago, obtaining a license was relatively easier, and now, as Mo Yutong sat in the driver's seat, she was filled with excitement, surveying the opulent interior. This was a luxury car worth millions. Previously, she had only driven a few 100,000 BMWs owned by wealthy second-generation individuals, which, despite their value, had drawn envy from many. Now, in this moment, she felt a sense of euphoria, struggling to believe that this was indeed her reality. "By the way, Yutong, he mentioned that you two kissed last night. Did you take it to the next level? Did you use protection?" "What next level? What protection? Mom, what are you thinking? Nothing happened between us." Mo Yutong's face flushed red. How could she discuss such matters here? Thankfully, they were in the car, and Jiang Chu stood at a distance. Otherwise, she would have been utterly embarrassed if he had overheard. "What? Nothing happened? And yet he is willing to buy you a car worth millions? That is undoubtedly true love. I tell you, who cares about titles like girlfriend or not? Nowadays, wealthy individuals often have several lovers. You must seize the opportunity to secure your place in his heart. Understand?" Ma Dongmei was filled with frustration, wishing she could replace her daughter and seduce Jiang Chu on the spot. "Mother," Mo Yutong hesitated to continue. Yet her mind was filled with indescribable images. She had always believed that being the third most beautiful girl in school would make capturing Jiang Chu's heart a matter of mere moments. However, an unexpected wave of self-doubt washed over her, compounded by the presence of Li Wenjing, whose gentle demeanor and impressive stature seemed to overshadow her own. She had assumed her long legs would leave him spellbound, but after last night, when he had torn her stockings without any inappropriate advances, she found herself questioning whether he harbored any genuine interest in her. The kiss had been initiated by her, and if it weren't for the movement of his tongue, she might have wondered if he simply lacked attraction or perhaps even preferred men. After all, he was a wealthy heir, likely pursued by countless beautiful women. Reflecting on the distance between them at that moment, at least a dozen centimeters apart and both still clothed, her thoughts spiraled. What was she thinking, Mo Yutong? "Mother is speaking to you. Why are you dazed?" Outside, Jiang Chu felt a twinge of boredom after his outing when a young man clad in a custom blue-striped suit strode in, exuding a commanding presence. Following closely was an attractive young woman in uniform, clutching a folder and wearing black-rimmed glasses, presumably a secretary. The saleswomen greeted him with bows and called out, "Mr. Lun." He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Ming Cheng approached him, whispering a few words in Mr. Luan's ear. Soon, Mr. Luan's gaze shifted toward Jiang Chu, and with a smile, he approached and extended his hand. "Haha, hello. I am Ming Luan, the owner here." "Hello, Jiang Chu said, taking in the sight of Ming Luan up close. Slicked back hair, a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and an appearance suggesting he was in his 20s. Rumor had it that Ming Zilong, the head of the Ming Group, had 3 sons, the eldest, Ming Lu, the second, Ming Zhe, and the youngest, the very Ming Luan before him, known for his carefree spirit. He certainly exuded an air of a young prince, rebellious and unrestrained. Though Ming Luan laughed heartily, his mind raced with thoughts. A person capable of casually spending millions in the province could easily be mistaken for a scion of one of the 8 major groups. Yet, he was so young, generous, and unpretentious, dressed in a low-key manner. Could he be the heir of a prominent family or a major corporation from outside the province? Thank you, Jiang Xiao, for your unwavering support. I, Ming Luan, enjoy making friends, particularly with talented young individuals like yourself. Mr. Lewin, you flatter me, Jiang Chu replied. Jiang Chu was indeed somewhat anxious. In his previous life, he might have stammered while speaking. However, having experienced life and death, coupled with his newfound wealth, he now possessed a sense of confidence. No matter the conglomerate, it would not be long before he became an entity they would look up to. Ha ha, Acheng. Ming Chang presented a finely crafted wine box, stating, "This is a bottle of red wine I brought back, a modest token of my esteem. Merely a gesture for our meeting." Jiang Chu glanced at it briefly before accepting, expressing his gratitude to Lord Lun. Ha ha ha, since we are friends now, there is no need for such formality. It's a joyous occasion. Would you like to dine together this evening? I apologize, but I will likely be dining with my girlfriend's family later. No worries. How about the day after tomorrow? If you're free, I'll treat. And we can invite a few close friends to join us for introductions. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chu agreed. The Ming Group held considerable resources, essential for his forthcoming endeavors. He was aware that the Ming family had repeatedly lost their edge in the upcoming real estate competition, falling prey to the Wang family, leading to a near collapse of their financial chain. Now that he had been reborn, he aimed to see if he could alter this historical trajectory, which would also influence his future decisions. Having previously developed animosity with the Wang Group due to a dinner incident, leveraging influence from this side would prove advantageous. Well then, we shall take our leave. Seated in the newly acquired Maserati, Jiang Chu exchanged greetings with Ming Luan before driving off. Young Master Ming. That fellow accepted the wine without a second glance, showing you little regard. Ming Luan furrowed his brow, casting an angry glare at Ah Cheng, who immediately lowered his head, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Arrange for the others to come the day after tomorrow, and we'll discuss those matters as well. Yes, Lord Luan. As they sat in the luxurious Maserati worth millions, the Mu family felt a dizzying disbelief. To mask her inner excitement, Ma Dongmei repeatedly examined the bottle of wine, all of it in English, utterly incomprehensible to her. A bottle worth millions, and they give this as a gift? Who was that just now? How can one casually seek friendships? Jiang Chu, you ought to be cautious. Without looking back, Jiang Chu casually remarked, "This bottle is a 1982 Lafite. It should be worth several thousand." What? This thing costs several thousand. Ma Dongmei and her husband exchanged astonished glances, their hands trembling as they nearly dropped it. Be careful, you foolish woman. Just moments ago, she had handled it nonchalantly, now she was wary. Could this wine not be worth several thousand with just one sip? Oh my goodness. Well, you may take it back. I do not particularly enjoy drinking wine, as it pales in comparison to the delightful rice wine brewed at home. In my previous life, I engaged in the sale of wine, yet for reasons unknown, I find no appeal in its flavor. Jiang Chu, are you intentionally comparing this expensive wine worth tens of thousands to the mere pennies spent on village rice wine? Nevertheless, since you have offered it to us, we shall take it home. My dear, Jiang Chu is merely being polite. Did you truly take him at his word? Will you drink it, or give it to Dad? Mo Yutong remarked with a hint of annoyance. It's all right. I genuinely mean it. I truly do not enjoy red wine. Let us take it back, find a cool spot to store it, and perhaps it will appreciate in value. Ha ha. Then we shall not stand on ceremony. Ma Dongmei embraced the wine as if it were a treasure. Furthermore, that individual earlier was the third son of the Ming family. He is the one who drives that luxurious car, with a net worth likely in the tens of millions, if not a billion. Goodness, a person of such stature. And he took the initiative to befriend you, Jiang Chu? Quite impressive. You ought to curry favor with him. Mom, Jiang Chu is also someone who can easily part with millions. Does he need to curry favor? Hee, quite right. Jiang Chu smiled politely. Indeed. The heights he could reach in the future would hardly necessitate flattering others. Perhaps one day, the entire Ming family will seek to win his favor. Jiang Chu drove Mo Yutong and her family directly to the department store, where they spent 1 to 2 hours shopping, repeating the same phrase. If you like it, buy it, I'll cover the bill. This brought immense joy to Ma Dongmei and her husband, their smiles unwavering. Although she had her materialistic tendencies, her clothing and everyday items were rather frugal. One could surmise that only those who have known poverty exhibit such extremes, a sentiment Jiang Chu could understand. In the end, they returned home laden with purchases, none of which were particularly extravagant, leading Jiang Chu to regard Ma Dongmei and her family with newfound respect. He even treated them to dinner. Yutong, your boyfriend is truly wonderful. Your parents can rest easy now. I was a bit hasty earlier, even contemplating introducing you to that rather unappealing and rotund fellow. I hope you can forgive me. Mom, please don't say that. I know you both have my best interests at heart. The exchange between mother and daughter was tinged with a bittersweet sentiment, prompting Jiangchu to excuse himself to the restroom, allowing them some space to converse privately. After settling the bill and waiting for a while, he felt it was time to return, only to find them already descending from the restaurant. Jiangchu, you just had a drink with my dad. I'll drive. All right. But I noticed your father's complexion seems a bit off. Is he unwell? Mo Yutong appeared slightly flustered, her hands awkwardly fidgeting. Oh, it's probably nothing. He likely just tired from a day of shopping. Jiangchu chose not to dwell on it, recognizing it was ultimately their concern. Initially, it was suggested that Missouri Guojia drive them back, yet he steadfastly refused, humorously lamenting that such an expensive vehicle might not make it back to the village intact by the following day. Ultimately, under Jiangchu's insistence, they arranged for a taxi to transport them home, a journey that would likely take 2 to 3 hours. However, when it comes to money, everything is negotiable. Yutong, come here for a moment, beckoned Ma Dongmei from the back seat. Mo Yutong approached, lowering her head, and amidst playful teasing, she was urged to seize the moment, as opportunities like this are fleeting. You're still my dear mother, after all. This is for your own good. You must listen to me. Mo Yutong, shy as a rabbit, retreated, waving goodbye to the departing vehicle. What did your mother say to you? Jiangchu inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing much. She merely mentioned that you've had a hard day accompanying them and suggested I reward you when we return. Upon uttering these words, a blush crept across Mo Yutong's cheeks. That sounds delightful. I can hardly wait to go back. Seeing Jiangchu's enthusiasm, Mo Yutong's eyes curved into a smile, though a mischievous glint flickered within them. What do you envision for this reward? A foot massage, perhaps? Dream on. That was your suggestion. By the time they drove back to school, it was already 10 o'clock. The security guard, upon spotting the Maserati, allowed them entry without a word. The campus was nearly deserted, and they found a parking spot to settle the car. Mo Yutong dashed to the back seat. Jiangchu, step out for a moment. I need to change my clothes. Huh, aren't we heading back to the dormitory? Why change? That's none of your concern. Jiangchu, exasperated, could only stand outside the vehicle, lamenting the complexities of dealing with girls. After a while, the back window slid down slightly. Jiangchu, come inside. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 34. Mo Yutong, the little devil Jiangchu's expression was one of confusion, yet he complied, entering the car and shutting the door behind him. The scene that unfolded before him left him momentarily speechless. Bathed in the dim light filtering through the window, he could clearly see Mo Yutong delicately tucking her hair behind her ear with her slender, graceful fingers, her red lips slightly parted, and her alluring gaze captivating. One of her exquisite long legs was elegantly folded on the seat, while the other, adorned with a half-worn shoe, was playfully arched upon the footmat. What are you up to? Do I look beautiful like this? She purred, her voice smooth and enticing, while her other hand beckoned him closer with a playful finger. Jiangchu felt an overwhelming urge to pounce like a ravenous wolf, yet he restrained himself. If you don't speak, I'll take my leave. As she rested a hand on the car lock switch, Mo Yutong found herself unexpectedly disheartened by her failure, despite the circumstances. Wait, don't go, she urged. Jiangchu had just turned his head when a wave of fragrance enveloped him, accompanied by the sight of her exquisite beauty and alluring red lips. Caught off guard, he was pushed against the car door, while Mo Yutong leaned forward, supporting herself with her hands on the seat. With nowhere to retreat, Jiangchu found himself compelled to endure the situation. The streetlights outside cast a glaring, bright light that was somewhat blinding. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield his eyes. It was a peculiar sensation. Mo Yutong, her strength faltering, collapsed into Jiangchu's embrace. The delicate fabric of her stockings lay smoothly across his thigh, prompting him to reflect on the superior quality of this brand, wondering how it compared to Balenciaga in terms of texture. At that moment, Mo Yutong's hands were behind her back, adjusting something, and the blush on her face had not yet fully subsided. It's getting late. I should head back. Do you want me to call Wenjing to join us? She suggested. Sure, he replied. How dare you think of another girl while with me? A playful punch landed on his chest. I've heard about Song Qingqing. That woman must be blind to let go of a man like you for that scoundrel second-generation rich kid. Are you mocking or praising me? He inquired. Of course. It's a compliment. That Zheng Hao can't hold a candle to you. Handsome yet lacking your charm, wealthy but not as affluent, and with far less substantial backing. The most crucial point is that you cherish me. Shall we tear it off? Last time it was black. This time, let us try white, she teased. Jiang Chu caught sight of the security guard from the school approaching with a flashlight. Meanwhile, Mo Yutong was in the process of disrobing, presenting yet another temptation. A guy with desires, but no courage. Maybe I'll consider it next time if I'm in a good mood. Farewell. With that, she departed. Jiang Chu thought it prudent to return as well. Just as he stood up, he noticed something had fallen onto the back seat. This little devil had left something behind. He certainly wouldn't allow it to remain in the car, risking others discovering it the next day and jumping to conclusions. He picked it up, stashed it in his pocket, locked the car, and made his way home. Not long after Jiang Chu left, Zhou Sini, clad in a form-fitting black dress, emerged from around the corner. Upon spotting the Maserati, her eyes widened in surprise as she circled the car, and eventually, a sly smile spread across her face. The following day marked the habitual truancy of the three musketeers. Jiang Chu awoke naturally and, after breakfast in the cafeteria, made a beeline for the library, intent on researching some materials. Despite possessing memories from his past life, he found himself lacking in knowledge across various professional domains. Following the enhancement of his attributes, his physique had grown increasingly robust, shedding his previous frail appearance. The system had elevated his attractiveness to a commendable score of 91, and with his distinctive hairstyle, he became an undeniably striking figure upon entering the library, worthy of being dubbed a male deity. This drew forth an array of pink bubbles from the female students within, who exclaimed in hushed tones, "How handsome! Which department and class does he belong to? Look at that smile. It's utterly delightful. How can someone be both adorable and so commanding? He really resembles the charming protagonist from a novel." The girls gushed, fantasizing about being pressed against a wall by him. "Honestly, I think Korean oppas are more attractive." "Oh please, those Korean oppas are all so effeminate. None can compare to the boy in front of us. I can't hold back any longer. I must go ask for his number." Gathering her courage, one girl clutched a book and cautiously approached Jiang Chu, who sensed someone scrutinizing him. He turned his head slightly, causing her to retreat, quickly hiding her face behind the book as she hurried past, an attempt at flirting thwarted. A few girls dismissed her with gestures of disdain. "You didn't even dare to speak. You go ahead if you're so brave." They exchanged playful shoves. Yet none had the courage to approach him. Meanwhile, in a nearby corner, a similarly handsome young man observed the scene with a tightening expression. With a buzz cut, a heart-shaped face, and a prominent nose, he sported ear studs and a chain around his neck, dressed in white Versace, exuding a tall and striking presence reminiscent of an anime character. "Xiao Qian, that guy's looks are a serious threat to you. What will you do?" asked Wu Bo. Seated behind Wu Xiaoqian, Wu Bo, who hailed from the same hometown as Xiao Qian, was not without charm himself. He frequently accompanied the campus heartthrob, often leveraging insider information to win over numerous girlfriends, and was also a member of the affluent second generation. He can't possibly compare to Xiao Qian. "Just look at his outfit. It's all cheap stuff," remarked a reasonably attractive girl sitting beside Wu Bo, although her gaze lingered momentarily on Jiang Chu's face. Undeniably captivated by his handsomeness, Wu Bo playfully tucked a strand of hair behind the girl's ear and pinched her cheek. "Darling, what about me?" She responded with a flirtatious smile. "You're my dear. Of course, you're even more handsome. I'll take that as a compliment. Let us go shopping for clothes this weekend." "Is that true? That's wonderful. Thank you, dear." Coughing slightly, Xiao Qian said, "Your friend Mingxi has arrived." Wu Bo lightly touched his hand and spoke in a hushed tone. Chapter 35. The super transfer student, Su Kuan from Magic City. Upon hearing that name, Wu Xiaoqian immediately lifted his gaze. Not far away, a girl was gracefully approaching, cradling a stack of books. Her long, dark hair was elegantly tied with a floral ribbon, swaying gently with her light steps. Her exquisite oval face and swan-like neck were captivating, and the delicate collarbone peeked from beneath her flowing floral dress. She stood tall, and her eyes, filled with profound wisdom, were utterly enchanting, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world. He found himself spellbound by her presence, thinking that he must, by all means, win her over. Indeed, this was the illustrious school beauty, Ji Mingxi, while he himself was the school's most handsome boy. Only he was worthy of being her boyfriend. He envisioned her gazing at him with admiration, captivated by his singing during the upcoming school celebration, followed by an evening of dates, kisses, and playing cards. Just the thought of it thrilled him. Suddenly, panic struck as he noticed her walking towards that guy. Wu Xiaoqian was jolted from his daydream. realizing that his dream goddess was heading straight for that boy. Surely, they couldn't know each other? His brows furrowed tightly, fists clenched on the desk, teeth gritted. He watched as Ji Mingxi approached the boy, paused beside him, and then turned to place her book on the shelf without sparing him a glance. A wave of relief washed over Wu Xiaoqian. Thank goodness. He frequented the library daily to catch a glimpse of Ji Mingxi. And this boy seemed to be a newcomer. They could not possibly be acquainted. Shaking his head slightly, he allowed a self-deprecating smile to curl on his lips. Realizing he had overreacted, Jiang Chu, sitting nearby, was diligently studying his materials. He noticed that after enhancing his talents, his comprehension of the knowledge within the books had remarkably improved, with much of it becoming instantly clear to him. Furthermore, his memory was exponentially strengthening, much to his delight. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, prompting him to turn slightly, catching a glimpse of long lashes framing deep-set eyes, a refined nose, and lips as red as cherry blossoms, an epitome of perfection. Her figure was exquisite, rising onto her toes as she reached for a book. Ji Mingxi, hearing her name called. Ji Mingxi turned, immediately recognizing the boy before her. Wasn't he the one she had seen the other night at the lakeside pavilion engaging in unsavory acts with Mo Yutong? You, she said, her expression tinged with disdain. Pervert. Jiang Chu stood there, utterly bewildered. In the distance, Wu Xiaoqian's brows tightened instantaneously. She recognized the two individuals. Wu Bo. I require the complete information on this person within a minute. Certainly, this individual is named Jiang Chu, from the Department of Electronics, a fellow classmate. He hails from a rural background and recently endured heartbreak from a girl named Song Qingqing, which led him to seek a new hairstyle to enhance his appearance. Rest assured, he is far less affluent than you. Satisfied, Wu Xiaoqian nodded with a smile, realizing he was merely a struggling underclassman. Jiang Chu furrowed his brow, pondering why Ji Mingxi labeled him a pervert upon seeing him. Did she perhaps resemble a boy in middle school and suffer at his hands? Given his past experience with Li Wenjing, he couldn't help but entertain such morbid curiosity. Is this our second encounter? How have I become the perverted man? You are well aware of your own actions, she retorted, leaving him bewildered. Was this truly the esteemed campus belle? After these two interactions, his interest had evaporated. What was she, a talented individual with a brainless tongue? He couldn't be bothered to engage further. At that moment, his phone alarm blared from his pocket. Knowing he was in the library, he hastily retrieved it, only to find himself incensed by the caller ID, 100086. This number had been incessantly harassing him for days, and complaints yielded no results. He promptly hung up. But in the process, he failed to notice two white items fall to the floor, which were clearly visible to Ji Mingxi. Not a pervert, yet you carry women's stockings? How absurd, she exclaimed with disdain before turning on her heel and departing, leaving Jiang Chu in a state of confusion, awkwardly attempting to occupy himself with the ground. Ji Mingxi's affection level, 10. I forgot to take this out last night, she muttered as she picked up the stockings and returned them to her pocket before exiting. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoqian and her companions were nearly doubled over with laughter. Ha ha, it turns out he is indeed a pervert, and Ji Mingxi caught him red-handed. This is hysterical. Now you can rest easy. Ji Mingxi detests individuals like him, so they are utterly incompatible. A sigh escaped a girl, lamenting the waste of appealing looks on someone with such peculiarities, as she glanced down at her own black stockings. At this moment, on a certain street in Nan City, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was ensnared in traffic, drawing the attention of onlookers, for this vehicle was valued at over 10 million. The interior of the vehicle is replete with opulence and luxury. Inside, 3 men and 1 woman occupy the space. Among them is a young man dressed in suspenders. His hair parted down the middle, his face contorted with fury. What is this road? We've been stuck for hours. Hurry up and call someone to clear the way. Facing him is a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and wearing sunglasses. Young Master Cohen, encountering roadwork during rush hour is quite problematic, especially since we are not in the Magic City and our resources are limited here. Then throw money at it. I refuse to believe that a few 100,000 won't get this wretched road cleared. Yes, we are almost there, young Master Cohen. There are a few matters I must discuss with you. Su Cohen, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Speak. This time, your identity during the transfer will remain confidential. Additionally, I cannot protect you around the clock at school, so I hope you can maintain a low profile and inform me if any issues arise. Su Kuan furrowed his brow and glanced at Uncle Hong across from him. With my looks, do you truly believe I can keep a low profile? To ensure your successful pursuit of Li Wenjing, I have specifically invested $5 million to hire the most renowned seduction expert from abroad, David Smith. Alias Sleeping Dragon, Su Kuan turned to observe a young man seated diagonally across from him. With black hair, yellowish skin, clad in a leather jacket, sporting earrings, and even a nose ring, he was indeed handsome, almost rivaling Su Kuan himself. Isn't this fellow Chinese? Why the foreign name and a ridiculous alias? Who's the Phoenix Chicks then? David replied, esteemed young Master Kuan, I consider myself the Zhuge Liang of the seduction realm. Once my schemes unfold, I can attract any woman. Furthermore, spreading the seeds of our culture across America is my ultimate goal. Such grandiose claims, I wonder if they hold any weight, Su Kuan remarked. Uncle Hong interjected. Young Master Kuan, this David Smith just broke up with the daughter of a prominent figure, and she is now clinging to him desperately. No sooner had he spoken than David's phone rang. Speak of the devil, he said, promptly hanging up. Why did you hang up? Su Kuan queried, puzzled. David raised a finger confidently. Rest assured, she will call back. I will answer on the third ring. Indeed, on the third call, he finally answered, and a frantic female voice erupted from the other end. Oh, honey, it's me. I'm so sorry. Please, come back to me. I can't live without you, honey. I will die without you. Humph, your father signed the orders to invade Afghanistan. How heartless. Unless you convince him to withdraw, I will not forgive you. No, honey. I will make him withdraw. David did not allow her to finish before abruptly terminating the call, exuding an air of arrogance. Su Kuan swallowed hard. Is he really that impressive? Chapter 36. Su Kuan's military. David, pseudonym Wulong indeed. One need not question my prowess as David. However, how is it that the daughter of the horse racing mogul speaks fluent Huaxia throughout? Her command of the language surpasses even my own. This is due to her immersion in my meticulous instruction, where she has profoundly appreciated the vastness and profundity of Huaxia, gradually becoming enamored and utterly captivated by it. Clap. Clap. Su Kuan nodded approvingly, and the others joined in applause. With someone as remarkable as David in my military ranks, what worries could I possibly have in winning over Li Wenjing? You flatter me, but as long as young Master Kuan follows my directives, I assure you she will be utterly devoted to you, even urging you to continue despite any challenges. Ha ha ha, I eagerly await the outcome. Should you succeed, I shall reward you with $1 million. Then, I preemptively thank young Master Kuan for that $1 million. Su Kuan smirked, exuding confidence and determination. Should he win over Li Wenjing, he would not only secure his position as the heir of the Su family, but might also lay claim to the Li family's fortune. In that case, a mere few million would pale in comparison to the hundreds of billions at stake. Young master, we have arrived. To avoid revealing our identities, you must enter discreetly. Fear not, David will accompany you inside. At the school gates, Su Kuan, pulling his suitcase with one hand while the other rested in his pocket, gazed upwards, exclaiming as if he were a sovereign, Here I am, Su Kuan of the Magic City. The ladies within shall tremble before me. Hastily, David interjected, Young master, maintain a low profile. A rather unimposing boy, around 1.6 meters tall, passed by, and David stopped him. Excuse me, where might we find the boys' dormitory building 8? Our dashing and affluent young Master Kuan has transferred here. The boy, visibly annoyed, replied, Just go straight, then left, right, around the corner, straight again, left, right, around another corner, and you'll arrive. And then? David inquired, trying to remember the directions. Yes, you'll reach the school gates, the boy replied. David looked up, realizing that they were indeed at the school gates. Just as he intended to ask another question, the boy had already walked away, leaving behind a remark. Two wannabe pretty boys can't even ask for directions properly. What lack of character. If you're capable, challenge me. Choose any sport, singing, dancing, basketball, your pick. Furious, Su Kuan felt an urge to chase after him, but was firmly restrained by David. Young master, remain composed. It is unnecessary to stoop to his level. Humph. Let me not lay eyes upon him again. Otherwise, I shall shower him with money until he addresses me as his grandfather. With their suitcases in tow, Su Kuan and David ventured deeper into the expansive campus, contemplating the surroundings. What a remote place this is. Is this truly a university? The elementary school I attended was of a far superior environment. And why are there so many paths? Which way leads to the dormitory? Kuan Shao. Based on the information gathered, it appears that Li Wenjing does not have a penchant for the offspring of affluent families. Therefore, Our strategy should revolve around showcasing strength and capability. Over the next few days, we shall meticulously craft an invincible persona for you at school, amplifying your influence. With your striking looks, Kuan Xiao, you are certain to elicit fervent admiration from countless young women. As soon as David finished speaking, a cacophony of gasps and cheers erupted from a distance. Ah, how handsome. I have never seen such an attractive boy. Which class is he from? Indeed. That perfect height and physique, the rebellious charm. He walks with such confidence, it's simply breathtaking. One girl exclaimed, I must ask him which class he belongs to. Get his phone number, add him on QQ. I want to be his girlfriend and marry him to have children. Sukuan casually tousled his chestnut-colored hair, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Just as imagined, with his looks, entering this environment was akin to a dimensional assault on those unaccustomed to such allure. Yet, the audacity of some to envision a marriage and children seemed overly ambitious. David, giving a thumbs up, remarked, since Kuan Xiao arrived, countless girls have gone wild. I suspect Li Wenjing is no exception. It seems making these several million is going to be too easy. My true capabilities have yet to be showcased. By the way, Kuan Xiao, it would be prudent to avoid any contact with Jiang Chu for the time being. He is aware of our presence, while we remain shrouded in secrecy. Remember, the unknown adversary is the most formidable, David said, mimicking a gun with his fingers and grinning mischievously. I'll inquire about the directions, Su Kuan replied, striding ahead. As a group of girls came rushing towards him, military David had mentioned that Li Wenjing was fond of devoted boys. So it would be wise to refrain from engaging with girls for now, lest unfounded rumors tarnish his reputation. Spotting a boy of similar height standing ahead, he seized the opportunity to ask for directions while simultaneously showcasing his charm before the approaching girls. Hello, fellow student. Could you please direct me to the boys' dormitory in Building 8? Ah, he is truly handsome. I am first. I am first. As the group of flamboyantly dressed girls surged towards him, Su Kuan shook his head slightly, pondering that being exceedingly handsome could indeed be a burden. He struck what he deemed his most charming pose. The girls soon surrounded him, creating a whirlwind of excitement. Even David found himself on the periphery, straining to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene. Handsome guy, may I ask which class you are in? My name is Zhang Wenwan. Could I have your phone number? QQ would suffice too. Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? If not, choose me. I am the belle of our class, and I am utterly captivated by your type. You are truly my dream lover. I am a freshman, innocent yet alluring. Hello, senior, you are incredibly handsome. Would you consider being my boyfriend? I promise to be obedient to you. I am aware of my own good looks, but there is truly no need for such fervor in public spaces. It puts me in quite an awkward position. Su Kuan feigned exasperation and sighed. Who on earth are you? You resemble a chicken with that traitorous middle parting. And wearing overalls in this sweltering heat? That's quite absurd. Su Kuan lifted his head, eyes wide with bewilderment, glancing around. Is he talking about me? What are you staring at? I am indeed referring to you. A university student with dyed hair? You must be a delinquent. Exactly, dragging around an ugly suitcase. And a grown man with a hello sticker on it, not to mention wearing makeup like some delicate flower. Go away, don't hinder us from flirting with handsome men. Su Kuan was furious, nearly spitting blood. This Hermes limited edition trolley case costs hundreds of thousands, and yet you dare call it ugly. And what's wrong with makeup? Shouldn't a refined man take care of his appearance? Is it unacceptable to step out without it? Who else could be considered handsome if not him? At that moment, the previously silent boy spoke up. I am aware of my own good looks, but there is truly no need for such fervor in public spaces. It puts me in quite an awkward position. Su Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This is precisely what I just said, word for word. How shameless. Everyone, please be quiet. The senior is right. There are too many people here. We should be mindful of the occasion. To Su Kuan's astonishment, all the girls present fell silent. This is blatant double standards. By the way, were you the one asking for directions to the boys' dormitory in Building 8? Chapter 37. The encounter between Jiang Chu and Su Kuan. The boy turned around, and Su Kuan's face displayed renewed shock. He had just encountered a male peer whose looks rivaled his own. The boy's skin was flawless, requiring no makeup, with well-defined features, sharp brows, bright eyes, a prominent nose, and lips tinged with a rosy hue. That infuriatingly unique hairstyle even stirred something within Su Kuan. Ugh, I'm not lacking in looks either. It's just that these rustic girls lack an appreciation for beauty. However, surrounded by a throng of girls, all of whom were staring at him with wide eyes, it felt utterly barbaric. This was not a place to linger. If it weren't for the need to remain low-key, he would have thrown money at them to call him daddy. For Wenjing's sake, I shall endure. Gritting his teeth, he said, I have just transferred here and am not quite familiar with the area. Oh, I see. Your middle part and overalls are quite distinctive. Really? I think so too. Su Kuan felt a flicker of affection for the young man before him, sensing a rare understanding between them. Was this the kinship shared among exceptionally handsome individuals? Building 8. Just follow that path to the end, he directed. Thank you. As Su Kuan pulled his suitcase out of the crowd, he suddenly turned back and said, Excuse me. My name is Su Kuan. May I inquire about yours? I will certainly express my gratitude in the future. No need for thanks. It was merely a small gesture. Came the reply. I am Jiang Chu. Suddenly, as Su Kuan took a few steps, he stumbled, nearly falling flat. Damn it, that's Jiang Chu, he exclaimed internally. The discrepancy between the reality and the photograph he had seen was striking. Su Kuan clenched his fists, filled with a surge of anger. The very person who pursued Li Wenjing was right before him. His frustration was palpable, and David, realizing the dire situation, quickly intervened. Kuan, please restrain yourself, he urged. What are you talking about? Do you even know what that means? Su Kuan retorted. Well, it means just what you saw with that group of girls. The other party is currently in high spirits. Let us return and proceed as planned. Patience is a virtue, and sometimes retreating is the best strategy. Su Kuan shot a glare at David's sycophantic expression, feeling an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Meanwhile, surrounded by a gaggle of girls, Jiang Chu glanced back at the two departing figures. Su Kuan, that name sounds familiar. Hello everyone, I am a trainee idol. I can sing, dance, and play basketball, he declared, only to be met with exasperation. After managing to escape the throng of admirers using Xiang Hua's phone and QQ, Jiang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Being excessively handsome came with its own set of troubles. No wonder celebrities often went to great lengths to conceal themselves. The thought of frenzied fans was undeniably daunting. However, he noted an intriguing issue. Many of the girls in that crowd boasted a beauty score of 80. Yet the system deemed them invalid due to an initial fondness exceeding that threshold. It appeared that maintaining a lower profile might be prudent. Otherwise, he would struggle to find suitable divine beings to pursue. After dinner, Jiang Chu strolled along the campus path, pulling out his phone to continue his endeavor of winning hearts. Seizing the moment to potentially boost his charm. Wenjing, are you free tonight? He messaged. Jiang Chu, is there something you need? She replied. Well, I will be practicing piano tonight in preparation for next week's anniversary gala. No particular reason, just checking in. Please continue with your tasks. All right, Yutong, the moonlight is lovely tonight. If you wish to invite me, please be straightforward. I am unable to meet tonight as I have to rehearse my dance. You might want to reach out to Wenjing. Oh, by the way, it seems she also has a rehearsal. Perhaps you could try contacting Jamongxi, among the school beauties. She is the most free. That's it, goodbye. The school anniversary gala? Yes, it's next week, but if memory serves correctly, in the last life. Li Wenjing did not perform the piano. Senior, all alone. A delightful voice called out from behind, and Jiang Chu turned to see Zhou Sini. Today, her outfit left him quite astounded. A dark Gothic Lolita dress, adorned with a black lace choker, and beneath her long legs wrapped in black stockings were thick-soled black leather shoes. Even her wrists were adorned with translucent black lace cuffs, accentuating her fair skin. She carried a black cat-shaped bag, a stark contrast to her previous adorable white Lolita ensemble. It was rather enticing. Hey, what a coincidence. I'm also alone, Zhou Sini said, quickly walking alongside Jiang Chu. Senior, do I look good in this today? Jiang Chu could not deny the allure. What about your boyfriend? Oh, we broke up. He was handsome, but couldn't hold a conversation. Just a dullard who clung to me all the time. It was exhausting. Jiang Chu smirked slightly. It seemed she treated him like a devoted admirer. Speaking of handsomeness, I've realized that you are far more attractive than he is. Senior, that Maserati Quattroporte is yours, isn't it? Jiang Chu halted, turning to her. You saw it. He had only driven it once, the night he returned. Could it be that she happened to see him? Senior, would you consider being my boyfriend? Jiang Chu was taken aback once more. You want me to be your boyfriend? Why? This was rather forward. Was it truly because of his looks? Zhou Sini suddenly grasped his arm with her delicate hands, her twin ponytails tilting slightly as she pouted adorably. I like you, Senior. Is that so wrong? Jiang Chu furrowed his brow, jokingly noting that the system indicated her affection level was merely 20. What was her intention? I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Regardless of her motives, he decided to ignore it, withdrawing his hand and placing it in his pocket as he continued to walk. Josini hurried after him, gripping his arm once more. Senior, do you think I'm not pretty enough? I promise I'm very obedient. Her large eyes blinked innocently, captivatingly. Jiangchu scoffed. If it weren't for the system, he might have believed her. How obedient? Senior, I'll do anything you ask. Josini lowered her head, shyly. Is that so? Then I command you to return whence you came and not follow me. Jiangchu coldly remarked, withdrawing his hand without a backward glance. Senior. Josini's voice carried a hint of anger. Am I so detestable to you? You won't even spare me a glance. Aren't you afraid I might reveal what happened between you and Senior Mo Yutong in the car to Senior Wenjing? Jiangchu halted, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He had finally elicited the answer he sought. Indeed, she had seen it, but what of it? He was unperturbed. However, he was curious to discern Josini's ulterior motives for her intimidation. What is it that you desire from me? Josini felt a subtle relief wash over her. She had initially feared that Jiangchu would be unyielding, considering he was presumably a wealthy heir surrounded by countless admirers. I mean no harm, truly. I simply wish for you to treat me a bit better. Josini adopted a pitiful demeanor, as if she had suffered great injustice. State your demands plainly. I lack the time for theatrics. Chapter 38. Outing Josini. The overbearing senior Josini noticed Jiangchu's indifference and decided to drop the pretense. Bounding over to seize his arm once more. Senior, could you drive your car and take me out for some fun? With a thrill, she exclaimed, wow. I'm riding in a Maserati. Josini, seated in the passenger seat, was utterly elated, reveling in the moment. Jiangchu cast a sidelong glance at her. Observing her reclining with her long, slender legs resting on the dashboard, arms outstretched as if soaring through the air, blissfully oblivious to her short skirt riding up, revealing glimpses of her thighs, enough to almost unnerve him, prompting him to swiftly reduce the speed. I must insist, could you sit properly? This is exceedingly dangerous. Hee. This is my first time in such an expensive car. I'm so happy. Thank you, Senior. After a considerable distance had been covered, Josini continued. At least tell me where we're headed. After a moment's reflection, she added, Senior. I saw photos on a social media space posted by my roommate of Senior's many beautiful handbags. I know they must have been gifts from you, right? Could you possibly gift me one as well? I truly long for a handbag. Jiangchu's brow furrowed. All this fuss was merely for a handbag? Had she stated her intentions sooner, he would have felt less desolate about the day's unproductive endeavors. Sensing the shift in Jiangchu's expression, Josini presumed he was displeased due to her demands. Rest assured, once I receive the handbag, I will never mention that incident again. I won't breathe a word to anyone, I swear. Soon, they arrived at the department store in Chaiyang Square, a place Jiangchu was quite familiar with, leading Josini directly to the boutique. Welcome, greeted Zhao Shaoling, who had since donned a new uniform, radiating a vibrant energy and exuding an enhanced aura. Likely influenced by her recent promotion, upon seeing the couple enter, she couldn't help but marvel at the handsome young man, who resembled a star. No, he was even more striking than most celebrities. The woman beside him was also quite beautiful, though her all-black ensemble gave her an air of eccentricity. Zhao Shaoling pondered if the dashing gentleman had a penchant for such a style. Hello, please come this way. May I assist you in finding a particular handbag? Or would you like me to introduce you to our latest arrivals? Jiangchu smiled gently. What is this? Don't you remember me? Zhao Shaoling paused, momentarily struck. Had she encountered such a handsome young man before? With a closer examination, she realized he bore a striking resemblance to someone from her memories. It's you, she exclaimed, recognizing Jiangchu as the affluent benefactor who had purchased 5 bags in one go, facilitating her promotion. The Jiangchu from before had appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat unremarkable. It was hard to believe he was the same person as the striking figure before her. I brought my friend to look at the handbags, Jiangchu stated. Zhao Shaoling noticed that Josini was not the same pair of stunning women from her previous encounter. Had he changed companions? However, considering his charm and wealth, it was only natural that he would attract beautiful company. You wanted a handbag, didn't you? Feel free to browse, Jiangchu encouraged. Josini felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, as Jiangchu exuded an air of confidence that belied any sense of being easily manipulated. In contrast, she felt as though she were attempting to intimidate someone far beyond her reach, which sent shivers down her spine. After receiving Jiangchu's words, she happily ventured towards her desired items, clearly having had her eye on them. Before long, she found herself holding two adorable handbags, debating which to choose. Stop deliberating. Just by both, Jiangchu suddenly appeared beside her, surprising her. Senior, this black and white pair would perfectly complement your outfit, wouldn't they? Zhou Sini noted. Xiaoling, please wrap these two, along with those three over there. Jiangchu pointed to three similarly charming bags on display. Certainly, I will get those packaged for you right away. Zhao Xiaoling had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences, displaying little surprise. In contrast, Zhou Sini's face was a canvas of disbelief and astonishment. Fearing that Jiangchu was angry and was deliberately playing tricks on her, she became somewhat flustered, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. No, senior. I only said I wanted one, or perhaps, I don't want it anymore. Indeed, she was contemplating retreat. Jiangchu frowned. Not want? How can that be? This amounts to tens of millions. What do you take me for? You can't say you want it and then dismiss it so easily. What I purchased must be accepted. Zhou Sini was taken aback by Jiangchu's seriousness and domineering demeanor, realizing she had truly offended her senior. Panic set in as she contemplated the impending punishment, wondering if it would be frightful, the kind that binds one hand and foot. Hello, the total for the 5 bags after the discount is 23,000. Zhao Xiaoling cast a curious glance at Zhou Sini, puzzled but feeling it was inappropriate to pry into others' affairs. Jiangchu promptly swiped his card and signed. Why are you standing there? Go fetch the bags. Oh. Zhou Sini silently lifted the packaged bags, resembling a child awaiting punishment. Jiangchu, momentarily amused by her reaction, remarked, weren't these the bags you've always desired? Is this your expression upon receiving them? Zhou Sini's large, watery eyes looked as if they might spill over with tears. Senior, are you very angry? I will never dare again. Woe is me. Never dare again. Yes, that's right. Good. However, let me assure you, even if you were to speak of this, I wouldn't be concerned. She might have known all along. Jiangchu raised a hand and playfully patted her head. Considering how well-behaved you are, these bags are my gift to you. Senior, are you truly serious? Of course. Seeing Jiangchu smile instantly alleviated her fears. And Zhou Sini wiped her nose, breaking into a joyful grin. You're the best, senior. Thank you. Afterward, she quickly rose on her toes to plant a kiss on Jiangchu's cheek, giggling. This made Jiangchu slightly bashful, especially with Zhao Xiaoling still present in the store. Zhao Xiaoling smiled, though her heart felt a pang of jealousy. A kiss for 5 bags? She could do that too, if not just one. She could kiss for an entire night. Zhou Sini. Affection level 10 Zhou Sini. Affection level 10 Zhou Sini. Affection level 10 senior, you can be shy too? That's so adorable. I like it so much. Jiangchu awkwardly retreated, escaping outside the store, astonished that she had called him cute. Senior, what are we going to do now? Since we rarely come here, if there is anything else you desire, just buy it. I'll cover the bill. Zhou Sini lightly lifted her toes, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? She exclaimed, then lowered her small head adorned with twin ponytails, her hands resting on her waist. But senior, you've already gifted me so many bags. I am quite delighted. I have plenty of money. Think it over. If you miss this chance, it may not come again. Is it truly possible? Zhou Sini pouted, her finger tapping in contemplation. In the next scene, chapter 39, the eyeliner turned out to be her. A charming Zhou Sini skipped joyfully in front of Jiangchu, her spirits soaring. She visited a high-end clothing store and tried on several exquisite Lolita dresses and bridal gowns, far surpassing the outfits she had worn before, which filled her with glee. Each ensemble suited her perfectly, allowing her to embody a variety of styles. One moment a delightful princess, the next a gentle and obedient maid, and then a dark-themed little demon. Among others. Particularly, Zhou Sini's figure was splendid, complemented by her adorable face. She looked stunning in everything. The store owner sang her praises and even wished to invite her as a spokesperson for the shop to model for promotional materials, but she graciously declined. Senior, do I look good? Zhou Sini twirled around, the hem of her dress soaring, revealing a glimpse of white that caught Jiangchu off guard, causing him to cough. Ahem. Yes, very beautiful. He quickly took a sip of water to mask his embarrassment, while Zhou Sini, changing outfits in the fitting room, wore a sly, triumphant smile. Ultimately, she selected 3 outfits of varying styles, which Jiangchu paid for, totaling over 10,000. Next came the authentic attire. The Empress, Nami, Robin, and Hatsune Miku. Senior, I used to love browsing here, but I could only look, she said. It's fine, by whatever catches your eye. Thank you, senior. Zhou Sini once again let her desires soar, trying on every piece of clothing she had longed for. However, she only tried them on in the fitting room, refraining from stepping out since there were quite a few people in the store besides Jiang Chu. Since many of the outfits were somewhat revealing, Zhou Sini opted for modesty and, after Jiang Chu's suggestion, chose one set to have the owner delivered directly to her school the following day. After browsing a shoe store, Jiang Chu took her to a jewelry shop and a watch store. In the end, he selected an 80,000 yuan necklace, a 30,000 yuan bracelet, and a 100,000 yuan Omega watch. Jiang Chu later researched the area and found that there were currently no boutiques for brands like Vacheron Constantin or Patek Philippe nearby. Even if there were, he had no intention of purchasing such items for her, as they could attract unwanted attention and trouble. Senior, it's enough already. These gifts are far too precious. Zhou Sini felt a pang of anxiety and hesitated to accept them. Jiang Chuk, however, was unabashedly assertive, declaring, "You must accept what I have given you." Ultimately, Zhou Sini was compelled to receive everything. In truth, she adored each item Jiang Chuk had chosen for her. The senior was quite domineering, yet she found herself enchanted. Initially, she had merely desired a single handbag, but now, the total value of gifts she received exceeded 500,000. It felt surreal. What kind of person was her senior to be so extravagant? Zhou Sini, affection level 10. Upon witnessing the rise in affection, Jiang Chuk felt quite pleased. This evening had yielded significant rewards, 50,000 points. Half of a minor goal achieved, his mood soared. As they journeyed home, seated in the passenger seat, she gazed at Jiang Chuk's profile, his resolute and handsome features. His focused gaze. How could such a perfect young man exist? With her hands clasped before her, she felt her heart race. Would he ever have feelings for her? Yet, both Senior Wenjing and Mo Yutong were far more attractive. She lacked the confidence to believe that he would notice her. Zhou Sini, affection level 10. Why so silent? What are you pondering? Jiang Chuk glanced at her. Senior, I'm not thinking about anything, Zhou Sini said, lowering her head in self-doubt. I have something to tell you. Please refrain from posting about these gifts online. You understand the importance of keeping money matters discreet. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Senior. Was he truly concerned for her? How considerate. Zhou Sini, affection level 5. The affection level surged to 85 in an instant. Remarkable. With a bit more effort, perhaps she could reach 90 tonight. Jiang Chuk suddenly thought of a destination. There was still time. He pressed the accelerator. Zhou Sini, Lolita, meanwhile, by the lakeside at school, a secluded area held little presence of others. Su Kuan, dressed in Versace leisure shorts, lounged casually on a stone bench, his legs crossed. Standing behind him was David, while before them stood a stunning girl with enviably long legs, who at that moment lowered her head in silence, her hands awkwardly placed. Seemingly intimidated by Su Kuan's presence. Are you the campus belle, Missouri Yutong? Su Kuan scrutinized the individual before him. Mo Yutong was an informant deliberately placed by Uncle Hong beside Li Wenjing, tasked with gleaning every detail of her life, collecting valuable information, and preventing any male suitors from encroaching upon her. Initially, their search did not focus on her, but rather on another girl. Yet Li Wenjing paid no heed to that person. Eventually, they discovered that Mo Yutong shared a close relationship with Li Wenjing and decided to approach her. Initially, they offered financial incentives, but when Mo Yutong sought to withdraw, they resorted to blackmailing her with her father's illness. She had no choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, Li Wenjing, for reasons unknown, had never interacted with males since her university days, which provided Su Kuan a sense of reassurance, until Jiang Chu's appearance. Indeed, he was quite handsome. Mo Yutong felt an involuntary surge of anxiety, her heart racing in her throat, fearing that he might demand she undertake actions she was reluctant to perform. Su Kuan nodded to himself, taken aback that such beauty could emerge from this remote locale, believing that with some refinement, she could easily surpass many female celebrities. If they were in the metropolis, he would not hesitate to spend some money to have her call him daddy. However, his current focus was on Li Wenjing. He understood the hierarchy of power, status, wealth, and women. The distinction was clear to him. Moreover, since Mo Yutong was Li Wenjing's close friend, she was not to be trifled with lightly. You know who I am, right? Hello, young Master Kuan. Relay to me every detail concerning Li Wenjing, particularly regarding her relationship with Jiang Chu. At the mention of Jiang Chu, Mo Yutong involuntarily shuddered, though fortunately, Su Kuan did not notice her reaction. Understood. Mo Yutong briefly recounted the events of the past few days, omitting the fact that Li Wenjing had been kissed by Jiang Chu. Indeed, after the incident involving buying a car and accompanying her parents, she realized she had developed feelings for Jiang Chu. She feared that if Su Kuan became aware of this, he might take unfavorable actions against Jiang Chu. Thus, she chose to conceal the truth, even if he heard something. She could easily fabricate an alibi claiming she was not present that day. Despite this, she still felt a pang of guilt. One was her dearest friend, and the other, a boy she liked, while she was betraying them from behind. She had contemplated confessing everything to Jiang Chu about the money, but money could be replaced. Whereas a kidney donor was not easily found. Her father's health was precarious, and she could not afford to gamble. Gently biting her glistening lips, her gaze appeared somewhat dazed. A year prior, an individual approached her, promising a monthly sum of money in exchange for information about Li Wenjing. Coming from a financially strained background, she struggled to afford her tuition fees. Her desire for beauty was universal, and she envied those who could purchase anything they desired. She thought it was merely a matter of sending a few messages, and thus, she readily acquiesced. However, she later discovered that Li Wenjing was a genuinely kind-hearted girl, often considering her feelings and lending her money to satisfy her little vanity. Li Wenjing herself was quite frugal. Eventually, guilt began to weigh heavily on her conscience, prompting her to express her intent to withdraw from the arrangement. Unfortunately, this decision coincided with her father's diagnosis of kidney failure. She was the one to collect the test results, leaving even her father unaware of the dire situation. The doctor advised that finding a suitable kidney donor for surgery within the year was the best option. Yet the exorbitant surgical costs left her feeling as though the sky had fallen. The odds of finding a donor were exceedingly low, and even if a match were found, the financial burden would still be immense. Someone had learned of her predicament and began to use it as leverage against her. Ultimately, with no alternatives left, she felt compelled to comply, as her father's life was of paramount importance, even if it meant facing scorn from countless others in the future. Is that all? Yes. I have informed you of everything I know, young Master Kuan. May I inquire about my father's kidney source? Before she could finish, Su Kuan waved his hand in impatience. Discuss this with Uncle Hong. I have no part in this matter. You may leave, and I will call for you if needed. Mo Yutong furrowed her brows tightly, clenching her small fists. The individual before her, appearing quite respectable, seemed completely indifferent to her feelings, displaying a mask of apathy. But after all, he was wealthy and powerful. All right, I shall take my leave. As Mo Yutong walked away, David leaned in, remarking, Young Master Kuan, your composure is impressive. You remained unmoved even in the presence of such beauty. Su Kuan scoffed coldly. She may be beautiful, but with wealth and power, one can have any woman they desire. In an instant, his aloof demeanor crumbled as he bent down, scratching his thigh in irritation. Damn it, what is this wretched place? Why are there so many mosquitoes? It's driving me mad. I'm covered in bites. David squatted down, scratching as well. I thought I was the only one getting bitten. Are you pleased that I'm getting bitten? No, young Master Kuan. It's just that the mosquitoes biting you is amusing. Damn, you can talk. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Kuan. Why are you hitting me? Don't slap my face. I rely on this for my livelihood. The Wanglong River, a majestic waterway that traverses the entirety of Nan City, is steeped in legend. It is said that the local populace witnessed a celestial phenomenon, with dragons ascending into the heavens shortly before the emergence of a grand city, hence the name Wanglong, which translates to gaze at the dragon. Jiang Chu escorted Zhou Sini to the riverbank, where the absence of illumination contrasted sharply with the brightly lit skyscrapers on the opposite shore. The moonlight cast a gentle glow, alleviating the darkness. Nonetheless, Zhou Sini felt a twinge of anxiety standing behind Jiang Chu, uncertain of his motives for bringing her to such a desolate, remote location. What do your parents do for a living? Jiang Chu inquired suddenly. Why do you ask? Zhou Sini replied, my mother works as an accountant in a factory, and my father left when I was young. Jiang Chu, merely seeking a topic of conversation, inadvertently ventured into sensitive territory. A glance at Zhou Sini revealed a flicker of melancholy on her face. I apologize. I shouldn't have asked that, he said softly. It's all right. It has been so many years. I have long accepted the reality, she reassured him. Silence enveloped them once more, broken only by the rhythmic sound of water lapping against the rocks and the occasional distant horn of a passing boat. Zhou Sini realized that throughout her life, she had never dared to venture to such places alone, especially at night, fearing the unknown terrors that might lurk in the dark. Yet, standing beside Jiang Chu instilled a profound sense of safety within her, allowing her to revel freely in the unfamiliar beauty surrounding her, almost entranced by it. Although it was June, the cool breeze from the river prompted Zhou Sini to hug her arms tightly around herself. Suddenly, a white shirt was draped over her shoulders, warming her significantly. "Ah, senior, you've given me your shirt. You'll catch a chill," she exclaimed. "Not at all," Jiang Chu replied, having removed his shirt, revealing his upper body. "I still feel warm. Just look at my physique. Do I seem like someone who catches colds easily?" Zhou Sini felt an unexpected warmth wash over her. The senior was not only handsome and affluent, but also caring, even in the presence of beautiful classmates like Wen Jing and Yu Tong. His thoughtfulness touched her deeply. "Do you know why I brought you here?" Jiang Chu asked, a playful glint in his eye. "Because today is a special day?" Zhou Sini ventured. "Indeed," Jiang Chu responded, as he produced an exquisite little cake seemingly out of thin air, carefully inserting a windproof candle while proclaiming, "Today is your birthday, isn't it?" Zhou Sini's heart skipped a beat, her face alight with disbelief. "Senior, how did you know today is my birthday?" As I reflect on the moment, it was during your change of attire that I inadvertently glimpsed your identification tucked within your bag. Was it true that you had just disembarked to procure a cake? Oh, without a reservation, one must settle for what is readily available, albeit slightly diminutive. Jiang Chu placed the petite cake upon a protruding rock, where a candle had already been lit, flickering in the breeze, casting a warm glow upon the faces of both Jiang Chu and Zhou Sini. Jiang Chu retrieved 2 sparklers, igniting them, and the dark night was suddenly ablaze with splendid, radiant sparks. "Happy birthday," Jiang Chu sang, albeit clumsily, yet Zhou Sini's large eyes glistened with unshed tears. Having grown up without a father and with a mother perpetually preoccupied, she had scarcely celebrated a birthday since high school. To her astonishment, on her first birthday in college, a senior she had known for less than 2 days was the one to commemorate it, filling her heart with profound gratitude. "Senior, did you bring me all these gifts because you knew it was my birthday?" Zhou Sini inquired. Jiang Chu remained silent, initially uncertain of the answer. He could hardly confess that it was merely to accumulate points. Each individual who has ever played the role of an admirer possesses a wealth of experience in such small surprises, yet often, the recipient fails to appreciate them. Now, with newfound wealth and charm, the same simple gestures could deeply touch a goddess-like figure. "Make a wish." Zhou Sini, hands clasped before her chest and eyes closed, revealed her long eyelashes in the candlelight. The wind-resistant candle proved considerate. It shielded against gusts but could still be extinguished from above. "Thank you, senior. As long as you are happy." He presented her with additional sparklers. Ding! Zhou Sini's affection level has reached 90, earning you 20 attribute points. For every point gained before 95, you will receive 3 attribute points. After sharing the small cake, and with tissues in the car, Jiang Chu gently wiped the cream from the corner of Zhou Sini's mouth, causing her to blush and exclaim with shyness. The two reveled in the night, waving their sparklers, and Zhou Sini returned to her cheerful, endearing self, laughing and chatting with Jiang Chu. "Senior, I didn't realize your physique was so impressive. You even have an 8-pack. Jiang Chu merely smiled, having achieved his goal for the evening, which could be described as a delightful surprise. As the last sparkler burned out, it was time to return. "We should head back, otherwise, the school will close." Jiang Chu rose and turned to leave. "Senior." As Jiang Chu gang turned around, Zhou Sini suddenly leaped towards him, wrapping her arms around his neck while closing her eyes to plant a kiss on his lips. This time, it was not merely a peck on the cheek. He could feel the warmth and softness of her lips. What he expected to be a brief moment unexpectedly lingered for several minutes. After they had taken a few steps, Zhou Sini exclaimed, "What happened? Did you twist your ankle?" The rocky terrain concerned Jiang Chu. "No, my shoe is broken," she replied. "I'm relieved to hear that. Come on, I'll carry you," he offered. That seems a bit inappropriate," she responded, a glimmer of mischief and pride dancing in her eyes. "Don't worry, hop on," Jiang Chu urged. He bent down, and Zhou Sini lightly jumped onto his back from the rocks, her face radiating joy, her twin ponytails swaying, and her feet playfully swinging. Meanwhile, Jiang Chu, bare-chested, reveled in the soft massage from her presence. "Are you going to sing at the school anniversary gala next week?" he inquired. "Yes, senior." "How did you know?" Jiang Chu was aware of this from his previous life. Zhou Sini had a lovely voice, yet her choice of song had not garnered much attention. I still don't know what to sing. The instructor said my voice is nice and that I can sing any song, but I don't want to take it lightly. She lamented. I shall compose a song for you, he declared. Having been reborn, he had no intention of pursuing a path as a ghostwriter. Especially as a celebrity constantly followed by paparazzi, that seemed too burdensome. However, writing her a song was certainly feasible. Goodness, senior, you can write songs too? That's impressive, she exclaimed. I only know a little. I'll finish it in a couple of days and present it to you, he assured her. Complete a song in 2 days? You must be joking. I know you mean well, but even a master composer wouldn't finish a piece in such a short time, she replied skeptically. Jiang Chu offered no further explanation, for they had arrived at the vehicle. Hold on tight. We're running out of time. I need to drive quickly, he said. Virum. In an instant, the night was left with only the fading glow of the taillights. The next morning, at the break of dawn, as Su Kuan remained in a sleepy haze, David had already begun to outline the upcoming plans in his small notebook. Young Master Kuan, let me share the next steps with you. The first step is to craft your persona to attain immense popularity in a short period, based on your unique talents. I plan to sign you up for several performances at the anniversary. Singing, dancing, piano, violin, eru, suona, and more. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Su Kuan was jolted awake. The singing and dancing at the front were tolerable, but what on earth was happening behind him? How could he possibly know those antics? And what was with the suona? Was this a farewell to the audience or a send-off for the principal? David, bewildered, glanced at the information regarding Su Kuan and noted that the records indicated he had achieved proficiency in piano, violin, eru, and suona, all at the 10th level, along with a plethora of other skills. Su Kuan waved dismissively, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Those are all purchased credentials. Who on earth can master such an array of instruments? Only a monster could do that." David's eyes twitched in disbelief. You might fool people with your fabricated talents, but why add such an elaborate list to your profile? Who would understand? Fine, then let us just declare these 3 skills. Once I gain fame, my purpose will be fulfilled. This morning, your task is to dominate the basketball court. I will enlist some online support to help amplify your persona as the Prince of Dunking. Rest assured, I am a candidate for the MVP and a prodigy in this humble locale. I shall easily outshine them all. The sun had risen, marking the peak time for basketball enthusiasts, and a striking figure with a middle part made his way to the court. Humph, today's objective, to conquer the basketball court. Watch out for the ball, came a shout from a distance. What? Su Kuan turned to find a basketball colliding with his face. Apologies, my bad. The player hurriedly retrieved the ball and dashed back. Ugh, I can't believe this. Su Kuan seethed. Calm down, Su Kuan. We need to keep your temper in check, David urged, quickly intervening. Let go of me. I want to teach him a lesson. After a struggle, Su Kuan managed to quell his anger. He surveyed the bustling basketball courts filled with players, while his half-court remained desolate. Unfamiliar with anyone there, he had no intention of lowering himself to join them. At that moment, a group of athletic girls in form-fitting shorts approached, preparing for a light jog. Many were quite attractive, drawing the attention of several boys who ceased their dribbling to gawk. Perfect, Su Kuan smirked. Let me show you what a spectacular dunk looks like. David, get the camera ready. I'm about to dunk, and make sure to capture all the details. If you miss a shot, I'll hold you accountable. Yes, Su Kuan. This is the latest camera model. I'll set it to burst mode to ensure everything is crystal clear. Su Kuan nodded, narrowing his eyes at the dilapidated hoop in the distance. It was a pity they couldn't invest in a new one for such a rundown place. But he decided to make do. Once prepared, he took a formidable dribble from the midfield to just a step before the free throw line, poised for takeoff. At that moment, the girls coincidentally arrived beside him, a perfect alignment. A proud smirk curved Su Kuan's lips as he bellowed, "Behold my spectacular slam dunk." Wait a moment, Kuan, David shouted just as he leaped. Su Kuan, undeterred, seized this rare opportunity, having already begun his ascent, and shouted his declaration. To abandon it now would only invite ridicule from the girls. Besides, he had noticed the boys were all watching, likely never having witnessed a dunk before. He resolved to make them witness something extraordinary. His jump was flawless, his form impeccable, and the height he achieved was magnificent. With a powerful single-handed slam, the ball went through the hoop. Just as he was about to bask in his triumph, he noticed the rim collapsing along with the ball. The entire hoop began to sway precariously. With a loud crash, the hoop fell, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Su Kuan narrowly escaped being struck, yet he was left utterly bewildered. Are you all right, Kuan? David inquired. Su Kuan turned with a frown. Why did you shout to stop just now? David pointed towards a large sign by the roadside. The hoop is in disrepair. Please do not use. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Kuan seized David by the collar, his eyes ablaze like a volcano. Laughter erupted from afar, not just from the boys, but also from the girls who, it seemed, had procured cameras to capture the moment. Soon, the school's online forum buzzed with a new trending topic, Su Kuan, the prince of the collapsed hoop. He spent the entire afternoon too embarrassed to leave his dormitory. How infuriating. Who coined the term prince of the collapsed hoop? Delete every post about it and find that person. I'll pay them to apologize. Kuan, this isn't exactly our territory, Uncle Hong remarked over the phone, clearly exasperated by the situation. David, attempting to console him, said, Kuan, think positively. At least you're now infamous, right? As the saying goes, fame attracts both admiration and envy, and with notoriety comes opportunity. Rubbing his swollen face, David continued, no worries. Tomorrow, I've arranged a basketball match, your class against Jiangchu's class. I've done my research, and Jiangchu has hardly ever played basketball. He is basically a novice. You can dominate him with your skill and elevate your own reputation in the process. Su Kuan chuckled. Splendid. You've done well with this plan. But are you certain he will participate? Do you even know who I am? The name is not given lightly. Jiangchu. Jiangchu. Xianghua rushed into the dormitory. What is going on? After getting up in the morning, Jiangchu spent 3 points to enhance his talent, then used 5 attribute points to purchase the ultimate comprehensive music creation skill package from the store. Drawing from memories of a past life, he selected a few songs, planning to give them to Zhou Sini to sing, and was currently busy writing lyrics and composing melodies. I need you to step in. Step in for what? There's a basketball game tomorrow morning, and our class has to face another class. Delu is injured, and we have no one to fill in. So we can only turn to you. Guess which class? It's Li Wenjing's class. I heard they have a super handsome transfer student who is exceptional at basketball. At this point, Xianghua couldn't help but chuckle. Wait, isn't our class S game scheduled for the day after tomorrow? How did it get moved up to tomorrow? Unable to contain himself, Xianghua slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Haven't you seen the forum? This morning, that transfer student, who knows what got into him, decided to dunk on that shabby rim and ended up demolishing it, earning the title of the Prince of Collapsed Rims. It's hilarious. But he is quite wealthy. He immediately paid to replace both hoops at the court this afternoon. I heard they cost tens of thousands, rivaling those high-end basketball courts. We owe him thanks for providing us with another venue, which is why our game has been moved up. Jiangchu also found it amusing that such a quirky situation existed. But I'm not really skilled. I only played a bit in middle school. I haven't touched a basketball since high school and college, you know. No worries, the opposing team is strong. Even with Delu, it would be tough to win. We just need you as a substitute. If someone is missing, you can step in. You have height, so just stand there to grab rebounds and guard your man. We'll handle the rest. Alright then, by the way, get me a set of uniforms. Sure. The next morning, under a bright sky, the game commenced as scheduled. This was merely a knockout match in the round of 16, far from the finals. Yet the atmosphere at the venue felt as if it were already the championship. Strangely, among several simultaneous basketball games, only one court drew the largest crowd, already brimming with spectators before the match had even begun, and most of them were beautiful women. Where there are beauties, countless boys eager for a delightful view naturally flocked. Why are there so many people here? Is today the finals? And so many beautiful girls? No, it's just a knockout match in the round of 16. Haven't you checked the school forum? School forum? Exactly. The transfer student, nicknamed the Prince of Collapsed Rims, posted various videos of his fancy dunks on the forum, and since he is quite handsome, many girls came to catch a glimpse. Suddenly, a girl crossed her arms. Her expression one of disdain, interjected, with him? He has hardly enough to draw all the beauties of the school to watch the game. You've overlooked one. Today's opponent class has someone even more handsome, utterly striking, whom we girls refer to as a walking hormone. Do you know what that means? Just seeing him makes one feel shy. As she spoke, she covered her face, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Indeed, upon a glance, the spontaneously organized, beautiful cheerleaders were divided into 2 teams. One wore white skirts with red trim, complemented by knee-high white socks and sneakers, holding a banner that read, Mid-part, tank top, charming allure, singing, dancing, and basketball finesse. The other team donned red skirts with white trim, red knee-high socks, and sneakers, proudly displaying a banner that proclaimed, Jiang Chu, walking hormone. Even Kuan pales in comparison. Even the girls outside the cheerleading squads were divided into factions. And before the match had even commenced, loud exchanges began, rivaling the fervor of celebrity fan feuds. Wow, is there really someone that handsome? How come I've never seen him? ISNT our school's heartthrob Wu Xiaoqian? Also, how good is that handsome guy at basketball? What does it matter how he plays? As long as he is handsome, that's all that counts. Scoring would be a delightful bonus. A girl remarked, Lu Chuanfeng, aren't you the one who sleeps all day in the dormitory? Why are you here for the game? A tall, handsome boy, approximately 6 feet tall, with a cool demeanor and headphones dangling from his ears, replied, Fool, I'm here to see the beauties. I heard there would be many, including those campus flowers. The boy looked utterly incredulous. Wait, your persona isn't supposed to be disinterested in girls, claiming they only slow you down on the court? Lu Chuanfeng cast a cold glance, retorting, that character you mentioned is Rukawa Kid from Slam Dunk. I am Lu Chuanfeng. At that moment, someone nearby shouted, Look, it's Mo Yutong. I can't believe a campus beauty actually came. She is incredibly alluring, especially those long legs. I feel like I could gaze at them for 5 years. The boys craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Today, Mo Yutong's attire was as alluring as ever, wearing a cap, a shoulder-bearing fitted shirt, and ultra-short denim shorts that showcased her exceptionally long legs, shining brilliantly under the sun, easily eclipsing the girls behind her. Suddenly, the crowd parted, revealing another stunning goddess, a girl in a cap, a loose-fitting white shirt, and fitted denim trousers. In comparison, she lacked the breathtaking impact of Mo Yutong. Unexpectedly, the icy campus beauty, Li Wenjing, also appeared. Although rumored to be indifferent to boys, she embodied the essence of a campus beauty. Just her presence was invigorating. Isn't it normal for her to come? Today is the match for her class. It has come to my attention that the enchanting beauty of the Ice Mountain, known for her elegance, recently accepted a gift from a fellow student, Jiang Chu, who happens to be a rival from her class. Could it be that she harbors feelings for him? What do you think? Is Li Wenjing here to cheer for her classmate Su Kuan or for the opposing Jiang Chu? One infatuated girl supporting Su Kuan exclaimed, Of course, I am rooting for our Kuan. Not only is he handsome, but he can also dunk. How can a boy be so perfect? If I were Li Wenjing, I too would support Su Kuan, for he is from my class. Besides, as a fellow basketball player, I must admit that Su Kuan truly possesses remarkable skills. Their class also boasts a versatile talent, Chen Rongji, who is a strong contender for the championship. Meanwhile, on the communications side, I heard that their top scorer, Lu, has sustained an injury, and Jiang Chu has been called in as a last-minute replacement. I have never seen such a player in recent years. He seems to possess little more than height, likely just filling a spot without any real ambition to win. Look, the first-year campus beauty, Zhou Sini, has also arrived. My goodness, that Lolita outfit is simply adorable. I have a penchant for such innocent yet alluring junior girls. The campus belle, Li Wenjing. Chapter 43. Jiang Chu has many rivals. Do you see who it is? Ji Mingxi, the first campus beauty, is here as well. I thought she only frequented the library. I've never seen her attend a match. Are you foolish? She is the vice president of the student council, responsible for this area. Just look at the school leaders accompanying her. How could she not attend? It's astonishing that all 4 of the top 5 campus beauties are present. If He Shiyin, who is currently studying abroad as an exchange student, were here, it would be a spectacular gathering of the 5 goddesses. Indeed, Ma Yutong is the most beautiful of them all. A tall and robust boy, Liang Dequan, the head of the sports department, gazed at her with hearts in his eyes. I heard someone saw Mo Yutong kissing Jiang Chu at the girls' dormitory entrance. Liang Dequan's expression darkened instantly. That brat Jiang Chu. I came here to witness how his class will lose. Humph. I'm also here to see Jiang Chu fail. How dare he set his sights on my dream goddess, Li Wenjing. I will find a way to deal with him. The wealthy second-generation Lu Zixiang has also made an appearance. Last time, Jiang Chu tricked him, nearly leading to a confrontation with a brute named Chong. Fortunately, with his financial means, he managed to appease the other party with a substantial sum. Jiang Chu, a person who has never even stepped onto a basketball court, had better score 0 points. Liang Dequan and Lu Zixiang turned to see a younger-looking boy, quite handsome, who posed a significant threat. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, Are you friend or foe? Who is your goddess? I am Wang Erbua, Zhou Sini's ex-boyfriend. After we broke up, She immediately sought out Jiang Chu. I have a grudge against him. Ha ha ha, you're something else. At least you were once the boyfriend of a campus beauty. We, on the other hand, haven't even had the chance to hold her hand. However, despite being her boyfriend, I never got to hold her hand either. Sob sob sob. Wang Erbo, a grown man, suddenly began to whimper, while Liang Dequan and Lu Zixiang exchanged glances, likely piecing together the reasons for their breakup. Humph, you three consider Jiang Chu as a rival? What does he amount to? A strikingly handsome tall boy with a buzz cut, adorned with platinum around his neck, crossed his arms and held his head high, exuding an air of disdain. Following him were Wu Bo and his girlfriend, Bai Xiaoling, who wore white stockings. Even so, this sight elicited gasps of admiration from nearby girls. The campus heartthrob, Wu Xiaoqian, had also arrived. Oh my, he is so handsome. Indeed, today not only the campus beauty was present, but also the soon-to-appear Su Kuan and Jiang Chu, 3 male deities in total. Oh my, this class was worth skipping. Liang Dequan and Lu Zixiang exchanged friendly smiles upon seeing Wu Xiaoqian. After all, he was the campus heartthrob and an indisputable super-rich second-generation heir, driving a Porsche 911. Most importantly, they had always kept their distance from one another. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqian, you are here too. Did Jiang Chu offend you as well? Wu Xiaoqian scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. What is he? A perverse man, hardly worthy of being my opponent. I'm here to see Ji Mengxi. Of course, I also want to witness how Jiang Chu looks when he is humiliated to tears. Ha ha. So it seems we are all on the same side. Lu Zixiang beamed with pride. Look, I even brought my high-definition camera. I will capture every moment of Jiang Chu and later upload the video online for the entire school to see his disgraceful self. Liang Dequan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, brilliant. How did I not think of that? I'll make sure to rally more people to leave mocking comments in the section. Whether it's Li Wenjing, Mo Tong, or Zhou Xiane, all the girls in school will undoubtedly express their disdain for Jiang Chu. Xiaoqian, I know your focus is solely on Ji Mengxi, but regardless, Jiang Chu is bound to embarrass himself. Let us celebrate this joyous occasion. I'll treat you all to lunch, a bottle of 82 Lafite. Wu Xiaoqian smirked. Since Lu Xiao has spoken, I shall comply. Ha ha. I will now book a table at the most luxurious perfume pavilion restaurant in Nan City. Let us not miss each other at noon. With the competition nearing, team members gradually entered their respective halves to warm up. With a chorus of shrieks from a group of girls, Su Kuan entered, donned in a white headband and a blue jersey adorned with the number 24. So handsome. Su Kuan, I love you. Such scenes were routine for Su Kuan, who had grown accustomed to the frenzy, especially in the bustling metropolis. With a crooked smile, he executed a powerful one-handed dunk, prompting another round of ecstatic cheers from the girls. Wenjing, which side are you rooting for? Your class is already strong. And now this transfer student appears quite formidable as well, Mo Yutong remarked, her gaze fixed on Su Kuan with a complicated expression. Li Wenjing did not respond, her eyes continuously scanning the court for the opposing player. Strange, Wanti Jiang Chu supposed to take the court? Where is he? Inquired about her inner doubts. Senior, are you also here to cheer for Jiang Chu? It was peculiar. Where was the senior? Zhou Sini had unexpectedly joined them, and the sight of the 3 school beauties standing together instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding boys, eliciting gasps of admiration. I wonder if he plays basketball. I asked the boys in his class, and it seems they have never seen him play. Li Wenjing also displayed a hint of concern. She was well aware of Jiang Chu's habits. Throughout middle school, high school, and now college, she had never heard of him participating in basketball. It might be for the best if he doesn't show up. After all, he isn't part of the class basketball team, so no one would blame him. Moreover, their team was indeed formidable, and she didn't wish to witness Jiang Chu suffer a crushing defeat. Why are you so interested in Jiang Chu? Could it be that you have feelings for him? Asked, her brows furrowed and her expression guarded. Indeed, I do like Senior Jiang Chu. He's handsome and wealthy. And I'm not alone in this. I just came from over there, and many girls are fans of his, Zhou Sini replied, gazing out with a sense of pride. As if to say, I'm competing with you, so what? Although smiled, her eyes conveyed a challenge, as if daring her to try. Sini, you like Jiang Chu too? He's really nice. I like him as well. Li Wenjing surprisingly spoke up, leaving both and Zhou Sini momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. It was evident that she had feelings for Jiang Chu, yet she remained indifferent to the affections of other girls, as if it were of no consequence to her. With the sound of a whistle, the match was about to commence, But the first-round players had yet to see Jiang Chu. Where's Jiang Chu? Where has our idol gone? His fan club and cheerleaders appeared utterly perplexed. They had come to see Jiang Chu, and his absence rendered the event meaningless. One particularly attractive girl stepped forward, hands on her hips, and declared with indignation, "I will ask them. This is unacceptable. They must be preventing Jiang Chu from taking the court. Haha, he must be too afraid to come. He has effectively become a coward. This is hilarious." Lu Zixiang laughed maliciously, while Liang Dequan chuckled quietly. It must be said that Jiang Chu was quite clever, fully aware of his lack of basketball skills and the crowd gathering to watch him. He likely realized that taking the court would tarnish his image. Thus, he concocted excuses to avoid appearing, claiming he had a stomach ache, was suffering from a cold, or had female issues. All right, enough of that. I can't take it anymore. Even the female issues are coming up. Wu Xiaoqian and the others remained silent. Yet their faces betrayed cold amusement. Boom. The first ball on the court was a spectacular dunk by Su Kuan, instantly igniting the spirits of the blue team players. A group of enthusiastic girls erupted in cheers. "Ah, Kuan, you are so handsome." The white cheerleading squad enthusiastically raised their legs, unabashedly showcasing their white leggings, proclaiming, Kuan, you are the best, the star of the event." Faced with taunts from the communications class opponents, they shouted, "Come out, Jiang Chu, if you dare." The match seemed to plunge into a fervent intensity from the very beginning. Meanwhile, two individuals strolled leisurely toward the basketball court. One of them, Xiang Hua, wore an anxious expression. "Come on, can you hurry up? The match has already started. What is the rush? Didn't we agree I would be a substitute? Perhaps I won't even need to step onto the court," his companion replied nonchalantly. "That was yesterday's discussion. Today, you must play." "Why?" Jiang Chu looked ahead and saw a multitude of people crowding the basketball courts, utterly astonished. "Is this a school competition? There are so many people. What is going on?" "It's all because of you." "Me? What did I do?" The girls had formed a cheerleading fan club upon hearing that he would play today. "Look over there. They're all waiting for your appearance. And those over there are supporting that little prince of basketball." The four campus beauties had all come. How could it not be chaotic? "Had I known it would be like this, I would have never agreed to your request. Stop with the complaints. This is for the class collective. Is it just about me? Now hurry up and let us go." As Jiang Chu made his way to the substitutes bench, he immediately caused a commotion, with girls screaming in excitement, "Ah, our idol Jiang Chu has arrived. He is finally here. So handsome. I knew he would come. He would never abandon us. Jiang Chu, I love you." The red cheerleading squad sprang to life, choreographing a captivating and seductive dance reminiscent of a performance from a previous life. "Jiang Chu, you are the most handsome. All the girls in the school adore you. Look at that. Do they even speak sensibly? All the girls in the school." Lu Zixiang's face was filled with fury, while Liang Dequan scoffed. "These girls are utterly insane. What can beauty accomplish? This is a basketball match. Can one score points with looks? It's preposterous." Wang Erbo observed Zhou Sini happily waving at Jiang Chu, further inflaming his anger. He was convinced that Jiang Chu must have employed some trick to drive them apart. With a fierce glare, he muttered, "I want to see if this scoundrel dares to take the court and how many points he can score." Wu Xiaoqian maintained her usual cool demeanor, seemingly indifferent. Yet her gaze flitted over the cheerleaders, occasionally glancing at Ji Mingxi, who sat quietly beside the school leaders without making any significant movements. Unexpectedly, that peculiar man has also arrived. Ji Mingxi merely cast a casual glance before averting her gaze. Jiang Chu had just taken a seat when he glanced at the scoreboard opposite and nearly jumped up in shock. "Goodness, it's only the first quarter. And the score is already 306. What on earth is happening?" Xiang Hua awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, our class has never been particularly strong in basketball. And your class, Wenjing, is a favorite to win the championship. Just look at their average height, all above 1.8 meters. Not to mention the prince of the low hoop. We can barely grab any rebounds. We never intended to win." With the sound of the whistle, the first quarter concluded with a score of 366. It was quite difficult to watch. Yet one must admit that Jiang Chu and his classmates had all given their best effort and did not show any signs of surrender. During the break, it was, of course, time for the cheerleaders to engage in some playful banter. "Ah, Kuan is amazing, scoring the highest of the game with 16 points. Kuan is the best. You are the star of the show." Jiang Chu's cheer squad was equally spirited, continuing to chant their previous slogans. From Kuan's side, a robust girl emerged, bellowing loudly. Stop it. Look at the score. See how thoroughly you're being trounced. And all this fuss about Jiang Chu, he might not even know how to play basketball. Unlike our Kuan, who is both charming and talented. Immediately, a member from Jiang Chu's fan club sprang into action. A girl of striking beauty with 2 little braids, dressed in a white strapless top and a Kobe 24 jersey. Her long, fair legs making her a standout. Unfazed, she grabbed a megaphone and shouted, Jiang Chu is way more handsome than Kuan. How about that? Even the prince of the low hoop should feel honored. The suspenders pants demon is more like it. Haha. Both sides exchanged jabs, the atmosphere thick with rivalry, almost escalating into a brawl. Hey, Kuan, how does it feel to be in the limelight this time? Enjoying it? David remarked, watching the water-drinking Kuan with a smug expression. Humph, that's just my charm and talent on display. You should have seen the scene back in the Magic City. But you've done well too. Not only have you avenged my humiliation, but you've also made that guy feel like a lost dog, too scared to even step onto the court. Indeed. On the opposing side, Old Gua's side, this is tough. They are just too formidable, towering over us, and we can't even grab a rebound. How are we supposed to play, right? I feel like their score could have been even higher. I don't understand why they keep passing to that transfer student to take shots. If I were a bit taller, I would have blocked him for sure. You've noticed too. That guy's skills aren't that impressive. He often commits offensive fouls. Every time I defend him, he uses his shoulder to shove against my chest. Damn it. The referee seems blind, ignoring it completely. It's an absolute travesty. Alas, I too do not wish to endure such a humiliating defeat. My girlfriend has made the rare journey from another province to see me, and she is right across from me now. I am utterly mortified. Similarly, the girl I admire has also arrived. Otherwise, I would not have dared to confront that fellow knowing full well I would lose. Enough of this. Let us commence. Old Gua is the team captain, issuing the commands. Xianghua, you shall take the court this time. Your height is sufficient to keep an eye on that Kuan. Understood. I shall handle it. Let us all give our best. The match resumes. Jiang Chu remains on the sidelines. And the opposing cheerleaders have escalated their taunting to a new level. Lu Zixiang and the others are nearly in stitches from laughter. Chapter 45. Jiang Chu and Su Kuan. The ultimate basketball skills. What a coward. I thought he was something special. Indeed, he lacks even the courage to step onto the court. One wonders why he even came. Ji Mengshi furrowed her brow slightly, feeling that the blue team was being somewhat oppressive. Winning is one thing, but there is no need to embarrass the opponent so thoroughly. Jiang Chu's fan club is reaching their limit. While losing is acceptable, Jiang Chu must take to the court. Huang Yao, whatever it takes. You must ensure Jiang Chu gets on the court. I cannot endure the arrogance of the opposing team any longer. You need not say more. I know what to do. Huang Yao stormed over to the substitutes bench, commanding the recently benched captain to call a timeout with an air of authority. Guomubai, I command you to let Jiang Chu play. Do you hear me? What? But he doesn't know how to play basketball. I do not care. If you do not let him on the court, I will break up with you. No, please don't. Guomubai, looking pitiful, approached Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, you are to take the court shortly. Jiang Chu, bewildered, responded, wasn't it agreed that I would just be a substitute? I thought you were playing quite well. Just as he finished speaking, a cry erupted from Guomubai. Ah? It hurts, it hurts. Huang Yao had directly struck Guomubai, leaving him injured and unable to play. Jiang Chu, you may now take the court. I will be watching you closely. After saying this, she made a gesture towards the opposing cheerleaders. Jiang Chu is actually going to play. The time has come, and the score has quickly expanded to 42-6. Look, Jiang Chu is on the court. A voice shouted loudly. And Jiang Chu's fan club could hardly contain their excitement, raising their legs high as they cheered loudly, pouring out all their energy. Jiang Chu, you are the most handsome. All the girls in school adore you. Ah, Jiang Chu is so handsome. His physique is exceptional. I'm utterly in love. Senior, look. He is playing. Shuesini's eyes sparkled with anticipation, filled more with admiration for Jiang Chu's charm, and thoughts of the previous night's events left her feeling bashful beyond measure, and displayed a faint trace of concern on their faces, a scenario they had hoped to avoid. Was apprehensive about his hostility towards. While pondered whether's lack of basketball skills would undermine his confidence. With a sharp whistle, the game commenced. Ants number 10 committed a traveling violation. Indeed, that was. Laughter erupted from and his companions. How hilarious. He truly lacks basketball prowess. They guffawed. He dares to step onto the court, akin to seeking death in a latrine. They eagerly prepared to capture every moment on camera, intending to upload the footage to various platforms for perpetual amusement. Merely shook his head, deeming S audacity to be foolish. Unable to bear the scene, covered her eyes, disheartened to discover's complete ineptitude in basketball. Yet, S fan club remained undeterred, offering words of solace, emphasizing that his charm was sufficient, regardless of his performance. Just focus on securing the rebound, encouraged. On the court, they launched an offensive with handling the ball. Defending him was, while stood by the free throw line, poised to seize the rebound. You're finally on the court. I am poised to deliver a grand surprise, remarked, narrowing his eyes as he shoulder-checked. How infuriating. Not this tactic again. Seethed, but the referee appeared oblivious. Seizing the opportunity, evaded his defender and charged towards. What is he planning? Defend against him, don't let him score. Merely adopted a safe defensive stance, crossing his arms beneath his waist as instructed by his teammates. A smirk played on's lips as he approached, seemingly intent on executing a slam dunk over him. Unbelievable. He intends to perform a humiliating dunk on. The act was a blatant affront, and though had never played basketball, he had witnessed enough games to recognize the insult inherent in such a maneuver. S' intention to embarrass him in front of the crowd was evident, regardless of his motivations. Felt a surge of indignation. Although activating his system was no longer an option, his enhanced attributes had equipped him with some combat skills. You wish to dunk? Huh. Jiang Chu leapt into action, albeit slightly later than Su Kuan, yet the agility and strength he exhibited were not to be underestimated. He unleashed a remarkable force, his powerful hand visibly surpassing the height of Su Kuan's dunk, delivering a resounding slap akin to swatting a fly. With a loud crack, the ball was forcefully sent flying, and Su Kuan found himself crashing to the ground, fortunately unscathed. The previously hushed crowd erupted into a frenzy of excitement and cheers. Ah, Jiang Chu, you are so impressive. What a spectacular block. You completely overshadowed that scoundrel, they exclaimed, overwhelmed by his performance. Jiang Chu, you are phenomenal. You truly crushed him. Mo Yutong couldn't help but shout, though she quickly silenced herself, aware that it was Su Kuan who had been blocked. Thankfully, the cacophony of the crowd drowned her out. Zhou Sini, undeterred, clasped her hands over her chest, her long legs adorned in white stockings bouncing energetically, her Lolita dress swaying with every movement. Senior, you look so dashing. She cheered, causing the onlookers to collectively swoon and bend at the waist, utterly charmed by her exuberance. What a coincidence. It must be sheer luck. Jiang Chu can hardly dribble. He has merely got a bit of jumping prowess. Su Kuan is truly careless. Indeed. It's a pity. Had that dunk succeeded, Jiang Chu would have found it hard to hold his head high at school. Lu Zixiang and the others lamented. Lu Chuanfeng squinted slightly, remarking, Jiang Chu's reflexes and leaping ability are comparable to those of elite basketball players. Even I cannot achieve such feats. Wait, didn't you claim you don't play basketball? Someone teased. Fool. You sly fox, say that again. Came the retort. Beep. Number 10 from the red team, foul. Number 24 from the blue team, free throw. Su Kuan stood up from the floor, dusting off his clothes as he approached the free throw line, his eyes twitching with barely contained fury. Damn, I was so close to scoring. You ruined my invincible dunk. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Jiang Chu furrowed his brow. If he couldn't discern that Su Kuan was clearly targeting him, it would be sheer foolishness. Very well, you want to compete? I initially intended to quietly enjoy my wealth, but now you've forced my hand. Ultimate Basketball Skill Package, Ultimate, consumes 5 attribute points, requires Strength 14, Agility 14, Talent 9, Mental Power 9. I shall add 1 point to Strength and 1 point to Agility. Click to purchase. Ding. Allocation successful. Purchase complete. Zhengwo, Strength, 13, 8, 1, Agility, 13, 8, 1, Constitution, 8, 8, Talent, 13, 8, Mental Power, 10, 8. Remaining points, 28. Note: values in parentheses represent the average for a normal person. Acquired, Ultimate Mixed Martial Arts Skill. Ultimate Music Composition Skill Package. Ultimate Basketball Skill Package. Chapter 46. The Dominant Male God. In an instant, an array of basketball skills flooded his mind, allowing his entire being to adapt seamlessly. He ascended to a level of prowess akin to that of the Flying Man and Kobe, even surpassing them. For Zhengwo benefited from attribute enhancements. While those two could not guarantee success with every shot, Jiang Wo now possessed a 90 certainty in his mid-range and long-range shooting. Swish. A free throw made. Do you wish to win? Jiang Wo asked, bending slightly at the knees outside the two-point line, casting a confident glance at Xianghua. Xianghua and the others were bewildered, unsure of the source of Jiang Wo's confidence. Of course we want to win, but these arrogant fools are clearly toying with us. How can we possibly prevail given the disparity in our skills? Stop asking so many questions. If you want to win, just pass the ball to me, Jiang Wo instructed. The group exchanged glances, puzzled by Jiang Wo's intentions. Didn't you claim you couldn't play? Why would we pass to you? Who said I couldn't? I merely wish to keep a low profile, Jiang Wo replied, their skepticism evident on their faces. Fine, since we are destined to lose anyway. Let us just pass the ball to him. All these girls on the sidelines are here to cheer for him, so let him have his moment, one of them suggested. Huh, that explanation works for me. I have no objections. Neither do I. All right, it's settled then. Jiang Wo, you must treat everyone to a grand feast at noon. Anything we desire. Not a problem, Jiang Wo assured them. Su Kuan overheard their conversation and scoffed. You lot think you can win? Dream on. Given the score. Even Kobe couldn't turn this around. Just as Su Kuan prepared to take his free throw, he caught Xianghua muttering, who puts on makeup just to play a game. What a softie. His hand trembled, causing him to miss the shot. Damn. Grabbed the rebound. Xianghua, leveraging his height, made a bold move inside, but his opponent, Chen Rongji, also surged forward, claiming the advantageous position first. Standing at a towering height of 1.9 meters, he was a scoring ace for the school team. Rumored to have caught the attention of domestic scouts. Both leaped into the air, but Xianghua fell short. Chen Rongji scoffed, Humph. You think you can snatch a rebound from me? You're still too green. Is that so? A merciless voice suddenly resonated from behind. Chen Rongji, out of the corner of his eye, spotted someone leaping even higher than he. The eyes widened in astonishment, including Lu Chuanfeng and every member of the basketball team. How swift, how high? It was Jiang Chu. How could this be possible? Chen Rongji found it hard to believe. With a resounding thud, Jiang Chu secured the ball and landed firmly on both feet. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated a fast break. His speed was such that Xianghua and the others stood frozen in place. Jiang Chu seized the rebound, absolutely stunning. What school team? What prince of the rim? They are all inferior. Jiang Chu is the best. The cheerleaders were equally fervent, chanting, Jiang Chu, I adore you. Who claimed that Jiang Chu couldn't play basketball? Look at that dribbling speed. He's undoubtedly a professional. Defense, quickly. Block him. Su Kuan and his team raced back with all their might, but they could not catch up. He was about to dunk. Jiang Chu leaped perfectly from beyond the free throw line, soaring with incredible hang time, resembling a flying man. Ultimately, he executed a ruthless one-handed windmill dunk, crashing the ball into the hoop with a thunderous boom. For a moment, there was utter silence, followed by an eruption of cheers akin to a volcanic explosion, along with the shrill screams of the girls. Did you see that? Jiang Chu just dunked. It was simply magnificent. I'm going crazy. Jiang Chu, you are phenomenal. So handsome. From this day forth, you are my idol. Jiang Chu, I adore you. My heavens, what did I just witness? A windmill dunk from beyond the free throw line. Unbelievable. Our school has such a talent. Many boys who understood basketball were left in a daze. Li Wenjing and her friends stood frozen, their eyes sparkling with admiration, unable to utter a word. This is outrageous. My Yutong must have developed a crush on that guy. She couldn't take her eyes off him. How infuriating. Lu Zixiang, furious, threw his phone to the ground and stomped on it, but alas, it was a Nokia. The phone remained intact, while he ended up hurting his foot. My Wenjing, too, has always been cold towards everyone. I have never seen her with such an expression. It breaks my heart. Bang, the sound of glass shattering. Jiang Chu. Wang Erbo clenched his fists, his teeth gritted, his eyes ablaze with anger. Wu Shaoqian kept watching Ji Mingxi, relieved to see only mild surprise on her face, nothing amiss. What a pity for those cheerleader girls, who had originally been his target. Now only had eyes for Jiang Chu, which irked him greatly. Su Kuan also noticed Li Wenjing's expression from the sidelines, infuriated. How dare she look at that country bumpkin? How despicable. Don't get too smug. Jiang Chu followed Su Kuan's gaze, realizing it was Li Wenjing and her friends. No wonder this guy was making a fool of himself. It turned out they were here to steal his thunder. Humph, we cannot let this slip away. Damn it. How are you all defending? How could he score a dunk all by himself? Su Kuan bellowed in anger. The others remained silent, one murmuring. Whom can you blame for missing free throws? Shinron consoled. It's all right. They only have 8 points. They cannot win. Just focus on defense from now on. Beep. The blue team inbounds the ball, sending it arcing through the air. Just as a blue team player reaches for the ball, a figure bursts forth like lightning from the side, leaping high amidst the awestruck gasps of the crowd, intercepting the ball effortlessly. Without hesitation, he shoots from beyond the three-point line. Lu Chuanfeng's expression grew serious. What a magnificent shooting form. In midair, Jiang Chu's hand was already raised in triumph, celebrating as he ran back, exuding confidence. Whoosh. It went in. 3 points confirmed. The three-pointer is in. So impressive. Jiang Chu, I want to have your children. The Jiang Chu fan club erupted in wild cheers, and even many boys shifted their attention to Jiang Chu's class, rallying support with pots and pans clanging incessantly. Wow, you're incredible, Xiang Hua exclaimed, giving Jiang Chu a high five as he returned to defense. No big deal, there are still plenty of points to score. Let's keep it up. Jiang Chu and his team regained their morale. In contrast, the opposing cheerleaders had been overshadowed by Jiang Chu's performance. Shout louder, keep it coming. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't be this lazy if they were paid. Uncle Hong, disguised as an ordinary citizen, had also come to watch the game. For this match, he had hired a plethora of supporters and cheerleaders, including referees and players from Kuan Xiao's class, all to ensure Kuan Xiao shone in the spotlight. Li Wenjing and her friends remained in a state of pink bubbles. Even Ji Mengxi stood up, surprised by how formidable this bizarre basketball player was. If he could be recruited into the school team for national college competitions, perhaps they could achieve a better ranking or even win the championship. That would grant her a substantial share of the credit. Damn it. Wu Xiaoqian furrowed her brow, fists clenched, itching to jump onto the court for a one-on-one. The ball was once again in Su Kuan's possession, this time with Jiang Chu defending. Don't get cocky. You merely had a stroke of luck. Do you think you are the only one who can shoot three-pointers? I can too. As Su Kuan's voice faded, he leapt to take a three-point shot. Watch for the rebound, Xiang Hua shouted. Boom. Su Kuan hadn't even registered what was happening when the ball in his hands was blocked. Chapter 47, An Overwhelming Dominance. Another achievement of 90 favorability. Chen Rong's eyes widened in astonishment. Such incredible explosive power. Defense, quick. Jiang Chuan had no intention of retreating to the paint. Instead, he launched a clean and swift three-pointer from beyond the arc. Swoosh, another basket. How stunning. Jiang Chuan, I adore you. The female fan club outside was shouting until their voices became hoarse. Goodness, how can this guy's shooting be so precise? His release is unwavering, utterly impressive. Indeed, who would have thought our school harbored such a dark horse? No, we should rather label him a prodigy. He outshines even the most formidable players seen on television. This explosive talent, this speed, if he were to join our boxing club, he would undoubtedly be molded into a top-tier athlete. Wrong. With Jiang Chuan striking good looks. Why would he need to go to your boxing club? He should join our badminton club. I assure you, he could surpass even the legendary Dan Wang. What are you talking about? Jiang Chuan belongs to all of us girls. And with that flexibility, he should join our gymnastics club, where every member is a beauty capable of executing any routine. A group of boys, noses bleeding. Can we join? Jiang Chuan and the esteemed readers of this book can. But you cannot. You all should leave. Jiang Chuan's basketball prowess makes him undoubtedly the rising star of Huaxia. Suggesting he join the gymnastics club is absurd. Don't even think about it. He is part of our school team. If you disagree, let us settle it. Jiang Chuan, you country bumpkin. How dare you steal Su Kuan's spotlight? I can't take it anymore. Su Kuan attempted a dunk, but was once again blocked by Jiang Chuan. Though there was no contact with the opponent, the referee still called a foul. A biased referee. This is outrageous. I have long harbored disdain for you. Furthermore, that Kuan fellow constantly fouls with his shoulder and now dares to tarnish our idol's name. Sisters, let us unite and take him down. Wait. Jiang Chuan intervened just in time. Escalating to violence is not a trivial matter. Listen to me. I will win this match. Thank you for your support. Jiang Chuan is too handsome. We believe in you. Jiang Chuan dribbles while Su Kuan defends. Jiang Chuan, if you have the skill, don't shoot a three-pointer. Swoosh, 3 points. Successful. Damn, are you deaf? Su Kuan was seething with rage, fuming like a volcano. Why should I listen to you? The last 2 words were mouthed. And the opponent noticed, infuriated and ready to retaliate, only to be restrained by teammates as the second quarter came to a close. The score was 50-46. Utterly unbelievable. They were nearly tied, and this was merely the second quarter. What a remarkable score for a school match. Even more astonishing, have you noticed? Jiang Chuguan alone scored 38 points. This is simply extraordinary. Only now did I realize the magnitude of his talent. How had we not heard of this genius before? Mengshi. This Jiang Chuguan is impressive. How come we didn't notice him earlier? See if you can find a way to recruit him for the school team. If he agrees, we will meet any conditions he sets. A middle-aged man, clad in a jacket and burdened with a noticeable belly, spoke with a hint of excitement. Yes, principal. I will do my utmost. Ji Mingxi felt a tumult of emotions within. Was it truly necessary to seek out that peculiar man? Yet, with the principal personally intervening, there was no turning back. Goodness gracious. The senior was remarkably impressive, a concealed master of basketball. It was said that he single-handedly confronted 3 ruffians one day, effortlessly taking them down with just a few moves. Wasn't that right, Wenjing? Mo Yutong, harboring a small ulterior motive, glanced at Li Wenjing. Jiang Chu is simply the best. Li Wenjing stated succinctly, though her gaze betrayed her fondness. Ji Mingxi, affection level 10, Li Wenjing, affection level 1, Mo Yutong, affection level 2, Zhou Sini, affection level 1, Song Qingqing, affection level 5. Ding. Detected that Mo Yutong's affection level has reached 90. Congratulations on receiving 20 attribute points. Li Wenjing and Zhou Sini each gained 1 point, totaling 6 attribute points. Current remaining attribute points, 54. The system's notification filled Jiang Chu with immense joy. A delightful surprise indeed. How astonishing. How could this individual be so formidable? How could you, the head of the sports department, claim he lacks basketball skills? Lu Zixiang had resorted to using his phone as a makeshift brick to slam against the floor, consumed by resentment. I have no idea. The data clearly states he has never played basketball. Liang Dequan's face turned a deep shade of anger, while Wang Erbu's eyes glimmered with boundless fury. Are you all really frightened by this? How utterly incompetent. Wu Xiaoqian also struggled to contain her frustration. Meanwhile, Ji Mingxi's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chu. Even standing up in excitement to applaud him, a stark slap in the face to his detractors. As the third quarter commenced, within mere seconds, boom, Jiang Chu executed a face-melting dunk on Su Kuan, resulting in an offensive foul. Jiang Chu had anticipated the dubious call. Jiang Chu, I will end you. Su Kuan raised 3 fingers, intent on exacting revenge. Kuan, control yourself. David and Uncle Hong shouted from the sidelines, as others rushed to restrain him. Ha ha. Who was it that first targeted our Jiang Chu? Now look who's been put in their place, and with so much powder on their face. I wonder if they've soiled our Jiang Chu's pants. The girls outside the court erupted in laughter. What followed was essentially a showcase of Jiang Chu's talents. You need to defend. Don't let him score. Seriously, you can't even hold him back. Jump higher, for heaven's sake. You're just swatting at air. Su Kuan grumbled incessantly, while his teammates seethed with frustration. Damn it, I'm done. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. It is indeed perplexing to witness someone so singularly proficient, and yet, the atmosphere has shifted. Let us refrain from further discussion. It is evident that Jiang Chu possesses remarkable skill, surpassing even the most seasoned professionals. Subsequently, even the cheerleaders expressed their discontent, demanding increased compensation or they would cease their efforts. Indeed, I cannot betray my conscience. Jiang Chu's charisma is undeniable, and I find myself inclined to support him. I am of the same sentiment. His allure is simply overwhelming, and on numerous occasions, I found myself calling out his name. There is no need for concern. Would it not suffice to increase your remuneration? Uncle Hong is becoming somewhat anxious. While defeat is acceptable, this matter must remain confidential, especially since young Master Kuan is unaware. I cannot acquiesce. My conscience forbids it. 2,000. A considerable moral burden. 5,000. Uncle, you truly have an eye for talent. Hee hee. In the end, the cheerleaders weakly resumed their chants, though this did little to alter the outcome. The match concluded with a score of 6,598. And even when teammates suggested they cast a few votes for their girlfriends to witness, Jiang Chu delivered numerous brilliant assists, ultimately securing the highest score of the match with 76 points, a well-deserved accolade. Even if the referees had been bribed, they would not dare to overtly disregard him, as they too wished to return home safely. However, the sponsors unexpectedly awarded a larger medal to Su Kuan, one that eclipsed Jiang Chu's. Chapter 48. Do you need a boyfriend? Let us play basketball together. This prompted a chorus of boos from the audience, eliciting laughter at the absurdity of it all. Indeed, after Jiang Chu took the court, that individual failed to score a single point, a true embodiment of mediocrity. Su Kuan nearly succumbed to the urge to seize the trophy and retaliate, but was restrained by David and others. Meanwhile, Jiang Chu found himself encircled, unable to escape, with the foremost among them being a girl clad in a cheerleader uniform, showering him with compliments and affection. Jiang Chu, you are so handsome, and your basketball skills are incredible. Will you allow me to be your girlfriend? Dressed in black and white stockings and a miniskirt, she implored. Do you like what I wear? I can be your little lover. I have a curvaceous figure, perfect for motherhood. I am a gymnast. I can perform any position you desire. Jiang Chu, I am Lu Chuanfeng. Do you need a boyfriend? Let us play basketball together. Wow, this is outrageous. Jiang Chu is ours. Do not attempt to sway him. Indeed, go away, you wretched individual. Ultimately, Jiang Chu returned to his dormitory, enveloped by the adoration of his male classmates, while the bolder girls aspired to follow him inside. However, they were intercepted by Huang Yao and a few others, who insisted that Jiang Chu and his companions deserved a moment of respite. Jiang Chu, having garnered their affection, proposed to treat their fan club and cheerleading team to a sumptuous meal alongside his classmates, covering the expenses himself, which elicited a chorus of astonished gasps. Within the dormitory, voices echoed, Jiang Chu, you are truly remarkable. How did I not realize your exceptional basketball skills before? Goodness, you could easily audition for stardom. Indeed. Especially with that fadeaway shot, your hang time is astonishing, surpassing even that of the legendary Michael Jordan. How infuriating. Handsome, affluent, and an extraordinary basketball player. Just look at those girls outside, utterly enamored and unable to tear themselves away from you. I dare say, once you speak, their horizons will undoubtedly expand. Haha. What are you so joyful about, you lonely soul? Every girl in school seems to be captivated by Jiang Chu. Whom do you intend to pursue? Heh. I have my dear Wang Wei. She would never betray me. Xiang Hua scratched his head, sporting a silly grin. Yet Jiang Chu, amidst laughter, wore a mask of concern. It appeared Xiang Hua had become somewhat infatuated, which was troubling. As for engaging with girls on that level, despite his newfound wealth, he had yet to take the initial step. Originally, he had intended to win over Li Wenjing, but he sensed a cloud of worries lingering in her demeanor. At noon, Jiang Chu fulfilled his promise, inviting a large group and reserving the grand hall of the most upscale restaurant directly across from the school. Although it was neither a weekend nor a special occasion, the manager initially thought they were hosting a wedding, only to discover that hundreds of students were gathering to celebrate. Absolutely not. This is a high-end restaurant. How can we allow such unruliness? What would the other patrons think? The manager protested. Sir, they have already paid a deposit of 500,000. What? 500,000? Really? Yes, indeed. Why didn't you say so earlier? What's wrong with university students dining together? It's splendid, full of youth and vigor. It will enhance our restaurant's image. Arrange it immediately. Additionally, call back the chefs on leave. Today, they will earn triple wages. Oh, and let these students have their fun. They can be as rowdy as they wish. Understood. Come. Let us raise a toast to our basketball prodigy, Jiang Chu. Cheers. The meal lasted 2 hours. Initially, Jiang Chu's table consisted of his basketball teammates. But as the evening progressed, he found himself surrounded solely by girls, with all the boys whisked away by their girlfriends. Alas, I am but a solitary soul. Never mind. Come sit here. I shall grant you an opportunity. Really? Jiang Chu, I am truly grateful to you, my brother. Moreover, he found himself added to a fan group dedicated to Jiang Chu. Initially, he believed he would have no trouble finding a goddess to spend on. Yet each girl's affinity was above 80, falling short of the system's requirements, leaving him disheartened. It seemed he must strive to maintain a lower profile after all. Upon returning to the dormitory, he succumbed to slumber almost instantaneously, neglecting a multitude of unread messages and missed calls. After all, he had tirelessly played throughout the match, constantly taking possession of the ball and shooting. Even an Iron Man would experience fatigue. In the interim, the university's website promptly showcased the entire game video, which quickly ascended to the top of the headlines. After viewing, everyone exclaimed in astonishment about Jiang Chu's prowess. Not only was he handsome, but his basketball skills were also remarkable. At the Fragrance Pavilion, reputed to be the most opulent restaurant in Nan City, Lu Zixiang and his companions had gathered for one reason alone, Jiang Chu. What was initially a moment of joyous celebration had transformed into a somber atmosphere, with several individuals displaying discontent, even indifferent to the 1982 law fight that sat before them. Liang Dequan, clenching his fist, suddenly slammed it onto the table, the veins on his forehead betraying his anger. Damn it. Lu Zixiang, did you not promise to capture a video of Jiang Chu's blunders? Now he is basking in glory, and you still intend to post that video. What is the meaning of this? Exactly. Isn't that just inflating his ego further? Wang Erbo added, visibly disgruntled. Lu Zixiang maintained a placid demeanor, shifting his gaze to Wu Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, what is your perspective? Wu Xiaoqian smirked. It's a case of uplifting destruction, am I not correct? With applause, Lu Zixiang raised his thumb in approval. Indeed, our school's heartthrob is remarkable. I intend to elevate him to his own demise. Today's performance was astonishing, far beyond expectations. It would be futile to suppress him now unless you can uncover some scandal. Hence, I propose that rather than attempting to suppress him, we should elevate him further. If Jiang Chu seeks the limelight, let him bask in it more. It is only natural for a young university student to be impulsive and attract attention from female peers. Oh, Liang Dequan exclaimed, slapping the table as understanding dawned upon him. He would surely not refuse the advances of beautiful women. If we could capture some evidence. No need for such base actions. As long as there are numerous women, he cannot hide his true nature. Eventually, let Li Wenjing, Mo Yutong, and Zhou Sini discover Jiang Chu's true colors as a scoundrel, thus tarnishing his reputation without any direct confrontation. We can further embellish the narrative to ensure his downfall from his pedestal. Ha ha ha, you understand me well, Xiaoqian. The one you admire, Ji Mingxi, despises such individuals. Does she not? You should feel the most at ease. Come, let us toast with the exquisite wine that has been opened. To abstain would be to diminish the occasion. Ha ha, indeed. Wu Xiaoqian chuckled, contemplating whether she truly possessed such innocence. She knew she had to seize the opportunity with the cheerleaders. Lu Zixiang and his associates have indeed underestimated the explosive popularity of the video. In a fleeting moment, both boys and girls began to share it fervently. The fervor also swept through the oil depot, and the comments section was flooded with inquiries about the competition's origin and the identity of the player. This phenomenon even caught the attention of various basketball factions. Chapter 49. Hongshu's task for Mo Yutong, the president of the University Basketball League, exclaimed, investigate. Quickly ascertain which university recently held a basketball tournament, and identify that individual. Despite a slight disadvantage in height, his ball handling, shooting, and astonishing innate talent and explosiveness indicate he is a gem worthy of cultivation. The Huaxia Province Professional Basketball Association declared, immediately, I require all information on this individual within 1 minute. Furthermore, contact the principal of that university at once to secure a contract before others do. Our team is renowned for its fast breaks, yet we lack a scoring virtuoso. This young college athlete can effortlessly traverse the entire court and showcases remarkable precision in his shots, even retaining energy for more. His physical prowess is extraordinary. Perfectly tailored for our team. We must secure him. Perhaps this year we could reach the finals or even clinch the championship. International scouts from the Hu Rin team, led by Mo San, swiftly reached out to headquarters. Indeed, Huaxia is brimming with talent. I never anticipated that such a seemingly inconspicuous university would harbor a genius. Mo San, you must go immediately, and regardless of the conditions, ensure this individual is signed. If necessary, you may contact the Great White Shark, as he is a close ally of Huaxia. Meanwhile, scouts from other teams began to take notice. The university's administration was inundated with calls seeking details about the competition and Jiang Chu's profile. To safeguard the student and respect Jiang Chu's rights, the principal swiftly issued a gag order, insisting that inquiries be conducted discreetly. He then summoned Ji Mingxi, instructing her to ensure Jiang Chu's recruitment into the school team. It would be a travesty if this prodigious talent were to be overlooked by the team, as it would suggest that the university neglects or even dismisses talent. In Dormitory 8, a ceramic cup worth several thousand yuan was shattered on the floor by Su Kuan. What was that about? It was undoubtedly intentional. Look at the footage I captured. I barely have a moment. Yet his is an ultra-high-definition video, focusing solely on him after he took the court. Clearly, they had it out for me. Su Kuan of Mo Du Dai Wei, holding a paper fan, gently waved it, his demeanor calm. One's own actions lead to their downfall, he remarked. Su Kuin's brow furrowed. Who are you referring to? Why do I feel as though you're talking about me? Ah, of course. I'm not referring to you, Kuin Xiao. I'm speaking of Jiang Chu. His ostentatiousness will inevitably attract backlash. Dai Wei succinctly explained, aligning with Lu Zixiang's perspective. Su Kuin slammed the table, and the clouds of gloom dissipated from his face, revealing a look of triumph. Oh, Li Wanjing's temperament will undoubtedly reject the image of a scoundrel like Jiang Chu. At that point, we won't even need to intervene. Indeed, thus, Kuin Xiao, your primary objective should now be to win Miss Li Wanjing's favor. The school anniversary gala is fast approaching, and this event promises to be more grandiose than any previous ones. Your Uncle Hong has invited several television stations and media outlets for a live broadcast. This will be the moment you, Kuin Xiao, make your name renowned. Miss Li Wanjing will surely be captivated by you. After which we can orchestrate a few chance encounters between you and her to secure her affection. Ha ha ha, as expected of Wulong military. I heard about your approach of not chatting or flirting with girls in class, merely greeting her normally. This morning, she actually nodded at me. I inquired. And she has never acknowledged any boys before. This is undoubtedly a sign of her interest in me. Precisely, you have opened a door. And now you can effortlessly step through. Ha ha. Splendid, splendid. In that case, let Uncle Hong inform that Mo Yutong to seek out Jiang Chu. It would be best if she could capture some photos or videos. You understand my intention. Understood. I never expected Kuin Xiao to be so magnanimous as to give away a campus beauty like Mo Yutong to another. What does it matter? To achieve my goals, I will employ any means necessary. This is something my father frequently teaches me. She is merely a woman. What about her father's kidney source? Kidney source? Do you think that is easy to find? Unless one engages in transactions with those individuals. But to risk myself for some country bumpkin, am I out of my mind? In the end, I can offer her a sum of 100,000 or 80,000. And she can do as she pleases. It's just a few messages. She hasn't contributed anything significant. Even if I, Kuin Xiao, have plenty of money, I won't just give it away to anyone. You speak wisely, Kuin Xiao. Kuin Xiao, in the coming days, focus on rehearsing. I have selected some songs and choreography for you. In the practice room, several girls clad in form-fitting dance attire were rehearsing their routines. Each possessed a graceful figure that appeared alluring beneath the tight fabric and their long legs. Encased in white socks, were utterly captivating. Particularly, Mo Yutong overshadowed the others in both physique and beauty, leaving no room for dissent among her peers. All right. I need to take a call. You all can take a break. The instructor spoke, prompting the girls to exhale in relief as they scattered to fetch water. Yutong. Your phone. Oh, all right. Mo Yutong picked up the phone from the corner, and upon seeing the caller ID, her brows furrowed momentarily. She stepped outside, ensuring no one was around before answering. Hello, I was just practicing dance. I have a task for you. Within a week, no matter what means you employ, secure Jiang Chu's affections and capture some photos or videos. Mo Yutong's expression drastically changed. What? You mean to say, I should find Jiang Chu? Indeed, rest assured. You need not show your face, but it is imperative that you see his. Do you comprehend my meaning? However, wasn't it sufficient for you to merely request information from us? What has changed now? I shall state this once. If you cannot fulfill this, I will seek assistance from others, but do not expect a source for your father's kidney. Remember, it is all within the realm of destiny. Beep, 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 busy tone. Mo Yutong's hand, clutching the phone, fell limply to her side, her entire being seemingly devoid of spirit. She had contemplated preemptively securing Jiang Chu through Li Wenjing, but that was under circumstances of mutual consent. Now, being asked to take a photograph was out of the question. It would undoubtedly endanger Jiang Chu, potentially leading to his disgrace. What to do? Yutong, return for a brief assembly. There is an urgent matter to announce. Oh, fine. I shall be there shortly. All the girls rehearsing stood in a line. I have just received a call from our superiors, one of them announced. The provincial television station will be broadcasting this evening's gala live, along with several mainstream media outlets. After discussion, it has been deemed that our performance features an excess of ethnic dances and necessitates an additional lively and innovative dance. Regrettably, our class's piece has been cut, so we need to choreograph a new one. What? But how many days do we have left? To re-choreograph and rehearse? There is simply not enough time. Indeed. And we have no experience in choreography whatsoever. Teacher, this is exceedingly unfair to us. The teacher sighed. I do not wish for this either. But the decision is not solely mine to make. However, Consider this an opportunity for bold experimentation. With so many media outlets broadcasting, if your dance captivates the audience, it could significantly enhance your personal renown and assist you in your job search upon graduation. In any case, now that we face a challenge, we must strive to overcome it. I will reach out to several choreographers to see if they can lend us their expertise. That will be all for today. You may return and rest. Chapter 50. Zhou Xinyi's astonishment. Jiang Chu can actually write songs after the dismissal. The girls continued to chatter, while Mo Yutong remained in a daze, absorbing the chaos around her. It seemed that misfortunes were raining down all at once. Outside the school's rehearsal room, Zhou Xinyi joyfully emerged. "Senior, were you looking for me?" "Ah, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Jiang Chu assessed Zhou Xinyi, who today sported her long twin ponytails. Clad in a blue sailor dress, white cotton socks, and black leather shoes, radiating youthful exuberance. "Are those your classmates?" Jiang Chu inquired, noticing a few equally adorable heads peeking from the doorway, keenly observing their interaction, clearly overhearing their conversation. "Wow, is that Senior Jiang Chu? He is really handsome." Indeed, not only is he handsome, but he is also affluent. Last night, Xine returned with an abundance of gifts, and I am utterly envious. I yearn for such a boyfriend. Furthermore, I attended the basketball match this morning, where his prowess on the court was nothing short of extraordinary. He was simply breathtaking. Upon overhearing the admiration behind her, Zhou Xine lowered her head, feeling bashful yet exceedingly delighted. No, we were still engaged in a discussion about which songs to sing, as they were here to assist me in selecting and rearranging them. Jiang Chu produced a notebook, revealing 2 songs he had composed. "I am uncertain of your preferred style, yet I believe you could master either." Zhou Xinyi's face displayed astonishment. "Goodness, Senior, you truly wrote songs for me? You composed 2 in just one morning. And you even participated in the basketball match. It is somewhat hard to believe." She then opened the first page, where the song titles, melodies, and lyrics were all meticulously inscribed, albeit without a signature. As she examined it further, she was instantly awestruck. Her already large eyes seemed to witness something miraculous. She glanced at it, and could hum a significant portion right away, leaving even Jiang Chu impressed by Zhou Xinyi's musical talent. If that were the case, then time would surely be no obstacle. "Did you truly write this, Senior?" she inquired. "Well, I rushed a bit. Otherwise, I would have composed more for you." "Oh my goodness, how is this possible? I have never heard this song before, and the melody is simply marvelous. As I sing along, I feel compelled to leap with joy. It is utterly incredible." Turning to the next song, she was equally astounded. It exhibited an entirely different style. And after humming a few notes, she immediately deemed it a classic. Had it not been before her very eyes, she would never have believed that these 2 songs were penned by the same individual, her own Senior, a university student majoring in electronics who had never studied music. Such a revelation would likely be met with disbelief. "Senior, do you genuinely intend to let me sing these 2 songs?" she asked. "I dare say. If these songs were sent to those celebrities, they might become immensely popular and generate substantial revenue." Jiang Chu affectionately ruffled her twin-tailed hair, a smile gracing his lips. "Do I appear to be someone in need of money? The songs are yours. If you find them unsatisfactory, you need not sing them. However, it is agreed that my name must not appear. You may even write your own." But Senior Zhou Xine looked up to meet his undeniable gaze. "Thank you, Senior. I will strive to do my best." "Very well, I shall not disturb you further. Goodbye." Once Jiang Chu departed, the group of girls within rushed out to encircle Zhou Xine. "Wow, Jiang Chu is so handsome. What did he just give you? Let me see. A composition book? It contains songs. Oh my, I have never encountered this song before. The arrangement, the lyrics, it must have been composed by a genius. As a girl studying composition, I certainly comprehend the intrinsic value of this piece. Indeed, I too have never heard it, yet a casual hum makes it remarkably catchy. It must be quite delightful. Of course, it was written by my senior, who claimed it was for me to sing." "What? Senior Jiang Chu composed it? He can write songs?" Several girls gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, is that true? The quality of the composition is astounding. I find myself captivated by the melody at mere whim." "There is another song?" "Even more." The expressions of disbelief on their faces were palpable. "My dear, how incredibly kind he is to you. Does he know you are going to sing, and thus spent months crafting these songs specifically for you? How blissful." "Indeed. These 2 songs could undoubtedly garner significant earnings if submitted for publication. How generous of him to bestow them upon you." Josini felt a blend of happiness and slight embarrassment. However, I have only known the senior for a few days, and he only mentioned writing songs for me last night. It could be said that these 2 songs were composed in less than a day. When he told me, I could hardly believe it. Yet, I sense he has no reason to deceive me. What? Less than a day to write these 2 songs? Am I going mad? I cannot believe it either. Nevertheless, both songs are splendid. Cine, let us choose one. I heard that this evening's gala will be broadcasted by a television station. I can only imagine the astonished expressions of the audience that night. Josini, perhaps you shall become a sensation. Remove the first 3 words. It's a certainty you will rise to fame. Ha ha ha. Cine, do hurry and sign more autographs for me. I want some too. I shall become your manager in the future. A group of girls embraced each other in joyous laughter. Josini basked in her happiness and sweetness. Josini, affection level 2 ding. System detected Josini's affection level at 2, currently at 93, rewarding 6 attribute points. Not far away, Jiang Chu received the system notification, astonished that he could elevate her affection by 2 points. As time progressed, it became increasingly challenging to enhance her feelings. Initially, he thought even a single point would be commendable. This was a delightful surprise. It seems that composing songs for her was indeed the right decision, and he was nearing his target of 95. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the building below, a duckbill cap, a snug off-shoulder shirt, and ultra-short denim shorts accentuating her shapely form. Her long, exquisite legs were her signature. Mo Yutong should not be here. Isn't she supposed to be rehearsing? Moreover, she appeared to be lost in thought, walking with her head down. Jiang Chu deliberately quickened his pace, and with a thud, Mo Yutong collided directly into someone's embrace. Who are you? Can't you see? She exclaimed, looking up to behold an exceptionally handsome face, currently adorned with a charming smile. Jiang Chu, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was you. Are you all right? Shouldn't I be the one to ask you? You appeared deeply troubled. Mo Yutong slightly turned her head away, unable to meet Jiang Chu's gaze. Of course, she was burdened with worries, and it was all because of him. Do tell, perhaps I can assist you in some way. You cannot help me. Thank you, Jiang Chu. Our class's originally scheduled dance has been cancelled, and we need to find a more lively alternative. But with time running short, where can we possibly look? Is that all? Jiang Chu, you don't understand. Re-choreographing a dance is exceedingly challenging, especially one that is worthy of the stage. If we hastily put something together, it might not even pass the preliminary selection. We are all considering giving up. Before she could finish, Jiang Chu took her hand and led her toward the practice room. The practice room is this way, isn't it? Chapter 51. The ambiguity of the dance practice room. Upon arriving at the practice room, it was empty, devoid of any other presence. Just the 2 of them. Jiang Chu, what are you planning? Mo Yutong's heart raced as she noticed Jiang Chu locking the door behind them, alone together in a confined space. Despite her affection for him, in their previous intimate moments, this was still the school's dance practice room. Then, recalling a certain event, she felt a wave of anxiety. What do you think I want? Jiang Chu approached her. Mo Yutong instinctively took a step back, only to realize too late that she had backed into a wall. There was no escape. Jiang Chu pressed closer, one hand against the wall, the other removing her cap and tossing it aside. He gently grasped her chin. Was he about to corner her against the wall? A part of her yearned for it. Yet thoughts of that incident loomed large. If Jiang Chu were to discover it, he would surely never forgive her. But then there was her father to consider. What to do? Jiang Chu scrutinized her exquisite features, and having tasted sweetness before, he was eager for another encounter. He leaned in, but Mo Yutong did not retreat. Instead, she tightly shut her eyes. After what felt like an eternity, the anticipated kiss did not come. She opened her eyes to find Jiang Chu wearing a mischievous grin. So, you want me to kiss you, huh? Mo Yutong retorted. It was you who initiated the wall cornering, not me wanting to kiss you. Wanting to kiss but too timid to do so. You coward, he teased. Your mouth is rather stubborn, Jiang Chu thought, although he very much desired to kiss her. Yet, he sensed that something was amiss with Mo Yutong. Indeed, she was troubled. Perhaps it was best to resolve her issue first. Let us discuss something serious. Serious? Yes. I have been rather bored and choreographed a dance, along with a few songs. Since you mentioned needing a dance, I might as well let you perform it. Mo Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. You? Choreographed a dance? And wrote songs? Boast if you will, but while I recognize your prowess in basketball, that has no bearing on songwriting or choreography. Mo Yutong's reaction was anticipated by Jiang Chu. He retrieved his phone and stepped back to the center of the practice room. Ahem, pay close attention. I shall perform only once. Afterward, you shall have your turn, and I shall not teach you again. Oh, and no laughing. What was Jiang Chu planning? Dancing? Goodness, could it be that Jiang Chu could dance? Mo Yutong found it hard to fathom. Yet her anticipation grew at the thought of the handsome Jiang Chu, who had been fervently sought after that morning, performing for her. As the music began, it introduced a prelude unlike any she had ever heard, exuberant and electrifying, commencing with an electric guitar, followed by infectious electronic beats. Jiang Chu began to sway his hands and twist his feet in rhythm with the music. Mo Yutong could scarcely believe her eyes. How astonishingly well he danced. His flexibility, timing, and sense of rhythm made him appear as though he were a natural-born performer. The choreography was simply exquisite, seemingly crafted for a female dancer, with every movement embodying both grace and tension. Yet, Jiang Chu, a towering figure, executed it without a hint of discord, radiating vitality instead. As the music drew to a close, Mo Yutong was so enthralled that she forgot to applaud, her heart still reverberating with astonishment. Affinity level 1. Well then, it's your turn now. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Hurry up, don't waste time. Jiang Chu, did you truly create this choreography? And this music is simply magnificent. Although, it seems to lack a vocal part. Indeed, you shall provide the vocals. You may either record them or sing live when the time comes. It's up to you. Hear us the sheet music. No way, I really cannot sing. Perhaps we should find someone else. By the way, what is the title of this song? Let me see. Jiang Chu frowned. He didn't want to sing either, as the song was originally intended for a female voice. Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. What a lovely name. Oh right, I ran into Zhou Sini this morning. She mentioned she was in the music department. Let us ask her for help with the recording. Jiang Chu, you know her well. Could you reach out to her? All right, but first, you must master this dance. True to her training in dance, Mo Yutong, after just one viewing, was able to perform nearly the entire routine, though many nuances needed clarification. Jiang Chu positioned himself behind her, teaching her step by step, while facing the mirror in the dance studio. The palpable heat of his presence enveloped her, leaving Mo Yutong bashfully flustered. Jiang Chu was striving to maintain his composure, with such an exquisite campus beauty so close. Focus. Do you think I want this? I am perfectly normal, you know. With a sharp sound, she playfully struck the side of her pert posterior, causing Mo Yutong's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. What should have taken merely 10 minutes to demonstrate turned into an arduous half-hour endeavor. However, Mo Yutong proved her mettle, managing to retain most of the choreography after just one attempt. One could not help but marvel at the brilliance of the dance. The instructor would undoubtedly be pleased, and perhaps a top 3 placement was within reach. Yet, there remained much that eluded her memory. Jiang Chu, would you mind demonstrating it for me once more? Just this once. Dream on. Don't think I am oblivious to your little schemes. Huh. Closing the door was merely to conceal your less than graceful dancing from prying eyes. Wasn't it? I understand perfectly. Jiang Chu offered no reply, but instead bestowed upon her a knowing smile. All right, let us go through it again. Absolutely. Mo Yutong had indeed grasped the majority of it, but relished the opportunity to put Jiang Chu in a bit of a quandary. As the music began to play, she danced with earnest intent, while Jiang Chu shifted from instructor to critic, highlighting her 2 main errors. The imposing full-length mirror before her rendered her missteps glaringly apparent, and a blush crept onto her face. Don't stop. Keep going. It's a rare occasion that I can provide you with personal guidance. In her heart, she chastised Jiang Chu for being so mischievous, though she acknowledged that his observations were indeed constructive. The music had long since ceased, and the sound of footsteps could be heard outside. Jiang Chu, someone is, fortunately, it's just someone passing by. Yet, this revelation sent Mo Yutong's heart racing. The concerns that had once troubled her seemed effortlessly dissipated by Jiang Chu's presence, deepening her fondness for him. Mo Yutong, affection level 1. Her face was flushed, her hair slightly disheveled, as if she had just emerged from a whirlwind of excitement. You're so annoying, taking advantage of me. Is that so? Who initiated things from behind? I feel like I am the victim here. Humph, you rogue, and you reek of alcohol. Surely not. I only had a little at lunchtime. Jiang Chu, still yearning for more, realized that in such a setting, they would have to conclude their interaction, considering the various surveillance possibilities in the future. He took a moment to check for cameras. After all, Caution is the mother of safety. Following their playful encounter, the sweetness that had blossomed suddenly plummeted as Mo Yutong recalled an unsettling matter, causing her expression to darken. What's wrong? You seem unwell. Are you feeling all right? Oh, yes, I suppose I'm just a bit fatigued today. It's getting late. Let us head back. All right. On their way home, Jiang Chu suggested various outfit pairings that would look appealing. Suddenly, halfway through their journey, Mo Yutong halted, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Jiang Chu, she began, yet her words faltered. Unexpectedly smiled, her eyes curving with delight. I never imagined you could dance, choreograph, write songs, and excel at basketball. Are you some kind of monster? Haha, what do you think? There's nothing I cannot do. Chapter 52, The Fourth School Bell, He Shiyin. Blow away. Just give you a bit of sunshine, and you feel like you're the radiant sun. It's time to go, no need to see me off. You should head back early, she said. All right, he replied, noticing the system notification indicating that her affinity level had reached 93, thus granting her an additional 6 attribute points. She felt her journey had indeed been worthwhile. As Jiang Chu made his way back along the school path, a bright red Porsche 911 roared past him at breakneck speed. He furrowed his brow. This car was definitely exceeding 80 miles per hour, a reckless pace for such a crowded area. Who could be so audacious? After walking a while, he discovered the same Porsche parked at the side, accompanied by a convertible BMW. Suddenly, with a thud, a stunningly attractive woman emerged from the driver's seat of the Porsche. Her voluminous waves cascaded into a high ponytail, the length of her hair falling gracefully over her black, cropped top. From the side, one could admire her proud physique, comparable to that of her exposed midriff showcased subtle hints of defined abs, while her denim shorts highlighted her long, powerful legs. Sporting white knee-high socks paired with Nike shoes, she exuded both flair and vitality. Each movement she made was crisp and decisive, suggesting a background in martial arts rather than mere gym workouts. Yet, her skin was remarkably fair, indicating she likely trained indoors rather than under the sun. Standing in front of the BMW was a casually dressed young man in a suit. Enhanced by his augmented vision and hearing, Jiang Chu recognized him from that night, when he had witnessed the young man kissing outside the girl's dormitory before tossing away a flower. He could overhear their conversation. "Mou, what brings you to our school? Are you here to chase after another girl?" "He Shiyin. I thought you were studying abroad as an exchange student. When did you return?" Mou's voice carried a hint of trepidation. "I got tired of playing abroad. Those guys, flaunting their wealth, either throw lavish parties or indulge in vices, all while disparaging our homeland. I couldn't stand it, so I came back. I'm asking you a question. Which girl at our school has caught your eye? Ji Mingxi? Or perhaps Li Wenjing?" Mou replied, "Ji Mingxi, with her noble lineage and aloof demeanor. Isn't my type. I'm interested in. She has a penchant for money, which I happen to possess, and I find her stubbornness quite appealing." "Oh, so the illustrious second heir of the Mo group claims to have a bit of money? How many people must be left feeling despondent when it comes to wealth? Who dares to compare with the He family conglomerate? You, He Shiyin, are still your grandfather's cherished jewel. You own several Ferraris, yet today you chose to drive this 911? Ah, how modest. Although I have just returned, I recall this is not the usual route to the girls' dormitory, is it? Do not mention it. The night before last, I discovered that Mo Yutong had been kissed by someone. Had I not been preoccupied at that moment, I would have confronted him. Yesterday, I spent the entire day inquiring just to learn the identity of that young man, and now I find myself waiting for him here." Jiang Chu was taken aback. Was he not referring to him? Just then, he walked by, and to his surprise, their school boasted such a handsome young man. His hairstyle particularly caught Jiang Chu's fancy. Alas, he was precisely the one Jiang Chu sought. With a sigh, Jiang Chu mused that trouble always seemed to seek him out. Suddenly, Mou stormed out, blocking his path. "Jiang Chu, I've been waiting for you," he declared. "Waiting for me? My apologies, but I have no interest in men." "Huh, this fellow is quite amusing." Meanwhile, He Shiyin crossed her arms, observing him with keen interest, while he disregarded Mou entirely, scrutinizing He Shiyin up close. He Shiyin, age, 19, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 46 kilograms, power bank, 0, attractiveness, 87, favorability, 10. Indeed, she was the fourth most beautiful girl in the school, her looks rivaling those of Mo Yutong. Speaking of fruits, the He family conglomerate dominates the fruit industry in the province. With 7 major groups accounting for half of the commercial sector, and the He family alone commanding nearly half of that. This is largely due to the family's unparalleled influence in political circles, having made significant contributions during wartime, thus securing their status as long-standing aristocrats whose position remains unshaken for centuries. For those in the lofty upper echelons, ordinary individuals without roots or power may only ascend through extraordinary talent or sheer luck. While this may sound harsh, it is the reality. Thus, he understood why Mo, the heir of the Mo family conglomerate, would show deference in the presence of He Shiyun. Hey, you walk quite steadily. Have you trained in martial arts? Hey, Shiyun is asking you a question. Are you deaf? Also, what is your relationship with Mo Tong? Mo demanded aggressively. Are you that familiar with me? Jiang Chu retorted. Mo cast a sidelong glance at He Shiyun, suppressing his profanity, before charging forward and throwing a straight punch at Jiang Chu. His movements were stable, and his speed was impressive, suggesting he had indeed trained. Before him, the situation appeared almost trivial. With a subtle tilt of his head, he seemed to evade the opponent's confident punch effortlessly. The realization that such a seemingly assured strike had been dodged left his adversary bewildered. Can you handle this? If not, allow me. He Shiyun, unperturbed by the escalating tension, added her own flair to the situation. Mo, unwilling to be belittled by a girl, unleashed a flurry of punches with all his might. However, he failed to even graze Jiang Chu's clothing. Frustrated, Mo attempted a swift kick aimed low, to which Jiang Chu merely furrowed his brow, recognizing the ferocity of the attack. After sidestepping, he delivered a sweeping kick to Mo's supporting leg, sending him into an awkward split, followed by a sharp crack that resonated with Mo's anguished cry. Damn it, that hurts. Just wait until I get up. Yet, despite his bravado, he found himself unable to rise from the ground. Are you kidding me? I told you that you couldn't do it. But you didn't believe me. Let me show you how it's done. He Shiyun scoffed, offering no assistance as she approached Jiang Chu, her gaze sharpening. Suddenly, she unleashed a high side kick, which Jiang Chu merely sidestepped with a slight retreat. What are you doing? I haven't provoked you. Look at how impressive you are. She taunted, her attacks relentless, comprising side kicks and attempts at low strikes. While it was commendable for a girl to fight with such vigor, her strikes lacked any real force and were riddled with openings. A mere poke could easily topple her. Nonetheless, her long legs were a sight to behold. He paid little mind, effortlessly evading her attacks until she finally paused, panting from exertion. Are you even a man? Why do you keep dodging? Fury was etched across He Shiyun's face. You're even worse than he is. Chapter 53, A Pure Fragrance, Undoubtedly a Beauty. He Shiyun was taken aback for a moment, then seethed with anger. If you're capable, then stop dodging. Taking a deep breath, she spun around before launching a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Jiang Chu's head. This time it's not bad. There's a bit of strength behind it. Confronted by what appeared to be an overwhelming kick, Jiang Chu did not flinch. Instead, he effortlessly raised a hand to grasp the opponent's calf, giving a gentle tug that caused the adversary to lose balance and tumble into his embrace. Consequently, He Shiyun found herself straddling Jiang Chu with one leg raised high, while he held her waist, feeling the slick, delicate skin on her back. Their faces were nearly a mere inch apart, allowing him to behold the flawless visage of He Shiyun, glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration, trickling down her chin and neck, creating an indescribable allure. Quite nice. He mused. What are you saying, you rogue? Let me go? I must say, your foundation is commendable, but your technique is merely superficial theatrics. Superficial theatrics? I am a black belt in Taekwondo. Taekwondo, you say? No wonder, Jiang Chu remarked, instantly losing interest as he released her. He stepped back, allowing her to lower her elevated leg. Kid, do you know who she is? She is the heiress of the He family. You're in trouble now. Mo, who had somehow managed to rise, was cringing in pain, cradling himself and standing off to the side. And what of it? It was you who initiated the confrontation. Jiang Chu retorted, placing his hands in his pockets as he turned to leave without a backward glance. Shiyun, are you all right? Did that brat harm you? Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own situation, she responded, her cheeks flushed with indignation and a hint of intrigue. To think he would dismiss my skills as mere theatrics. Just wait until I summon my master. With that, she hurried to her vehicle, which roared to life and sped away. Kid, you wait. I shall return. Mo, gritting his teeth against the pain, also climbed into his car and drove off. Jiang Chu shook his head as he made his way back to the dormitory. At the foot of the stairs, he noticed a new sign. Seek Jiang Chu, room 302. What is this nonsense? Upon entering his dorm, he found his computer desk cluttered with an array of items, and beneath it lay a large cardboard box, the contents unknown. Whose belongings are these? Damn it, you finally returned. I was exhausted running up and down the stairs, and only after putting up that sign could I take a breather. What happened? Take a look at all this stuff. It's all for you. For me? Good grief. Now I understand the joy of celebrity. So many girls have come to deliver gifts to you. You must be over the moon. Jiang Chu ignored him and began inspecting the items. Don't bother with what's on top. I've checked. Books, a mouse, a keyboard, a razor, a tie, and a Kobe jersey. Hurry and see what's in the box. I want to take a look too. Isn't this something you placed here? Are you unaware? Goodness, what a statement. Indeed. I did leave this cardboard box here. When the girls came looking for you, I suggested they leave it here. The contents on the table are evident without needing to be unpacked, but as for what lies within the box, I am uncertain. We shall discuss it upon your return. At least you possess some sense of morality. Let us take a look. So much. Would you assist me in unboxing it? Really? Then I shall not hold back. The thrill of unboxing is truly delightful. The two of them began to unpack the gifts together. This is a set of clothing, a white shirt, a gaming console. This is splendid. I shall borrow it to play later. Goodness, what have I stumbled upon? Men's underwear, adorned with a nose motif. Who on earth sent this? Jiang Chu picked it up, squinted at it, then placed it back down. Jiang Chu, what do you think those girls were thinking? They send gifts without leaving their names. How on earth are we to know who sent what? What in the world is this? They do brand balloons, and there are 6 boxes. Jiang Chu, this seems like a plan to secure your university nights indefinitely. Should I take a box for myself? I mean, I don't have a girlfriend, but I might as well keep one for self-defense. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes at Xiang Hua, who, in his curiosity, directly unwrapped a box, revealing ultra-thin material. Here, take a few and keep them on you. Considering your current predicament, it's wise to be prepared for any eventuality. Xiang Hua shoved them into Jiang Chu's pocket. What are you doing? Relax, my self-control isn't that poor. Well, you seem mistaken. I'm not worried about you, but rather about those girls. Did you not notice how they looked at you today? Each one seemed like a predator, and while it may not be illegal for women to pursue men, it's best to exercise caution. Goodness, Xiang Hua exclaimed, pulling out a set of alluring white lingerie. The two exchanged glances. Just as Jiang Chu reached out, Xiang Hua snatched it away. Let me see. This is quite impressive and carries a delightful fragrance. Definitely a beauty. Jiang Chu shook his head. You can keep it. As he shook the bag, a cascade of stockings spilled forth, both white and black, along with a red triangle pair. Goodness. Even he was taken aback this time. What on earth? Surely these haven't been washed. I don't want to see more. Please, help me put this away. Jiang Chu, looking dashing, decided to leave. His phone rang. It was Ming Luan calling. Jiang Chu suddenly recalled his promise to join for dinner tonight, noting the time, place, and the expected attendees. By the way, Jiang Chu, did you just run into He Shiyun and MOU? Did you exchange a few words? I didn't expect news to travel so swiftly. It was hard to discern Ming Luan's tone over the phone. Ha ha ha. It was MOU who told me. That fellow has a penchant for charming women and stirring up trouble. Considering our friendship, he should not hold any grudges. As for He Yunshi, although I have a decent rapport with her, you have witnessed that her temperament can be quite inscrutable at times. I can only endeavor to speak favorably on your behalf. Thank you, Lord Luan. Ha ha ha. No need for thanks. It is indeed thanks to your influence that I managed to invite He Shiyun. However, knowing you would be present, she took the initiative to come. Rest assured, from my experience, she is not a petty individual. I shall see you later this evening. What a twist of fate. I never anticipated encountering both of them at dinner. At 6 in the evening, the sky suddenly darkened, and a light drizzle commenced. Jiang Chu felt a wave of anxiety. Having consumed alcohol, he knew he could not drive. Although he believed he was no longer under the influence, he prudently decided to take a taxi instead. With no ride-hailing services available at that hour, he was well aware that hailing a cab at the school gate in such weather would entail a long wait. Truly, human plans often fall short of the whims of fate. With no other option, he ventured out, hoping for the best. Grabbing an umbrella, he stepped outside. And just as he neared the school entrance, he unexpectedly bumped into a familiar face. Jiang Chu. Chapter 54. He Shiyun. Indeed, he is the one I have been supporting. Song Qingqing, upon seeing Jiang Chu's striking demeanor, could not help but compare him to the impoverished, unattractive boy she once knew. He had transformed into a bona fide tall, rich, and handsome figure, and his popularity on the basketball court was undeniable. Earlier that morning, she had watched him bask in admiration, with hundreds of girls cheering for him. This adulation was something that rightfully should have belonged solely to her. Had Jiang Chu been her boyfriend, she would have basked in the envious glances of many. Yes, she regretted it deeply. Her heart ached with remorse. That night, after being struck by Zheng Hao, she had proposed a breakup, and to her astonishment, he had readily agreed. He hurled insults at her, calling her all sorts of unflattering names, even demanding the return of the gifts he had given her. Such shamelessness was beyond comprehension. How could she have ever found him appealing? After a night of reflection, she realized that Jiang Chu had consistently been the one who treated her well. But could she still mend things? The current Jiang Chu was a figure she could only look up to, invoking feelings of inferiority within her. No, over the years, he had sacrificed his chances at prestigious universities for her sake, and she knew he still harbored feelings for her. She could not afford to give up so easily. Jiang Chu belonged to her. If she could win him back, the designer bags would follow, and all those envious glances would be directed at her. Everything would be hers. Everything would be hers. Song Qingqing narrowed her eyes, her gaze resolute once more. Jiang Chu, taken aback by the unexpected encounter, paused momentarily, then chose to ignore her and simply walked past. Wait a moment, Jiang Chu. I have broken up with him, truly. I ended things for you. The one I genuinely care for is you. Please, believe me. Yet, Jiang Chu did not halt his stride, thinking himself quite unfortunate. Suddenly, his keen ears caught the familiar roar of an engine approaching from behind. Noticing the puddle on the sidewalk, he instinctively stepped back to avoid the area. As anticipated, a brilliant red car barreled forward without hesitation, screeching to a halt by the roadside. The accumulated water erupted triumphantly, drenching an unprepared Song Qingqing, her face equally afflicted, with half her hair clinging to her features, rendering her fury somewhat more menacing. Regaining her senses, she wiped her face in disgust and immediately unleashed a barrage of curses. How can one drive like that? Are you blind? At that moment, the car window slid down, revealing a strikingly beautiful face adorned with a smile devoid of remorse. Apologies, but I did it on purpose. Heh. Upon recognizing the vibrant Porsche 911, Jiang Chu immediately discerned the identity of the driver. You. Song Qingqing desired to continue her tirade, but upon seeing the luxury sports car, her resolve faltered. I don't even know you. When have I wronged you? He Shi Yun grinned mischievously. You haven't wronged me, but you have offended him. Jiang Chu, get in the car. Song Qingqing glanced at Jiang Chu, as if suddenly comprehending the situation. So, Jiang Chu, I initially wished to reconcile with you, but I never expected you would allow others to humiliate me on purpose. Jiang Chu furrowed his brow, pondering the audacity of this person. Oh, now I understand. I wondered how you suddenly acquired such wealth. Turns out you've been kept by someone. No wonder you dress like that. What a disgrace. Song Qingqing retorted, affection level 10. Do you need it? Indeed. I am indeed her benefactor. Heh. Jiang Chu sighed, pondering the origin of He Shi Yun's name, which bore no semblance of poetic elegance, resembling more a mischievous imp. Look at you. Still not admitting it. This is as far as you'll ever go. Upon grasping the truth, Song Qingqing felt more assured that distancing herself from Jiang Chu was indeed the right choice. Such a person was hardly distinguishable from those who made a ruckus outside. Affection level 10. This woman, who just uttered those words, has now seen her approval rating plummet by 20. Whatever, I can't be bothered to explain. It's best if she doesn't trouble me again. What is she contemplating by not getting into the car? With a car at their disposal and a dedicated driver, they opened the passenger door, retrieved an umbrella, and settled in with ease. Before departing, Song Qingqing couldn't resist adding a comment. The person you're supporting has spent the money you provided to buy extravagant gifts worth hundreds of thousands for his other girlfriend. The vehicle had already pulled away when He Shi Yun teasingly remarked, Oh, I didn't realize you had a girlfriend. Isn't she sitting right next to me? Who was it that mentioned supporting me just now? Jiang Chu replied with a smile. Hee, dream on if you think I would be your girlfriend, she retorted. Isn't this direction leading to the Prince Club? Although years have passed, Jiang Chu's memory was still remarkably sharp. Of course not. Why go there so early? It's barely past 6, and dinner isn't until 8. It would be rather dull to sit around idly chatting. Then where are we headed? To my master's place. Didn't you say Taekwondo is merely flowery techniques? Hee, Let me show you the true prowess of Taekwondo. The Shenglong Dojo occupied an entire floor of a commercial building, showcasing its considerable size. Following He Shiyun inside, Jiang Chu observed numerous children clad in white uniforms practicing their kicks, accompanied by their enthusiastic, childlike cheers. Venturing further back, they entered the adult training area, where a young man with a black belt and a quintessentially Korean visage, eyes narrowed, was instructing a few women in their 20s on executing high kicks and various 360-degree spinning kicks. As two individuals joined forces to demonstrate an impressive high kick, a group of trainees erupted into fervent applause, their admiration evident. Jiang Chu shook his head in exasperation. These were all descendants of Huaxia, and the essence passed down from their ancestors was the truly valuable knowledge, while mimicking the superficial aspects of Taekwondo was utterly foolish. Master, He Shiyun suddenly exclaimed, waving her hand. Senior sister, you're here. Many trainees greeted her warmly. Shiyun, you've come. This is. Upon noticing a handsome young man beside He Shiyun, who was slightly taller, a clear sense of rivalry emerged. Master, this is the one I mentioned over the phone. The person who claimed Taekwondo is all show and no substance. His name is Jiang Chu. The introduction was anything but courteous. The Korean man's expression darkened upon hearing this. How dare you say that our Taekwondo is merely flowery techniques? He pointed a finger at Jiang Chu, declaring, Jin Junhui, challenge you. Defeat him. Defeat him. The nearby student fervently cheered for Jin Junhui, inadvertently fueling his arrogance as he raised his chin even higher. Jiang Chu merely uttered two words, boring. Shiba, are you looking down on me? Men from Huaxia are spineless. Jiang Chu's brow furrowed momentarily. He had no genuine interest in such frivolous displays, yet it was no longer solely his affair. Chapter 55. Do you prefer lowly, mature women, or queens? That recent remark seemed to have also displeased He Shiyun, yet Jin Junhui, oblivious, continued to shout boisterously. All right, I accept your challenge, but fists and feet are unpredictable. What if you get hurt? For martial artists, injury is normal, yet one must not exhibit such cowardice. I will not hold you responsible. You all can attest to this. Jin Junhui crossed his arms confidently, a smirk on his face. Ha ha, this guy actually thinks he can defeat our master, who has been the national Taekwondo runner-up. He won't know how he perishes in a moment. Exactly, our Appa is the greatest, handsome as well. I intend to find a boyfriend abroad, unlike the men here. They lack any semblance of masculinity. I've already informed my parents that I will study in the United States next year, where there are bound to be many charming men and women. Hee. Jiang Chu sighed softly, for having experienced a previous life. He understood that such individuals were numerous in the current nation, most of whom were highly educated. The only way to empower these sycophants who idolize foreign cultures was to make one's own country robust enough to earn daily praise and even reverence from others. Jiang Chu removed his shoes and stepped into the arena. Though he held no fondness for Taekwondo, removing his shoes was a sign of respect towards his opponent. Jin Junhui's expression darkened as he prepared to strike. Wait, are you afraid? Ready to concede? Were you intimidated by the coach's presence? Hey, you seem decent looking, but don't soil yourself on our turf. Ha ha. Jiang Chu appeared unfazed, calmly stating, if I defeat you, you must apologize for your earlier words and loudly declare that Huaxia people are the strongest. All right, you think you can win? Prepare yourself. Before Jin Junhui's words had fully left his lips, he charged forward. Jiang Chu scoffed. This was supposed to be martial arts, yet he lacked even basic courtesy. Jin Junhui commenced with a side kick aimed directly at Jiang Chu's face. Being a professional male athlete, his strength was considerable, unlike that of He Shiyun, a female counterpart. However, in a fit of anger, Jiang Chu had no intention of evading the attack. He raised one hand just as the foot was about to connect, effortlessly dissipating the force behind the kick. He stood his ground, unwavering, leaving Jin Junhui astonished. Although Jin had not exerted his full power, it would have been sufficient to challenge an average opponent. The expected outcome was to dodge the strike. Yet Jiang Chu had unexpectedly absorbed it without so much as a flinch. A slight smirk appeared on Jiang Chu's lips, accompanied by a cold snort. When it came to using legs, the Chinese were his ancestors. Only after delivering that remark did he retaliate. Jin Junhui attempted to retract his foot, only to discover it firmly grasped by Jiang Chu's hand. His balance precariously shifted forward, leaving him unable to retreat. In that instant, he altered his strategy, leaping on one leg and rotating midair, preparing to unleash a powerful kick aimed at Jiang Chu's face. It is well known that Taekwondo primarily employs leg techniques. And if one foot is captured, this presents an opportunity for a counterattack, a tactic Jin Junhui executed with finesse. Should he land the kick, it might incapacitate his opponent. However, in the next moment, everyone witnessed Jiang Chu's foot rise slowly, yet when he unleashed the kick, it was as swift as lightning. At the precise moment Jin Junhui was airborne, Jiang Chu's foot struck his waist with tremendous force. The unfortunate Jin Junhui had barely any time to react before he was sent flying several meters away, under the astonished gazes of onlookers. He traced a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto a sandbag. As he struggled to rise, he realized that during the kick, Jiang Chu had expertly relieved the pressure on his ankle joint, resulting in a fracture. Experienced as he was, he understood that with proper assistance, the injury could be easily remedied, yet he found himself incapable of standing, rendered utterly helpless. My goodness, our master actually lost. And in just 2 moves. Am I seeing things? This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. How could our master lose, especially to a university student? If even our master has been defeated, does that mean I, upon reaching black belt, would still be unable to best a university student? What then is the purpose of my training? No, my brother cannot lose. That individual must have employed some underhanded tactics. It must be so. Nonsense. We all witnessed the event clearly. There were no dubious methods involved. It is evident that the Taekwondo skills were lacking. I will promptly inform my parents that I shall no longer pursue this. I too have decided to cease my studies. Jiang Chu nodded to himself, recognizing that there were still individuals with a semblance of spirit. Casting a cold glance at Jin Junhui, who remained prostrate on the ground, he inquired, "What? Do you wish to continue?" You have won?" Jin Junhui stammered, quickly yielding. "I just stated that if you lose, you ought to." "I apologize. The people of Huaxia possess grit. They are indeed formidable. Is that sufficient?" Jin Junhui cried out in pain. "What did you say? Speak louder. I could not hear you." "You. Very well. The people of Huaxia are filled with courage. They are the most impressive." This time he shouted it aloud. "That's more like it," Jiang Chu responded with a snort. These individuals appeared formidable, yet in truth, they were merely paper tigers. When faced with someone stronger, they would cower. "I'm leaving. I have no time to waste on your nonsense." Wait. Do you still wish to fight? And no, it's not me. It's my senior brother. He will come to find me soon. He is a world champion. I hope. I have no interest. Jiang Chu did not wait for the completion of the sentence, tossing a parting remark as he departed. "Wait for me, Jin Junhui, right? I have decided to leave my current master and seek another. Do apply more ointment. I'm off now. Farewell." He Yun also hurriedly chased after him, stating, "Since my senior sister has withdrawn, I shall too. Indeed, it is better to abandon such slanderous teachings against the people of Huaxia. Let us request refunds." To Jiang Chu's surprise, several other students also demanded refunds on the spot. Jin Junhui, in agony, cursed vehemently. "Wait for me. Why are you walking so swiftly?" "I'm hungry." Jiang Chu was indeed not lying. His stomach audibly protested, having been neglected for far too long, especially after today's exertions, rendering his previous appetite inadequate. "You consider me your master. I shall treat you to a meal. Isn't that precisely where we are headed now? Are you foolish, or am I? Come now. I am a celebrated school beauty. Having you as a disciple would add to my prestige. I shall not accept. When you teach me martial arts, you may as well benefit from it. That is certainly something to contemplate. Rogue, lecher, scoundrel. Do you have a girlfriend? What type do you prefer? What are your interests and hobbies? How tall are you? Do you weigh over 20? Jiang Chu was at a loss for words. Upon entering the vehicle, He Yun retrieved a bag from behind her and turned around. "What are you doing?" "Never mind. You can see it in the rearview mirror anyway. I'll let you have this one time since you are my master." Before Jiang Chu could grasp her meaning, he quickly turned his face away, realizing the boldness of those returning from abroad. "Wang Defa, don't think that just because you are my master, I want to strike you." She donned a Versace shirt and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Jiang Chu, who swiftly seized her long leg, rendering her immobile. "You scoundrel, let me go. I may release you, but only if you drive properly. Otherwise, even with an empty stomach, I shall have to strike you. Let me go, you lecher." "I promise to drive well." Jiang Chu finally released her foot. After spending a considerable half-hour driving, they arrived at the opulent private room, only to find that everyone was already seated and the dishes had been served. As they pushed open the door, a hush fell over the room. In Chapter 56, the kept man Jiang Chu, Minglun promptly rose from his seat to greet them. Haha, you finally made it. My apologies. I was delayed by someone who insisted on fighting a turtle on the way, Jiang Chu replied with a hint of regret, feeling it necessary to acknowledge their tardiness on this inaugural invitation. Well said about the turtle. He Yun, however, showed no intention of conforming to social niceties and remained her usual self. Haha, no worries, we just arrived as well. Jiang Chu's keen ears caught a familiar voice nearby muttering, We've all been kept waiting for over half an hour. What a grand show of importance. Come. Let me introduce everyone. This is my new acquaintance, Jiang Chu, Ming Luan announced. Jiang Chu nodded slightly, furthering the perception among some that he was rather aloof. Except for those from the Wang, Huang, and Luo families, the 5 present were all heirs of the 5 major conglomerates, each of whom held a status that could compel a multitude of company executives to bow in deference. Meanwhile, Jiang Chu's background was easily discerned. His family tended to the fields in a village, leaving many to wonder about the significance of his current demeanor. They were puzzled as to why Ming Luan had taken an interest in him. And this lady, Ming Luan began, but He Yun interjected, no need for introductions. If they don't recognize me, they can leave right now. With her characteristic boldness, she proceeded to claim an empty seat. Ming Luan chuckled awkwardly and briefly introduced the 5 present. Upon completion, he realized that there were only 3 vacant seats, with He Yun having taken the one in the center. The remaining 2 included the primary seat, which Ming Luan had initially intended for He Yun. However, the situation became somewhat complicated. Should she take that seat, it could lead to complications should word reach her grandfather that she was denied the principal position at Ming Luan's gathering, which could be construed as a slight against the He family, a burden he was ill-equipped to bear. Haha, Yun, you continue to be your unique self. There is no alternative. Jiang Chu must endure a slight indignity. He could opt for one of the vacant seats across the way, yet those spots are distanced, creating an impression of exclusion. Ming Luan occupies another empty chair, and Jiang Chu is acutely aware of the unspoken norms. The Huaxiao people are indeed the most principled. This further reveals Ming Luan's attitude toward him. After all, they are mere acquaintances, and it would be unjust for someone to offend the prominent He family on his behalf. Why are you standing? Please take a seat. Did you not mention your hunger? He Yun feigned ignorance, rising to pull Jiang Chu down into the primary seat. An array of sharp gazes converged upon him, as if intent on reducing him to fragments. Jiang Chu appeared oblivious, meticulously arranging his cutlery. This gathering was meant to be attended by a cadre of waitresses, yet they had been dismissed by Ming Luan due to prior discussions involving confidential business matters. A disdainful snort shattered the silence. What was I saying? Just a country bumpkin, utterly unaware of the rules. It was evident that the voice belonged to MOU. MOU, are you disregarding Ming Luan's words? It has already been stated that tonight's discourse should be strictly business, with minimal frivolity. Moreover, you were the one who first laid hands on Jiang Chu, Ming Luan admonished sternly. My apologies, Jiang Chu. He tends to speak that way. So do not take it to heart, Chang Ming interjected. Luan Xiao, Mo's words do hold some merit. Your friend seems rather inexperienced in social gatherings. I simply wish to inquire, considering we are here for serious discussions, what could a college student who has yet to graduate possibly comprehend? Guyan added, Indeed, Luan Xiao. It is not my intention to belittle him. However, you invited him to this gathering, and his lack of understanding might hinder our conversation, potentially leaving your friend feeling neglected, which would be quite regrettable. Jiang Chu cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yin, who sported spectacles with golden rims and a perpetually cheerful demeanor. His previous remarks, though seemingly well-meaning, belied a mocking undertone towards a mere university student. At that moment, a sultry and captivating voice interjected, but on a different note, Luan Xiao, your young companion is rather handsome. Do leave your contact details. I own several nightclubs, and I would be delighted to offer you complimentary entry. Jiang Chu glanced over, taking in her cascading ebony waves, her alluring gaze appraising him, adorned with false eyelashes and colored contact lenses. Her crimson lips were accentuated by a low-cut silver dress that revealed her shoulders. Her elongated fingers elegantly held a cigarette, exuding an air of intellect and sophistication from head to toe. Zhou Jiqing, aged 24, stands at a height of 166 centimeters and weighs 46 kilograms, possessing an appearance rated at 85. Despite such youth, her charm appears to be non-existent, as indicated by her zero power bank status. This could either suggest her extraordinary capabilities or imply that she hails from a wealthy background. Enough. Are you all done? Must you disrupt my meal? He Shuryun exclaimed in sudden anger, silencing the crowd, a testament to the influence of her status. He, Jiangchu, is now my disciple, and any dissatisfaction towards him reflects discontent towards me. Of course, you may choose to insult us both. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, surprised that He Shuryun would defend Jiangchu, a mere university student. Could they possibly be in a romantic relationship? If so, it would indeed be unwise to offend them, for He Shuryun's temperament was unpredictable. Mou, bewildered, observed their interaction. It was evident they had only just met. Yet their rapport seemed to have progressed remarkably in such a short time. Was it merely due to Jiangchu's good looks? Such fortune seemed absurd. Haha, how could that be? Listen well, Jiangchu is a friend brought by me, Minglun. If I've neglected him, I will take 3 drinks as punishment. Minglun self-emptied 3 cups in quick succession. I was too harsh earlier. My apologies, brother Jiangchu. I shall also take 3 drinks. Those who had earlier made scornful remarks voluntarily followed suit. Jiangchu discerned that their fear of He Shuryun overshadowed their prejudice against him. Nevertheless, he chose not to appear petty, raising his glass to join in, at least for appearance's sake. How about it? Are you willing to accept me as your disciple? He Shuryun asked, brimming with pride. Does that imply you agree to take me on? Jiangchu replied. Come, master, eat more. He Shuryun persistently served him dishes, to which Jiangchu attempted to decline, but his efforts were futile. He simply ignored her and focused on his meal, for he was indeed hungry. He Shuryun occasionally wiped his mouth, leaving the onlookers in astonishment, considering she was using her own chopsticks, which could be likened to an indirect kiss. Though they addressed each other as master and disciple, one could liken their relationship to that of Xiaolong and Yanghua. The crowd's thoughts diverged. Some cast envious glances at Jiangchu, who seemed to have struck fortunate luck with He Shuryun, freshly returned from abroad. Others regarded him as nothing more than a pampered pretty boy, filled with disdain. Chapter 57. The astonishment of Minglun as the evening progressed and the wine flowed. The others continued their discourse on various commercial matters, deliberately ignoring Jiangchu and He Shuryun, who were engrossed in their meal, devouring their food as if they had not eaten in days. Jiangchu absorbed every word spoken by the others, demonstrating that they belonged to the upper echelons of society, privy to information that the average person could scarcely fathom. In this current society, seizing opportunities can lead to a continuous stream of financial gain. Shuryun, why not share your thoughts? In terms of resources and information, we pale in comparison to your family, one remarked. I am merely a university student, lacking the expertise to engage in your discussions. However, someone mentioned mobile phones earlier, and I recall seeing a rather impressive brand abroad, now in its 4th generation, she replied. A fruit phone? I have yet to hear of it. Aside from Nokia and BlackBerry, what distinguishes this fruit phone? I happen to have one with me, though it cannot yet connect to networks here, He Shuryun said, retrieving a phone from her exquisite Hermes bag. Its design was markedly different from those currently available on the market, immediately capturing everyone's attention, yet she first handed it to Jiangchu. Upon receiving it, Jiangchu marveled, recognizing that He Shuryun had secured a device that, if memory serves, had only been released in the United States in June, and she had already obtained it in May. It would not hit the domestic market until 2011, after which demand surged, leading to absurd instances of people selling their kidneys to acquire a fruit phone. Even more alarming was its monopoly over the high-end mobile market in the country, where both men and women flaunted their fruit phones to project an image of sophistication. Until the emergence of the pedal phone with its self-developed system and chips disrupted that scenario. Jiangchu passed the phone around, and each person took a turn examining it. It doesn't seem remarkable. It lacks a keyboard and is rather difficult to operate, yet the screen is impressively large, likely ideal for watching films. We are not experts. We need Mo Xiao's opinion. How does it compare to the Nokia you represent? Mo furrowed his brow, for he had been aware of the fruit phone long before. The exorbitant price of the 23rd generation had rendered it akin to a brick in usability, with no domestic distributors. He was merely a proxy dealer, not a technology specialist. But as a national distributor operating in the bustling metropolis, he regarded Nokia as the reigning champion, dismissing the fruit phone as something his peers would never consider. Thus, he remained indifferent to the matter, especially given that he held the agency for the fruit brand, Nokia, which continuously brought in a steady stream of income with an upward trajectory. Furthermore, it was rumored that these two brands were rivals. Should he pursue the fruit phone, he would risk losing his agency in an instant, as he was currently the one seeking their favor. Regarding the phone, I found it difficult to express an opinion. Mou merely remarked, his expression betraying a hint of disdain. Yet Jiang Chu was acutely aware that this fourth-generation fruit phone was poised to captivate the globe, toppling the giant Nokia within a mere 2 to 3 years. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected, "Sure, Yun possesses keen insight. Perhaps this phone represents the future trend, particularly with its expansive screen, even devoid of a cumbersome keyboard." Jiang Chu's sudden interjection left the others momentarily stunned. Indeed, its appearance is quite appealing. Mou's implication was unmistakable. What use is beauty? He was merely granting face to He Yun. Otherwise, he would have readily berated the individual for their foolishness. Jiang Chu was unfazed. After all, no one could have anticipated the downfall of Nokia, that behemoth. In truth, I believe there is potential for profit in real estate as well. Luango, I suggest that your Ming family should consider acquiring more land, even if it is on the outskirts. Jiang Chu recalled that within the next decade, Nen City, as the capital of Fruit Province, would experience a terrifying boom in real estate development, with several new districts emerging, particularly with the establishment of Dongming, where the Wulong New District would undoubtedly transform into a golden area. Ming Luan appeared outwardly unperturbed, yet internally, he was in turmoil. For he had heard the same sentiment the previous night from He Yun's elder brother, who implicitly acknowledged that He Tianwen, the future successor of the He family, had conveyed this to his brother Ming Lu in his presence. It was crucial to note that the He family, as the foremost among the 8 major conglomerates, possessed information far superior to that of the Ming family. Hence, Ming Lu's amicable relations with them allowed for such a casual disclosure. However, up to this point, Ming Lu remained somewhat uncertain, as this could merely be a smokescreen intended to coax the Ming family into inflating land prices. Regardless, Jiang Chu was merely an undergraduate. If he had simply echoed the notion that real estate holds great promise, it might have sufficed. Yet, he had also mentioned land on the outskirts. Was he perhaps misguided? I never anticipated that Brother Jiang would take an interest in external affairs during his university years. However, we are merely engaging in casual conversation. I would like to hear your thoughts on why one should invest in suburban land. Jiang Chu silently lamented his predicament, having inadvertently dug himself into a hole. With a faintly awkward smile, I merely spoke casually, feeling that the nation's economic strength is rapidly advancing. Having recently hosted the Olympic Games, the signals released clearly indicate a desire to integrate with the world. As the capital of the Fruit Province, Nen City is adjacent to several neighboring countries. After all, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors, right? It would be ideal to establish a few offices for these countries to come and work, to reside, and to showcase our nation's hospitality. He spoke with deliberate nonchalance, and among those present, some wore expressions of disdain, while others fell into contemplation. Ming Luan belonged to the latter. Unbeknownst to the crowd, He Yun beside him cast a fleeting glance of surprise at Jiang Chu, before adopting an air of indifference once more. All of which Jiang Chu observed keenly. "Pardon me, I need to use the restroom. I shall accompany you." Jiang Chu was taken aback that Ming Luan would require company for such a trivial matter. The private room was spacious, equipped not only with a restroom, but also a small tea room. Upon exiting, Jiang Chu was promptly pulled aside by Ming Luan. "Brother Jiang, do tell me truthfully, were those remarks of yours your own thoughts, or did you hear them from someone?" Jiang Chu smiled slightly. "Does it matter? Your second brother is in a good position now. Acquiring some suburban land should pose no issue, but you must act swiftly." With that, he returned to his seat, leaving Ming Luan in a state of shock. The weight of Jiang Chu's brief statement was immense. How did he know about his second brother? Indeed, his second brother currently held a prominent position in the Land Bureau. What did he mean by act swiftly? A wave of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to immediately call his brother. After a brief conversation, he hung up, but the news he received left him even more astonished. It seemed his brother hinted that his position might change next year. Had Jiang Chu known this all along? Chapter 58. The relentless grind of wheels upon one's face. Taking a deep breath, acquiring land was no trifling matter. He needed to discuss this with his elder brother upon returning. When Ming Luan returned to the dining table, his demeanor toward Jiang Chu had noticeably softened. The individuals present were astute. They could see through Ming Luan's playful exterior and boisterous words, recognizing that he never engaged in frivolous endeavors. In that moment, sentiments varied among the guests. "Young Master Luan, since you regard young Master Jiang as one of your own, I wish to return to our earlier discussion. My foreign investment has encountered setbacks, and after securing several plots of land, my financial chain has faced some issues. I've even heard unfavorable whispers from the banks. Young Master Lewin, your family is prosperous. Could you lend a helping hand to your brother? Ah, Gu Shao. I too am facing financial difficulties. I approached young Master Lewin first. This year, I began investing money into the OWO Group purchasing software, only to be taken aback by the sudden emergence of dozens of similar enterprises, each backed by substantial capital and engaged in a fierce financial battle. The strain has become unbearable. However, I firmly believe that if we endure this winter, group purchasing will undoubtedly yield profits. Jiang Chu cast a surprised glance at Cheng Ming, recognizing his discerning eye. Yet, he knew that the reality was not merely dozens of competitors, but rather thousands, a well-known clash of the titans in group purchasing. Ultimately, Wang Xing's Meituan emerged victorious, leading to a division of the market. Yet, since fate brought Jiang Chu here, he thought to himself, Lun Xiao. I too have funds. All right. Ming Lun interjected, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. To be frank, everyone, it is not that I lack the desire to assist you. I have already discussed your matters with my brother and father. We are on the verge of launching several significant projects that require immense capital, so I find myself unable to help. The crowd furrowed their brows, their expressions grave as they fell into deep contemplation. They understood Ming Luan's character. He would not so readily dismiss them if there was even a glimmer of hope. It was evident that they were genuinely out of funds. None of them had truly inherited their family businesses yet, but they bore various responsibilities. Under the watchful eyes of their elders and the scrutinizing gaze of major stakeholders, without tangible achievements, how could such a vast enterprise be casually handed over to them? Lun Xiao, if you are willing to invest in my real estate company, I am prepared to offer you a portion of the company's shares. Otherwise, I fear I will not survive until the new year. I can barely cover the workers' wages, and I cannot bear to watch those construction sites turn into abandoned projects. Lun Xiao, I am also willing to transfer my shares in OWO Group. This is the first battle I, Cheng Ming, have fought, and I must win. MOU. Who had remained silent until now, sighed heavily. To be candid, the shareholders in my group believe that acting as a proxy for Nokia is a guaranteed profit. Even treating it as a steady stream of income, not only have they withdrawn a significant portion of funds from me, but I am also facing exorbitant agency fees from the national distributor in Magic City. If you are willing to lend some money to help me through this crisis, you know I would ensure you do not incur any losses. Zhou Jiqing took a deep breath of smoke before exhaling slowly. I too have something to share. As you all know, it is not easy for a fragile woman like me to uphold several bars and nightclubs. An important partner, with whom I was collaborating smoothly, suddenly declared his intention to withdraw funds and suggested that I marry him instead. You are all aware of my character. I can indulge in playful banter, but I will not be coerced. Even if I were to abandon the bars and nightclubs, I could never forsake my own flesh and blood. Among those present, including Lun Xiao, we have known each other since childhood. I, Zhou Jiqing, can only trust you all. If you are willing to lend me a hand, I, Zhou Jiqing, shall surely repay the kindness. After speaking, Zhou Jiqing cast a glance around the room, noticing the others turning their heads away in resignation. Then her gaze fell upon Ming Lun, who, once jovial, now took a drag from a cigarette. He placed the nearly untouched cigarette in the ashtray and said, I'll step outside to make a call. Please wait a moment. By the way, Jiang Chu is a rather good friend. You might consider communicating with him more. Before rising to leave, he deliberately glanced at Jiang Chu. The atmosphere grew quiet once more, filled with anxious anticipation as everyone awaited the final outcome. The most relaxed among them appeared to be Jiang Chu and He Shiyun. Jiang Chu was engrossed in his phone, tapping away as though the unfolding events were of no concern to him. Master, what are you doing? You seem so serious, He Shiyun inquired, leaning in curiously to see what Jiang Chu was engrossed in. The others turned their attention to her as well. While they had contemplated seeking assistance from the He family, their relationship with them did not extend that far. The He family was on an entirely different level, rendering them indifferent to their plight. Furthermore, He Shiyun was still a student and not yet involved in such matters unless they sought her elder brother, He Tianwen. Despite their desires, they had exhausted all avenues, only to be met with indifference and dismissive responses. Wow, Master, are you reading a novel? Is it one of those rich protagonist types? So many campus beauties. Does it feature the pear blossom color? I want to read it too, He Shiyun exclaimed, reaching for the phone. Jiang Chu, however, was not about to let her succeed. Not so fast. I just want to take a look, stingy master. I enjoy reading novels on the web, especially those where the protagonist has a whirlwind romance. The authors often include illustrations. I absolutely adore the tall, elegant figures. Jiang Chu felt overwhelmed. This girl spoke without restraint. The others directed their gazes toward him, their expressions laced with irritation and disdain. Each of them was consumed with worry over the fate of their ventures. While he seemed to be merely amusing himself with a novel, had it not been for He Shiyun, they would have ejected Jiang Chu long ago. I say, university student, if you must read a novel at this moment, there's a tea room over there. Wouldn't it be better to sip tea while reading? Gu Yin interjected, unable to contain his impatience. Observing the collective discontent on their faces, Jiang Chu smiled and replied, you're right. I'll go over there to read. I won't disturb your discussions. With that, he stood up and made his way toward the tea room. Master, I'll join you. As He Shiyun rose, she cast a glance back, observing a group of dim-witted individuals. The remaining folks exchanged bewildered glances, with Gu Yin inquiring, is she scolding us? After a considerable pause, Ming Luan finally returned, and the group eagerly awaited news, hoping for something favorable. However, they noticed Ming Luan's expression darken as he glanced at the empty seats of Jiang Chu and He Shiyun. Where are they? Gu Yin dismissively waved his hand, saying, she enjoys reading novels. I sent her to the tea room for some peace and quiet. Upon hearing this, Ming Luan's face turned urgent as he reprimanded, foolishness. I was providing you with an opportunity. Chapter 59. I am still a university student, who prefers directness. The group was momentarily taken aback. Gu Yin asked, opportunity? What do you mean, young Master Lin? Ming Luan slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I forgot to mention something. This Jiang Chu, just the other day at my car dealership, purchased a Maserati Quattroporte outright, and even ordered a Ferrari 458. Given his demeanor at the time, if there had been a car available, he would have likely purchased it in full as well. And do you know? That Quattroporte is solely for courting women. I looked into it afterward, and he isn't even officially in a relationship with that girl. Tell me, what sort of person can be so lavish? Would you be so willing? The others were left agape as Ming Luan elaborated, their astonishment growing. Young Master Luan, are you implying that your earlier phone call was made to give us the chance to speak with him? Ming Luan shot Gu Yin an irritated glance, retorting, what else could it be? You know full well the temperaments of my father and elder brother. Once they make a decision, a mere phone call from me cannot alter it. Inviting Jiang Chu to dine with us was meant to assist you. Yet look at the predicament you've created. Suddenly, the group's eyes widened in realization, exchanging glances filled with contemplation. They had believed Jiang Chu's family only engaged in farming. Yet Ming Luan's revelations indicated he could effortlessly spend millions on courting women. Clearly, something was amiss. Perhaps the information they had gathered was merely a fade, concealing a lineage of great wealth, potentially a family with centuries or even millennia of history, undertaking such measures to obscure their identity for safety. This was highly plausible. Reflecting on how He Shiyun had just called them fools, it was ironic that she had discerned the truth while they remained obstinately unaware. Gu Yin's eyes widened in sudden clarity as he made a decisive choice. He picked up a cup, contemplated for a moment, then set it down and instead seized a measuring cup filled with wine, making his way to the tea room. Upon entering, he was met with an exceedingly awkward scene. In the tea room, Jiang Chu had He Shiyun pinned against the wall, her body contorted in an embarrassing position. One of her legs was firmly planted on the ground while Jiang Chu held her ankle aloft, executing a split that left He Shiyun blushing profusely. Clearing his throat, Gu Yin turned away hastily to mask his embarrassment. Are you still playing around? Jiang Chu remarked bluntly. No more antics. Please let me down, He Shiyun implored. Only then did Jiang Chu lower her leg, flashing a smile at Gu Yin as he made to exit. Haha, you two carry on. I'm heading out. Wait. Gu Yin intercepted Jiang Chu. I was actually looking for you. Looking for me? Jiang Chu appeared perplexed, glancing at He Shiyun, under the impression that Gu Yin was there for her. Yes, Jiang Xiao, I must apologize for my earlier remarks. They were quite offensive. Please. I hope you can overlook my indiscretion, Gu Yin stated, concluding his speech by downing a bottle of liquor in one go. The measure must have been at least 2 taels, and at 53 degrees, it was quite a daunting gulp. Indeed, Gu Yin took a moment to recover after the drink. Jiang Chu, somewhat puzzled by Gu Yin's intentions, remarked, Gu Xiao, you are being overly courteous. I hardly took it to heart. You could have simply expressed your thoughts. Oh, master, it seems he has a favor to ask of you, doesn't he, Gu Shao? He Shi Yun interjected with a playful smile. Indeed, I do wish to seek your assistance. Jiang Shao, Gu Yin admitted gratefully to He Shi Yun, realizing he was at a loss for words. Oh, Jiang Chu still seemed somewhat bewildered. He was invited back to the dining area, resuming his position at the head of the table. The matter is as follows, and we ask for your help, Jiang Shao. Yes, Jiang Shao, being a good friend of Luan Shao and He Shi Yun's mentor, we place our trust in you, they continued. Jiang Chu feigned deep contemplation. Indeed, he had been awaiting this moment. It was merely a matter of money. He was now in a position where he needed to convert his dwindling finances into something tangible. This opportunity had presented itself. However, he resolved not to agree too readily, ensuring that all necessary terms were discussed. The expressions on his face did not go unnoticed by the others. They were not afraid of his deliberation, but rather of an outright refusal. His contemplation hinted at hope. Previously, they had been uncertain whether Jiang Chu could indeed provide the funds, suspecting he might only have a modest allowance from home. As second-generation heirs, who among them lacked a few spare coins during their university days. Yet, the prospect of summoning tens of millions was entirely beyond the realm of possibility. In a moment, the crowd fervently intensified their negotiations, discussing the shares and conditions they were willing to concede. Observing the right moment, Jiang Chu feigned difficulty and gradually remarked, "All right. Although my family does not provide me with substantial funds, I believe I can still invest in you." The eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement, as if they had been invigorated by a surge of energy. "No worries, young Master Jiang. Regardless of the amount, your investment signifies your recognition of us as friends," they exclaimed. Jiang Chu cast a glance at Cheng Ming, realizing he was indeed a cunning fox. This statement implied that if they considered him a friend, they should invest more. Jiang Chu could discern that Ming Luan understood this all too well. His expression darkened as he rebuked, "Cheng Ming, spare me your tricks. Young Master Jiang is free to do as he wishes with his own money. Just because we have shared a meal does not mean we are friends. If you want my mentor to invest, be straightforward about it. Speaking like an old fossil at such a young age is unnecessary." He Shi Yun expressed her dissatisfaction. "Indeed, Ming Luan and Shi Yun are correct. I had no other intentions. I was merely caught up in the moment. My apologies, young Master Jiang." Jiang Chu waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. You are all my seniors. As a mere university student, I prefer to be candid." Zhou Jiqing suddenly smiled charmingly and remarked, "I appreciate directness, especially from university students. They bring vitality and strive to be the best among millions." Jiang Chu felt a bit awkward, realizing he was as perceptive as the seasoned readers around him. The crowd erupted in laughter, and the atmosphere lightened significantly. Jiang Chu finally understood why, at such gatherings, it was essential to include one or two articulate and sociable young women who could drink. Their words felt natural and enlivened the mood, while a man saying the same would likely be met with disdain. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Young Master Jiang, do not feel overly burdened. With so many of them, it is unrealistic to assist each one. Even the Ming family would not dare make such bold claims. Just invest in the projects they mentioned, choosing those you deem viable. After all, this is an investment, not a donation. Profit must be prioritized in business. I trust they will understand, won't they? Ming Luan had articulated the necessary points, and he spoke the truth. Yes, young Master Jiang, you may decide freely. As I mentioned earlier, with my Nokia venture, as long as we secure the agency, you will not suffer any losses on the profit front. You see, my real estate venture also holds great promise. You previously noted your optimism about the future rise in property values. Investing in me is sure to be profitable. All right, enough chatter. Let us hear young Master Jiang's thoughts." For a moment, the heirs of several major groups awaited his words as if he were the principal party in this discussion. Jiang Chu cast a glance at the few individuals present, once esteemed figures he had looked up to in his previous life, yet now they found themselves seeking his favor. Ultimately, under the eager anticipation of the crowd, Chapter 60, not much, 1 billion. Jiang Chu's gaze fell upon MOU. MOU was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. He had initially believed that after their previous altercation, Jiang would hold a grudge against him. To his astonishment, he was the first to be chosen, evoking a feeling akin to winning a lottery jackpot, and his admiration for Jiang Chu undoubtedly increased. The others observed this development, contemplating that they too would have made the same choice had they been in Jiang Chu's position, for the profit was assured, and the risks were virtually non-existent. In contrast, real estate and the O Group were fraught with uncertainties, while the profits from Zhou Jiqing's bar and nightclub were relatively modest. Mo Xiao, you just mentioned that with an additional 20 million in funding, we could secure the agency and grant me a 35% share, correct? Indeed. I already have established distributors under my purview. Jiang Xiao, all you need to do is invest. You won't have to worry about anything else, simply await your dividends. Mou replied, elated. Hearing Jiang Chu's tone suggested that the 20 million was hardly a significant matter, indicating that the deal was nearly sealed. Jiang Chu smiled at Mou without uttering a word, which instilled a peculiar sense of anxiety in Mou. Jiang Xiao, are you dissatisfied with my proposal? Do you consider 35% too little? The others exchanged glances. Even Ming Luan believed that 35 was a generous offer from Mou. Was Jiang Chu perhaps intending to demand even more? Indeed, I wish to amend the terms, Jiang Chu stated calmly, realizing that the money was in his hands, allowing him to navigate the situation effortlessly. He understood why those in positions of power spoke with such confidence. It was because wealth represented their strength. For instance, Ma Yun, during his glory days, would boast daily, and no one would question his words. After all, he had succeeded, and everything he said was revered like a textbook. However, after being invited for AT session, his reputation plummeted, and he rarely appeared in public thereafter. Upon hearing Jiang Chu express his intention to alter the conditions, Mou was momentarily stunned, and the others wore expressions of confusion, unable to fathom Jiang Chu's motives. Disregarding their bewilderment, Jiang Chu casually declared, I intend to invest 1 billion. Mou's eyes widened in disbelief, his body lifting slightly from the chair, as if he could hardly accept what he had just heard. Oh, 1 billion. The others gasped in astonishment. Yet, Jiang Chu raised his hand, signaling for Mou to continue. I shall invest 100 million in you, but not in Nokia. Rather, I wish for you to secure the agency rights for the fruit machines, and not merely in one province, but ideally across the entire nation. Even extending abroad, acquire as much as possible. Mou was utterly astonished. The conversation had shifted from Nokia to fruit machines, and the prospect of securing a national agency was exceedingly bewildering. He found it hard to believe, especially since he was currently thriving as an agent for Nokia, enjoying considerable profits. To suddenly abandon a lucrative opportunity for something seemingly trivial felt rather frivolous. He began to doubt whether Jiang Chu, having never truly experienced the world, was perhaps overly naive about external ventures. However, declining this offer meant Jiang Chu would withhold funds, leaving him without his agency, or he would have to bear a greater cost to seek alternatives, thus presenting him with an agonizing dilemma. Even those nearby were perplexed by Jiang Chu's perspective. What made him so optimistic about the future market for fruit machines? Nevertheless, the mere mention of 100 million was enough to leave them in shock. Even when their group was thriving, producing such an amount was no small feat. They currently required only several tens of millions. If Jiang Chu had 100 million at his disposal, would Mou's refusal not open opportunities for the rest? Only He Shiyun regarded Jiang Chu with a discerning glance, her large eyes betraying her astonishment. How could Jiang Chu possibly have 100 million and dare to invest in the future of fruit machines? Although she too believed in the potential of fruit machines, the profits generated by a behemoth like Nokia could not simply be dismissed. The pressure returned to Mou, who was now visibly sweating, revealing the turmoil within him. Jiang, I wish to understand why you insist on investing in fruit machines. Isn't Nokia appealing? Luan Xiao voiced Mou's inner confusion. Indeed, Nokia had ushered in an era. Yet Jiang Chu replied, I am a young man, and I prefer the vibrancy of youth. I have no taste for the antiquated. What do you think, Mo? As for the shareholding percentages, let us not delve into that just yet. If you believe Nokia is superior, I will not press you, but I shall consider them first. The others perked up at this. Guyen remarked, Mo, you need not feel cornered. I am certain that with a few more visits, investments will surely come your way. Jiang, if you invest that 100 million with me, I will grant you a 40 stake in the 5 properties under the company. Cheng Ming interjected, Gu, your appetite seems rather large, while you possess numerous properties. Merely 50 million would suffice to activate them, and the bank will readily provide you with funds thereafter. On my side, Jiang Xiao, there is a software that requires merely 30 million to sustain itself for a considerable 6 months. If it flourishes, the group buying market will undoubtedly transform into an expansive blue ocean. Zhou Jiqing, swaying with her alluring figure, approached Jiang Chu to pour him a drink. The fragrance emanating from her was intoxicating, while her cascading waves of long hair danced before him. As she slightly bent forward, he was granted a glimpse of her snow-white bosom and the profound ravine therein. Her jade-like fingers, adorned with crimson nail polish, delicately grasped the wine glass, exuding an enchanting charm. Her voice, sweet yet resolute, floated through the air. As a woman, I feel rather bashful contending with you gentlemen. After all, I am the least among the 8 groups. This small venture is better left to you. Jiang Shao, while I still hold on to those bars, do come and support me. I wish to leave behind some beautiful memories. What a clever tactic of retreating to advance. Ming Lun recognized that although these individuals were all heirs of prominent families, none could rival Zhou Jiqing's shrewdness. Mou could no longer contain himself. Jiang Shao, can't we discuss this further? Jiang Chu tapped his fingers lightly on the table and replied, no. If you, Mo Shao, insist on being the agent for Nokia, then I shall have to seek alternatives. Once I have set my mind on something, I seldom waver. Mou gritted his teeth, fists clenched, suspecting that Jiang Chu was playing games with him out of vengeance. If you won't do it, allow me to take the reins, He Shiyun interjected suddenly, her interest piqued. Master, could you let me handle it? I believe there are a few channels beneath my family that sell mobile phones, like Huawei, Xiaxin, and others, though they are minor players. Oh, that is certainly plausible. If you are willing to undertake it, I am prepared to invest, Jiang Chu replied with a smile. Were it not for He Shiyun, he would have directly invested in her, bypassing intermediate steps, and she would receive direct rebates. All right, my elder brother will undoubtedly approve of this. Wait, Jiang Shao, may I ponder this a moment longer? Mou urged, growing anxious. Jiang Chu did not respond, but instead requested He Shiyun's bank account details. Master, what are you doing? A minute later, a sudden buzzing sound emerged as He Shiyun's phone received a notification. Chapter 61. Yours is, after all, mine. She picked up her phone, opened the message, and was met with a transfer notification, 123,800,000, a staggering sum. Everyone present leaped from their seats, rushing to He Shiyun's side to witness the astonishing revelation. She stood frozen, while the onlookers displayed expressions of shock, even Ming Luan's mouth agape in disbelief. 100 million Huaxia coins. Transferred without hesitation. Was this merely pocket change from home? What about the contract? What are the details? In the bustling marketplace, the onlookers were utterly astonished as they beheld Jiang Chu, who was conducting business with an audacity they had never witnessed in their lifetimes, especially from a mere college student. Who could possibly fathom such audacity? Transferring 100 million in a mere minute, a feat unimaginable even for their corporate accounts, which required prior arrangements with the bank. The wealth behind such a transaction must be extraordinary. Was his family perhaps in banking? Jiang Chu was aware that mobile banking had not yet been fully implemented. Yet he possessed a system that merely required him to adjust the account for point redemption. To maintain discretion, he deliberately delayed his operation for a minute. Soon after, a call came through to He Shiyun from the bank. Given the enormity of the transaction, the general manager personally reached out to verify its legitimacy, and He Shiyun placed the call on speaker, allowing everyone to confirm that this was indeed no illusion. Their astonishment was palpable. Master, you truly transferred this to me? Are you not afraid I might abscond with the funds? Jiang Chu chuckled lightly. Would I? Oh, by the way, I only mentioned acting as an agent. Let us consider how to distribute the equity more judiciously. What do you think, Shiyun? The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions contorting in disbelief. They had not even contemplated equity. He was simply transferring the funds. Such ostentation was almost overwhelming, yet Jiang Chu had the confidence to carry it off. However, He Shiyun was perplexed. To be candid, we do have some sales channels, but compared to MOU's resources, we are but minnows. I fail to understand why you chose me. Master, MOU chimed in, nodding vigorously. Is your judgment clouded? Why select her over me? The channels may be limited, but a misstep on the path could be irreversible. Shiyun, since you remain silent, allow me to present my 2 stipulations. Establish an independent company in which you hold a 100 stake. The funds I provide will be deposited therein, and you will invest in another mobile company, ensuring you retain at least 51 ownership. The remainder is at your discretion. As for the mobile company, it shall focus solely on fruit machine distribution, acquire as many provinces as possible. Should funds fall short, do not hesitate to approach me. He Shiyun and the others were left in a state of bewilderment. Master, if all the shares are allocated to me, what do you receive? You have not mentioned your own stake. Jiang Chu flashed a mischievous smile. Your gains are essentially my own. With my investment, I stand to gain 100-fold return. A mere 100 million, and I earn 10 billion. Spend as you wish, Shiyun. Even if losses occur, it matters not. After all, how could a fruit machine possibly incur losses? Shiyun's rare display of bashfulness was striking. Although she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, a young man she had barely known for a day had transferred an astonishing billion to her without demanding a single share in return. Such an act exemplified immense trust. Consequently, her fondness for Jiang Chu soared. Shiyun. Affection level 20 Shiyun. Affection level 20 Shiyun. Affection level 10 in an instant. Her affection surged by 50 points. Jiang Chu felt a surge of excitement. Even a wealthy heiress couldn't resist the allure of such a substantial sum. MOU, on the other hand, had transitioned from hesitation to regret, lamenting that if he had agreed sooner, she could have been his. He pondered the absurdity of relinquishing a billion without claiming any shares. Even a fool would seize the opportunity. Indeed, others regarded MOU's plight with bemusement. Jiang Xiao, is it too late for me to join in? MOU said suddenly, fueled by an unexpected confidence. Jiang Chu pondered if he had finally taken the bait, and with a calm smile replied, I'm afraid not. I've already invested the money in Shiyun. Mo Xiao, if you have anything to discuss with her, I believe your sales channels could persuade her to grant you some shares. I can assure you, you will never regret this decision. All right, we've eaten enough. Wait, Jiang Xiao. After a hearty meal, one must sip tea to aid digestion. Gu Yan, swift and attentive, rushed over to pour tea for Jiang Chu. Feigning forgetfulness, Jiang Chu remarked, Oh, right. I nearly overlooked your real estate venture, Gu Xiao. I can invest $1 billion, maintaining the share at 40. With one stipulation, the quality of the buildings must exceed standard requirements. Should any subpar construction or violations emerge later, I will not only withdraw my investment, but also seek damages for breach of contract. What do you think, Gu Xiao? Can you manage that? Gu Yan paused momentarily, then, exhilarated, thumped his thigh. Transforming 50 million into $1 billion could yield numerous opportunities. Absolutely. You needn't worry, Jiang Xiao. Our Gu Group South Real Estate Division is renowned for its high quality. If we operated like those unscrupulous developers, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Very well. I will transfer the funds to you, but not through my account. I will establish an investment company to facilitate the transaction under its name. Perfect. Everything sounds agreeable. Jiang Xiao, you are truly my benefactor, Gu Yan exclaimed. Jiang Xiao, your tea has cooled. Allow me to replace it with a hot cup, Cheng Ming said, grinning as he poured fresh tea for Jiang Chu. Oh, Cheng Xiao, I tend to speak rather candidly, so I hope you can forgive me. Regarding your Wawa Group, I am not entirely optimistic. It's not that I doubt the potential of group purchasing, but rather that your Wawa Group cannot outspend the competition. Cheng Ming's expression darkened. Jiang Xiao, I must say, those other group buying applications are merely trifling ventures that will inevitably be devoured. Jiang Chu gestured to halt his speech. Let me not elaborate further. Do you know who backs Meituan now? It's Tao Bao. Do you possess the confidence to compete with Ma Yin? There's an additional point I haven't mentioned. After Meituan transitioned from Tao Bao, it was acquired by the Penguin Group. They are all colossal entities. Cheng Ming was taken aback, astonished that this university student had such knowledge, especially since he had invested considerable effort to uncover details about his competitors. Indeed, his most formidable rival was Meituan. However, according to his understanding, Ma Yin was not particularly inclined to take over, instead planning to establish a new venture. Nevertheless, that was beyond his capacity to contend with. Truthfully, he clung to a glimmer of hope of securing a foothold in the group buying market. Well, I must admit, Jiang Xiao, you are remarkably well informed. What would your suggestion be? Chapter 62. The cat at sister's house can do backflips. Investment is possible, but I must have absolute controlling interest, specifically over 51 of the shares. How we wage this battle must be under my counsel. Of course, you, Cheng Xiao, will still be the commander, orchestrating the troops and strategies. He continued, also, we ought to rebrand as Kai Xin Tuan. The name Oo Tuan is rather unappealing. Should you agree, I would consider investing 100 million, which would be the initial sum, without any liabilities. Any losses would be mine to bear. Initially, Cheng Ming felt reluctant, perceiving this as akin to handing over a son he had painstakingly raised. However, upon realizing he would still retain control without bearing the risk, he thought this offer too generous to decline. Was Jiang Chu not concerned he might abscond with the funds? Such an act could be easily executed with a mere flick of the wrist. It seemed the other party had read his thoughts. Of course, you could abscond with the funds, but I do not regard that 100 million lightly. If necessary, I would simply replace you. No, that will never happen. I have invested too much effort in anticipation of this day. Cheng Ming acquiesced. I am willing to accept your terms, Jiang Shao, for the investment. Rest assured, the funds will arrive in the company account within a few days, and someone will be in touch with you. Jiang Chu then turned to Zhou Jiqing. Qingjie, you are my senior. May I address you as Qingjie? Zhou Jiqing nodded happily. Of course, it would bring me great joy to be called sister by Jiang Shao. Even if I cannot secure the funds today, I will be satisfied. Haha, since I can call you sister, I certainly cannot allow your bar to change owners without intervention. Please provide me your account details. Zhou Jiqing's eyes sparkled with understanding as she relayed her bank account information. Jiang Shao, I only need 20 million. Buzzing, 50 million. Jiang Shao, someone is trying to bully my sister Qing. If an extra 30 million comes in, how would you retaliate? Strike back fiercely. Do not allow anyone to perceive my sister Qing as easy to provoke. Thank you, Jiang Shao, I am truly grateful. Tomorrow, I shall prepare the share transfer agreement and present it to you. Zhou Jiqing had been enduring this situation in silence, but now she could no longer contain her excitement. Had it not been for He Shiyun's presence, she might have impulsively offered herself to Jiang Chu right then and there. No rush, no rush. Take your time to finish your tasks first. Jiang Shao is truly magnanimous. Haha, though tinged with a hint of envy. As it seemed, Jiang Chu's financial gifts to women were immediate. While they had to transfer funds from the company, it nonetheless proved his remarkable capability, allowing the burdens in their hearts to finally ease. Haha, observing everyone with their fortunes in the tens of millions or even billions made me regret not having embarked on some project myself. Otherwise, I could have basked in the glory of Jiang Shao, the god of wealth. Ming Luan jested, though internally he remained profoundly astonished. Initially, he thought Jiang Chu could only muster 1 or 2 million. Yet a single meal had resulted in several billion, a feat his own elder brother would not dare to undertake so decisively. Could Jiang Chu possibly be a young prince from the capital? Yet, how could he have come to study in the fruit province? It left him utterly baffled. Oh, we must also extend our gratitude to Shao Luan. Without your introduction, how would we have encountered a youthful talent like Jiang Shao? Indeed, it was almost as if the floodwaters had swept through the Dragon King's temple. Come, let us raise a toast to Jiang Shao. The remainder of the gathering was filled with joy. He Shiyun gazed at Jiang Chu with eyes alight, as if witnessing her boyfriend being adored by the stars. While Jiang Chu was in the restroom, just as he was adjusting himself, the restroom door suddenly swung open, and a graceful figure slipped inside, startling him. He had assumed that everyone would respect the privacy of the occupied restroom, hence he had not locked the door. Hastily, he zipped up, Sister Qing, what are you indeed? The intruder was none other than Zhou Jiqing. With a smile gracing her lips and a playful glint in her eyes, she sauntered towards him. In a swift motion, she pulled Jiang Chu against the wall, supporting herself with her arms. Her exquisite visage was brought close to his, as she gently tucked her flowing waves of hair behind her delicate ears, revealing a golden earring dangling beneath her soft pink ears. Her lips slightly parted. Exuding a fragrant allure, she whispered, Do not be afraid. I merely wish to express my gratitude to you, little brother Jiang. Before he could respond, she pressed him against the wall, and having indulged in a bit of wine, Jiang Chu found himself surrendering to the unexpected advance. Brother Jiang, are you going to sister's house tonight? She has a cat that can perform backflips. Can we do it another day? Zhou Jiqing chuckled softly, covering her mouth. To avoid suspicion, Jiang Chu washed his face before exiting the restroom. Fortunately, most of the guests were quite inebriated and paid him little attention. You certainly hold your liquor well. He Shiyun, seated in the driver's seat, glanced at Jiang Chu, whose face was flushed. Jiang Chu was not inclined to speak. He had intended to enjoy a hearty meal without indulging in alcohol. However, he had been persistently toasted, resulting in 2 jin of Maotai being consumed. In his previous life, he could manage only 1 jin, but thanks to his enhanced physique, he was now more robust. Still, 2 jin was overwhelming, and he felt a wave of nausea. Let me out here. The vehicle stopped at the edge of a bridge, where the river breeze was quite strong. Unable to resist any longer, Jiang Chu stepped aside to vomit, which alleviated his discomfort significantly. After rinsing his mouth with a bottle of mineral water that He Shiyun handed him, he recalled that she had several open bottles in the back of her car, but he chose not to call her out on it. How can you say such things? You should feel fortunate to have a disciple serve you. Jiang Chu retorted, amused. By the way, I used the chopsticks, so by serving you, it's akin to an indirect kiss. You've gained quite the advantage. He Shiryun declared proudly. An indirect kiss? All I taste is grease. You're asking for a beating. In an instant, she became flustered, and with her long legs, she attempted to kick him. Despite feeling slightly dizzy, Jiang Chu quickly subdued her, causing her cheeks to redden. Do you enjoy this? He asked, setting her down promptly. You always use this tactic. Hey, I didn't know you could be shy. At that moment, Jiang Chu's phone rang. He took it out to see it was Li Wenjing. Hello? Jiang Chu, where are you? I'm still out here. I sent you a message, but haven't heard back, and I was worried you might have drunk too much. Jiang Chu remembered mentioning to Li Wenjing that he would be dining out tonight. I'm fine, I'll be back at school shortly. But the school must be closed by now. Jiang Chu checked the time and realized it was indeed past 11. The school gates closed at 10:30. Oh no. Chapter 63. All right, let us go to a hotel. I adore hotels. Jiang Chu, why don't you just book a room outside for the night? Book a room? With whom? This exclamation came from Mo Yutong. No, Jiang Chu, I'll hang up now. Bye. Bye. He ended the call. Is she your girlfriend? Do I know her? Is she more beautiful than I am? Why do you care so much? Jiang Chu effortlessly leapt onto the railing at the bridge's edge, perching herself atop it. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? It's a drop of several meters below. He Shiryun exclaimed in shock. What several meters? This is the bridge's edge. Take a closer look. Hand me your cigarette, Jiang Chu retorted. What cigarette? I'm a good girl. How could I smoke? He Shiryun replied. In the car, there's Marlboro, Jiang Chu said dismissively. He Shiryun pouted slightly at Jiang Chu's retreating figure before reluctantly heading to retrieve the cigarettes from the car. Mimicking Jiang Chu, she climbed up to sit beside her. Peering down, she discovered that the ground below was merely a grassy patch a little over 2 meters high. Attempting to take out a cigarette, Jiang Chu snatched the entire pack from her hands. Just have one, you young lady, she remarked, echoing He Shiryun's earlier tone. With a click, a windproof lighter ignited the cigarette Jiang Chu had placed between her lips. A plume of white smoke spiraled upwards, only to be swiftly dispersed by the gusts near the riverbank. After taking another drag, He Shiryun, holding her cigarette, momentarily forgot to light it. Her gaze transfixed on Jiang Chu's profile, which was framed by the windswept hair. The depth of her slightly melancholic eyes, the strong contours of her face, and an air of mystery enveloped her, evoking a sense of safety akin to sitting beside her father in her childhood. Her heart raced. And He Shiryun mused, favorability level 2. She extended a hand, offering the lighter. What business does your family primarily engage in? Jiang Chu inquired unexpectedly. He Shiryun was caught off guard by the sudden question. Quickly lighting her cigarette to mask her earlier fluster, she replied, electricity, telecommunications, hospitality, real estate, and so on. I haven't graduated yet. My family doesn't let me involve myself too much in these matters. Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Impressive. The first is practically a monopoly, and the second is poised for vigorous growth in the future. No wonder the He family's position is so unassailable. Just the electricity sector alone surpasses what other groups can compare to. Master, who is your girlfriend? Jiang Chu asked. Which one among so many? Came the retort. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old. However, it seems that men with a bit of wealth often seek multiple lovers. My father has more than one woman, yet I seldom see them. Each of them is a formidable woman in her own right, far too busy for any petty intrigues, which I actually admire about my father. Moreover, my father and grandfather dote on me the most. As she spoke, a sudden silence enveloped them. Jiang Chu noticed a hint of sorrow in He Shiryun's eyes. She chose not to pry, and they sat together in quietude. How annoying. Can't you see I'm upset? Why don't you ask me why? He Shiryun thought. If you wish to speak, you will, Jiang Chu responded, oblivious to the nuances. A straightforward man, it seemed, had little understanding of the subtleties of comfort. A few kind words, or a gentle embrace, might have endeared him to her. Jiang Chu smiled, feeling a hint of longing for his parents. On the second day of his rebirth, he made a phone call to them. Although they lived in the countryside, they had always maintained an optimistic and contented outlook on life. Hearing their joyful voices was enough for him. Later, he informed them that he had earned some money while away and sent them several thousand yuan, which delighted them immensely. It was not that Jiang Chu was stingy, but rather that some matters could not be resolved overnight. As night fell quietly, The likelihood of encountering ruffians increased in the presence of beautiful women. Boss, look over there. There's a stunning girl. Indeed, she has quite the catch. My brothers are in for a treat, they chuckled. Hey there, beautiful. Our brother dog has taken a liking to you. Come join us for a good time. We'll treat you to fine dining and luxury. Shiyun glanced back, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. There were 7 or 8 ruffians, all clad in black garb. Some buttons intentionally undone to reveal tattoos that screamed menace, beasts of prey or mythical creatures. They stumbled as they walked, likely having consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Such individuals were notoriously troublesome. Do you know who I am? I am from the He family. The He family? What is that? I, Black Dog, don't buy seafood. I only eat it. They roared with laughter, completely dismissing her, just as she intended to call for help. She realized her phone was left in the car. This was a predicament. Master, they are harassing your disciple, she thought, wishing for Jiangchu to step in while she fetched reinforcements. When they strike, call my name. In this situation, you should refer to me as Master. Jiangchu quipped without looking back. Have you seen how many of them there are? Are you afraid? You stall for them while I call for help. Shiyun declared, leaping down. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at the ruffians, she shouted, You want to be friends with me? Uft. Have you looked in the mirror? Ask my boyfriend if he agrees. With that, she sprinted back towards the car. The ruffians were momentarily stunned, then turned their gaze toward the man by the railing. Are you her boyfriend? Kid, your girlfriend is something else. She just ditched you here. It would be wise for you to summon her back to entertain us. Otherwise, if you end up missing an arm or a leg, don't blame us for being too brutal. Jiangchu sighed softly, turned, and jumped down. He reignited a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled before placing it on the railing. He then approached the group of ruffians with purpose. Shiyun returned, phone in hand. I've called for help. They will arrive shortly. She had yet to finish her words when she was struck dumb with shock at the sight before her. The group of ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony, with a few discarded watermelon knives scattered about. The leader, known as Black Dog, was begging for mercy under the pressure of Jiangchu's foot on his back, while Jiangchu casually clapped his hands. Did you not proclaim your prowess moments ago? Oh, my dear brother, I acknowledge my folly in underestimating you. Spare us this once, and I shall never dare again. You claim to be part of the Black Dog gang? Jiangchu countered. No, absolutely not. We are upstanding citizens, rejecting all vice and wrongdoing. Our consciences are clear. Jiangchu lifted his foot. Shall I invite you for tea? Black Dog hastily rose from the ground, wincing in pain. Thank you, brother, for sparing my life. In no time, the group had fled. Tell your men to stay put. I have no appetite for another midnight feast. As Jiangchu took a few steps, he paused. Let us go? I have been drinking and will require your assistance in driving. Oh, Shiyun finally grasped the situation and rushed to wrap her arms around Jiangchu's. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, master, you are truly impressive. You single-handedly brought them all down. Please teach me those martial arts. I wish to learn. Drive. Where to? The school is closed. Just find any hotel for me. I need to rest for a bit. Jiangchu was genuinely fatigued, compounded by the effects of alcohol. He collapsed into slumber. All right, to a hotel it is. I adore hotels. Shiyun's eyes glinted mischievously. Chapter 64. Can you fetch a towel? Meanwhile, on the other side, time rewound to the conclusion of the dinner party, where Ming Luan hurried home to seek out his elder brother, Ming Lu. He recounted Jiang Chu's words verbatim. Ming Lu's eyes widened in surprise before narrowing thoughtfully. A third-year college student possesses such foresight and is so lavish in his dealings, throwing around sums in the millions. Who is this remarkable individual? Brother, do you think we should invest in more land now? Ming Lu, nearing 40, sported a thick mane of jet-black hair slicked back, exuding an air of charm and composure. His skin appeared youthful, akin to that of a 30-year-old. After a prolonged silence, he deliberated. Little brother, most of our family's funds are currently tied up in the computer city and wholesale market. The remaining capital must be preserved for contingencies. The winery, the mountain villa, the various car dealerships, and construction teams all require significant cash flow. As for land acquisition, I remain skeptical. While there is potential for appreciation, the return could be painfully slow. Without favorable policy changes, those plots may end up as worthless wasteland. Prudently, I believe we should invest in the domains where the Ming family has expertise. This conclusion was reached after discussions with father and your second brother. However, my dear brother, I have just inquired and heard that the Wang Group has indeed decided to accumulate land for real estate investment. With our second brother still in power, should we miss this opportunity, it is likely that our group will have no future. Mingluan clearly has his own thoughts. Yet he is not in a position to make decisions alone within the group. The Wang Group's land acquisition is quite expected. They already possess their own construction teams and building companies, having invested substantial resources in acquiring those plots. If they wish to develop further, they will likely find that even more funds may not suffice. Nevertheless, Mingluan, I understand your concerns for our family, and I appreciate your hard work. However, we have made our decision, and this has been approved by other shareholders. Focus on managing the Auto City well. Your recent performance has been commendable, and I have faith in you. Mingluan sighed in resignation, yet his thoughts drifted to the extravagant Jiang Chu. This opportunity was rare, and he did not wish to let it slip away. While Jiang Chu slumbered, Shiyun stealthily stepped out to make a phone call to her elder brother, relaying the essence of Jiang Chu's words from that evening. The recipient was greatly astonished by what he heard. Was it truly he who expressed such sentiments? And to invest several $100 million? Yes, brother, I feel that what he said aligns closely with your own words, which is why I made this call. No, he seems to know even more than I do. Do we truly understand his background? Never mind, I shall investigate myself. Were it not the late hour and your mention of his inebriation, I would have rushed over to meet him immediately. Brother, he is merely a university student of my age. Is it really that significant? You are the heir of the He family. Though Shiyun spoke thus, her gaze towards the young man asleep in the car was filled with admiration. She knew well that her brother seldom offered praise lightly. Since he trusts you enough to invest $100 million, it appears he genuinely believes in this venture. Shiyun, proceed as he suggested. Consult Uncle Jean regarding the establishment of the company and the investment. He will assist you. His words have sparked some inspiration in me. I shall discuss this with Father. I must end the call now. Contacting Father at this hour surely indicates the matter's gravity, unbeknownst to her that this seemingly casual call had indeed assisted her family significantly. Time passed, and suddenly, Jiang Chu stirred awake. He opened his eyes slightly and exited the vehicle, only to find himself before a hotel, which he promptly entered. Huh, aren't we going to check in at the front desk? No need. This is a hotel owned by my family. Jiang Chu, who had been managing well thus far, unexpectedly felt more disoriented after just a brief moment of rest. Would it not be possible for the system to provide some sort of skill to alleviate intoxication, or perhaps a means to expel the effects of alcohol? Upon locating the room, he pushed the door open and stepped onto the balcony, revealing a grand room with a view of the river. Well, the location is quite pleasant. Thank you. You should head back soon as well. Bang. The door was slammed shut by Shiyun, who even locked it. Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? What else? I'm preparing to sleep. Shiyun replied, crossing her arms beneath her clothing, seemingly intent on undressing. Wait a moment. Jiang Chu suddenly became alert. Shiyun halted, a puzzled expression on her face. Isn't this room provided for my stay? Indeed, I reside here as well, he replied. But there is only one bed. This is a single room. Hee. There's no choice. There are no other rooms available. This is a king-sized bed, so we must make do. With that, she proceeded to undress, revealing a trim figure accentuated by the soft glow of the neon lights, a delicate set of abs. Then, bending down, it appeared she was about to remove her pants. Jiang Chu quickly turned away. I'm not afraid, so why should you be? I'll go wash up first. When the sound of running water reached his ears, Jiang Chu turned back to see on the floor not only her t-shirt, denim shorts, socks, and shoes, but also a black lace bra and a small piece of fabric. This girl truly undressed completely. If it were Mo Yutong, he wouldn't mind sneaking a glance, considering they had nearly crossed all boundaries. However, Shiyun was different. She was the daughter of the He family, and some situations are easier to enter than to exit. Should he venture out to book another room? Realizing he had forgotten his ID, he decided against it and resolved to sleep on the sofa instead. The frosted glass of the bathroom, although opaque, hinted at a graceful figure joyfully bathing inside. Jiang Chu had never encountered such temptation before. After admiring for a moment, he sensed she was about to emerge and hurriedly pretended to step out onto the balcony to smoke while waiting. I'm done washing. It's your turn now. Jiang Chu turned to see Shiyun stepping out, wrapped in a towel and barefoot, her smooth skin and exquisite collarbone exposed. The recent memory of the black lightning on the floor flashed through his mind. At that moment, the interior felt devoid of barriers, leaving him quite flustered. Unlike her boldness, Jiang Chu had merely undressed inside, his body reeking of alcohol and sweat. After a refreshing shower, he felt considerably better, but when he intended to dress, he realized he hadn't even taken a towel. Having grown accustomed to hotel stays in his previous life, he habitually emerged after bathing, completely unclothed. Now, he remembered that Shiyun was outside. What should he do? Was he expected to wear the damp clothes he had just changed out of? But they had already soaked in water for convenience. Forget it. Perhaps he could ask her for assistance. Hey, what is it? Could you do me a favor and fetch the bath towel? Shiyun's eyes sparkled with mischief as she displayed a hint of pride. Chapter 65. I promise not to look at you, what? You haven't taken the towel? Aren't you going to wear your previous clothes out? I soaked my clothes. If I could wear them, would you even need to mention it? I won't fetch it. You can retrieve it yourself. I assure you, I shall not look. She teased with a chuckle. By the way, my clothes are outside the door. You might as well try them on and see how adorable you look in women's attire. Jiang Chu, without needing to glance, could tell that the fellow was delighting in her embarrassment, deliberately seeking to see him falter. Afraid? If you're too afraid, then just stay inside and sleep. Haha. Shiyun replied, do you believe I will just let you go? Hurry and bring it to me. Oh dear, how terrifying. I simply will not fetch it. If you're so capable, why not come out yourself? You need not even wear anything. I, the school beauty, am not frightened. Don't you wish for something to happen tonight? Rest assured, I shan't hold it against you. She was fully aware that Jiang Chu would not dare to act against her, and she indulged in a variety of teasing provocations. Jiang Chu was quite vexed, his mind racing to devise a plan. Eureka! He recalled that when he entered, the card slot and switch were conveniently located by the bathroom door. A mere stretch of his hand would suffice. Initially, he considered just turning off the switch, but then he realized that the bedside could also control it. If Shiyun decided to play tricks from that side, he would be at a disadvantage. Thus, removing the card would lead to a power outage in a short while, rendering any switch ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, he could retrieve the towel from across the room. It was a small enough space, and the towel was hung outside. Even in the dark, he could manage to feel his way to it. And so he proceeded. He swiftly reached out to remove the card. How about it? Have you made up your mind? It's merely wearing women's clothing. Did not Sima do the same in his time? A true gentleman must be adaptable. Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished completely. Jiang Chu confidently stepped out and successfully grasped the towel. Just then, the previously triumphant Shiyun emitted sounds of fear and distress. Jiang Chu, where are you? I'm so scared. Where are you? Her voice was unmistakably genuine, trembling with trepidation. Could this girl possibly have a fear of the dark? Jiang Chu hesitated momentarily, and her cries intensified. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Chu, where are you? It's so dark. I'm so frightened. It seemed she had bumped into a table. Stay still. I'm right beside you. I'll come find you. Having already secured the towel, he initially intended to return the card first, but realizing it would take time to navigate back, he opted to console her first. Following the sound, she made her way over, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Do not fear. I am here. Just as she was about to apologize, the other party seemed oblivious, only to be enveloped by a delightful fragrance. In the next moment, a soft figure leaped into his embrace, her delicate arms wrapping tightly around him. Shiyun finally felt a sense of relief, ceasing her loud cries, though she could not suppress her sobs, her small fists pounding against his chest. Jiang Chu, you scoundrel. Why are you so slow? I am sorry. I did not know you feared the dark. One hand rested on her waist, wrapped in a towel, while the other gently caressed her hair in a soothing manner. After a while, Shiyun gradually calmed down. Are you feeling better? Then I shall go turn on the lights. No, you must not leave. Wait a moment longer. Hold me a little more. Hearing her voice regain its fierce edge, he surmised she was likely all right. You, who fears nothing, are afraid of the dark? Mind your own business. When I was young, I had nightmares, terrified that those monstrous figures would come to seize me the moment the lights went out. Thus, the happiest moments of my day were when I could fall asleep holding my father's hand. But one day he had to go on a business trip, and my mother was busy late into the night, leaving me to sleep alone. I dared not turn off the lights. The darkness terrified me, conjuring images of those monsters. So, I always slept with the lights on, even after my mother discovered this and tried to comfort me. It was only my father who could allow me to sleep with the lights off without fear. However, as I grew older, that fear dissipated. Jiang Chu, will you laugh at my cowardice? Never. You secretly wish to laugh at me, do you not? Absolutely not. Who is your girlfriend? Another question. I know. It's Mo Yutong, right? You two have kissed. What do you like about her? Her long legs? I have those too. Stop it. Hee, wait. The call you made earlier was to Li Wenjung. She cannot be your girlfriend as well, can she? You snooped through my call history. Hee, just took a glance. And you deceived me. You actually have two girlfriends, both of whom are campus beauties. When did I deceive you? I have mentioned many. Many? How many? Perhaps dozens. Stop boasting. Dozens? Would you mind if I were to add one more? Who, you? Who else? Perhaps I should go turn on the lights. No. Do you know where the bed is? Then, carry me there. Jiang Chu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately scooped her up in a princess carry, smoothly placing her on the bed based on memory. Just as he withdrew his hand, He Shiyun suddenly clung to him tightly. No, you cannot leave. I am afraid. I will go turn on the lights. I can sleep on the sofa. Please, don't go just yet. Stay and talk with me for a while, Jiang Chu implored. Feeling helpless, he reluctantly settled beside her, propping himself against the headboard. He Shiyun embraced his arm, resting her cheek upon it. What do those monstrous creatures look like? They are truly terrifying. Some have gaping mouths, resembling bottomless pits. Others possess long claws capable of whisking me away in an instant. There are even those covered in long, shaggy fur, their faces obscured, masquerading as grandmothers, speaking human words, only to snatch away children for their meals. Jiang Chu couldn't help but chuckle at this. Such tales were likely familiar to many children, recounted by their elders. He never anticipated that this person would still harbor such fears in adulthood. It was curious, though. Why was it that holding her and sharing these stories felt less daunting? Perhaps it was because of his martial prowess. Any beast that dared approach would be swiftly dealt with. As they conversed, it wasn't long before He Shiyun seemed to drift into slumber, and Jiang Chu, fatigued, soon followed suit. Stealing a glance, He Shiyun opened her eyes, savoring the sound of his breathing, a sweet smile gracing her lips. How fortunate I am to have you so close. It seems I have a surprise for you in the morning. When dawn broke, Jiang Chu awoke languidly. Pondering the implications of Chapter 66, had Ji Mengshi sought him out? To his surprise, He Shiyun was already awake, playfully inching closer, her long hair cascading behind her. You're awake. When did you rise? I just did. Tell me, are you like Lu Xiaohui? Such a splendid opportunity last night, and yet nothing transpired. Was I not attractive enough to entice you? Not at all. You are quite beautiful. Then why did you not even touch me? I have no desire to tread lightly on this matter. You're such a coward. I wouldn't hold it against you. Jiang Chu found her incredulous. It was she who had refrained from any intimacy the previous night. He recalled a misfortunate soul from his past life, who had been condemned despite having consummated his marriage. As long as you remain passive, I shall too. After all, we're not lacking in women. He Shiyun's gaze shifted to Jiang Chu's upper body, her eyes widening in astonishment. I never realized. Though you appear slender and delicate, you possess an impressive 8-pack. I must say, this physique is far more appealing than those burly weightlifters I've encountered. Just look at that sheer explosiveness. Of course, I can endure 10 kilometers fully armed, delivering 10 punches per second. Impressive, isn't it? Care to test it? Just boasting, are we? Though He Shiyun's words suggested skepticism, her eyes sparkled with excitement and admiration. Suddenly, Jiang Chu's attention was drawn to her hands, which began to untie her bath towel at her waist, rendering him utterly astonished. What was she about to do? A tinge of disappointment washed over me as I realized that this fellow had somehow donned an outfit, a white strapless top paired with exceedingly short shorts. He Shiyun, witnessing Jiang Chu's crestfallen expression, reveled in her triumph. Who would have thought? The lecherous master, presuming he had nothing to contend with. Heh, you boast of numerous girlfriends, master. Yet with such capriciousness, do you truly believe you can maintain their affections? Merely idle talk, of course. I wouldn't mind if you did have so many. Dream on. Do you think women are fools? Seeing you with 3 girlfriends, they likely already fled. Have you ever been involved with Mo Yutong and the others? No? Really? Then allow me to be your first woman. How about right now? To my astonishment, He Shiyun lunged forward, her exquisite visage descending upon Jiang Chu's lips with a fervent kiss. Jiang Chu was taken aback. It was early morning, and with youthful vigor. How could any man withstand such an advance? At that moment, the so-called dangers of the He family were cast aside. This was a bold move on her part. As his hand found its way to something, Jiang Chu was left bewildered. Did you just do that? He Shiyun's face flushed to the roots of her ears, as she weakly nodded in affirmation. Jiang Chu was astonished. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I completely forgot. He Shi Yun, gazing at his bewildered expression, chuckled softly. I'm sorry. Do you feel quite angry? Jiang Chu merely rolled his eyes in response, the implication being quite evident. He Shi Yun bowed her head in apology, and Jiang Chu chose to forgive her. Exhausted, He Shi Yun rested her cheek against Jiang Chu's chest and drifted back to sleep. Time passed, and they were roused by the sound of a phone ringing, though it was not Jiang Chu's. He Shi Yun answered, spoke a few words, and then hung up. Jiang Chu, my brother wants to see you. Your brother? Why would he want to meet me? Jiang Chu pondered, wondering if he was about to be captured so soon. However, given that this hotel belonged to the He family, it was not outside the realm of possibility. Don't worry, it's not about us. My brother won team medal in my romantic affairs. I mentioned your remarks from last night's dinner to him. He just returned from abroad, and when he comes back, he'll arrange to meet you. I have some matters to attend to and must return home. It's all your fault. It's utterly annoying. Can't you just stay outside? I'm going to brush my teeth. Oh, and do be more careful next time. Next time, dream on you. The woman, with a dissonance of words and actions, proceeded to dress in front of Jiang Chu. How can I go out without any clothes? Who am I? I've already arranged for several outfits to be brought for you, all laid out on the sofa. Jiang Chu glanced up and, indeed, spotted several bags waiting there. What a splendid day it promised to be. Jiang Chu hailed a taxi back to school, and at this moment, he had undeniably become the talk of the campus, particularly among the female students, who lit up with admiration at the sight of him and exclaimed how handsome he was. As he approached the dormitory, he noticed a throng of people gathered below, some wielding cameras and others video recorders, clearly of a professional caliber. Jiang Chu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Had a celebrity arrived? Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side, reacting instinctively, honed by his training in ultimate fighting. He swiftly grabbed the wrist and pulled the person towards him to subdue them. To his astonishment, it was Ji Mingxi. What are you doing here? He exclaimed. Let go of me, you creep. Ji Mingxi wriggled free from his grasp, her annoyance palpable. What do you want? Jiang Chu asked, releasing her. She cast a disdainful glance at the crowd before rolling her eyes at him. Follow me. He complied, curiosity piqued. Ji Mingxi led him into an empty classroom, locking the door behind them. What are you doing? Jiang Chu asked, his expression tense. Ji Mingxi stifled a laugh at his unease. It was amusing to her that this creep could engage in such antics, yet still appear intimidated by her. Jiang Chu found himself momentarily entranced by her radiant smile. Today, Ji Mingxi wore a crisp, white short-sleeved shirt accompanied by a black tie, with the shirt slightly bulging at the middle, and a knee-length pleated skirt that exuded an academic charm. Her long, smooth legs were accentuated by a pair of pristine white shoes, creating an utterly refreshing appearance. You saw those people earlier. They were all looking for you, she stated. Jiang Chu pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Who else? Haven't you been online? Your basketball game was broadcast in its entirety, and now scouts from provincial teams, national teams, and even overseas are here looking for you. You've become quite famous. Jiang Chu was taken aback by the unexpected repercussions of a single game, wondering which fool had decided to upload his footage. Don't worry. The school has already informed the police. They should be arriving shortly to escort those people away. After all, this is a school, Ji Mingxi reassured him. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Chu felt a weight lift off his shoulders. If the crowd had remained, he would have been at a loss. It seemed he might need to contemplate purchasing a home soon. And what is your purpose in seeking me out? He inquired. Shouldn't you be thanking me for bringing you here? Otherwise, you'd surely be besieged by those reporters and onlookers, Ji Mingxi replied, a hint of triumph in her tone. Jiang Chu smiled knowingly, realizing she was attempting to claim credit for his predicament. He sensed that she likely had ulterior motives and decided to turn away, contemplating his next move. Well, if that's the case, I might as well head back. I have yet to experience the sensation of being interviewed by a reporter. It must be quite delightful. Chapter 67. Ji Mingxi's first kiss. Ji Mingxi was taken aback that the other party would rather retreat than engage in conversation with her. After all, she was the most admired girl at school, with countless boys yearning for an opportunity to spend time alone with her. Yet, Jiang Chu seemed utterly oblivious to the privilege he was squandering. However, considering the task assigned by the principal, she was compelled to muster a forced smile. All right, let me explain. My purpose in seeking you out is to invite you to join the school team and to become its captain. Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. This proposal was no different from the requests made by others outside. It seemed she had preemptively intercepted him. Jiang Chu, think about it. This could be advantageous for you. As the captain of the school team, you would certainly represent the school in competitions. Given your exceptional basketball skills, you would undoubtedly shine on the court. Was this a sugary ploy? Jiang Chu felt perplexed. Why was it imperative for him to join the school team, solely for this reason? It felt rather forced. I'm not interested. As you mentioned, those outside are either from provincial teams or even the national team, and there are scouts looking for talent. Wouldn't it be better for me to join them rather than the school team? Ji Mingxi did not anticipate Jiang Chu to be so obstinate. Her brows furrowed, and the temper she had been suppressing finally erupted. Jiang Chu, this is a directive from the principal. You must join the school team. She produced a piece of paper, stating, just sign here. Jiang Chu discerned her motives. She merely wanted him to join the team, fearing the school's reputation would be tarnished. If she had approached him more amicably from the start, he would not have refused for such trivial reasons. Yet, now Ji Mingxi was attempting to coerce him, as if he were someone to be trifled with. A smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Is this command from the principal directed at me? If I choose not to sign, what will you do? You. Ji Mingxi perceived Jiang Chu as a peculiar rogue throughout her life. Every boy had treated her with utmost courtesy. Never had she encountered someone so audacious. Anger surged within her like a tempest. Jiang Chu waved his hand dismissively and began to leave. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. He had just reached the door and extended his hand to unlock it when she called out. Wait, what will it take for you to sign? Jiang Chu turned back with a cold smirk. With your current attitude, I shall not sign under any circumstances. Ji Mingxi's hands fell to her sides, her head bowed. Biting her lip. Suddenly, tears began to flow, startling Jiang Chu. What on earth? The school's top beauty and a talented girl. How can she cry so easily? It is indeed unfair to blame Ji Mingxi. She is a scion of wealth, yet she has never relied on her family's affluence. Her character is marked by an unparalleled pride. During the college entrance examination, she forgot to bring her admission ticket for one subject and consequently missed the exam. Nevertheless, her remarkable scores secured her admission to a prestigious university. Her prideful disposition perceives retaking the year as a disgrace. She believes that with diligence, any university would suffice for her. Possessing both beauty and intellect, she has garnered the admiration of numerous suitors, especially given her family's significant influence in the locality. No one has ever dared to mock her as Jiang Chu does, particularly since this was the first task assigned to her by the principal. And she was determined to excel in it. Yet, she unexpectedly encountered the obstinate Jiang Chu, who was impervious to her charms. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why cry if you won't sign? Spare me the theatrics, Jiang Chu remarked, at a loss for words. What would it take for you to sign? He pretended to ponder. You are the campus belle, are you not? How many boys adore you? If you give me a kiss, I will sign immediately. What did you say? You want me to kiss you? Ji Mingxi's tear-streaked face widened in shock, her eyes flashing with indignation. Jiang Chu, fearing he had crossed a line, hastily moved to exit. Jiang Chu, wait. I will kiss you. At that moment, he was halfway out the door, frozen in disbelief at her unexpected concession. Come in. Shut the door, she commanded, locking it behind him. Jiang Chu complied, surprisingly obedient. Ji Mingxi approached him, a resolute look in her eyes. Is it true that if I kiss you, you will sign? Of course, my word is my bond. She took a deep breath, tightly closed her eyes, seemingly reluctant, and slowly leaned in to kiss him, only to suddenly find herself kissing air. Opening her eyes, she discovered Jiang Chu had vanished from her sight. It signed, Don't bother me again, he said as he exited the room. The vast classroom was now empty, leaving Ji Mingxi in a state of shock, unable to comprehend that Jiang Chu had actually left her. As the campus belle, countless boys had pursued her, showering her with gifts and flowers, even resorting to more extravagant gestures, all of which she had rebuffed. Yet now, for the first time, she had taken the initiative to kiss a boy, and he had simply walked away. Was her first kiss truly so trivial that he could dismiss it so easily? Indeed. Recalling the frenzy of the female spectators at yesterday's basketball match, it is evident that he is not lacking in admirers. Even his staunch rival, Mo Yutong, was fervently cheering for him, alongside the seemingly indifferent Li Wenjing, who rarely interacts with the opposite sex, and the charming freshman, Zhou Sini. The three campus beauties appear to harbor an enigmatic affection for him. What is it about Jiang Chu that captivates them so? I wonder if I could manage to win him over if I were to take action. Curse it. Why am I even pondering this? He is merely an underachiever, and an odd one at that. Gazing at the agreement adorned with his haphazard signature, I scoff at its unattractiveness. Who would desire him? Yet, he dares to disdain my first kiss. I shall ensure he regrets it. Humph. Ji Mingxi. Affection level 10 Ji Mingxi. Affection level 10. Speaking of which. As Jiang Chu exited the classroom, he lamented the missed opportunity of Ji Mingxi's kiss, possibly her first. It was indeed a difficult decision. But he abhorred the idea of coercion, hence he relinquished the moment. Little did he know that this choice would inadvertently elevate her feelings towards him. How pleasantly surprising. In hindsight, he should have gone for it. After all, he is already deemed an eccentric. What does it matter if he loses a few points? Oh well. He is wealthy enough to attract a multitude of women effortlessly. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was dismayed to find that the crowd still lingered. Look, isn't that Su Kuan, Jiang Chu's opponent from the match? Let's interview him and hear his thoughts on being overshadowed by Jiang Chu. Indeed, let us go. The 8th dormitory is situated not far behind Jiang Chu's residence. Following the viral video from yesterday, Su Kuan had gained notoriety at school. He had remained holed up in his dorm all day, biding his time until he felt the commotion had subsided, before descending with David to practice dancing. Su Kuan's face was ablaze with fury, and despite the layer of powder he applied, he could not conceal the pallor of his complexion. That country bumpkin Jiang Chu has forced me to hide away in my dorm all day. If it weren't for David insisting on keeping a low profile, I wouldn't care about the foolish remarks of others. Kuan Xiao, just hold on a few more days. The school anniversary is approaching. For now, we must maintain a low profile, allowing Jiang Chu to bask in the limelight alone. A tall tree catches the wind, and a bird that stands out gets shot. He won't be able to prance around for long. I've heard he didn't return last night. He must be indulging in a carefree lifestyle now, haha. It seems this country bumpkin has hit the jackpot. It's been days since I last had any fun myself. I've heard Ji Mingxi is the top campus beauty. As Su Kuan strode forward with an air of indifference, he suddenly found himself confronted by a throng of people charging towards him. Quick, capture Su Kuan. We must secure the headline news. Chapter 68. Perhaps Jiang Chu is fond of my style. Su Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Quick, Kuan Xiao. Retreat to the dormitory and hide. Once the media arrives, your family will learn of your presence here. Damn, who is scheming against me? I will not let them off easily. Su Kuan turned and dashed away, with David resolutely following behind. You have done well, strategist. I shall take my leave now. But you must hold your ground. David exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes, as if bidding a final farewell. Su Kuan glanced back, witnessing the media horde nearly engulfing David. A flicker of emotion stirring within him. That 500,000 was indeed worth it. Soon, David's voice echoed. He lives in Building 8. Hurry and pursue him. Su Kuan nearly stumbled, a mouthful of blood surging forth. Wulong, you shall pay for this. I will settle the score later. Jiang Chu, witnessing the scene from afar, almost erupted in laughter. Fortunately, the area beneath the dormitory was devoid of onlookers, allowing him to return at last. The journalists who had besieged Su Kuan for an extended period were subsequently escorted away by a contingent of uniformed personnel. Su Kuan later grasped the root of the turmoil. It was all the mischief of that country bumpkin. He slammed the cup, which he had taken only 2 sips from, onto the ground in a fit of rage. Then seized David by the collar, bellowing, "How could you betray me just now?" David, remarkably composed, retorted, in that fleeting moment. I was struck by a notion akin to using a borrowed knife, hence I directed those individuals to seek you out. What borrowed knife? Do you mean for them to come after me? No. I meant those people were actually looking for Jiang Chu. You saw it yourself. Even scouts from abroad have arrived. If that fellow were to be interviewed, it would create quite a sensation, potentially making the national headlines. Wouldn't that overshadow him? Moreover, Miss Li Wenjing might even develop a sense of admiration for him, which would be quite detrimental. Therefore, I employed the tactic of using a borrowed knife, leading them away from you, Kuan Xiao. Jiang Chu must be furious with us now. Is this not mere sleight of hand, a diversion? Su Kuan released David's collar, his expression visibly softening. Let me show you what it means to use a borrowed knife. I have already informed Mo Yutong that the task must be completed within 2 days. I lack the patience to wait an entire week. Kuan Xiao. That is known as the beauty trap, David remarked. Su Kuan. Oh dear, young master, do not strike the face of the magic city. Upon a towering skyscraper, a middle-aged woman adorned in a bespoke suit and clad in sheer black stockings, with long legs, stands elegantly. Her thick hair is meticulously styled into an exquisite bun, framing her classic oval face. Despite being in her 40s, her complexion radiates the vitality of a woman in her 30s, undoubtedly a stunning beauty in her youth. Around her neck lies a string of exquisite South Sea pearls, while two translucent rubies adorn her fingers, signifying her elevated status. Behind her stands a remarkably attractive young secretary. Donning half-frame glasses, her figure curvaceous and accentuated by the black uniform, standing perfectly still with an air of professionalism. Madam, we have news from young master. Uncle Hong has arranged for him to transfer to Shida and Fruit Province, aiming to approach a girl named Li Wenjing. What do you think? Should we call him back? The middle-aged woman swirls her glass of red wine, the deep crimson liquid rippling, yet remaining contained within the glass. She speaks slowly. This boy, he truly gives me, as his mother, no peace. If he would simply remain quietly as the heir to the vast Su family, it would suffice. His useless brother, Su Kai, believes he is secure in his position, but as long as I am here, he can forget about inheriting. Li Wenjing, I never expected that old man would allow his precious darling to venture into such a desolate place. Since Cohen has set his sights on this goal, let him have his fun. If he succeeds, it would indeed be a fortunate turn of events. However, if the Li family discovers the young master's intentions, he must be recalled at once. Qianqian, what about those online media outlets? Yes, madam. I have instructed them to delete all videos related to the young master. Rest assured. Indeed, I knew you would not let me down. You are my protege, and I actually wish for Cohen to marry you and make you my daughter-in-law. Qianqian, with a pale expression, bows her head. I am but an orphan, saved by you from that wretched place, madam. I shall always be yours. As for anything else, I dare not dream. Even if I remain unmarried for life, being by your side is enough. The middle-aged woman nods, a glint of fierceness in her eyes. I have but one son. Anyone who dares to bully him will learn the extent of my resolve. In the school's dance practice room, several fashionably dressed and alluring young women watch Mo Yutong perform the dance of Pure Land, including their instructor. Their eyes brim with excitement and joy. Heavens, this choreography is simply exquisite. Indeed, I dare say, should we perfect this dance, we might just secure a first prize. Not only is the dance exquisite, but the accompanying music seems tailor-made, truly exceptional. The music department's belle, Zhou Sini, is remarkably talented, managing to record the song in just one day. The guiding teacher, who had not anticipated the overwhelming challenges, was unexpectedly assisted by a male student. After finishing her performance, Mo Yutong was drenched in sweat, despite her high ponytail. Several strands of dark hair clung to her forehead, and the perspiration cascading down her neck flowed towards her fair chest, with two streams diverting into the endless crevice below. You've worked hard. Yutong, have some water. It's nothing. Teacher, this is what I ought to do. Now, let us assemble. All the girls lined up in a row. With the situation resolved, we must express our gratitude to Mo Yutong for her efforts. If this performance succeeds, she will undoubtedly be the one with the greatest contribution among us all. Applause erupted, and as per the rules, both the choreography and the song must bear a signature. Since Yutong mentioned that Jiang Chu was reluctant to write his name, you may use a pseudonym for now. Also, do extend my thanks to him. I've heard he excels at basketball and, to our surprise, can also compose songs and choreograph dances, a rare talent indeed. All right, teacher. Mo Yutong beamed, the image of Jiang Chu dancing that day flashing in her mind, nearly prompting her to laugh aloud. You all take a break. We'll continue practicing shortly. Dismissed. Several girls rushed over to shower Mo Yutong with compliments. Yutong, does Jiang Chu like you? He is so nice to you. If any boy could write me such a beautiful song and choreograph a dance, I'd immediately agree to be his girlfriend. Indeed, and he is incredibly handsome. If you ever decide against him, do let me know. I'll swoop in. Hee hee. Oh, get out of here. Do you think Jiang Chu would even notice you? With no assets to speak of, perhaps he appreciates my type. Many readers adore charm. After all, just as Mo Yutong was reveling in the moment, her phone rang. I'll take this call. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her previously joyful expression darkened instantly. Chapter 69. Mo Yutong must massage his shoulders. Her happy demeanor faded as she walked to a secluded spot to answer. Hello. Our young master Cohen is growing impatient. You must complete the task we discussed by the day after tomorrow at the latest. But beep, beep, beep. With only 2 nights remaining before the deadline. Her phone rang again. Why is Mom calling? Hello, Mom. Yutong, your father suddenly fainted at work. His colleagues rushed him to the hospital. The doctor said there are issues with his kidneys, and he may need a transplant. What is going on? Didn't you say he was fine during his last checkup? Mo Yutong's complexion turned pale. Mom, it's all right. What is his condition now? Has he regained consciousness? Awakening, yet still unable to leave the hospital. The doctor advised further observation. Upon hearing this, Mo Yutong's expression brightened slightly. My dear daughter, I understand that Jiang Chu is quite affluent, and it is evident that you are not yet in a romantic relationship. However, given your father's current situation, we will undoubtedly require a substantial sum of money. Could you perhaps ask for his assistance? Alternatively, the car he gifted you, might it be feasible to sell it? Mother, do not worry about the finances. I will find a way. Please tell father to rest well and not to fret too much. Very well, your father is in good hands with me. I shall not disturb you further. Goodbye for now. After hanging up, Mo Yutong promptly redialed the previous number. Hello. I would like to inquire about when my father will receive the kidney donation. He is currently hospitalized. I will inform you once your task is completed. For now, you have no other options. With a sense of helplessness, Mo Yutong let the phone drop from her grasp, grappling with her inner turmoil. Ultimately, she chose to pick up her phone again and dial a familiar name. Hello, Jiang Chu. Are you free this evening? It's nothing much. I just wanted to express my gratitude. Last time, you mentioned wanting a massage, and I happen to be available tonight. Otherwise, you would have to wait quite a while due to my rehearsal schedule. I'm fine. I just finished dancing and am a bit tired. All right then, see you tonight. After ending the call, Mo Yutong felt a wave of despondency wash over her as she whispered, I'm sorry, Jiang Chu. Yutong. All right. I'm on my way. On the other end of the line, Jiang Chu was brimming with excitement. Mo Yutong was to give him a massage. And this stroke of happiness was utterly unexpected. It was the perfect opportunity to discuss his plans for establishing an investment company. At 9 o'clock in the evening, as the appointed time approached, Jiang Chu cheerfully prepared to head out. Jiang Chu, what is you in such high spirits? Is it that obvious? Hee. Even if you don't say, I can tell. You're inundated with messages from countless girls wanting to date you. Not to mention the flood of calls coming through to me. I'm also being courted. Wei Wei has invited me out for milk tea. Xiang Hua wore a smug expression. Jiang Chu frowned slightly, realizing that his friend was becoming a little too immersed in this situation. What's wrong? Are you envious of my female admirers? Not at all. Let us go. As they stepped out of the dormitory, they were met by an imposing figure rushing toward them, causing the ground to tremble. Jiang Chu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Chu swallowed hard, taken aback by the girl's substantial stature, which could easily be measured in tons. Her two braids added an almost comical innocence to her appearance. Xiang Hua could hardly bear to watch, secretly relishing the fact that this was not his predicament. You were waiting for me? Yes. Did you receive the gifts I sent? However, it was indeed worn by someone and had not been washed. A gift? Just that bra, which she had actually worn. Upon recalling that bra, Xiang Hua inhaled deeply, finding it still resting in the drawer. To his surprise, it belonged to this person, and he couldn't help but feel nauseated. Xiang Hua, are you all right? I'm sorry, I need to take him to see a doctor. I'll be off now. Jiang Chu took a few steps before running away. Damn it, I still have a patient here, wait for me. The two ran a considerable distance before catching their breath, exclaiming, what a disastrous start. Almost sent him off. You've been hiding someone's bra, haven't you? Ha. Stop laughing. I'll throw it away when I get back. I can't chat with you any longer. My Wei Wei might be waiting for me. After Xiang Hua departed, Jiang Chu arrived at the parking area, contemplating that tonight Mo Yutong would probably be giving him a massage in the car, followed by some intimate moments. Here I am, let us get in. To his astonishment, Jiang Chu found Mo Yutong sitting in the driver's seat, having already started the engine. When he entered the passenger seat, confusion washed over him. Are we going out? Of course, I can't just give you a massage in the car. Wasn't he the last time a massage in the car, though? It was just him doing the massaging. Half an hour later, they arrived at a luxurious riverside guest house, and Jiang Chu discovered that Mo Yutong had booked a large double room. Upon entering the room, he was momentarily stunned. The 2-meter bed was adorned with a jungle-themed decor, and even the bathtub was designed to resemble an outdoor hot spring. What is the meaning of this? Why did you bring me here? To Jiang Chu's surprise, Mo Yutong appeared shy, responding, Didn't you say you wanted me to help you with your legs and back? I couldn't possibly go to your dormitory. That's true. Jiang Chu, without suspicion, glanced around the room. There was a large balcony offering a view of the river. No wonder it cost over 800 for a night. After all, in this area, the average salary was merely 2,000. He was thrilled to realize that Mu Yutong had specifically booked a room to give him a massage, which felt entirely legitimate since they both had their ID cards. Even if the uncle came, they wouldn't fear. At that moment, Mu Yutong had already taken a shower and donned a bathrobe, tightly wrapped, revealing nothing but her arms and collarbone. Jiang Chu cursed the hotel for being unreasonable, considering a low rating. Chapter 70. A beautiful world awash in light, she spread her lustrous, jet-black hair, freshly dried by the hairdryer, elegantly to either side. With a swift toss of her head, her hair cascaded with an alluring grace that exuded both softness and a hint of sensuality. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, perhaps a result of just emerging from the bath, rendering her both enchanting and captivating. Jiang Chu, why don't you go take a shower first? I'll wait for you, she suggested. Jiang Chu nodded, stepping with deliberate calm into the bathroom. Once the door was closed, he swiftly began to remove his attire, vowing that he had never taken such a quick yet thorough shower in his life. Wrapping a towel around himself, he dashed out. Mo Yutong, standing beside the television cabinet, was momentarily startled, her expression slightly flustered. How did you wash so quickly? It wasn't that fast. I assure you it was thoroughly clean. What are you up to? Nothing, just planning to find the remote and watch some television. With the remote in hand, Mo Yutong turned on the television. Jiang Chu, ever the self-aware one, leaped onto the bed, grabbed a pillow, and reclined obediently, facing the screen. He mused that the evening's programming was bound to be delightful. The girl who practiced dance moved about with such grace that her footsteps were nearly silent. His heightened perception allowed him to notice the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. I never expected someone who appears so slender could possess such strength, he remarked. Of course, I even have an 8-pack, Jiang Chu replied, not exaggerating. After enhancing his physical attributes, his body had naturally adjusted, resulting in defined abdominal muscles. Blow it out, she teased. But seriously, how did you achieve that? Teach me. If you work out with me every day, I guarantee you'll see results, he chuckled. You rogue. What? Is that it? That was barely 2 minutes. Jiang Chu sighed in exasperation. I pressed so much my hand is tired. I can't go on. The two reclined together at the head of the bed, watching television. Mo Yutong occasionally stole glances at Jiang Chu, noticing an expression of discontent etched across his face. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. Not happy, are you? Not at all, he replied, though his expression seemed to contradict his words. The irony wasn't lost on him. It was a rather obvious sentiment. Not only had he been subjected to a rather perfunctory massage, but it also felt like a hastily executed job. Who wouldn't he be annoyed? I'll make it up to you, she offered. How will you do that? Jiang Chu asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. As he spoke, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if a radiant light had pierced through, illuminating his gaze. No wonder the towel was wrapped so securely. Concealed within was an impressive array of pristine white gear. Just imagine the attack speed and critical hit rate that could provide. Mo Yutong was thoroughly pleased with Jiang Chu's awestruck expression, feeling as though her efforts had been rewarded with the highest accolades. Let us engage in a game of hide and seek. Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Hide and seek? He observed Mo Yutong as she burrowed beneath the delicate sheet, successfully concealing herself. Alas, I was just bitten by a cat. Indeed. What shall we do about that? Mo Yutong wore a triumphant expression, raising her chin, deliberately parting her lips to reveal her alluring little tongue as she licked her lips. Jiang Chu's lips gradually curled into a mischievous smile. To be on the safe side, this cat must receive a vaccination. Wait, if you were bitten, shouldn't it be you who needs the shot? Mo Yutong's face displayed defiance. I wish to receive it, but do you possess the needle? Hee. No, your needle is too. Should we turn off the lights? No, don't turn them off. Mo Yutong's expression clearly indicated a hint of anxiety as her gaze darted towards the direction of the television cabinet. Jiang Chu, of course, had no desire to extinguish the light. A world illuminated is one filled with beauty. That was something I could scarcely have imagined in a past life. Yet now it has come to fruition. At that instant, the system displayed Mo Yutong, age, 20, height, 171 centimeters, weight, 54 kilograms, appearance, 872, power bank, 1, affection level, 95. This is quite impressive. It also has the potential to enhance one's appearance. I wonder if a few more occurrences would lead to further elevation. Moreover, Mo Yutong, who already possessed an affection level of 93, had skyrocketed to 95 due to her valiant performance lasting over an hour. He now understood that the enhancement of attributes not only strengthens the body, but also invigorates the essence. Ding! Congratulations! You have met the system's criteria and earned 9 attribute points. For more objectives, must be achieved to level up. Additionally, it is important to note that if the target's affection level reaches 100, any expenditure on the target will only yield a return of 1,001. Jiang Chu was bewildered. Did that not imply that spending $100 would yield merely 1 point, equating to an 11 cashback? Initially, he only intended to accumulate points from a goddess. Not to become a playboy, it was the system that compelled him. Gazing at the scattered plum blossoms on the bed, gently stroking the silky hair in his embrace, he noticed that Mo Yutong had already succumbed to sleep, a faint smile of contentment gracing her lips. The following morning, Mo Yutong slowly opened her eyes. Recalling the madness of the previous night, her face flushed with a rosy hue. Why didn't I turn on the camera? Mo Yutong's gaze fixed, suddenly recalling something. She sat up abruptly, discovering Jiang Chu playing with a camera, the very one she had concealed in the tissue box of the television cabinet last night. How did you find it? Mo Yutong looked at the silent Jiang Chu, her complexion somewhat pale, her heart swirling with an indescribable panic, her hands nervously rubbing the quilt. Realizing she had been discovered after all, what should she do? He would surely despise her. Are you hiding something from me? Mo Yutong's brows knitted tightly, biting her lip, unwilling to meet Jiang Chu's eyes, ultimately choosing to voice her thoughts. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Chapter 71. Mo Yutong's choice. I'm sorry. Jiang Chu, they're the only ones who can help my father find a kidney source. I'm afraid I won't have the time to wait. As Mo Yutong spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Then why didn't you take a picture of it? I couldn't bring myself to do it, Jiang Chu. I genuinely care for you. They certainly harbor ill intentions towards you, and if I were to take a picture and hand it over, it might ruin your reputation. Jiang Chu and Mo Yutong held each other's gaze for quite some time before he finally embraced her, gently stroking her hair. Silly girl, with mere evidence like that. They aren't capable of ruining my reputation. However, he added, I must ask you, are you certain they have indeed found a suitable kidney for your father? I don't know. They said that if I complete this task, they would promise to arrange it for my dad. Jiang Chu's expression turned cold. Perhaps they haven't found anything at all. They might be deceiving you. What? No wonder they have been so secretive with me. What should we do, Jiang Chu? Here's the plan. Listen to me. Outside the school, in a CAF, Mo Yutong sat by the window, facing Uncle Hong. Hello, here is your coffee. The server placed the coffee down and departed. Uncle Hong took a sip before slowly speaking. I didn't expect you to act so swiftly. Young people truly cannot resist the allure of beauty. Where is it? Mo Yutong produced a memory card from the camera and extended it, but as Uncle Hong reached for it, she pulled it back. I need to know about my father's kidney source. Uncle Hong's face showed no signs of emotion, still smiling as he replied, rest assured, the kidney source has been found. With just one phone call, I can arrange for it to be delivered. Mo Yutong furrowed her brow. You need to call first before I give it to you. Haha. Mo Yutong, I believe you lack the standing to negotiate with me. Do you think I can't just walk away? There are plenty of girls who would willingly do this if the price is right, and many are far more attractive than you. Mo Yutong's eyes flickered with conflict, but in the end, she reluctantly handed over the memory card. Can you call now? Do you think me foolish? How could I ascertain whether the memory card contains anything without verification? Mo Yutong's eyes widened in alarm. No. Where are we? Do you intend to view this here? Uncle Hong observed Mo Yutong's reaction, his conviction solidifying. He produced a camera, inserted the memory card, and upon opening it, discovered footage of 2 individuals engaged in intimate activity. The male figure bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Chu, and as the sounds emanated from the device, he merely glanced to confirm before shutting it off. Excellent. You've performed admirably. Uncle Hong expressed his satisfaction. Telephone. Mo Yutong reiterated the word. Uncle Hong picked up his phone and dialed. Hello, transfer 100,000 to her account, then erase all transaction records. What? Mo Yutong's eyes widened, and she sprang to her feet, her expression frenzied. I don't want money. You promised a kidney source. Uncle Hong smirked. What are you saying? Such matters are illegal. How could I possibly engage in them? Offering you 100,000 is already generous. I must take my leave, until Jiang Chu is out of trouble. You may request some funds from him, or it may be too late. Ha ha. After Uncle Hong departed, Jiang Chu emerged from the CAF. I suspected they hadn't found your father's kidney source. Jiang Chu, what will happen to my father? They're only now searching for a kidney source. I fear it may be too late. Mo Yutong felt on the brink of collapse, collapsing into Jiang Chu's embrace and weeping. Do not despair. Perhaps I can help cure your father's illness. At his words, Mo Yutong pushed herself away, gripping Jiang Chu's arms. Her tear-streaked face gazing up at him with fervor. Jiang Chu, do you know a miraculous doctor who can heal my father? After all, Jiang Chu was wealthy. His family must possess connections to exceptional medical professionals. If he could heal her father, it would be nothing short of a miracle. But her hope quickly diminished. No, I do not know any miraculous doctors. However, I possess a modicum of knowledge. I wish to first assess your father's condition. Was Jiang Chu attempting to comfort her? Without a miraculous doctor, his limited skills seemed insufficient to cure her father. Yet, with no alternative paths available, she could only return and report the situation truthfully. Relying on the hospital to assist in locating a kidney source, everything was now left to fate. But all of this required money. Jiang Chu, you are aware of my father's situation. We need funds. I was wondering if we could forego the car. I wish to exchange it for money. Jiang Chu paused. Taken aback. Was she suggesting selling the car? He gently ruffled her hair. There's no need for that. I have more than enough money. Thank you, Jiang Chu. But isn't that memory card empty? How could there be anything on it? Oh, it's just a little film. The camera screen is so small that he couldn't possibly discern it. That old fellow drank my specially brewed coffee. He could probably spend the entire day in the restroom. Come, let us first check on your father's condition. Uncle Hong had scarcely taken a few steps after leaving when his stomach began to rumble, various gases escaping. He appeared quite unwell. Damn, I knew I shouldn't have drunk that dreadful coffee from this place. Drive back quickly. As soon as he entered the car and closed the door, a cacophony of sounds erupted. The driver immediately retched, unable to suppress his vomit. Inwardly cursing Uncle Hong to the 18th generation. Due to Mo Jiangwo's grave condition, he had long been transferred to the largest hospital in the city, which indeed saved Jiang Chu and the others considerable time. Mo Yutong was driving. Jiang Chu activated the system and selected the essence of traditional Chinese medicine. A dazzling array of system panel prompts appeared. Bian Ke Medical Technique, Zhongjing Medical Technique, Hua Tua Medical Technique, 18 Ghost Needles, Guhan Complete Skills, Sun Simiao, the Medicine King Complete Skills. Ultimately, Jiang Chu chose the highest point option, Ultimate Chinese Medical Skill Package, which required 9 points. Goodness, it made him feel that all his efforts from last night had been in vain. He hoped it would be worth the expenditure. Ultimate consumes 5 attribute points. Requires Strength 11, Agility 11, Constitution 10, Talent 12, Mental Power 12. Note: some actions in medical practice, such as acupuncture, will deplete your personal constitution. Approximately saving 1,000 lives will consume 1 point of constitution on average, but minor ailments can be disregarded. Please monitor your constitution value closely. Goodness, I see now. No wonder I've read online about how acupuncture to save lives can be taxing on one's own vitality. It appears to be true. However, with the system, he had no reason to fear, so he added 2 points to constitution, 2 points to talent, and 2 points to mental power, clicking to purchase. Ding. Allocation successful. Purchase successful. Jiang Chu, Strength, 14, 8. Agility, 14, 8. Constitution, 8, 2. Talent, 10, 2. Mental power, 10, 2. Remaining points, 36. Note: the values in parentheses represent the average for a normal individual. Acquired, Ultimate Comprehensive Combat Skill. Ultimate Basketball Skill Package, Ultimate Music and Dance Creation Skill Package, Ultimate Chinese Medical Skill Package. In an instant, a wealth of information flooded his mind, the duration of which was astonishingly longer than that of the previous skill packages. Thankfully, he had increased his points. Otherwise, that body and mind would have struggled to endure. As the influx concluded, Jiang Chu lamented the vastness of knowledge in this realm, akin to an ocean, were it not for the system in place. He would likely never have fathomed the multitude of unconventional insights available. For instance, chicken manure, known as chicken dung white, serves as an excellent remedy, while the urine of young boys can treat lumbar strains, among other discoveries. In Chapter 72, the campus bell of the Medical University, Chengqianma, illustrates that nature offers an abundance of resources. Furthermore, there exists a distinct understanding regarding the so-called renal failure. In summary, what Jiang Chu was previously uncertain about has now crystallized into a firm conviction. He can indeed rely on medication and acupuncture for a cure. After a 30-minute drive, they arrived at the hospital. Mo Jiangwo had already been transferred to a general ward, where Ma Dongmei was gently feeding him rice porridge. "Dad, Mom," Mo Yutong exclaimed as she spotted them from afar and rushed over. The couple turned at the sound, their faces reflecting surprise. "Yutong, what brings you here?" Mo Yutong leaned over the bed, grasping her father's hand. "Dad, how are you feeling?" Mo Jiangwo appeared somewhat pale, yet he mustered a smile. "I'm fine, really. Just a bit weak. Sorry to burden you both." "Why say such things? We are family," she replied. "Hello, uncle and aunt," Jiang Chu greeted politely. "Jiang Chu, please. Have a seat," Ma Dongmei urged, having already offered a small stool. No, it's quite all right. I'll stand. Aunt, please, take a seat. You must be tired from taking care of uncle. You look like you haven't rested all night. Now that Yutong and I are here, why not rest for a while? Oh, with Jiangwo like this, how can I sleep? She sighed. Thank you for coming to see us. It's nothing, Mom. Jiang Chu said he would help us. You need not worry about the finances. Ma Dongmei looked at Jiang Chu in astonishment. In truth, she had noticed at first glance that her daughter had matured, likely due to Jiang Chu's influence. Generally, in today's society, anyone learning of such a seemingly insatiable medical burden would choose to distance themselves. Even if Jiang Chu were wealthy, she wouldn't blame him for such a decision, for she would likely do the same if in his position. The only hope remained that the car gifted to Yutong would not be reclaimed, as selling it could provide some funds for Jiangwo's treatment. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chu had come to their aid, revealing that he was not among those cold-hearted individuals. As the saying goes, adversity reveals a person's true character, and her regard for Jiang Chu ascended to unprecedented heights. Thank you, Jiang Chu, but regarding your uncle, are you also a member of the Mo Jiangwo family? At that moment, a middle-aged doctor clad in a white coat and sporting glasses approached. Jiang Chu noticed the nameplate on his chest read, Attending Physician Zhang Hongliang. Trailing behind him were a young man and a young woman, both similarly attired in white coats. The young man, though of average appearance, bore an air of arrogance, identified as Zhang Tao. The young woman, her figure obscured by the coat, possessed a striking beauty. Ding. System detected a compatible subject. Cheng Qianma, age, 21, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 46 kilograms, attractiveness, 87, power bank, 0, affinity, 10, to have an attractiveness score of 87. Akin to that of Mo Yutong and He Shiyuan, one could surmise that her figure beneath the coat was equally remarkable. Perhaps noticing Jiang Chu's gaze lingering on Cheng Qianma's face, Zhang Tao's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. Director Zhang, this is our daughter. And this is her friend. Upon glancing at Mo Yutong, Zhang Tao's pupils widened in surprise, as if he had encountered a delectable prey. I have already discussed your father's condition with your mother. Our recommendation is a kidney transplant. The alternative is long-term dialysis. However, given his condition, we truly hope you will opt for the former. The time required to find a suitable kidney match is uncertain, so if you are inclined, please decide promptly, and we will submit the request. Regarding the financial aspect, we have previously mentioned that it should be based on your actual economic circumstances. As the other spoke, Jiang Chu examined Mo Jiangwo's pulse, assessing his complexion and overall health. Upon hearing the conclusion, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although Zhang Hongliang's words were devoid of error, his tone was strikingly cold, as if discussing a trivial matter. This demeanor rendered Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong, already burdened with sorrow, even paler. After finishing his statement, Zhang Hongliang noticed Jiang Chu and furrowed his brow. What are you doing? Are you also studying medicine? Oh, I haven't studied. I'm just observing, Jiang Chu replied casually. If you haven't studied, do not meddle with the patients. Furthermore, traditional Chinese medicine cannot cure such ailments. The only viable solution is a kidney transplant, which may prolong the patient's life. Do you understand? So, even with a transplant, it's not a cure but merely an extension of life. How dare you speak? Zhang Tao interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Chu. My mentor is a senior expert in this field from the Fruit Province, with a 90% success rate in kidney transplants. He has saved countless patients with renal failure, granting them an additional 10 years of life, an immeasurable merit. Who do you think you are to critique him? Cheng Qianma, favorability 5. Jiang Chu shook his head slightly. As a scholar, One ought to be humble and continuously strive for improvement. As a physician, the duty of saving lives is paramount. However, to flaunt the act of healing as a personal achievement is utterly laughable. Moreover, for a patient who could have returned to normalcy, the treatment merely extends their life by a few years at a significant financial cost. What, then, does this constitute as saving lives? Zhang Hongyang furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening visibly, reflecting his displeasure. Zhang Tao, upon witnessing this, erupted with indignation. What do you think you are? My master has just returned from the National Expert Medical Conference, where he was awarded the Provincial Academician title. Do you have any idea how rare that title is? The next level is the highest honor of a national medical master. Regardless, this is the pinnacle that many physicians aspire to reach. Furthermore, for patients with similar kidney failure, the average survival rate without dialysis among most expert doctors is merely 5 years, yet my master achieves 10. That is double. Zhang Hongliang waved dismissively. Those empty titles are hardly worth mentioning. Our true intention is to ensure the patients can survive. Despite his words, an unmistakable arrogance was etched across his face. At this moment, Cheng Qinma interjected, "You appear to be of a similar age to me, and you yourself admitted to not being a professional doctor. I am curious where you derive your confidence to spout such reckless words. Junior sister, how can he compare to you? You may be the campus belle, and generally, it takes a medical degree 5 years to practice. Yet here you are, mastering both disciplines at just 21, having completed every course, and being a renowned disciple of the esteemed National Medical Master Go. Your future is boundless." Zhang Tao promptly flattered her, then turned to Mo Yutong, his eyes narrowing with a sly gleam. "You are his daughter, right? Know this. Only my master can save your father. However, by bringing this person here, not only do you hinder our efforts, but you also speak disrespectfully. If you wish for a different physician, I can assist you immediately, for my master is exceedingly busy. And there are other patients besides yourselves." Ma Dongmei grew anxious. "No, Jiang Chu didn't mean it that way. Director Zhang, young people can sometimes speak rather directly. I hope you won't take it to heart. I implore you to save my son Zhang Wo, no matter the cost." Chapter 73. Uncle's illness. I can cure. Zhang Hongliang scoffed. Is this a matter of money? Even a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. Without a kidney source, how can I treat you? Your daughter's friend looks down on my master, so let him cure him. But don't say I didn't warn you. My master's appointments will not be so readily available in the future. Pride was evident on Zhang Tao's face, reveling in his perceived superiority. Humph. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? You are not only harming yourself, but also jeopardizing your girlfriend's family, Cheng Qianma stated coldly. Junior sister is right. Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong involuntarily glanced at Jiang Chu. He may possess wealth, but that is a separate matter from healing. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chu was precisely waiting for that remark. Otherwise, persuading the other party to relinquish their hold would entail an array of complications. Very well, I shall take charge. I am more than capable of handling this. Ah, Jiang Chu, you astound me with such words, leaving Ma Dongmei momentarily speechless. How unreasonable. Let us depart. Zhang Hongliang flung his hand behind him and stormed off in a huff, while Zhang Tao cast a hopeless expression in their direction. Cheng Qianma also shot Jiang Chu a frowning glance before following suit. Director Zhang, wait. It's not as it seems. Ma Dongmei hurried out, knocking over a chair in her haste. Mother. Mo Yutong rushed to steady her. The two exchanged lingering glances filled with sorrow before turning their attention to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, we are grateful for your willingness to assist us. I understand that we are in dire need of your financial support, but, although anxious, Ma Dongmei was aware that it was crucial not to offend either side. Truth be told, she was also displeased by the physician's comments. Yet, what could be done when the fate of her family lay in the doctor's hands? There was no choice but to endure. Auntie, rest assured. I have just assessed Uncle's condition, and it is not as dire as it seems. I am confident I can cure him. Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong's eyes brightened in disbelief. What did you say? You can cure Jingua? Yes. I studied medicine under a master during my childhood, and fortuitously, I know how to treat this ailment. Is that true? But what about the kidney source? Do not worry. A kidney transplant is unnecessary. In fact, one's own kidney is the most suitable. It is not advisable to replace it simply due to a minor issue. Jiang Chu looked at Mo Jiangwo and described some common ailments. Both Mo Jiangwo and Ma Dongmei were taken aback. Indeed, those are the typical symptoms you mentioned. How did you know, Jiang Chu? Their trust in Jiang Chu deepened. Uncle, Auntie, you need not fret. I must step outside to procure some medicine. After administering a dose, I will perform acupuncture on Uncle. If all goes well, we can discuss his discharge. So soon? Ma Dongmei could hardly believe it. Jiang Chu had no intention of elaborating further. Yutong, your mother surely needs some rest. You stay here to care for your father while she takes a break. I will return shortly. Mo Yutong stood up, still apprehensive, grasping Jiang Chu's arm. Jiang Chu, can you truly cure my father? Jiang Chu placed his hand reassuringly over her delicate wrist and smiled confidently. Trust me, I'm sorry, we do not have the herb aconite here. It is toxic and prohibited for sale. To his astonishment, the seemingly simple task of procuring a few medicinal herbs proved to be quite arduous. He had traversed several locations, only to find that the wares in those so-called reputable pharmacies appeared to be cultivated with chemical fertilizers, visually appealing but lacking in efficacy. Some establishments didn't even stock what he sought. Apologies, but might I inquire as to where I could procure the finest medicinal herbs? Jiang Chu produced a pack of cigarettes and casually handed it over, feigning the accidental release of his car keys. Upon noticing this, the man's face broke into a sycophantic grin. When it comes to sourcing medicinal herbs, you have indeed approached the right person. You ought to visit Tonggu Hall. The herbs available there in Nan City are unparalleled, and they possess everything you desire, albeit not available to the public. Seek out a certain individual there. A good friend of mine. He will assist you. Tonggu Hall featured a grand entrance adorned with colossal pillars, its interior reflecting an antique aesthetic. Upon stepping inside, Jiang Chu was greeted by an impressive array of herbal products. A cursory glance confirmed that, indeed, most of the herbs surpassed those found in conventional pharmacies in quality. Yet they still fell short of his expectations. While cultivated, these herbs were grown without any fertilizers or pesticides, remaining a considerable distance from their wild counterparts. Beyond their composition, the true essence of these herbs lay in their medicinal properties. Just as with rice, the grains harvested throughout the 4 seasons differ significantly from those yielded in 2 or even 3 cycles a year. It appeared that he must seek out that individual. Jiang Chu casually approached a female attendant and inquired about the man's name. Captivated by Jiang Chu's striking appearance and designer attire, she beamed with a continuous smile. You're looking for Brother Ming? I'll call him for you right away. Thank you. Soon after, a middle-aged man emerged, his brow furrowing slightly as he observed the unfamiliar face before him. Hello, are you looking for me? Yes, the Gus sent me to find you, stating that you are the one who can provide the finest goods. Meng Jueming's expression shifted to one of understanding. Please, come in and have some tea. Once inside, Jiang Chu promptly articulated his purpose and presented the prepared list of herbs. Meng Jueming glanced at it and smiled. You are quite fortunate. This aconitum is authentically wild from the Jiang region, and we have just received a fresh supply, along with a few other herbs that are just sufficient. However, the price money is not an issue. The total is 10,000. Rest assured, I will not charge you a penny more. Jiang Chu promptly produced a stack of cash, adhering to the instruction he had received earlier to only accept cash. Meng Jueming counted the money, realizing there was an extra 1,000. Consider this a friendship with Manager Meng. Should you need anything in the future, I will be at your service. Meng Jueming's eyes sparkled with delight as he accepted the money, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of a promising acquaintance. Well, do give me a call in advance, and I shall reserve all the good stuff for you. After speaking, he proceeded to pack the medicinal herbs. Jiang Chu took a glance and indeed found them to be rare, high-quality wild herbs, some of which were aged. Truly, the items here at Supervisor Meng's are exceptional. Certainly, as per your request, I have already instructed someone to prepare the medicines accordingly. Your prescription should be for kidney treatment, but isn't the dosage a bit excessive? Moreover, I have never encountered such a combination before. Before Meng Jueming could finish his sentence, a young waitress hurriedly entered. Senior brother, there is someone outside looking for you. Looking for me? Today is quite a busy day, Jiang Boss replied. I shall attend to this matter for now. Once the medicine is ready, they will package it for you. Thank you for your trouble, Supervisor Meng. Meng Jueming waved his hand with a smile and then stepped outside. Inside the apothecary, an elderly man dressed in a Tang suit, with a youthful face and white hair, sat upright on a sofa, supported by a cane. His posture was straight, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an aura that commanded respect and suggested a high status. Beside him sat a middle-aged man with a neatly combed hairstyle, a square face that conveyed both authority and approachability, albeit with a somewhat sullen complexion. He was dressed in a plain black jacket, dress pants, and leather shoes. At this moment, he spoke to the elder with utmost reverence. After much anticipation, we finally have the honor of your visit to the Fruit Province, Mr. Gu. The elder nodded. Minhai, your father and I are good friends. As you are a distinguished vice-governor, I shall speak candidly. You can speak freely. I am well aware of my own health. The hospital has recommended a kidney transplant, but suitable donors are not easily found. You are a national physician skilled in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine, and I implore you to examine my condition. From a Western medical perspective, your condition is terminal. There is no hope, and a kidney transplant is the only option. However, I can prescribe a regimen for you. And with regular consumption of the medicine and acupuncture to stimulate certain meridians, while it may not cure you entirely, it can alleviate your suffering and extend your life for another year while awaiting a suitable donor. Sun Minhai had initially hoped that the esteemed Dr. Gu Hui could completely cure his ailment, only to find that he could merely prolong his life by a year, which left him feeling disheartened. In the absence of Western medical intervention, gaining an additional year is indeed commendable. In this day and age, only you, Mr. Gu, would dare to make such a promise. Indeed, I shall do my utmost. I have heard that the medicinal herbs here are of high quality, which is why I made a special trip to see them. At this moment, Meng Jueming stepped forward and was struck by a sense of familiarity upon seeing the middle-aged man's face. Noticing the license plate of the car parked outside and the man standing there with a briefcase, he quickly realized that this individual was none other than Sun Minhai, the vice-governor of the Fruit Province. This revelation startled him, prompting him to hasten over. However, Sun Minhai raised his hand to stop him from speaking, stating, I am merely an ordinary citizen accompanying this elder to purchase some medicine. There is no need for any commotion. Of course. What medicinal ingredients do you require? I am Meng Jueming, the director here, and I assure you that you will receive the finest. Sun Minhai produced a list and handed it to Meng Jueming, who, upon glancing at it, widened his eyes in astonishment. The items on the list were nearly identical to those recently purchased by Boss Jiang, yet he had already exhausted his entire stock. This posed a significant dilemma. After all, this was the vice-governor. Sun Minhai discerned Meng Jueming's predicament and reassured him. If a couple of items are unavailable, it is of no consequence. I can procure them elsewhere. Meng Jueming awkwardly replied, It is not merely a couple of items. We have none left at all. The recent customer just bought everything. Ah, what a rich scent of medicine. The ingredients within must surely possess some age. Gu Hui suddenly interjected. He then noticed a young man emerging from within, burdened with numerous bags, who glanced their way as he passed. The individual was Jiang Chu, who, with a fleeting glance, recognized that both the elder and the middle-aged man bore signs of illness. However, that was of no concern to him. His priority was to return and attend to his father, Mo Yutong. He continued on without pausing. You mentioned that a customer purchased those medicines. Was it that young man? Meng Jueming was taken aback by Gu Hui's question and turned to follow his gaze, slapping his thigh in realization. Yes, that's him. How did you know? Minhai. Let us forego the medicine for now and follow him, Sun Minhai replied. Very well. Although Sun Minhai was unsure of Gu Hui's intentions, he decided to comply under the circumstances. He instructed the driver to follow Jiang Chu's vehicle. After driving for a while, Jiang Chu noticed he was being tailed, but he paid it little mind, assuming that the two men were likely headed to the hospital, given their apparent ailments. Upon arrival, he rushed toward the ward, only to discover that his uncle, Mo Jiangwo, had been unceremoniously pushed out of the room along with his bed and was now left alone in the corridor. A frown creased his brow. Uncle, what is happening? Why have you been moved out here? The doctor said the ward is for those in need. If I do not wish to be treated, I should not occupy a space, so they moved me out, he replied. Yutong has gone to confront the doctors. Jiang Chu. You must hurry and check on her. I fear she might be bullied. Jiang Chu nodded and said, Uncle, quickly drink this medicine. I will check things out. He hurried to the office, only to find it empty. Upon returning, he overheard Mo Yutong's voice echoing in the corridor. How can you treat us like this? We are capable of paying for the hospitalization fees, yet you have pushed my father outside. What does that mean? This is according to protocol. Since your father has chosen not to seek treatment, other patients also require care. This is not a hotel. If you need to transfer him, I can arrange the paperwork right now. The voice belonged to Zhang Tao. According to the procedure, there are certain things I should not disclose to you. The friend you brought has already angered my master, Director Zhang. If you wish for your father to receive treatment, it would be best to apologize to him. Of course, As his most favored disciple, I can intercede on your behalf, and my master will surely forgive you. What do you want? No, do not misunderstand. I merely think we could be friends. If you are free tonight, why not come over for a drink? Humph. I see that drinking is not your true intention. You really want me to play cards with you. Do not speak so harshly. This is merely a matter of mutual consent among the young. I am not forcing you. Am I? Don't touch me. As Jiang Chu stepped forward, he swiftly kicked Zhang Tao, sending him tumbling down the stairs. Had he not held back, the outcome could have been dire. Jiang Chu. Mo Yutong had not anticipated Jiang Chu's timely arrival. She rushed to embrace him, finally unable to contain her tears. Lamenting, they are bullying us so much. It is all right. I am here, Jiang Chu declared with confidence. Mo Yutong felt an immense sense of happiness knowing she had a dependable man by her side. Zhang Tao, groaning in pain, cursed, damn it. I will report you. I will sue you for assault. Jiang Chu chuckled coldly. Go ahead and report it. I will inform them of your abuse of power and intimidation. He played a segment of the earlier recording for him. Zhang Tao's face drained of color. You little brat, you're ruthless. I tell you, apart from my master, no one can save your father. With that, he limped away in agony. Jiang Chu, my father, do not worry. Your father will be able to come home soon. Let us go back. After Jiang Chu and Mo Yutong departed, another staircase door swung open, revealing Gu Hui, Sun Haimin, and others. It is shocking that a hospital, which should save lives, harbors such scoundrels. This is outrageous. Gu Hui exclaimed in fury. Sun Haimin, with a stern expression, also felt the disgrace as this matter fell under his purview. Immediately conduct an investigation into Zhang Tao and see if there are others like him. If found, they will face severe consequences. Understood. The secretary immediately made a call. Come, let us see what means this young man possesses to enable a terminal kidney failure patient to return home today. Gu Hui walked ahead. Chapter 75. He has truly risen. Jiang Chu and his companions returned to the corridor where Mo Jiangwo was situated. At this moment, Mo Jiangwo had consumed the medication, and his complexion appeared surprisingly more vibrant. Jiang Chu, what kind of medicine did you give me? Why does my tongue feel numb, yet my lower back radiates warmth and comfort? Father, are you saying that you feel much better now? Mo Yutong asked excitedly, wrapping her arms around Mo Jiangwo's. Yes, I can even sense that I could sit up. Mo Jiangwo replied, attempting to rise. According to the director's previous statement, he was supposed to remain bedridden for at least another week. Goodness, Jiangwo, you can actually sit up by yourself. Ma Dongmei had just returned from a rest, and, upon witnessing Jiangwo's independent movement, forgot to inquire about how they had come to be outside. Overwhelmed with excitement, she rushed over. Wait, uncle, lie back down. I need to administer acupuncture. Now. Yes, perhaps shortly you will be able to return on your own. Both Mo Jiangwo and Ma Dongmei widened their eyes in disbelief. Are you saying I can walk back by myself soon? Mo Yutong found it hard to believe, yet somehow trusted Jiang Chu. All right, I will take care of it. As Mo Yutong departed, she passed by 3 individuals standing at the intersection, not giving it much thought, assuming they were family members. Such audacity. While those medications are commendable, to suggest that a patient in the late stages of kidney failure could rise and walk home after merely a few days in the hospital is utterly presumptuous. Indeed, you are an expert in this field, and you just admitted you could not cure him. That young man merely offers them a semblance of psychological comfort. Jiang Chu had long been aware of the trio and could overhear their conversation. Regardless of their motives, he merely wished for them not to interfere. As he unfastened Mo Jiangwo's clothing and retrieved the newly purchased acupuncture needles, his eyes narrowed slightly. With swift precision, he executed the technique flawlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Gu Hui, who had initially displayed disdain, found his expression frozen in astonishment upon witnessing the remarkable skill. Could it be the long-lost technique of the 9 needles of returning yang? Sun Minhui, not understanding the nuances of this practice, recognized that the individual lying on the bed shared a similar ailment. He held on to hope, yet felt it was improbable. Could that young man truly surpass Gu Hui in skill? All right, wait for about 10 minutes. Jiang Chu, I can sense a myriad of energies swirling within me, yet it brings an unexpected sense of comfort. It is the once blocked meridians that have been unblocked, allowing my body to engage in self-regulation. Ma Dongmei, though lacking in understanding, could see the gradual improvement in her partner's complexion, which surely bodes well. 10 fleeting minutes passed, and just as Jiang Chu neatly stored away the needles, an uninvited guest arrived. You have already completed the discharge procedures. Thus, you should not linger on this hospital bed. Hurry and leave, Zhang Tao declared, leading the way, with Zhang Hongliang and Cheng Qianma trailing behind. You come here not for treatment, but to resort to such vile and despicable means to entice Dr. Zhang, even resorting to violence. I, Zhang Hongliang, would not save you even if you were a pig. Zhang Tao wore a cunning smirk, reveling in his perceived victory, while Cheng Qianma expressed her indignation. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. You appear decent, yet your actions reveal a base character, committing such repugnant acts in a sacred place like this hospital. Is there no law left in this world? Zhang Tao immediately chimed in, particularly targeting Jiang Chu. You, who lack any knowledge or skill, spout nonsense with no decorum. I shudder to think which institution produced such a disgraceful student, merely a malignant presence in society. Preposterous. It is you, the rogue, who harbors ill intentions towards me. Yet you dare to accuse others. Mo Yutong seethed with rage, wishing to tear apart the grinning, treacherous Zhang Tao on the spot. Have you said enough? This hospital is not a playground for your chaos. Security, please escort them out. Zhang Tao exuded a sense of authority, finally avenging his earlier humiliation. One who cannot even rise from the bed, and without a wheelchair. Let us see how you manage to leave. No need. I can walk on my own. Mo Jiangwo suddenly exclaimed. What a farcical chief physician. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Mo Jiangwo sat up, placing his feet on the floor. Jiangwo, allow me to assist you, Yutong, Ma Dongmei hurriedly offered. No, I can manage. To the astonishment of all present. The previously bedridden Mo Jiangwo astonishingly stood up and took a few tentative steps, gradually gaining confidence and striding forward. His face radiated exhilaration. I can walk by myself. Ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Uncle, it is wonderful that you are doing well, but you still need time to regain your strength. Do not get too excited. Yes, yes. Thank you, Jiang Chu. I shall believe you from now on, no matter what others say, even if it means changing my kidney. Yutong, is everything ready? Let us return home, ha. He was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy. Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong were equally elated, hastily gathering their belongings. Zhang Hongyang and Zhang Tao stood there, mouths agape, utterly astonished. Goodness, he has truly risen to his feet, and he is walking on his own. Could it be that the twins have switched identities? How could this be possible? This is absolutely inconceivable. Master, am I seeing things? I witnessed him rising. And I even saw old Gu. Zhang Tao rubbed his eyes and said, Master, how did you come to be here? Cheng Qianma's face revealed astonishment as she quickly trotted over, adorably like a beloved granddaughter. Old Gu, it is I, Xiaozhang. Do you still remember me? Not long ago at the medical symposium, I even took a photo with you. Zhang Hongliang wore a sycophantic smile. Old Gu did not respond, but instead looked towards Zhang Tao. Xiaozhang, is this your disciple? Zhang Hongliang was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that old Gu has taken a liking to his disciple? Indeed, Zhang Tao maintained a close relationship with Cheng Qianma, and old Gu treated her with the affection of a beloved granddaughter, so it was only natural for him to inquire. If Zhang Tao were to gain recognition from a national physician, he too would bask in the glory. Yes, yes. Zhang Tao is my prodigious pupil whom I have nurtured personally. Though he may not compare to your disciple, he is still an exceptionally talented student. Zhang Tao, do hurry over. Zhang Tao scampered over eagerly, wearing a smile akin to that of Zhang Hongliang. Old Gu, greetings. I am the junior Zhang Tao. I have long admired your esteemed name and have always looked up to you as a paragon of medical excellence, a healer with profound ethics. Zhang Hongliang beamed with pride, entirely oblivious to old Ji's displeasure. Master, you have yet to mention how you came to be here, nor did you inform me beforehand. Cheng Qianma pouted playfully. I was invited by Xiao Sunday Xiao Sun. As the crowd pondered, Sun Minhui stepped forth, hands clasped behind his back. You are Sun Shengzhang. Zhang Hongliang's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 76. You call this understanding of medicine? The others were equally shocked upon realizing that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was indeed Sun Shengzhang. Sun Shengzhang, forgive my lack of hospitality. Zhang Tao, quickly inform the dean to come here. Sun Minhui waved his hand, indicating there was no need for such an uproar. He was merely here in the capacity of a patient today. However, he did not expect to encounter some rather unpleasant matters. Zhang Hongliang trembled slightly, his pupils dilating. It was certain that this young man had somehow provoked the issues involving Mo Jiangwo and his family, inciting the ire of these two eminent figures. I apologize, Sun Xingzhong. Old Gu, the fault lies with me, and I shall address this matter with utmost seriousness. Sun Minhui and Old Gu were mildly surprised, not anticipating Zhang Hongliang's decisive and principled stance. They nodded in approval. Zhang Hongliang bore an expression of vindication, his demeanor darkening as he gestured. Security. Immediately escort this family out. Several security personnel advanced aggressively. Jiang Chu furrowed her brow, standing resolutely in front of the guards, exuding an unyielding aura that momentarily stilled them. We will leave on our own, Mo Jiangwo said helplessly. Zhang Tao was brimming with pride, never expecting to encounter figures of such prominence as Elder Gu and Governor Sun, who would stand by him in his defense. Humph, this is what happens to those who offend me, Zhang Tao. Jiang Chu and the others turned to leave. Gu Hui and Sun Minhai felt a pang of unease, their anger boiling over at Zhang Hongliang's behavior. In unison, they called out, "Young man, wait a moment." Yet, to their astonishment, the other party did not look back and continued to stride away. With no choice left, the two hurriedly pursued them. "Master, wait for me." Cheng Qianma rushed after them, with others closely trailing behind the esteemed figures. After an exhausting chase, they finally managed to halt Jiang Chu and his group, panting heavily before speaking. "Elder, why are you leaving so quickly? You nearly exhausted this old man." "Master, this fellow is not a good person. He conspired with that woman to frame our senior." "Wait, Master, what did you just call him?" "Elder?" Cheng Qianma gaped in disbelief, her eyes wide, questioning whether she had misheard. "Impudence! How dare you speak so rudely to an elder? What have I taught you? In the practice of medicine, apart from skill, one must also discern right from wrong, remain humble, and conduct oneself with modesty. And you, Sai, it's my fault for indulging you. Elder, please forgive my impudent disciple. I shall certainly discipline her upon our return." Zhang Hongliang, Zhang Tao, and the others were left astonished, exchanging glances, equally bewildered like Cheng Qianma, unable to comprehend how Elder Gu could address a university student as elder. Jiang Chu, however, showed no surprise at the address. In the realm of Chinese medicine, one is recognized as elder based on their medical prowess, irrespective of age. I bear no grudge against her, so I have no reason to be angered. Yet, you were correct. One must at least possess the ability to discern right from wrong. You. Cheng Qianma furrowed her brow tightly, her anger bubbling beneath the surface. Yet she dared not speak upon receiving a stern look from her master. Gu Hui smiled, inquiring, "May I ask from whom you learned your skills? Which esteemed master guided you?" "I apologize, but my master has instructed me not to disclose his identity," Jiang Chu thought to himself, contemplating his true mentor, the system and the great authors he had studied. "I understand. Your master must surely be a reclusive sage. It matters not if you do not wish to reveal it. I am Gu Hui, the 36th descendant of Guhan. Today, witnessing your miraculous acupuncture technique, could it be the long-lost 9-transformation returning yang needle method? I am honored. But I do not know the name of this technique. It was merely something my master casually taught me." Casually? Gu Hui's lips twitched. To claim such a sought-after technique was taught casually seemed absurd. What, then, must be the substance of the teachings that were given serious attention? Zhang Hongliang exclaimed in anger. "Elder, this young man is far too arrogant, showing blatant disregard for you." Zhang Tao immediately stepped forward to echo. "Indeed, Gu Lao. He merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, possessing a modicum of medical knowledge. The fact that Mo Jiangwo can stand may just be a fleeting moment of resurgence." "Silence!" Gu Hui exclaimed, his face contorted in anger, nearly fainting from rage. "Who are you to speak? What do you know? Did you witness the deftness of the senior's needlework just now? You dare to call that a mere understanding of medicine? In that case, you are nothing." Zhang Hongyang and Zhang Tao's faces turned ashen, as if they had swallowed something bitter, their lips twitching incessantly. While they could retort against others, this was Gu Lao, a titan in the realm of medicine, whose disciples were all renowned figures in their own right. Offending him would surely invite dire consequences. Yet, he felt perplexed. What was this talk of needle techniques? As a surgeon, he only understood incisions and sutures. What relevance did this have for him? To his astonishment, Gu Hui's aged visage unexpectedly displayed a semblance of eagerness. "Senior, might I implore you to impart that needle technique to me? I assure you, I shall offer handsome remuneration in return." Jiang Chu shook his head. "I perceive your liver qi is stagnant, having morphed into a chronic ailment, obstructing the bridges of life and death. I fear you may not survive the year. Learning would be futile. Cheng Qianma interjected sharply. How dare you? My master is in excellent health. At 70, he appears no older than 50. How could he possibly be ill? Cease your nonsensical ramblings. Gu Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. And he suddenly knelt before Jiang Chu, startling everyone present. Master, what are you doing? They gasped. With a pained expression, Gu Hui pleaded, Senior, save me. Jiang Chu responded with a cold smirk. I possess the means to cure this ailment, but why should I extend my help to you? The crowd stood in stunned silence, petrified by the sight of a venerable national physician kneeling, only to be met with refusal. Zhang Hongliang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, stammering, Son Shengzhong, is Ge Lao unwell? He nearly voiced the thought that Ge Lao's faculties might be failing him. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave, Jiang Chu stated icily. Turning to depart. Xiao Sun, what are you waiting for? If you wish to heal your affliction, only the senior can assist. Wait, I implore you, master, please save me. Sun Minhui urgently pushed past the bewildered Zhang Hongliang and rushed to Jiang Chu, disregarding any semblance of pride or image. After all, life was paramount. And who might you be? Jiang Chu feigned ignorance. In other tales, the male protagonists often encountered individuals of mayoral stature, yet here he was, faced with a provincial official. Although somewhat taken aback, he now found himself in a position of power, especially as the other party was clearly seeking his aid, leaving him unfazed. Oh, I see. You are Sun Shengzhong. My apologies, I failed to recognize you at first. Zhang Hongliang and his companions were momentarily taken aback, nearly losing their balance. His loud proclamation had made it abundantly clear to everyone present that the individual before them was none other than Provincial Zhang, an obvious act of provocation. Observing your pallid complexion, it appears your renal health is compromised, and indeed, at an advanced stage. Sun Minhui suddenly nodded in agreement, recognizing the master's expertise at a glance. Jiang Chu smiled and introduced. Allow me to recommend this esteemed Director Zhang, a renowned nephrologist, unparalleled in kidney transplants. Should you seek his assistance for a transplant, your chances of survival would surely exceed a decade. Chapter 77. This time, you shall wear white silk. Sun Minhui's expression darkened. While Zhang Hongliang hastily gestured in denial, panic etched across his face. No, 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 Provincial Zhang. With Elder Gu present, how could I dare claim such excellence? At that moment, Cheng Qianma interjected, Master, what does it matter if his medical skills are exceptional? As you have often stated, a physician's virtue must precede their skill. He conspired with that woman to frame Zhang Tao. How can such a person be worthy of the title doctor? Zhang Tao, feeling a surge of guilt, realized the situation had turned decidedly unfavorable and attempted to make a hasty retreat. Sun Minhui, fully aware of Jiang Chu's intentions, became infuriated at the mention of Zhang Tao. Xiaolu, why is he not here yet? Are we all just idly standing by? Almost immediately, several uniformed officers rushed in, panting heavily, two of whom seized Zhang Tao's arms. Zhang Tao, you are suspected of abusing your power and coercing women into illicit relations. We have uncovered incriminating videos on your computer, and several victims have come forward to identify you for your previous unlawful conduct. Please accompany us for questioning. Gasps of shock reverberated through the crowd, a wave of indignation washing over them. So this man was a beast in a doctor's guise. Such individuals deserved nothing less than execution. Indeed, one can only wonder how many young women he has sullied. He is truly less than human. Gu Hui seethed with rage. Zhang Hongliang, this is your prized pupil? Humph. Zhang Hongliang's face turned ashen as he turned to Zhang Tao, his eyes burning with fury. No, master, you must save me. Zhang Tao pleaded desperately, panic overtaking him. This was his greatest secret, now exposed in mere moments. Zhang Hongliang's face flushed with anger, astonished that the prodigy he had so recently praised was in fact a villain of the lowest order. I disown you as my disciple. You infuriate me. Take him away. At those words, Zhang Tao collapsed, rendered unconscious. Take him away. Sun Minhui waved his hand, uninterested in hearing another word from Zhang Hongliang, whose face was now devoid of color. Cheng Qianma found herself speechless throughout the ordeal, unable to comprehend that the man who had treated her with such kindness in recent days was, in reality, a wolf in sheep's clothing. She had unwittingly defended him and wronged an innocent. Casting a glance at the composed Jiang Chu, she realized her misjudgment, but given his earlier arrogance and refusal to clarify, she shot him an angry glare. Master, please, do not call me master. You are the esteemed Provincial Zhang. I am merely a university student. You may refer to me as Jiang Chu. Given that we are in a hospital, might we find a more suitable venue for our conversation? Jiang Chu, having achieved his objective, promptly donned a smile, recognizing that courtesy must be extended to a high-ranking official. Indeed, you are quite astute, Jiang Chu. I have been a bit hasty, the official conceded. Jiang Chu suggested that Mo Yutong accompany her parents home to rest adequately, sharing essential advice on the preparation of medicine and providing her with a vehicle. With both the esteemed physician Gu Hui and provincial Zhang entrusting Jiang Chu with their faith in his medical expertise, the others were even more convinced that Mo Jiangwo's ailment would be resolved, sparking immense joy. As Mo Yutong departed, she leaned close to Jiang Chu and whispered, "Wait for me tonight. I will be wearing white stockings." Jiang Chu nodded, his spirits lifted. Upon exiting the office, Sun Minhai and Gu Hui erupted in laughter, expressing profound respect for Jiang Chu, thanking their master for his invaluable guidance, which had enlightened them. "From this day forth, you shall be my mentor," they declared. Jiang Chu did not object, reflecting on the fact that he had just drafted a prescription after administering acupuncture, assuring them of a cure. The classic mentor-disciple dynamic was unfolding before him, a scenario he had only encountered in novels until now. "Master, if he is your mentor, what does that make me? Should I refer to him as my grandmaster?" Cheng Qianma pouted, her tone laced with reluctance. Gu Hui's expression darkened. "What do you mean? His medical skills are unparalleled. You should be grateful if he becomes your grandmaster. If you are unwilling, then do not acknowledge me as your mentor. No, that is not my intention. I have grown up learning medicine from you. Who else would assume that role?" Gu Hui nodded in satisfaction. "Cheng Qianma, your ailment can undoubtedly be cured by your grandmaster. I just pleaded on your behalf, and he did not refuse. You must follow him closely from now on, understood? Who would want him to treat my illness?" Cheng Qianma's face flushed crimson at the thought of her embarrassing condition. If Jiang Chu were to discover it, she would surely be the subject of his ridicule. Yet, if her master claimed he could heal her, could it possibly be true? Sun Minhai extended his hand to Jiang Chu. "Young brother Jiang, you have restored my life. Though I occupy a high position, I cannot indulge in favoritism. However, should you ever require assistance, you may count on my utmost effort." "Thank you, Provincial Zhang." Jiang Chu replied earnestly. "Master, I entrust your disciple's ailment to your care. We have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave." Jiang Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Cheng Qianma attempted to catch up, but Gu Hui's glare held her in place. "You must heed your grandmaster's guidance. Of course, given your similar ages. There is no need for formalities. Simply call him old man." Gu Hui chuckled, glancing at Jiang Chu, who felt a bit unnerved under the gaze of this unexpected disciple. "Master, you are so handsome, comparable to my youthful days. Qianma, the campus belle, has always been dear to me. I shall support you. For the good fortune should remain within our circle. Off I go, ha ha." Jiang Chu shook his head, hands in pockets as he stepped outside. Qianma, taken aback by his silence, stamped her foot in frustration but soon decided to pursue him. Outside, Jiang Chu had just finished a call regarding the Ferrari he had ordered, which was now ready for collection. "Can you truly cure my ailment?" Qianma queried, to which Jiang Chu retorted, "You are not ill. It is merely your own inadequacy." Men despise being deemed incapable, and Jiang Chu, embodying the essence of manhood, replied with a stoic expression, "You shall know my capability through experience. Furthermore, I am now your master, and we must adhere to the order of respect, understood?" With hands behind her back, Qianma stood on tiptoe, pouting. "Your master must have been momentarily foolish to take you as a disciple. You merely know a handful of needles, while I am well-versed in dissection." Jiang Chu chuckled. "Speaking of dissection, Dr. Xia is the ancestor of Western medicine. Since we share no connection, do not follow me." When a taxi arrived, Jiang Chu took the back seat, only for Qianma to join him unexpectedly. Frowning, he inquired, "What do you intend?" She averted her gaze, asserting, "If you heal me, I shall leave." "Boring." Jiang Chu responded tersely. "Driver, to Luqing Automobile City." During the ride, he remarked, "Could you possibly remove that lab coat? We are no longer in the hospital, and it gives the impression that I am your patient." Qianma glanced down at herself, embarrassed, and began to unbutton her coat. Jiang Chu shook his head in disbelief, just as Qianma unveiled a pair of jeans beneath the coat, revealing an astonishing figure that left him momentarily speechless. The loose-fitting white shirt, now stretched taut, accentuated her curves in a way that even the most esteemed could not rival. "Can you even see your feet when you walk?" Jiang Chu blurted out in astonishment. Suddenly, the taxi swerved sharply as the driver, entranced by Qianma's remarkable physique, lost focus. Drive properly, Jiang Chu thought, wishing to monopolize the moment. Qianma, with her chest puffed out, displayed an expression of pride. Umph, have you never seen a girl with a generous bosom? You lecher. This remark was, of course, directed at Jiang Chu. Why don't you scold the driver instead? I've heard that you are a talented student from a medical university, but I beg to differ. Cheng Qianma pondered for a moment. Then, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, Are you implying that I am all bosom and no brains? That's entirely your own assertion. You scoundrel, I wish I could knock some sense into you. With that, she instinctively raised her little hammer, ready to swing it, but suddenly hesitated mid-air. Thinking better of it. I'm too disinterested to engage with you. Jiang Chu looked on in confusion. Upon arriving at the automobile city, Ming Cheng and Xiao Fei were already waiting outside. As soon as they spotted Jiang Chu, they rushed over. The other customers and sales representatives inside had anticipated the arrival of their boss, Ming Luan, or at least some significant figure, but to their surprise, it was merely two young individuals. However, one could not deny that the young man was exceedingly handsome, and the young woman was notably well endowed, leaving the onlookers in awe. Given your appearance, I wouldn't have expected you to afford a car, one of them remarked. Nonetheless, the service at this automobile city is truly exceptional, with managers personally greeting customers at the entrance. This is the highest standard I have ever witnessed, Cheng Qianma commented, somewhat self-importantly. Ming Cheng waved his hand. Please, do come in. Xiao Fei had made a particular effort today to present herself exquisitely, donning jewelry she typically reserved for special occasions, hoping to leave a favorable impression on Jiang Chu. However, upon noticing the stunning young woman beside him, who surpassed her in beauty, a pang of insecurity struck her. Did Jiang prefer women with ample figures? She cast a glance at herself, feeling woefully inadequate in comparison. Please wait a moment, Jiang Xiao. I will have someone retrieve the car. Meanwhile, please take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. This is premium Longjing, specially brewed for you by Mr. Luan, Ming Cheng said. Wow, it truly is premium Longjing. How fragrant. My stingy master never allows me to indulge in such fine tea. I never expected to enjoy such delicacy in an automobile city, Cheng Qianma remarked, savoring a sip. What kind of car did you purchase? An Audi, a BMW, or perhaps a Mercedes? I bet it's a BMW. You know, driving it around the university campus could attract some female attention. You might even have someone approach you. Jiang Chu was taken aback by Cheng Qianma's sudden boldness. And even Xiao Fei, standing nearby, furrowed her brow. Was she not more attractive than those student girls? So, you have sought them out then? Jiang Chu inquired. Not at all. I only hear my dorm mates talk about it. I spend my days buried in books and exams. I hardly have time to go out. But now I'm advising you. You're quite handsome. If you were to add a BMW to that equation, you would surely garner plenty of female admirers. Shouldn't you thank me for this sage advice? Xiao Fei stood by, covering her mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. Could it truly be that those with ample bosoms lack intellect? Did Jiang Xiao really need to resort to such tactics? If he were to express his desires, she would readily acquiesce, whether as a girlfriend or in the more audacious manner one might imagine. Alas, you are younger than I, yet you have the means to purchase a BMW. A luxury worth hundreds of thousands. One can only wonder how many ailing souls you have exploited to amass such wealth. Jiang Chu. I primarily identify as a wealthy patron and a connoisseur of beautiful women. My role as a healer is but a mere pastime. I, too, wish to acquire a car of my own, but my master, that miser, is loath to part with even a penny, despite his esteemed status as a national physician. He is as impoverished as they come. You wish to buy a car? Should you address me as master, I shall gift you one. Cheng Qianma shot Jiang Chu a disdainful glance. I acknowledge your ability to afford a BMW is impressive, yet I, Cheng Qianma, am the second most beautiful flower of the medical university. If I so desired, countless wealthy heirs would arrive in their Mercedes or BMWs to escort me, perhaps even bestowing a vehicle upon me one day. Oh, who speaks so grandly about gifting you a car? Upon hearing the voice, Cheng Qianma immediately turned, her expression darkening. He Jian and Pan Mingfang were present. Jiang Chu had already turned to gaze at them. The two were of a similar age. The female, Pan Mingfang, was quite attractive, scoring an impressive 84 points according to the system. She likely held the status of a campus beauty or at least a departmental flower. Clad in a revealing halter mini dress that accentuated a deep, alluring cleavage. Although at first glance it seemed akin to Cheng Qianma's, Jiangchu's keen eye detected the use of enhancements beneath. Her long legs were adorned with black stockings and high heels, presenting a rather bold silhouette. With a charging station reading 8, surpassing the capacity of 7. Instantly, Jiang Chu felt his interest wane. The male, with a round face and gold-rimmed glasses, bore dark circles beneath his eyes, a clear indication of sleepless nights and indulgence. Both wore expressions of haughtiness. In contrast, Cheng Qianma's gaze remained fixated on the boy named He Jian, her eyes filled with a tumult of emotions, predominantly anger. The nature of their trio's relationship became painfully clear. Upon noticing Jiang Chu's handsomeness, Pan Mingfang's eyes initially sparkled, but then she shook her head in derision. Cheng Qianma, is this your new boyfriend? Not long ago, you were professing your affection for our He Jian, and now you've swiftly found another. How disgraceful. He Jian, I have warned you. One must not be deceived by Cheng Qianma's exterior. Though she appears innocent, she is quite the opposite. Look at how long you have pursued her without so much as a touch, and yet she has turned to another so swiftly. He Jian gazed at Cheng Qianma, his eyes filled with loathing. Cheng Qianma's gaze trembled, as if she still hoped for a kind word from the other party. He Jian turned his head and planted a kiss on Pan Mingfang's cheek, his face brimming with disdain and contempt. Of course, I know she's cheap. She even claims to be ill and can't be touched. It's truly laughable. We're all studying medicine, and she has the audacity to use such an excuse. As if I were a fool. Thankfully, you intervened in time. Otherwise, I would have spent my university years missing out on someone as wonderful as Mingfang. With a thud, Jiang Chu seemed to hear the sound of a heart breaking nearby. At that moment, Cheng Qianma appeared utterly lost, her smile faltering as she could not help but inquire. Is this your ex-boyfriend? No, just a mangy dog. Cheng Qianma's eyes suddenly turned cold as she said this icily. Jiang Chu nodded, finding the description rather fitting. Cheng Qianma burst into laughter, surprised by Jiang Chu's quick wit. Who are you calling a mangy dog? He Jian seethed with fury. He Jian. She's deliberately trying to provoke you. Don't let yourself be angered by such a despicable person. She merely sees you as a wealthy second generation, playing both sides. Look at her now. Without you, she has been reduced to dating a poor loser. Jiang Chu glanced down at his attire. Realizing he had dressed down to avoid attracting undue attention from those who might perceive him as a potential source of financial gain, not wanting to appear ostentatious. Yet, he had unwittingly been relegated to the ranks of the impoverished. Chapter 79. Accidentally pressing the brake instead of the accelerator. Who says my boyfriend is poor? We're here to buy a car. He said he wants to gift me one. Cheng Qianma stood up at some point, hands on her hips, chest puffed out, ready for a confrontation. Yet, to outsiders, she bore no semblance of intimidation, for everyone's attention was fixated on 2 points. Him. He is going to gift you a car? That's bound to make me laugh out loud. Cheng Qianma, look at what your boyfriend is wearing. A single pair of shoes from He Jian is worth more than his entire net worth. To be frank, He Jian is actually here to gift me a BMW today. The car has already arrived, and we're just here to pick it up. So how about that? No need to envy. Perhaps your poor loser boyfriend can work for a decade or so and buy you one. Pan Mingfang tightly clung to He Jian's arm, tilting her head, her gaze filled with provocation and disdain. Cheng Qianma hesitated for a moment before also wrapping her arm around Jiang Chu's, unwilling to concede. Just so happens my boyfriend is also going to gift me a BMW. Jiang Chu feigned surprise. Oh, when did I ever say I would gift you a BMW? Internally, he felt a surge of joy. He could once again enjoy the thrill of a financial windfall while simultaneously relishing the opportunity to flaunt it. Cheng Qianma was taken aback when Jiang Chu, who had just been supportive, suddenly turned against her. Furious, she twisted his thigh, but to no avail. His firm muscles rendered her attempt akin to mere tickling. Ha ha ha. Look, even your boyfriend denies it, she taunted. Indeed, if one lacks wealth, yet not to feign superiority, not every young man can be as exceptional as He Jian. He Jian, did you see that? She keeps claiming she is unwell, refusing to let boys touch her, but clearly, she is just dismissing you. Now do you understand? He Jian glared at the prey he had pursued for so long. Now in the embrace of another man, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in fury, his gaze seething with wrath and malice. You wretched girl. If it weren't for the bet with Wang Chong and the others, who claimed you were still a novice, I wouldn't have been so accommodating. I've long been intolerant of your haughty attitude, and now you're clinging to a penniless loser. Jiang Chu noticed Cheng Qianma's eyes welling with tears as she clutched his arm tightly. He turned his cold stare towards the smug duo. Have you said enough? My woman is not someone you two scoundrels can insult. Cheng Qianma turned her gaze towards Jiang Chu, a mix of surprise and indignation flashing in her eyes. When did I become your woman? What did you just say? Pan Mingfang loathed being called a scoundrel, for she had indeed been with various men, often without protection, and was currently being supported by a middle-aged, corpulent man. Moreover, He Jian juggled two relationships, as he was merely providing service to others. So what did it matter if he earned an extra income? You're the scoundrel. Your entire family of lowlifes is disgraceful. Jiang Chu narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. Insulting his family was akin to striking a nerve. Mingfang, ignore this penniless fool. I've arranged the car I promised you, and the paperwork is all set. Let us go? Pan Mingfang shrugged off He Jian's hand, obstinately declaring, I want to leave. Cheng Qianma, didn't you say your boyfriend would buy you a car? Let us see if he has the capability. Xiao Fei, do we have any cars in stock? Jiang Chu coldly inquired. Xiao Fei immediately bowed and responded, Young Master Jiang. We have a Porsche 911 and a Porsche Cayenne available. I'm about to pick up the car. Let us register it under my woman's name. Xiao Fei summoned a colleague, who nodded in acknowledgement. Ha ha ha, keep dreaming. A Porsche 911? Do you even know how much that costs? Over $1 million. You must be joking, He Jian and Pan Mingfang mocked, as if they had just heard a ridiculous joke. However, their laughter quickly faded into stunned silence when a brand new, bright red Porsche 911 was driven out by a staff member. The paperwork can be handled later, young Master Jiang. You can take the car now. The two individuals stood frozen in disbelief, utterly astonished. Qianma, you just mentioned wanting a BMW, but since those two imbeciles have already purchased one, let us opt for this Porsche 911 instead, Jiang Chu remarked with a serene smile, as casually as one might select a mere cabbage from the market. Cheng Qianma's eyes widened in astonishment, appearing completely incredulous. As to the onlookers, it was undoubtedly a delightful surprise from her boyfriend. Are you truly giving me a car? She stammered. Indeed, and should it not meet your expectations, you may exchange it for another, though it may require a bit of time. No, that is not what I meant. I adore it. This is a 911, and only the wealthiest student, Qian Hao, possesses one at our school. However, before she could finish her sentence, another vehicle was driven out, a Ferrari. Following this spectacle, more than a dozen elegantly attired saleswomen emerged, forming two rows. Bowing in unison as they exclaimed, Congratulations, young Master Jiang, on acquiring a Ferrari. Congratulations, Miss Cheng, on your Porsche 911. Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. He had not orchestrated this surprise. A glance at Xiao Fei revealed her smiling approval, implying it was indeed her deliberate arrangement. Jiang Chu nodded in appreciation. Turning his attention back to the two gaping individuals, a smirk danced at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, I may be a mere pauper, but what are you, beggars? Let us not insult beggars. You may continue to be the fools you are. He then inquired, by the way, has your girlfriend ever mentioned her past experiences to you? But then again, you are both doctors. It should be common knowledge, nothing too alarming. He Jian shot a worried glance at Pan Mingfang. No, don't listen to his nonsense. That was our first time, and you witnessed it yourself. Pan Mingfang appeared noticeably anxious. Since you are studying medicine, you must be aware of a technique called artificial repair. It merely costs a bit of money. Who knows, you might even manage it yourselves. He Jian. He is a lunatic, a madman. Let us leave. Pan Mingfang urgently grasped He Jian's hand, eager to depart towards that new BMW. Attempt to leave? Jiang Chu narrowed his eyes. Xiao Fei, that large vehicle is yours. Isn't it? May I borrow it? Xiao Fei nodded, producing the keys. Perplexed by Jiang Chu's intentions, Jiang Chu took the keys, flashing a grin at Cheng Qianma. Watch how I exact my revenge. Cheng Qianma, still dazed by the unexpected gift of a Porsche 911, felt as though she were dreaming. Now he spoke of revenge? The unfolding scene left the onlookers covering their mouths in astonishment, eyes wide with shock. Boom. A Volkswagen, seemingly out of control, accelerated aggressively towards a new BMW not far ahead. The ensuing crash was deafening. He Jian and Pan Mingfang, who were midway on their path, witnessed the catastrophic impact. As their new vehicle was severely dented, with even the pillars contorting, it could be deemed a total loss at that moment. The front of the Volkswagen was equally wrecked, its airbags deployed, yet Jiang Chu nonchalantly exited the driver's seat. As he passed by He Jian and Pan Mingfang, a smirk graced his lips, and he waved dismissively, saying, Apologies, I inadvertently mistook the brake for the accelerator and collided with your new car, rendering it unfit for you to drive home. However, I possess ample funds. Compensation will be arranged, and it should be reparable. Cheng Qianma thought to herself how incredibly charming Jiang Chu was. Chapter 80. This process might be somewhat shocking. Jiang Chu approached the still-stunned Xiao Fei with a smile, expressing regret for damaging her vehicle. Consider that Porsche Cayenne in stock as my compensation to you. We can settle the payment together shortly. Furthermore, any expenses they seek for compensation will be deducted from me. Very well, young Master Jiang, rest assured. We shall manage this matter for you, Xiao Fei replied, her joy unmistakable. The Volkswagen had served her well for several years, and the prospect of replacing it with a Cayenne felt surreal. This was a gesture only a super-wealthy heir like Jiang Chu could afford so casually. If she could become his partner, it would mean having anything she desired at her fingertips. He Jian and Pan Mingfang's faces turned ashen, their frustration palpable as they nearly ground their teeth in anger. They shouted curses, but Xiao Fei coldly rebuked them. If you continue to shout, I will call the police and report your disruption of our normal business. The two fell silent, begrudgingly. Isn't that delightful? I treat you quite well, Jiang Chu remarked. Cheng Qianma's earlier gloom dissipated entirely in the wake of that thunderous crash, her face lighting up with excitement as she joyfully clutched Jiang Chu's arm, exclaiming, This is simply exhilarating. Jiang Chu's pupils dilated suddenly as he noticed that the previously composed Cheng Qianma now bore a flushed complexion, and he could feel the warmth radiating from her arm, indicating a noticeable rise in her body temperature. What is happening to you? Cheng Qianma felt utterly embarrassed, her long legs restless as if ants were crawling over her, causing her a myriad of discomforts. Jiang Chu, please help me find a place. Jiang Chu's eyes widened suddenly as he recalled that she had previously mentioned her illness and the necessity of avoiding male contact. He lowered his gaze to observe Cheng Qianma, whose jeans had already darkened, thereby confirming his suspicions. Xiao Fei, do you have a room available for resting? Xiao Fei was momentarily taken aback. It was unusual for Jiang Xiao to seek a room so suddenly. Yes, we have rooms designated for esteemed guests. Rest assured, they are maintained with the utmost cleanliness each day. Good. Please arrange for a few sets of clothes, similar to what she and I are wearing. Acquire several options, preferably from common brands. I will settle the payment later. Rest assured, Jiang Xiao, I will arrange it at once. No, I shall personally handle the purchase. There is a pedestrian street nearby. Thank you. I will take her to rest. As Jiang Chu spoke, he had already lifted Cheng Qianma into a princess carry, wishing to shield her from any potential embarrassment. Jiang Chu, say nothing. I am fully aware. Cheng Qianma buried her head deeply in Jiang Chu's embrace, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort and security in this intimate closeness with a male for the first time in her life. Cheng Qianma, affection level 10, 80, yet. The unfamiliar sensations beneath her only served to deepen her embarrassment. It had been many years since such feelings had arisen. In a moment of defiance, she had forgotten this reality. Fortunately, Jiang Chu not only safeguarded her secret, but also, to prevent any possible discovery, carried her away. Indeed, in such circumstances, she could not dare to walk on her own. It was during elementary school that she first realized her condition, having been embarrassed in front of the whole class while playing a game with a boy during gym class. From that moment on, she had never dared to engage with the opposite sex again. Even her mentor, Gu Hui, had been at a loss on how to help her, leading her to abandon hope for treatment and subsequently pursue a path in medicine. What touched her even more was Jiang Chu's intention to buy clothes, ensuring that the attention would not solely rest upon her. Beneath his seemingly brusque exterior, he displayed a remarkable attentiveness, all for her sake. As Jiang Chu carried her into a brightly lit room, placing her on the sofa, drawing the curtains, and locking the door, an unusual thought crossed her mind. Would outsiders misconstrue their actions as intimate? Thank you, Jiang Chu. Are you not afraid of their misunderstandings for doing this for me? Jiang Chu glanced at her, realizing the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. Thankfully, they had entered the room in time. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Cheng Qianma turned her head slightly, feeling exceedingly shy. I did mention it to you. Jiang Chu, momentarily taken aback, acknowledged the validity of the other party's words. It was indeed a rare case of hypersensitivity, yet not a malady. How long has this condition persisted? He inquired. I'm unsure. I haven't interacted with the opposite sex for many years, she replied. Never mind. Let me administer some acupuncture, he suggested. Cheng Qianma's eyes sparkled with hope. Are you implying that you can cure this ailment? I must clarify that this is not an illness. It is merely a hypersensitive constitution. Therefore, it cannot be cured in the conventional sense. Cheng Qianma's expression fell as she lowered her gaze, realizing that if it was not a disease, there was no remedy. Jiang Chu, somewhat irked, retorted, I merely stated it is not an illness. I never claimed it could not be resolved. Cheng Qianma's hope reignited. So, you can help me restore balance? Jiang Chu furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily. Is it difficult? She probed. No, I can assist you in this regard, but it will require time. However, I suspect you may not be amenable to the methods involved in this treatment. I am willing to accept any conditions, as long as it leads to a resolution. She declared. For years, this condition had forced her to refrain from forming friendships or participating in social gatherings, fearing accidental contact that could lead to embarrassment. The thought of only being able to engage in clinical interactions with the same sex was unbearable for someone studying medicine. Let's discuss that later. For now, please remove your clothing, Jiang Chu instructed, turning to retrieve needles from his bag. After mastering advanced medical techniques, he was always equipped with silver needles for emergencies. He had not anticipated their swift application. Upon turning back, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him, his eyes wide and unblinking, fearful of missing any detail until it was indelibly engraved in his mind. Finally, he turned away, though for him, it felt like only an instant had passed. Did we not agree on merely removing your outer garments? He questioned, as Cheng Qianma's bashful voice chimed in from behind. You told me to undress, I assumed. She burst into laughter. Aren't you a master of medicine? Why would you be apprehensive about such a scenario? Jiang Chu found himself the subject of her teasing. I am indeed, he admitted, turning back and once again captivated. Can it truly be cured? He pondered, summoning his superhuman resolve, reminding himself that in this moment, he was solely a healer. Do not move, I shall begin now. This process may cause some discomfort, so please bear with me. He extracted the silver needles, addressing the acupuncture points. Rinzhong, Guanyuan, Chugu. What sensations are you experiencing? The sensation was one of tingling discomfort, as if the energy had been drawn in. Cheng Qianma felt as though she were floating on a cloud, utterly entranced. Although she possessed knowledge of acupuncture, she had never experienced such an exquisitely pleasant sensation before. Confronted by that intense gaze, she found herself unable to escape. Outside the room, two young women were eavesdropping at the door, their faces flushed with embarrassment. What are you two doing? Xiao Fei, returning with clothes, caught sight of them lurking. Supervisor, the manager instructed us to watch here, saying that young Master Jiang might have a need. I understand. You may leave. I will handle it from here. Yes. The two girls hurriedly scurried away, their shame evident. Once they had departed, Xiao Fei could not resist pressing her ear to the door, feeling her own cheeks heat up as she imagined the scene inside. In Chapter 81, she mused that Jiang and Mo Yutong were engaged in something significant. Before long, her thoughts turned crimson. Indeed, young Master Jiang was known for his roguish charm and passionate nature. He had just sent over a car, and now he was poised to request something more. The thought of him having made a similar gesture towards her sent a shiver of anticipation through her, though the idea left her somewhat daunted. Was it truly that pleasurable? Her mind began to conjure images of young Master Jiang's dashing, yet mischievous demeanor. If only he lived alone, who said women couldn't fix plumbing. Is that you, Xiao Fei? Suddenly, young Master Jiang's voice called out from within. Ah, yes. Young Master Jiang, I have returned with the clothes. The door swung open, revealing Jiang Chu, bare-chested, extending his hand for the garments. Thank you. Why is your face so red? Xiao Fei instinctively touched her own face, which indeed felt warm and flustered. Oh, it's nothing. I probably just got a bit hot running back. Thank you for your efforts. I shall treat you to milk tea sometime. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Jiang Chu nodded with a smile before the door was firmly shut once more. Goodness, young Master Jiang's physique was simply outstanding, boasting a set of 8-pack abs. And he had mentioned treating her to milk tea. What might that imply? The thought of milk tea and a movie made Xiao Fei's cheeks bubble with bashfulness. Here, this is your clothing. Jiang Chu handed the garments to Cheng Qianma, who had completely relaxed. Yet her cheeks still bore a delightful blush that tempted him to admire her beauty once more. Thank you, Jiang Chu. Your acupuncture technique is remarkable. I expected some pain, yet it turned out to be so soothing. Generally, reaching the level of flying needles can mitigate discomfort. However, my assistance is merely temporary. It cannot address the root cause. You should turn around. I need to change. Cheng Qianma suddenly grinned mischievously. I've shown you everything. What are you afraid of, you big man? Jiang Chu. Is it truly the case that those studying medicine are so uninhibited? Jiang Chu, undeterred, committed to the performance, certainly had to change his attire. Otherwise, what was the purpose of being brought here? He simply discarded his clothing down to his undergarments, the recent stimulation causing him to involuntarily elevate the parasol. Good heavens! Your Guan Yu is even more formidable than those foreign specimens I have encountered. Furthermore, your physique is simply splendid. It would be a pity not to model for aspiring artists. Jiang Chu, am I truly extolling him? Can you even articulate such praise? Cheng Qianma chuckled exuberantly. Her laughter a delightful spectacle, her eagerness palpable. Cheng Qianma, affection level at 2, she gazed at Jiang Chu, her heart racing, urging him to hasten his change of clothes. You claim you can cure my ailment. How will you do so? Cheng Qianma had already come to trust Jiang Chu's medical skills. Convinced that if he claimed he could heal her, he certainly could. Jiang Chu hesitated, pondering the implications of her exposure. Should he dare to assert it was inappropriate? Go ahead. Speak louder. Cheng Qianma was taken aback by Jiang Chu's boldness, her lips pouting. If you fail to cure me, I shall follow you relentlessly, ensuring you never find a girlfriend. Jiang Chu noticed she seemed to overlook herself. This trait might be a burden to her, yet for every man, it was indeed a coveted treasure. However, such a sentiment applied to ordinary men. Who was Jiang Chu? A wealthy individual, entrusted with a formidable mission, destined to resolve the affections of countless goddesses. He could not be ensnared by her. Are you certain you desire my treatment? First, listen to what I have to say. So, do you still wish for me to heal you? Jiang Chu smirked. Cheng Qianma was unprepared for the notion of acupuncture during physical activity, a method utterly unheard of. Was he intentionally attempting to deceive her? Yet, if he indeed harbored such impure intentions, he could have acted upon them earlier without pretense. Nonetheless, the thought was exceedingly embarrassing, especially as they were not even in a romantic relationship. Is there no other method aside from this? Indeed, there is. Cheng Qianma's spirits lifted. What is it? You could involve someone else, perhaps your boyfriend or another acquaintance, while you both engage in your activities. I could administer the acupuncture from a distance. Jiang Chu mused. How could such a proposition be feasible? He would never consent to such an arrangement. What? Jiang Chu chuckled, disregarding the furious Cheng Qianma. Well, I have said all that needs to be said. He then opened the door and stepped outside, where Xiao Fei, smiling, bowed slightly and remarked, Young Master Jiang, the meal is prepared. As you requested to dine here, I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare an additional dish, though I am uncertain if it suits your taste. It is of no concern. I am not picky. Jiang Chu's words reflected his easygoing nature, having been raised in a humble rural environment. However, Xiao Fei wondered if Jiang Xiao was subtly hinting at something. Indeed, her appearance paled in comparison to the captivating women Jiang Xiao typically associated with, which instilled a sense of insecurity within her. Did his remark imply that she still had a chance? Her heart was suddenly a whirlwind of confusion. As she observed Jiang Xiao relishing his meal, Xiao Fei was struck by the realization that despite encountering numerous wealthy heirs, none possessed the genuine charm and unpretentiousness of Jiang Xiao. He savored their humble work lunch with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianma was also devouring her food with surprising voracity, leaving Xiao Fei astonished. How could one consume so much? She herself often refrained from eating even a single bowl of rice in a day, opting instead for light salads to maintain her figure. Was it possible that vigorous exercise earlier had contributed to this ravenous appetite? Jiang Chu was equally taken aback by Cheng Qianma's hearty appetite. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, where would the ample grain store come from otherwise? Xiao Fei found herself glancing down at her high-heeled black stockings, her view unobstructed. Was it possible that she had been eating too little? After all, she hadn't had breakfast and was perpetually busy with her hospital internship. In an irritated huff, she nudged Jiang Chu under the table. Having eaten your fill, take your time, she remarked. I noticed you have a driver's license in your bag. You can drive back yourself later. I've already settled the cost of the car. Just complete the paperwork with Xiao Fei afterwards. Cheng Qianma, still chewing her food, interjected, Where are you off to? Why should I share that with you? She rolled her eyes. I already know. It must be that Mo Yutong who called you earlier, asking you to treat her father at Jinghua Shuiwa, right? By the way, don't you plan to step into the limelight? With your medical skills, you could be a blessing to countless patients. Why keep it hidden from your master? You might even earn a Nobel Prize. Jiang Chu regarded Cheng Qianmao with an expression of incredulity. Step into the limelight. Become a divine healer? Why forsake substantial wealth and the opportunity to woo a goddess for the sake of being a healer? Besides, who would seek treatment in a guest house? Mo Yutong and I have serious business to attend to. It's hardly worth the trouble. With that, Jiang Chu dismissed the conversation and departed briskly, his Ferrari roaring to life like a beast as it shot away. Cheng Qianmao stomped her foot in frustration, feeling abandoned. This was a matter of life and death for her. He was clearly avoiding her to prevent her from following him for treatment. After all, she had already been examined by him. It was infuriating. The paperwork was quite simple, merely requiring a few signatures. Seated in the luxurious Porsche 911, Cheng Qianmao experienced an exhilarating sensation that felt almost surreal. It was simply extraordinary. She never imagined that one day she would own her own car, let alone a super luxury vehicle. At the upcoming class reunion, she could only imagine the envy of her peers upon seeing her arrive in this magnificent 911. To her astonishment, Jiang Chu, with his striking good looks and profound medical expertise, had even earned the respect of his master, not to mention his considerable wealth. Suddenly, Cheng Qianmao recalled the phrase mirage that echoed from Jiang Chu's phone. She happened to know that place, conveniently located not far from the hospital where she was interning. It seemed that Mo Yutong had settled her family there for ease of access. A mischievous smirk appeared on her face. She was determined to follow him and observe how he treated his patients. In the 8th dormitory of their school, a sudden outburst erupted. What is this nonsense? Even if they were to produce a small clip to deceive us, they shouldn't have pixelated it. At such a crucial moment, it vanished. It infuriates me. With a resounding crash, an expensive camera worth several thousand was hurled to the ground by Su Kuan, shattering upon impact. Uncle Hong gritted his teeth, his expression darkening, veins protruding from his forehead. That wretched girl dared to deceive me with such trivial things. If we were in the Magic City, I would have her brought to me immediately, and then I would deal with them one by one, lest my anger remain unresolved. Calm down, young Master Kuan. Our immediate priority is Miss Li Wenjing. There is no need to disrupt our course for an ordinary girl. Moreover, a mere 100,000 cannot save a patient suffering from renal failure. She will have her moment of sorrow, David reassured. Now that Mo Yutong knows we are deceiving her, she will certainly no longer assist us. However, that is of little consequence now. Uncle Hong, it suffices to bribe a classmate of Li Wenjing to gather information about her movements. Young Master Kuan, you are nearly prepared for the school celebration, and your performance can only be described as flawless. You will undoubtedly impress Li Wenjing, David continued. Kuan raised his chin, a proud smile gracing his lips. Do you not know who I am? A mere school celebration can be conquered with money alone. However, I disdain to utilize such tactics. David and Uncle Hong exchanged knowing glances, recognizing their mutual understanding. Furthermore, as per your instructions, I have been dining at the cafeteria daily, and today I finally chanced upon her, sitting at the same table. It was my first time observing Li Wenjing from such proximity. Truly, she is the cherished jewel of the Li family, far more beautiful than any actress I have encountered. I believe I have developed feelings for her and must make her mine. Should she ultimately refuse, I shall not hesitate to resort to force, Kuan declared. David quickly waved his hand. Of course, with you, the military strategist, at the helm, I am filled with confidence. David nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face. This is the charm of Kuan Shao himself. Even without me, he would effortlessly capture Miss Li's heart. Ha ha ha, such eloquence. Jiang Chu drove his Ferrari at breakneck speed, all because he received a call from Mo Yutong during dinner, informing him that she had settled her parents at a relative's house in the city for the time being. This arrangement would facilitate any unforeseen circumstances that might require Jiang Chu's assistance. In a sudden playful tone, she added, "It is still a fleeting dream. I have booked a room here and am now luxuriating in a fragrant bath, waiting for you." Jiang Chu, having just assisted Cheng Qianmao with her acupuncture, found himself in a state of frustration, especially after recently reveling in the exhilaration of physical activity. He hastily finished his meal. Simultaneously, a thrill coursed through him as he contemplated the Ferrari alongside the Porsche 911 and Cayenne, a staggering rebate of over 6 million. This represented yet another 6 minor objectives. The money lost due to the BMW he crashed did not yield any rebate, but such trivial losses were inconsequential, especially considering the derogatory remarks made by those two scoundrels about his family. Moreover, Mo Yutong, a trained dancer, demonstrated an impressive capacity for recovery. In white silk. In the bathtub, I am coming. As the Ferrari came to a halt in the designated parking space, he was approached by a flamboyantly dressed young woman with dyed blonde hair. Her figure was commendable, adorned in a snug, low-cut, bright red mini dress paired with black stockings and high heels. She knocked on the car window, but Jiang Chu did not roll it down. Instead, he exited the vehicle. Upon seeing his handsome visage, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, handsome. Your car is stunning. Are you staying here alone? Mind if I join you? Jiang Chu was taken aback by her directness, yet it made sense. With his looks and a Ferrari, there was no need for her to play coy. Such behavior was reserved for the average suitor who sought to fish for favors, while for the affluent and attractive, the intentions were similarly self-serving, albeit through more physical means in exchange for rewards. Apologies, the fish pond is full. He declined, having immediately assessed the young woman's score at 75 and her battery pack at 3, locking his car without a moment's hesitation. The disappointment etched on her face was palpable, yet she had no choice but to walk away reluctantly. Not far down the road, another Porsche 911 caught her eye, igniting a flicker of hope, only to be dashed when a woman emerged from the vehicle, whose beauty and stature eclipsed her own. Driving a luxury car, the young woman could only feel envy and resentment in that moment. The visitor was indeed Cheng Qianmo. Upon seeing the Ferrari's license plate, she alighted from the vehicle, a triumphant expression gracing her features. Mimicking a scene from a television drama, she placed her hands on her hips and smirked. Let us see how you escape from my grasp. Hello, I would like to book a room. I am friends with them, so just reserve one next to theirs. She requested. Very well, came the response. Cheng Qianmo, sensing something amiss, inquired with a hint of confusion. Why is it only Mo Yutong here? Where are her family? After Jiang Chu located the room, he knocked gently, announcing, I'm here. The door soon opened a crack, and he heard a voice quickly retreat. Once inside, he closed the door, and Mo Yutong's voice rang out. You are not allowed to come in yet. First, take a shower. I've placed a towel for you inside. Oh, Jiang Chu promised that this would be the swiftest shower he had ever taken, dashing out wrapped in a towel. Upon seeing Mo Yutong, who appeared flustered, he noted her hair styled in a bun, dressed in a silk nightgown she had purchased herself, covering herself thoroughly. That was rather fast, Jiang Chu remarked, raising an eyebrow before breaking into a mischievous grin. Do you think I'm too quick? Would you like to experience a 2-hour shower instead? What are you talking about? I didn't mean it that way. I meant, you taking 2 hours to shower. What a scoundrel. Last time, I could barely endure an hour. 2 hours would be torturous. As Chapter 83 unfolds, titled Mo Yutong's Diligent Efforts, Jiang Chu, while she spoke, had already scooped her up effortlessly. She offered no resistance, even wrapping her smooth, slender arms around his neck, a mere courteous gesture to commence. He laid her down on the bed, preparing for the next step, when Mo Yutong abruptly sat up and embraced him tightly. Jiang Chu, thank you for saving my father. Without you, I would not know what to do. Affinity level 1. Jiang Chu cradled her exquisitely shaped face in his hands, grinning wickedly. How do you wish to express your gratitude? Stop mocking me, you naughty boy. I shall represent the moon and punish you. Punish? Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback, but before he could react, she leaned in. Fortunately, he had received his vaccination previously. Jiang Chu. Yes? Let me show you the fruits of my labor. Jiang Chu, bewildered, wondered what she meant by fruits of labor. However, he was soon astounded by what he beheld. Mo Yutong stood at the foot of the bed, facing him, a blush adorning her cheeks, a touch of shyness in her demeanor. She had practiced diligently for this moment. It was the dance Jiang Chu had choreographed for her, and today, she intended to perform it solely for him. She unlocked her phone, and music emanated from the room's speakers. Surprisingly, it was the Pure Land composed by Jiang Chu for her. At that moment, she comprehended his intentions to dance for him. Adorned in an exquisite white ensemble. Goodness, which official could withstand such a test? As the melody commenced, Mo Yutong began her graceful dance, and even in high heels. She executed the Pure Land with remarkable vivacity, especially with the intricate leg-crossing movements accompanied by the rhythmic clattering of the floor. Her long, slender legs, clad in white stockings, exuded an exuberant allure, while her enchanting figure captivated him, akin to the essential problems inscribed on the blackboard by a teacher before a final examination, demanding utmost attention. In her past life, she had witnessed countless renditions of the Pure Land dance, including the iconic version performed by a male dancer in the animated adaptations. Yet this live performance was a first, realizing why the affluent indulged in such extravagant displays. She finally grasped why ancient monarchs could be so enraptured by such pleasures. This was the epitome of royal enjoyment. As the music reached its climax, Mo Yutong continued her dance, albeit transitioning to another area where her heels ceased to produce sound. Her legs, inherently beautiful, long and proportionate, were accentuated against the white backdrop, while the stark contrast of her black heels with red soles was utterly enticing. The choreography simplified as she danced, and with her hair cascading down, it occasionally hindered her movements, prompting her to gather it back with her hands. Each motion of her dance stirred with an alluring grace. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianma had secretly rented a room next door. Initially, she surveyed her surroundings, noting that the balcony was for viewing, allowing her to glimpse into the neighboring room's balcony. Stretching her neck for a clearer view, she discovered that while the balcony door was ajar, the curtains were drawn, rendering her efforts fruitless. Contemplating whether to acquiesce to Jiang Chu's request, she pondered the gravity of her condition. After all, he was the only one capable of alleviating her affliction. This ailment caused her immense discomfort. Unlike others with seafood or egg allergies, she could not allow any male to touch her, which forced her to navigate life with extreme caution. Even receiving a package necessitated that the deliverer place it on the ground first before she would dare to retrieve it. Moreover, her insufferable master actually pushed her towards Jiang Chu, inexplicably making him her grandmaster. What a tangled web of relationships! Nevertheless, Jiang Chu's medical skills are indeed remarkable. Just a few acupuncture needles alleviated her symptoms. Even the slightest glimmer of hope compels her to persistently seek his assistance for a complete recovery. After a brief wait, Cheng Qianma suddenly heard melodious singing nearby. How peculiar! She had never encountered this song before, yet it was rather enchanting. Could it be the fabled music therapy? However, that seemed unlikely, as such therapies are typically soothing, while this lively music resembled a festive gathering. As the song played on, a plethora of other sounds emerged, branches rustling, but she did not discern their origin until the song concluded. To her astonishment, Jiang Chu, that scoundrel, was not there to treat Mo Yutong's father after all. When Cheng Qianma contemplated taking a shower, she realized with dismay that her clothes were still in the car. In a flurry, she left her garments outside and hurried into the bathroom, turning on the cold water to wash away her anxieties. Simultaneously, she cursed Jiang Chu. Yet her mind lingered on the vivid memories of his acupuncture technique. His face was handsome and focused, particularly those deep, clear eyes, which sparkled with mischief during their playful banter, appearing almost like two different individuals. His miraculous acupuncture skills were swift, precise, and forceful. As someone who cherished the art of medicine, she had encountered myriad distinguished practitioners, including her own master, Ge Hui, but none possessed his exceptional talent, especially at such a young age. The impact he had on her was profound. Had they been in the same school, she might have actively pursued him. Reflecting on the moments when he changed clothes, she recalled his chiseled physique, reminiscent of a muscular Adonis. Just the sight of his 8-pack abs could captivate a legion of admirers, herself included. The latent power concealed within those muscles was tantalizing. She yearned to experience it firsthand. To top it all off, he was a super-rich heir. He casually gifted himself a Porsche 911. And the thrill of driving that car to exact revenge on a BMW was unmatched. Who could possibly rival him in perfection? It struck a chord deep within her. At some point, she found herself washing the same spot over and over. On a scorching day, taking a refreshing cold shower proved to be invigorating. Water cascaded down, and ultimately, she overcame her fear, dried herself off, and bravely lay down on the bed. She switched on the television, which was broadcasting a variety show featuring the enchanting voices of contestants from Supergirl. As the melodious sounds filled the air, Cheng Qianma's gaze became increasingly dreamy, her lips curling into a satisfied smile as she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 84. The essence lies ahead. How irritating. Just now, I made such a commotion. What if someone next door heard? How mortifying. Mo Yutong, her shy face pressed against Jiang Chu's chest, wore a smile that radiated contentment and happiness. Mo Yutong. Affection level 1, what is there to fear? I nearly hung on your every word. My body felt like it was falling apart. Mo Yutong playfully tapped Jiang Chu's chest. Jiang Chu chuckled mischievously. I couldn't help myself. You look too beautiful today. I was utterly captivated. Shall we indulge once more? Mo Yutong quickly waved her hands in surrender. No, that's enough. Go find someone else. By the way, Jiang Chu, why haven't you pursued Wenjing? She is a wonderful girl, more beautiful than I, and it's evident that she genuinely likes you. Are you feeling jealous? Jealous? Not in the least. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were quite the charmer. I can't control you. But as long as you hold a place for me in your heart, that suffices. And when I wish to shop, you must foot the bill, haha. The essence lies ahead. With the system in play, that genuine affection level of 97 is no mere illusion, so his tone was merely playful. Mo Yutong could certainly sense this. However, Wenjing's status was indeed suspicious. Being with her, one could feel an air of nobility, suggesting that her background was anything but ordinary. Even Su Kuan, a wealthy heir, had to conceal his identity to pursue her. Jiang Chu, are you worried about this? Which is why you haven't asked her out in recent days. Worried? Absolutely not. Wenjing is mine, and no one can take her away. Jiang Chu thought to himself that he too only learned of these matters later. Although he had been in sporadic contact with her via messages, he had been preoccupied. Now knowing 6 school beauties, including Cheng Qianma, he was simply overwhelmed. However, it was indeed time to take the initiative and ask Li Wenjing out. Firstly, she had harbored feelings for him even before he became affluent. Secondly, there were those with dubious intentions toward her. Jiang Chu had already determined that Li Wenjing was his woman, and it must remain so, regardless of her distinguished lineage. After saying this, he looked into Mo Yutong's eyes and boldly declared, "You are also mine, and no one shall take you from me." Ma Yutong's lips curled into a sweet smile, her heart brimming with joy. With her delicate, snow-white arms wrapped around Jiang Chu's waist, she pressed her face against his chest and declared, "You are my man. And regardless of the choices you make, I will steadfastly stand by your side in support." Jiang Chu nodded in agreement. At that moment, a thought suddenly struck him regarding the company established in Ma Yutong's name. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he remarked, "Yutong, when you called me earlier, you mentioned soaking in a large bathtub. Surely it can accommodate 2 people comfortably?" Ma Yutong's cheeks flushed with shyness as she retorted, "How naughty. I can help you bathe, but we must agree that it won't become a regular occurrence. I really can't take it. All right, I will run the water first." Helping him bathe? That was not what he had initially implied. He merely intended for them to share a bath, but it seemed there were unexpected perks involved. With some difficulty, Ma Yutong swung her legs off the bed and slipped on her shoes. She took a few tentative steps, steadying herself against the wall, and glanced back at Jiang Chu, a look in her eyes that seemed to say, "Look what you've done." Jiang Chu chuckled in response, clearly delighted. Soon enough, the bathtub was filled to the brim. It must be said that despite the numerous negative reviews, the bath was indeed spacious, and they had thoughtfully provided disposable bags, alleviating certain concerns and inconveniences. Reclining in the bubble-filled tub, Jiang Chu rested his hands behind his head, reveling in the luxurious experience. It was utterly divine. "Yutong, you have just over a year until graduation. Have you contemplated what you wish to pursue afterward?" Ma Yutong continued her motions, perplexed by Jiang Chu's sudden inquiry. "Well, I haven't given it much thought. I used to dream of finding a wealthy and handsome heir to work for his company after graduation. Otherwise, given my looks, I would surely face the risk of being exploited in the workforce. Moreover, as you know, my parents have been eager to marry me off to a rich man." "Jiang Chu, why do you ask?" "I have something to discuss. I wish to establish an investment company, and I want you to be a part of it." Ma Yutong halted her actions, her eyes widening and mouth agape, as if she had heard something unbelievable. "Me? Open a company? And an investment firm, no less?" She quickly waved her hands. No, Jiang Chu, do you understand my field of study? I am a dance major, which has nothing to do with investment, let alone running a company." Her reaction was anticipated by Jiang Chu. "What shall we do then? My woman should be capable and independent. If you desire a life of leisure, I can provide you with all the funds you wish to spend. However, as you have experienced with Wenjing, I am sure you have felt the aura and pressure she brings, right?" Mo Yutong narrowed her eyes slightly, lost in contemplation. Indeed, Li Wenjing had always exerted considerable pressure on her. Despite being close friends, she couldn't help but envy the aura of indifference towards wealth that Li Wenjing exuded, a demeanor likely reserved for those who have never known financial scarcity. Furthermore, Li Wenjing's beauty far surpassed her own, a fact Mo Yutong was acutely aware of as her roommate. In contrast, she found herself attempting to attract affluent second-generation heirs, aspiring to a life filled with luxury and prestige, while simultaneously seeking a brighter future for herself and her family. She recognized the inherent conflict between her materialistic desires and societal moral standards, yet witnessing less attractive girls flaunting their wealth by associating with affluent men infuriated her. Even her mother belonged to that ilk, which solidified wealth as her foremost priority. Now that she had acquired some financial security, securing the affections of Jiang Chu, a super-rich heir, seemed assured. However, what would she require next? Jiang Chu would undoubtedly attract a myriad of women. Just considering the top 5 beauties in their school, Li Wenjing. With her enigmatic background, Ji Mingxi, the talented scholar, and He Shiyun, hailing from a prominent conglomerate, was enough to instill apprehension. Only Shou Xinyi, with her slightly superior lineage, posed a mild threat, but being a fresh and charming freshman with a beautiful singing voice, she could potentially encounter even more competition in the future. Mo Yutong, a mere dance student, was determined not to be a mere ornament for others to ridicule. Now, her advantage lay in being the first to capture Jiang Chu's heart. If she wished to secure his trust and affection moving forward, the most straightforward approach would be to assist him in various endeavors and maintain regular contact. Jiang Chu, I understand your intentions, but do you believe I am capable? Jiang Chu's lips curved into a confident and domineering smile as he met her gaze with unwavering assurance. If I say you can, then you certainly can. Mo Yutong's eyes sparkled with emotion as she nodded vigorously, exclaiming, All right. I will strive to be the best woman by your side. Jiang Chu beamed, pulling her close against his smooth physique. Rest assured, my dear, I have plenty of money. Do not fear losses, spend boldly, and if you need more, just ask me. Mo Yutong inquired. Are you suggesting I start an investment company because you see me as materialistic? With a laugh, Jiang Chu responded, Is it wrong to love money? Who doesn't he? I want to establish an investment company for you because you are my woman, Mo Yutong. I believe in you. It's that simple. This statement profoundly moved Mo Yutong. Mo Yutong, favorability 1. As the favorability reached 98, Jiang Chu found himself entirely unperturbed. Whether the favorability was full or not, there remained a return of 1100, which translated into monetary gain without loss. However, finding an individual with a favorability of 100, equivalent to someone one can truly trust, is no easy feat moreover. He possessed the advantage of reincarnation with a clear understanding of the developmental trends over the next decade, rendering even modest goals effortlessly attainable. His primary objective was to infiltrate various industries, ultimately aspiring to become a dominant force. The procedures for establishing a company would not burden him, as assistance would be readily available. Gu Yan and others had already made numerous inquiries regarding investments, and Jiang Chu was inclined to delay a swift response, believing one should not merely seek financial gain without fulfilling obligations. When he mentioned the formation of a new company, the other party readily agreed to assist, as Gu Yan's uncle worked within the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. This exemplified the advantages of networking. In reality, whether dealing with hospitals, official permits, or approvals, a little extra payment to a middleman could potentially expedite a week's work into a single day, not to mention those in positions of authority, whose efficiency would only increase. Well, can I start recruiting a secretary, preferably one with expertise in investment? Haha, wanting to take it easy right from the start? Not at all. I was thinking of having a skilled individual by my side, so I could also learn something and enhance my own knowledge. Rest assured, I want to seek a male. I'll find a stunning beauty and, when time permits, help you refine her. This way, when you come to find me, I want to be overwhelmed alone. See how considerate I am. Indeed, you're beginning to exhibit the demeanor of a queen. Jiang Chu believed that choosing to first recruit Mo Yutong was an exceptionally wise decision. I do not dare to assume the title of queen. I know that Wenjing is the most suitable choice. Nevertheless, I shall strive to be your beloved consort. Very well, dear consort. What kind of reward do you hope for from me? Jiang Chu asked with a mischievous grin, extending his hand playfully. Ah, you rascal! Mo Yutong exclaimed in a flurry. After a brief respite, the two enjoyed dinner together. During this time, Jiang Chu informed Gu Yan about Mo Yutong and the company, to which he readily agreed. He also mentioned a friend from another city who had a 12-story building in Xiangnu district, Nanshi, which was in urgent need of funds and was looking to sell. Jiang Chu thought this was fortuitous, but decided it would be prudent to inspect the property before proceeding. That new district was still under planning, destined to become a central hub for the Dongming nations, where every inch would be invaluable, making the establishment of a company there undoubtedly advantageous. Acquiring the property would be ideal, as he certainly does not wish to endure the whims of a landlord in the future. Yutong, please take a leave of absence tomorrow morning. I shall accompany you to inspect the new company address. Very well. Upon exiting, Cheng Qianma's Porsche 911 had already vanished, leaving Jiang Chu and the others unaware of her visit. Mo Yutong had also arrived by car. She mentioned needing to return to school for a rehearsal and departed first. Jiang Chu, on the other hand, returned to his Ferrari, retrieved his phone, and dialed Li Wenjing. It is worth noting that Li Wenjing had been preoccupied with classes and piano performances these past few days, seldom receiving messages from Jiang Chu, let alone a phone call. Meanwhile, Mo Yutong had not returned to the dormitory since going out the previous night. Although she was somewhat prepared for this, she felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing Jiang Chu's name on her phone screen. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Jiang Chu calling. Rubbing her eyes to ensure she was not mistaken, she promptly answered. Hello, do you have time tonight? I miss you. Li Wenjing was deeply touched by his words, her eyes shimmering with emotion, nearly bringing her to tears. Yes, I have time. As the evening approached, the date fell on the 15th of the month, when the moon shone particularly full, casting its silvery light upon the ground. With the streetlights illuminating the scene, Jiang Chu gazed at Li Wenjing before him, captivated by her ethereal beauty. Tonight, her long, silky black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders and chest. Even without makeup, her natural beauty was undeniable. Since Jiang Chu had suggested taking her out, she wore the tailored black shirt and denim jeans he had previously bought for her, paired with sneakers. Though her attire was quite ordinary, her exquisite figure elicited admiration and longing, particularly her curvaceous silhouette accentuated by the jeans that hugged her slightly pert backside, complemented by a delicate fragrance emanating from her. Is this your new car? She inquired, her gaze at Jiang Chu's Ferrari revealing a hint of surprise, though she remained mostly composed. Yes, I just picked it up today. You seem rather unfazed. If I were surprised, it would be out of curiosity regarding the source of your wealth. Of course, I would not dare to ask. Li Wenjing replied with a playful smile, sticking out her little tongue, a sudden display of cuteness that left Jiang Chu momentarily speechless. He opened the car door for her, and only after she had settled inside did Jiang Chu take his place in the driver's seat. Just as he was about to start the engine, he noticed that she had not fastened her seatbelt. Reluctantly, he unbuckled his own and rose to assist her with the seatbelt. The fragrance emanating from her intensified, and he found himself captivated by the breathtaking beauty before him, along with the profound depths of her alluring features. As his gaze traveled upward to her elegantly sculpted nose and her expressive, enchanting eyes, he was drawn to her soft, pink lips. Unable to resist, Jiang Chu leaned in and kissed her softly. Li Wenjing's eyes widened in surprise before she gradually closed them, surrendering to the gentle yet assertive touch of Jiang Chu. Indeed, she had let her guard down, allowing him to penetrate her defenses effortlessly. A delightful shiver coursed through her body, enveloping her entirely.